Hey, if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every single like and comment truly means a lot and helps keep this project alive. Thanks so much for listening.
Chapter 321. Another peaceful day. 1. Hello. Yoram welcomed Yu Jitae with an awkward smile on her face. She was underneath one of the bridges that were in the restricted area of Lair. There was an enormous amount of mana surging into all sides, and the source of all that mana was on Yoram's waist. According to the Protector, it seemed that Yoram had abruptly left the house after having a sudden quarrel with Balm, and she had already hidden her presence by the time he began looking for her. It was different from her usual outing, but that didn't mean she could hide herself from him. "What are you doing here?" "NN. Nothing. That was quick, though. It's only been half a day since I ran away." She gave it away with her own mouth. "Ran away? Why did you run away?" "Just puberty stuff, you know." Yu Jitae twitched his fingers. "Stop talking gibberish and come here." Aki. It was time to return home. As soon as Yoram came and stood next to him, he threw his gaze towards her waist. No matter what he thought, it was strange. Why was that core so much stronger now? In response, she slightly curved her body and hid it while stealing a glance at his face. She seemed very conscious of it, so he asked her, "What is that?" "Little Yoam's Bart." "Bart. But. No, not that. I mean what's with the core on your waist." "What about the core? Why was she pretending to be clueless? Why's the output so high? It feels a lot different. Did you remove more layers or something?" Yoram looked at him with a pout before scratching her hair. "Can't hide anything." "Ducking hell what? Nothing. It is the same core. Did a few more gacha and they actually all went well. Why are you hiding it then? Why not? It's a treasure, so why wouldn't I hide it? Anyway, what is you Balm doing right now? Don't change the topic. Why did you run away all of a sudden, and why did you fight with Balm?" "Aang, is that what she said?" "No, she's just staying holed up in her room. She's not like angry or anything, right?" "Why, did you hit her?" She refuted. "No, I did not. So how is you Balm? Is she mad?" She didn't look particularly upset. "Really?" "Ah, and we didn't fight or anything. We just drank a lot and ran a few more gachas, but they worked unexpectedly well, so I wanted to sneak away with the core while keeping it a secret from Balmony. What a nice personality. Just an average red dragon, thank you very much." His feet came to a stop. Yu Jitae pondered for a bit before throwing her a question. The output he was feeling from the core was impressive, even by his standards, and was not just 1 or 2 stages above the 6 unsealed core she had before. It was either 9 or even beyond that, of course. It was nothing useful for him. Adding a water tank filled with water into the ocean wouldn't result in much, but it was definitely significant for hatchlings, and he also realized that Yoram was trying to hide something. Should he intervene, or should he trust them? He asked at the end of a long contemplation, "Is that something I don't need to know about?" Since it was something he wasn't supposed to know about, Yoram gave a nod. NN and Yu Jitae decided to trust her. All right. On the other hand, Yoram was slightly curious about Balm's state because she seemed to be fine according to Yu Jitae. It was surprising enough that she had become sober so fast after all that, but it was even more mysterious that she didn't make an uproar after waking up from the intoxication. How would she be feeling right now? Yoram could not even begin to comprehend her emotions. It might be because she was drunk that things had ended with her simply fainting. Balm wasn't in a good state before, so much so that she could have killed herself upon seeing the 10th success if she had been doing it with a sober mind. However, it seemed that she was now meekly staying in her own room according to Yu Jitae, so Yoram was curious about her condition throughout their way back home. Opening the door of Unit 300, and one was as intimidating as opening the Pandora's box. If Yu Jitae wasn't waiting behind her with a doubtful look in his eyes, Yoram would have spent a few more minutes hesitating in front of the door. After opening the door, Yoram stared at her own room and Unit 300, and one that had now been cleaned, before heading towards Balm's room. Aniai, she stealthily pushed the door open and found Balm sitting on the windowsill gazing outside. She seemed completely sober. Balm was indifferently staring outside at the sunset, and her calm composure was soon transmitted to Yoram. "Balmony." When Yoram called her once again with a calmer voice this time, Balm turned around. "Are you all right?" NN. Balm came down from the windowsill. After making sure the door was closed behind her, Yoram walked towards her. She didn't run away from home for no reason. "You remember everything, yeah?" NN. "What are you gonna do now? The core has finished upgrading already." "Yeah. Are you going to give up on Yu Jitae? Who knows? Yeah, duck it. Is Yu Jitae the only male in the world? There are tons of dicks out there. Right, take it easy. We are not going to be spending time here forever, and we have to go back anyway once it's all done. We're destined to part ways in the first place, right? Yes, or you can do it with me when you're bored. Yoram grinned while tapping her own crotch, but Balm did not smile in return. In fact, she had a blank look on her face, let alone a smile, as if she was completely detached from the current situation. The smile soon vanished from Yoram's face. You Balm, give me your hand. I'll lend you this. Saying that, she took out something that was on her waist. The weapon, resembling a revolver, gleamed beneath the sunset and showed off its golden luster. Dragon Slayer, a top level 2 revolver artifact that had the best performance out of magic guns. Yoram used up all her funds that she had earned by working as a superhuman to buy the revolver after leaving home. Naturally, it had not actually killed a dragon before, and it was just a name, but it was a fairly powerful name regardless. An average level 2 revolver wouldn't be that much stronger than Balm's magic, but what was important was the ambient golden glow around the gun. Embedded on the gun was the onion core. I thought about it, but looking at you right now, you're probably going to do it with Yu Jitae in the near future. But the problem is what comes next, right? If that black dragon really is that black-haired woman, and if that beach tries to steal Yu Jitae away from you, Yoram slowly gripped her hands and placed the gun above her palm. Shoot it. However, Balm shook her head in response. It's fine. You don't need to give me this. Did you buy it at a Swiss armory? Let's take the core out and quickly refund it. Oi, I seriously don't need this. More importantly, this is too dangerous. Yoram felt mysteriously uncomfortable with Balm's current voice, and her unfocused eyes were even more unpleasant. She felt a chill going down her spine. She had been thinking that Balm was mysteriously calm, but that was wrong. Balm was by no means calm. Her eyes were the eyes of a dead person. Before, I had a really bad urge for a bit. What? Dude, are you sure you're fine? NN. I did become better after seeing Arjus's face, so I am fine now. But Arjusi won't be near me all the time, and if I have this in my hand, I don't know what will happen. Yoram gulped. They really were alike. That face. It was the same expression that she sometimes saw on Yu Jitae's face. What do you mean? It's simple, just shoot. No, it's more complicated than that. What? I don't know who I might end up shooting. Like I said, what do you mean? Something like this. Balm said while pointing the gun at her own temple. Oi, you freaking. In a fright, Yoram pushed her away and hurriedly snatched the gun away from her hands. Balm fell back like a stringless puppet and sat down on the bed. You, Balm, I'm warning you. Don't you dare do anything strange unless you want to get bashed up. Do you get that? NN, what are you gonna do without this, though? I don't even need that. I'm a lot better at using magic than you think. I can use a decent spell as long as I prepare beforehand, even without a gun like that. Balm appeared extremely unfamiliar. Yoram had no idea what the reason was, but she appeared very different. Are you okay in the head right now? Duck, what in the hell is wrong with you? Why are you so mad? Am I that scary? Scary. You're freaking creepy right now, don't you know? Ah, Balm vacantly gazed at the stern look on Yoram's face before slowly lying down on the bed. I see. Rumpled pajamas and disheveled green hair. With a gaze that was difficult to read, she stared at the dream catcher on the ceiling as it shook from the spring breeze and let out a ringing noise. I'm also quite scared. What are you scared about? Balm slowly continued with a voice dry enough to resemble a dusty ground. I have no idea what I might do. After that, however, Balm was mystifyingly normal. In the morning, she would return home with Yu Jitae carrying food, or sometimes cook food at home, play outside with Keel and accompany Jael to her school as her guardian. Yoram, the only one that knew everything, observed her from time to time but could not find anything strange. She had an indifferent look on her face and sometimes smiled, but that was all. Oi, you Keel. Un, does she look okay in your opinion? Keel nodded. Un, why? Doesn't she look strange at all? No. Even Jael, who was next to them, tilted her head, wondering what that was about. It was expected for the dense Goldie to be clueless, but the blue kid was quite sensitive to people's expressions, and it meant that Balm's facade was extremely natural to the point that even the kid couldn't catch it. What did it mean for her to look normal in a situation that was far from normal? Ducking hell. Yoram was slightly frustrated since there was no one to share the secret with. But regardless, daily life continued as per normal. Looking at Keel and Jael, who were sitting right at the front entrance, Yoram suddenly felt odd. Weren't they sitting there the whole time ever since morning? By the way, what are you guys doing there? Anan. We are waiting for Jael's delivery. Delivery? For what? It's a super important delivery. Right. NN. Keel and Jael looked into each other's eyes and shared an inside conversation that only the two of them knew about. What is this about, you idiots? You see, Jael ordered something second-hand for Ajasi. That was when Jael brought her fingers to her lips and went, shhhh, as they then chuckled out loud among themselves. Far out second-hand. It seemed that the fools were doing something foolish again. She was about to ignore it and walk away, but that was when she started to hear the ringing footsteps of the courier outside. Yoram usually did not understand the world of fools, nor did she feel the need to. But she had never seen Yu Jitae anticipating a delivery this much, so she became slightly curious. Crossing her arms, she waited with them, wondering what it was. It's here, it's here. The idiots giggled, heh, and stood up from the ground as they waited for the courier like puppies wagging their tails. Delivery, yes. After receiving the box, Jael nervously raised a cutter knife. With an empty cough, KHMM, Yoram stood behind them and curiously watched them open the box. Keel soon cracked the protective spell that was cast on the post as the box began to open by itself. Revealed inside was NN. Ha! Jael, Keel, and Yoram all raised a question mark above their heads. Jael lifted the thing that was inside the box in surprise. It was rectangular, hard, orange, and had 3 holes on it. NNNN. It was a brick. Chapter 322. Another peaceful day too, idiots. You got scammed. Jael rolled her eyes in response to Yoram's words. Scammed. Of course, she wasn't rolling her eyes because she didn't know what the word meant. It was just that she only knew it as a word and had yet to be introduced to the concept. It simply did not feel realistic. Then what about my item? Of course you can't get it. You got scammed. Refund. You think they'll do it? Didn't you already send the money to that seller guy? They probably ran away with the money already. That was when Keel became startled instead, and Yoram immediately realized who it was that had sent the money in the stead of Jael. No item nor money, and in the end, the only thing in her hand was a brick. Only then did Jael realize how much of a ridiculous situation she was in. This can't be, she crumbled down. Yoram apathetically clicked her tongue. There was nothing she knew about the situation, so she didn't really feel like teasing them either. What did you buy? Something important. What is it? A secret. What's the point of a stupid secret at this point? Jael refused to say it and continued shaking her head. Yoram looked to the side and found Keel with a similarly complicated look on her face, looking like she wasn't keen on saying it either. Like what is it? Is this how you're going to be like? At least I need to know what it is that you ordered to help you, right? Yoram stubbornly demanded for the answer, so Keel had no choice but to open her mouth. It's nothing. Just a memory crystal. A memory crystal was an artifact with a limited use that recorded or sustained the information with mana. Why would you, Jael, buy such a thing? Well, that wasn't the important question for the time being. We uploaded a post looking for sellers. On what? A second-hand transaction site. None. We said we were looking for a 5Y memory crystal, and we got a message. The person said they would be selling it at a cheaper price, and how much was that? Until now, Yoram was quite relaxed. A kid was buying something second-hand on the internet, so how expensive could it be? That was what she was thinking, but the price that left Keel's mouth immediately changed her mind. $500. What? $500? That was Jael's entire fortune. You idiots, are you dumb? And you got scammed. Yoram shouted out loud. 500. It was a large amount of money for an average person, and it was an especially more significant sum for Jael. Yoram knew all the things Jael had done in order to earn money. She always dried bananas and sweet potatoes on the terrace with the protector, and always bought more umbrellas and colored papers than necessary. That would have probably given her a few dollars a day. The prize she got from the school captain incident, plus the $400 Yoram gave her to commemorate the onion core. All that money she had earned diligently over the past few years was gone in a flash. Like, why did this stupid retard have to get scammed? Why didn't she ask Yu Balm or Yu Jitae for help if she was going to spend such a large amount of money? Yoram became pissed off the more she thought about it. It would have been fine if she was the one stealing all that money, but the fact that it was stolen by someone random gave her the urge to spank Jayal. You keel. Un, what's the seller's ducking phone number? Ah, this one Yoram called, but beep, beep, beep as expected. The opponent did not pick up. Unny, should we tell Arjasi? Keel asked, but he was currently in the middle of a conversation with Yu Balm. Yoram judged after eavesdropping that it was a fairly important conversation, so she felt disinclined to interrupt them. No, I'll do it myself for now. Do you still have the post? The guy wrote a comment on your post, right? Un, this is the list of posts I made, let me have a look. But the comment was already deleted. Ah, I remember seeing the ID. Keel suddenly clapped out loud and immediately spelled the user ID number of the scammer. Even though both Yoram and Keel were bad with the internet, they still managed to find the person after working together for some time. Using the ID number, they looked up the opponent's list of posted comments while uploading a scam report on the report forum. Manager, hello. At the same time, Yoram talked to the manager of the scam report forum and looked up the phone number on the internet for any other scam reports. The person indeed was a scammer with 2 other instances under their name. Honey, I found the posts that person uploaded. Let me see. However, all the posts on the list had the label successful transaction, and it seemed that every other deal had been made successfully. Then what was up with the brick they received? Why do all the other ones look fine? They even have the buyer's comment. Maybe we were the first to get scammed. But after talking about it with the manager, they realized that fake transaction posts could be created to add credibility. Yoram clicked her tongue. Or you keel. Do you have a picture of the messages you sent them? The scam report manager wants to have a look at it if we got one. Un, here. Jael talked to him directly. Her eyes naturally went first to the profile picture. It was a picture of a house with a young baby. What the duck? What kind of a freaking guy with a baby scams people online with second-hand stuff? I know, right? That's why Jael and I trusted him. It seemed to be an intricate method to induce trust. 1. A lower price than others, 2. The posts all seem to be of successful transactions. 3. A profile picture of a cozy house and a baby, and Jun Young Kwan, hello, I would like to sell a memory crystal. Are you still looking for one by any chance? 4. He sounded like a nice person. It was no wonder that Yu Jitae was scammed. Me, art me, yes me. Hello, displayed on the screen of the watch, were messages Jaial had sent. Yoram continued scrolling down. Jun Young Kwan, thank you for replying TT. In fact, I was in a hurry trying to sell it because I am in need of a big lump of money, but no one wanted to buy it. Me, I see me. Memory crystals aren't that popular after all. Why was this stupid Yu Jaial calmly having a conversation with him? The opponent had a decently urgent excuse as well. He said his child was sick, but they didn't have enough money to pay for the hospital fees. Me. Oh no, QQ, a 5Y memory crystal's market price was around 6,200 and second-hand goods were usually sold at 4,500 apiece, so Jaial was probably delighted by the cheaper price. Me, TT me. Hope the baby becomes healthy again very soon. Jun Young Kwan, thank you TT, and here Yu Jaial was consoling the freaking scammer. Like after reading that far down, Yoram had to swallow all sorts of profanities that were threatening to leave her throat. She was feeling more and more irritated, but that was when Jaial tried to snatch the watch back. What are you doing? Give me my watch. What's this about? I haven't finished taking a picture yet. Give it back. Keel had to calm her down by saying, Jaial, let's stay still. On the other hand, Yoram wondered what was wrong with the kid. Jael had an extremely gloomy look on her face and gave off a strong feeling that she was embarrassed about her mistake. It was all out in the open already, so what more was there to be embarrassed about? In doubt, Yoram scrolled all the way down to the recent messages. Me. Thank you so much for selling it at a cheap price, me. Supplement. X1, the gift has been sent successfully. Me. This is a present, me. You must be exhausted looking after the baby, TT. Jael sent a supplement that was worth $50 as a gratitude, but the opponent did not even say anything in return. Yoram felt like her blood was flowing in the opposite direction. You freaking fool, what was below was even worse. Me, hello. Me. You are sending it tomorrow, right? Jan Young Kwan. Yes, I will. The opponent suddenly changed his attitude. Me, it didn't come today, me. Excuse me, me. Me, excuse me, TT, me. It hasn't come yet, me. When is it coming? Me, hello. When is it coming? Jun Young Kwan. Just wait, there's an error with the company, Jun Young Kwan. We'll send tomorrow, and the opponent continued postponing it. After reading that much, Yoram could not control her anger anymore and asked, Oi, you Keel, did you not know about this? Keel also had a fairly upset look on her face, so Yoram's arrowhead of fury soon pointed at Jayal. Oi, you Jayal, you pretend like a smartass every time, so why'd you do something so stupid? Why did you do such a stupid freaking thing while hiding it from us and Arjasi? Ha, Annie, don't be so mean to Jayal, ha. There's a reason why I only sent the money for her. This was an extremely important thing for her. And there's a reason why Jael was trying to do it by herself when Keel whispered the reason into her ears. It really was an important reason, so Yoram unknowingly heaved a deep sigh. Ah, for duck's sake, in any case, she could no longer be satisfied by just reporting it as a scam. Yoram was so angry that she would rip the limbs off and pull the eyeballs out of the scammer if he was standing in front of her right now. She was annoyed at Yu Jayal for being so nice to the scammer like a fool, but the fact that her act of kindness had been betrayed made her even more irritated. Ajasi, while Yoram was trying to let off steam by herself, Keel knocked on Yu Jiti's door as the representative. What? Jael had a complicated look on her face, and both Yoram and Keel also looked extremely unhappy. After listening to their story, he realized why. If she needed more money, she could have just asked him for more money, but it seemed that she had gone to an unfamiliar second-hand transaction website so that she could do it with her own hands. Ujiti looked at Jael. The child couldn't even look back into his eyes as if she had done something terribly wrong. So you see, I helped Jael send the money, but I see. I didn't want the baby to be sick. You did well. I talked to the manager of the scam report forum about it. That ducking shithead, yeah. Okay. The children surprisingly began to feel more relaxed as Ujidi calmly listened to their stories. It was strange. Was this not that big of a deal? Seeing Ujidi listening to them speak as if the whole thing wasn't that big of a deal, they began to doubt themselves for being so frustrated over something so insignificant. But why do you look so down? You Jael. Sorry. You did nothing wrong, so why are you feeling down? Because I didn't know, and I got scammed like a fool. Jael replied, while pushing her index fingers together. What would you Jitty of the past have said in response? He wondered, but couldn't exactly find the right answer. Regardless, now that he was retrieving his daily life, Ujiti found her reply to be very peculiar. What a very strange thing to say. It's the scammer's fault for deceiving you. But if I did better, no. Even if you were clumsy, it's still the deceiver's fault. Jael blinked her eyes. He simply threw those words out without thinking too much about it, but it was a mysteriously consoling sentence for Jael. But even then, the situation at hand was still a very frustrating one. Then, what should we do now? Keel asked carefully. It's simple. He wasn't the type to abuse his abnormal authority for things that happened inside the spectrum of a normal daily life. However, he made this an exception because the opponent had ruined Jael's daily life. The opponent was a Korean and had used a Korean number to message Jael. Ujiti turned on his watch and gave a call. Several urgent beeps that were unique to a special hotline rang as the kids nervously waited by the side. Central Security Agency speaking. Soon, the top intelligence agency of the International Association of Superhumans picked up the call. It's me. There's something I want you to do for me in secret. Yes, Chief. Please give us the command. And within merely 30 seconds, every bit of information about the scammer, including their full name, education level, family register, current address, family condition, national registration number, phone number, interpersonal relationships, internet cookies, and SNS interactions, were sent to Yu Jiti's watch. The scammer's identity revealed was like the following. Name, Jun Yoonji, female, residence in Seoul. Up to there was normal, but there was something astonishing about the scammer's identity. Wait, what? Is this actually the scammer's face? Apparently. Yoram frowned after seeing the photo. It was a kid. The scammer was underage no matter how you saw it, and she looked to be around the same age as Jael. She looked just like a random kid that would chat with her friends and carry her bag to a school. How old is she? 13 years old. That's ridiculous. She speaks like a freaking beach, and she's only 13 years old. Oh wow, why would such a young child do such a bad thing? Yoram and Keel focused on different aspects after hearing her age. The world was wide, and there were all sorts of unique people everywhere. The problem was that her residence was in Korea. Even after the new era, Korea had a Juvenile Protection Act for those above 10 and below 14 in age. In other words, minors could still breach the law and go practically unpunished. So although they could physically bash her up and snatch the money back, it was impossible to give the child a legal punishment through the law. Yoram and Keel were dumbfounded about the legal system, whereas Jayal had a slightly astonished look on her face. Then we can't get the money back. No, of course you can get the money back. It was possible to get it back, thinking that. Her expression finally eased a little. But wouldn't it be frustrating to be on the receiving end of such an unethical incident, only to have the same amount of money back? After some contemplation, Yu Jitae added more words. Jayal, yes. The kid made another post on a different second-hand website last night. Do you want to have a look? Ah, yes. Buying an artifact, looking for the semi-perpetual perfume, MX12 price. Beneath 40 note. Please contact me only if you are okay with a negotiation. Simply put, she was a young girl who diligently used up the money she earned through scamming to decorate herself. How about you sell it to her? But I don't have this perfume. What do you mean? He lifted the brick. You have one right here. Yoram immediately floated a bright smile as if she imagined a brilliant outcome, while Keel was surprised, matching a scam with another scam. That was what her eyes appeared to be saying. What was important here was Jayal's opinion. She had a slightly brighter look on her face after understanding his words, but turned gloomy again after a while. She appeared hesitant. What's wrong? But $40 is too much. Even though it was only $500 more, she was reluctant. For Jael, it seemed that those $500 were a very important issue. Worrying about such a thing, it really suited her, who never crossed the line despite her wants, who wanted Yu Jitae to be a good person. That's fine. You don't have to take the whole money. Then, didn't this girl sell it at a cheaper price? You can do the same. Sell it for the $500 that you lost. It was a remarkable solution. Jael gave a bright smile. Winter, hello, I saw your post on the second-hand marketplace. I'm looking to sell the semi-perpetual perfume, MX12, in a hurry. Me, oh wow, hello. How much are you thinking of? Winter, I can bring it down to $600. Keel and Yoram giggled, seeing her small revenge. Chapter 323. Another peaceful day. 5 pairs of eyes looked into Jael's watch. Jael, don't be too nice to her. That person was so mean to you in the end, so let's not be too kind, okay? Hearing that, Jael typed a message. Me, there won't be any more negotiations. What do you mean, you stupid Goldie? Of course you have to be nice. Me, but I can definitely promise you that the transaction will be done ASAP. Un. Why? You only know one and not two. Listen. Which do you think would be more annoying, starting off with swear words or getting closer by pretending to be nice and then backstabbing them? Oh wow, think about it. Wouldn't it be more shocking if we start politely and then swear at the very end? Honey, you really are evil scammer. I also love quick transactions. And I think 600 is a good price for me as well. Me. Thank you. It was Jael who had personally saved the opponent's number under the name Scammer. At this point, Jael was nervous because there would be a little authentication process, now according to Yu Jitae. She knew that deceiving a scammer would not be easy regardless of the scammer's age, not because that person was cleverer than her, but because those that were cautious of others' doubt were always more skeptical themselves. Scammer. Scammer. May I please see a photo of the item? As expected, it was here. But everything had already been prepared beforehand. Honey, she wants the photo. NN, here you go. One of Balm's friends at the association who was interested in decorating herself had the following perfume, and Balm had already received the picture from her. Scammer, wow, it's pretty much new. That was because the picture was taken at the time it was bought. Jael widened her eyes, hoping it worked, but that wasn't enough to answer the scammer's doubt. Scammer, can you please write your nickname and today's date and show it together? Scammer, there are too many scammers these days, you know, TT, ducking bullshit. Wish I could rip her tongue out. Oog, so shameless. It was Balm's job to make the fake proof, and she was the best suited for tasks like this. Naturally, the image matching that requirement had already been prepared. Scammer, thank you, it definitely is real. Scammer, thanks for letting me have a look. Okay, Jael raised her thumb and gave her a thumbs up, so Balm returned one back. Scammer, by the way, did you like the perfume when you used it? Me, yes, I did. Me, I used it only once to try out the smell, but I really do think it's a great perfume. The smell also stayed there until I removed it. Scammer, but if it's new and you liked it, why are you selling it at such a cheap price? Me, that's Jael stopped her fingers and hesitated. Now was the time to get close to her as Yoram had suggested. Jael contemplated. What should she write? Since all of her relationships till now were formed by others approaching her first, she did not know how to approach someone else. She told her sisters that she did not know what to say, and the kids immediately turned their gazes to Balm. Why are you looking at me? Honey, you're a super great at that. Yes, yes. No, that's not really the case, but Balm thought for a bit before adding more words. Jael, how about we add a beautiful story to the perfume? A story. Scammer. But if it's new and you liked it, why are you selling it at such a cheap price? Me. That's me. It's going to be a long story, but would you still like to hear it? Haha, scammer. What is it? I am curious. Me. Until recently, I couldn't get a job. Me. I really wanted to work, but I couldn't find a job for nearly 2 years. Because my qualifications are all quite mediocre, me. I had 50 interviews at least, and failed all of them. It's hard to find a job these days, me. But our house is not financially well off, so not being able to find a job for 3 years made it uncomfortable to sit around at home. I had no other choice, so I took an interview for a job at the red light district. But I just couldn't tell the truth to my family, so I told them I might find a job in retail, haha, scammer. Me. But my parents were so glad that their daughter could finally get a job, and they gave me a present. Me. They gave me this expensive perfume, scammer. RTT me. But something amazing happened. Me. At noon of the first day of my work at the red light district was my final interview at a different company. So I put on the perfume and went to the interview. Me. And like a miracle, I passed it, scammer. Oh wow, really? TT, scammer. Wow, a TT, me. Yes, but the new job I found has nothing to do with meeting customers, so I decided to sell it so that I could do something better for my parents with that money. Me. I believe it's a perfume that brings in luck, scammer. That's amazing, honey, TT. TT, scammer. I'm so happy for you, TT me. Thank you, TT. That was the end. Balm, who had been giving the lines to Jael with her eyes closed, slowly opened her eyes and found Yoram, Keel, and even Jael looking at her with a strange look on their face. My word, what a freak you are, I got goosebumps, Balm giggled in return. Was that okay? Honey, you are a bit scary, your lies come out like you're a vending machine. It was something random I made up. Seems it was okay. Yu Jitae was also quite amazed. Reselling was generally the result of some sort of dissatisfaction, so answering the question, why are you selling such a good item, was not an easy task. It forced the seller to point out the negatives of the item, but Balm decorated the reason with filial love instead and labeled it as a lucky item. At this point, even the buyer would consider the perfume special, and it was a truly exquisite lie considering it had been made up in just a few seconds. Scary Beach, meanwhile, Yoram was uncomfortable for a different reason as she continued glaring at Balm. Soon their eyes met, and Balm returned a faint smile with a wink, so Yoram felt even more uncomfortable. In any case, the scammer became a lot more friendly thanks to that. Scammer, yes, TT Annie, it's really great that you managed to find a good job, TT. TT. Congratulations, TT me. Thank you me. Hopefully it will bring luck to whoever. Jael, let's add a heart at the end. Me, hopefully it will bring luck to whoever buys it. All the preparations were now over. On the other hand, there was a doubt that struck Jael's mind as she was about to place the brick into the post box. She asked her Unis whether doing a revenge on someone that has done a bad thing to you was also a bad thing or not. The children showed mixed responses. I'm not too sure. It does seem to be a right thing thinking about all the shock we got, and how that person would be feeling happy from stealing our money, but if we have a way to get the money back, and if the opponent regrets it, isn't forgiving them always a more correct choice? Kiel expressed her doubt. Nonsense. Of course you need to return it tenfold. If it was me, I would have taken 10 times the money she stole from me, crushed her legs, and burned her house down. I'm not even joking. Honestly, I'm not that happy with what you're doing right now. Whereas Yoram agreed with the revenge. Jael, how did you feel when you got scammed? Meanwhile, Balm asked her a question instead. When I was scammed, Jael thought the world was crumbling before her eyes. The stolen money swam in front of her vision, and the animosity of someone she didn't even know was painful. Of course, she loved money as well, but did not like it so much that she would rely on such evil methods to earn money. How could she proudly call that her money? Shouldn't the scammer at least have an idea of that feeling as well? NN. So what you are doing right now isn't revenge, but punishment. Punishment, different from revenge. It is. A punishment is them paying for their sin, and a warning for them to stop doing such bad things. It was a difficult topic, without a clear answer. Jael had to ponder deeply for a long time before finally coming up with a conclusion. She decided to punish the scammer, so that there will no longer be victims like her. Baum's made-up story made the whole case more efficient, and Jael received the entire payment up front. The opponent trusted her so much that she would rather do that instead of using a safe transaction site to avoid commission fees. And in Seoul, Korea, at a certain elementary school, the scammer Jun Yoonji bragged to her friends, telling them that she bought that perfume. What, really? The same perfume that Kuchinapa used in the drama? Wow, that's amazing, I'm so jealous. Seeing envy dripping from the eyes of her friends, Jun Yoonji, who was quite clever for an elementary school student, wanted to spread this even further. Therefore, she chanted the magical words that would spread the news far and wide. Don't tell anyone else. It was done. Everyone should know it by tomorrow. Meanwhile, some of the friends expressed their doubts, wondering how she had managed to buy such an expensive perfume. Huh, oh well, my house is quite well off, right? Did your mum buy it for you? Pretty much, yeah. In fact, Jun Yoonji's household was extremely normal. It was an average household that would consider it ridiculous to buy a 4-0 perfume for their primary school daughter. However, Jun Yoonji had to lie about it to hide her scams. Wow, I am so jealous. My dad told me no. Ah, actually, can you lend it to me just once? Wait, me too, me too. The perfume artifact took quite some time to use, but the merit was that a fragrant scent would be left behind to last almost perpetually like body odor. Do you guys not know how much it is? Ah, right. Sorry, $50. Ha, for one use. The clever elementary student Jun Yoonji considered this an opportunity. She judged it would sell considering how it was a new product that would last a long time after using once. The next day, when all her friends got to hear the news, some of the famous students of other classes came to her with money in hand. Using the perfume Kuchinapa had used for just $50 was a plus for them. Before long, Jun Yoonji collected $500 with a bright smile. Although the perfume would be used quite a bit, it would last a long time with one use anyway, so it wasn't a bad business by any means. Hey, I heard you bought that perfume. Sorry. Ah, yes, I'm getting it first. After a few days, even the scary Unnie that repeated a grade came and gave her $60 to secure the first spot of the reservation. This Unnie was 1 year older than her. She was 14 years old. Jun Yoonji had long wanted to become friends with her, but couldn't approach her because of the intimidating aura she had, so it was a fortunate turn of events. The 13-year-old scammer, Jun Yoonji, vowed to herself. Everything was going the way she wanted. It was easy to earn money by deceiving the innocent fools. Things would be different if she were to get caught after turning 14 years old, so she simply had to save up a lot of money beforehand. Right, so now all she had to do was wait for the delivery, but Winter Annie, are you at work? This woman. She's replying kind of late today, chapter 324, another peaceful day for Winter. Ah, Winter. Sorry, haha, I am at the company right now, you see me. Ah, TT, are you at work? I was just curious when you'd be sending the perfume. She didn't get a reply, even until the end of that lesson, and the end of the lesson after that. Until lunchtime, she did not receive a single message back. Annie, what time does a company usually end? The elementary kid Jun Yoonji looked it up on the internet. It said 6 o'clock on the web, so the reply message should come around then. Even though she thought that, there was still doubt rising in a corner of her mind. Don't tell me there's no way, Winter. Ah, sorry for the late response. It's okay. You just entered a new company, so of course Yao'll be very busy. TT, Winter, thank you. I'll send the post tomorrow. Tomorrow's a weekend, so there's finally no work, haha. It will arrive by the day after that, if it was sent tomorrow. Jun Yoonji's future customers of the perfume would be borrowing the perfume after 4 days, so there was still enough time. However, Jun Yoonji still couldn't help but feel anxious. Annie, good morning. Did you have a good sleep? Me, winter honey. Are you sleeping in? Me. It's already noon, because it was taking longer and longer to get a reply. Was I scammed? Winterhoney didn't seem like the person to do such a thing, though even though she had no evidence to support it, that was the impression she got from those numerous interactions. It was that she was a nice person with a kind heart. Why would such a person scare me? Every passing hour made her lips drier than before. Jun Yoonji had already sent the money. The young scammer wasn't that experienced with spending a lot of money yet. It was the first time she had spent thousands of dollars at once, and she could easily remember how nervous she was when sending the money in. A 3, followed by a 6 and 2 zeros. Her hands had been trembling when she saw her bank account dropping down in a flash after pressing the OK button. All the money she had earned thus far had already been spent on things like a wallet, clothes, shoes, and makeup. But unlike how she had usually been scamming people for products worth $10 or $20, the recent case that was worth $500 was one that had required months of preparation and hesitation. And 500 was the borderline she decided on, because too much money would move the police. She had earned all that money through such hard work and research, and yet winter. What should I do, TT? Me. HWI. Me. Why, me? Did something happen? Winter. It seems I can't use my main bank account today because of a system security update. TT. Me. What? Me. Honey, I don't really know a lot about it, but me. How is that related to sending the post? Winter. I can't pay for the delivery fee. TT. Winter. Can you perhaps pay for me instead? It increasingly felt odd. The elementary school scammer, Jun Yoonji, did not know much about the main bank accounts, security system, and whatnot, but she could still feel that something was off. Me, yes, I'll pay for it. Like that, she had to pay $20 for the international post fee. Me, honey, winter. I live in the countryside, and public transport is already closed for today. Me. Sorry, winter. I should have messaged you earlier, but the delivery fee has been paid, so I can send the post straight away tomorrow morning. Me. But winter. Or can you maybe lend me $20 more? I can order the delivery drone to come pick it up. I will pay you back immediately as soon as the bank update is over. Jun Yoonji no longer had any money. Winter. It's okay, I'll send it tomorrow straight away, haha. Weird. Something was weird, something was very, very weird. Jun Yoonji's doubt budded like a flower. Winter. I suddenly got into a car accident, and I am in the hospital now, and it at last bloomed into one. Me. Honey, you're not lying, are you? Winter. TT, I am serious. She soon received a photo of a lady sitting in the hospital with her face covered. Jun Yoonji searched for the image online but couldn't find any duplicate. It seemed that the photo really was taken by herself, but even then, Jun Yoonji could not get rid of her doubt. How could all these things happen in the span of a few days? Does that even make sense? Me, honey. Me, honey. Me. Tell your family to send it instead. Me, it's worth $600. How can you draw this out so long? Me, I really need it right now. Me, honey. Me, why aren't you responding? Winter, Huck. TT, I am sorry, Q. But even at this stage, Winter continued with her sincere apologies. Winter, I'll send it to you tomorrow, TT. So Jun Yoonji felt like going insane from all the frustration. The person in question was saying she would send it, so why was it that so many incidents were interfering with it? And she couldn't rush or get mad at someone that was in a hospital either, so she felt like going crazy. Serves you right. On the other side, Balm bit her tongue and smiled. Yoonji, is the perfume here? Ha! Well, Jun Yoonji broke out into a cold sweat, but still managed to force a smile on her face. 4 days had passed already due to bank problems, transport issues, and car accidents, all happening at the same time, and the post was naturally yet to come. But fortunately, on the 5th day, Winter sent a receipt of the delivery post, so she only had to wait out 1 more day at this point. Jun Yoonji was so pissed off regardless of whether Winter was being honest or not, and had even thrown a bowl of rice at the ground at home, which led to a massive fight between her and her mum. You're lending it to us from today, right? Don't hide it and just show it to us. Me too. I bragged about it to my friends already. They came flooding her with queries, but she had already prepared her lines beforehand. Oh yeah, I was going to bring it today, but my mum wanted to use it for 1 day, so it'll have to be tomorrow. What? Aang. Wait, so you don't have it today? Sorry. I told you my mum bought it for me, right? So I had no choice. The clever child Jun Yoonji knew how people would readily swear at the person in front of them, but would still be reluctant to swear at their parents. If they don't swear at her parents, it would be an easy way to earn one more day. And if they do swear, all her friends will immediately gang up on that person for bad-mouthing someone else's parents. Even though she was still sweating profusely, she was inside the delusion that her clever self could control them any day. Quang! But that was when the wooden entrance of the room was kicked open with a loud thud as girls walked in. They were wearing such thick makeup on their face that they resembled kabuki actors and had frightening eyes due to their eyeliner going all the way to their temples. And standing at the center of those girls was the Unny that repeated a grade with lips so vibrant as if she had been eating raw meat till now. The smell of cigarettes spread across. While Jun Yoonji nervously tried to pacify herself, the Unny that repeated a grade placed a foot above her table. Or perfume. Yes, Unny, how are you? Why didn't you come to me? I gave you money. Do I have to look for you on top of that? Ah, the thing is the perfume is here, but my mum what? Ha 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 ha. They laughed out loud. Mum, she says. Ha ha, is she a kid? Are you shitting us right now? Oi. They simultaneously commented as four of their thunderous voices dug into her ears. Jun Yoonji bit her lips. I will lend it to you tomorrow for sure, Unny. I am really sorry. Of course you will lend it to me. But are you not going to pay me back for breaking your promise? Sorry. Give me back my $60. Then the perfume ill wait till tomorrow for you. She was one hell of a bully, but Jun Yoonji had to nod with a servile smile on her face because her elementary school life would be over if she were to make a straight face here. She inwardly poured out curse words at Winter while returning those $60, but it did not make her feel any better. That was when she suddenly realized something. Bring the perfume tomorrow. But doesn't the delivery come after the school starts? No, my life will be over then that night. Jun Yoonji had to urgently call the delivery company to change the delivery address to the school. Won't this make everyone know how this was a second-hand product? Wouldn't they notice how it was a lie that her mum had been using it for a day? Thinking that made her scared, but there was no turning back at this point, and she had to come up with another lie. It was well known how the class representative defied the Unny who had repeated a grade, and became fermented last month them. Finding out that this was a second-hand item was not the main problem now, and she had to lend the perfume tomorrow. Duck, but thanks to pulling an all-nighter, she managed to think of an excuse. The next day, as she was fretting about the delivery that had yet to come while worrying about the Unny who could come to her class any time at last, the watch of the elementary school scammer, Jun Yoonji, who even at this point had zero regard for the victims she had deceived, rang. Korean Post, we have arrived at the front of the school. Me, please leave it there. It was then. Quang. The door was pushed open with a thud as a group of girls entered the classroom while noisily chattering to themselves. The smell of cigarettes spread as the girl at the center shouted, Oi, perfume. Yes, Unny, it's here. What was that? My mum suddenly went overseas on a trip and posted it to me yesterday. Fortunately, it arrived at the school just then. That was Jun Yoonji's excuse. It was lunch time right now. Ignoring their gazes of disbelief, she went to the front entrance and received the delivery post. She could finally relax herself a little. There was a fair bit of weight to the post, and written on the box was the word, perfume. Although the surname of the sender was Yu and was different from her own last name, she could say it was the maiden name of her mother. It was a genius lie. Ah, it's finally here. Oh wow, your mum must be really busy. Her doubtful friends slowly gathered one by one. It was there. That perfume which Kuchinapa had been using inside the drama. Inside that very box. Oi, hurry up and open it. The Unny that repeated a grade rushed her with eyes dripping with greed. However, Jun Yoonji knew she would become the weaker one the moment she handed this to her. It was well known how the friend next door lent her a sticker which was now being borrowed perpetually against her will. Honey, this is really expensive. What? It's not just a few dollars. You have to give it back after you use it. Do I look like a thief to you? Please make a promise. She had to make a promise while she was the one with the upper hand. Her tough outburst gathered the eyes of her nearby friends who would serve as clear witnesses. Far out. Quite daring, aren't you? Jun Yoonji was frightened, but I get it, so hurry up and just open it. Even the Unny that repeated a grade had to lower her head a bit. At last, Jun Yoonji ripped the box open and NN. Inside the box was naturally the priceless perfume artifact MX12. Right, that was right. That had to be the case, even though it was oddly red. Had 3 holes. and looked like a rigid rectangular prism of stone, even though it was stunningly similar to the red brick she picked up at a nearby construction site on her way back home to send to someone else. It most definitely had to be MX12. Jun Yoonji, who was half out of her mind from the nervousness, raised the brick. She then handed it over to the unny next to her. You have to bring it back by tomorrow. Immediately after that, the unny that repeated a grade picked up the brick and raised it into the sky, so the friends had to intervene and separate the two of them. That day was the most shocking day in her entire life. The unny that snatched her glasses and demanded for her cheek, and her friends who faced her with scornful eyes despite pretending to be standing up for her after those times of shock and fear. She left school early to escape and found several new messages on her watch. Winter, haha, Winter. It felt good when you were scamming other people for money, right? Winter. How does it feel to be on the receiving end of it? Even at this point, the elementary school scammer wrote a message saying she wanted either the perfume or the $600 back, but could not send it. She was blocked. Another message came as she was about to turn the watch off. Winter, try doing something like that again. She wrote another message, but could not send that either. The memory of that day became a trauma, and ever since that, Jun Yoonji could not scam other people until the day of her death. Here's your $560. Jael received a bunch of notes with a bright smile on her face. There was a small incident, but that was in the past already. Thank you. Bending her back in a right angle, Jael gave Yu Jitae a deep bow. While she was at it, she went around the living room and bent her back to all her sisters that were sitting on the sofa. That was when Yu Jitae asked something out of curiosity. But why were you trying to buy that online? A memory crystal. A device that records down mana and saves it. With a shivering pair of eyes, Jael turned to her sisters. Yoram and Keel also looked back at her with a flustered gaze before stealing a glance at him. He wondered what was suddenly wrong with them, but that was when Balm came out to clear up the situation. It's nothing that big. What is it? Do you remember what happened when Jael was quite young? We went with the ranker, Mr. Myung Yangha, on a trip together to see the stars. I do. That seemed to have left quite the impression on her. She wanted to go stargazing again in the future, and the device is to leave that as a record. Hearing that, Yu Jitae turned towards Jael, who quickly nodded back with mismatching eyes that looked like oh for some reason. It was a slightly strange reaction, but all right. In that case, it will be better to see prettier stars instead of gazing at the sky here, right? I guess. I'll look into it. Jael had spent her entire fortune to buy it. Since that was how much she liked stars, it seemed that he would have to plan for a trip and look for a good place. That was the end of the incident. After that, Yu Jitae watched a movie with the kids. He could hear them laughing, whispering, caressing someone else's hair, as well as the humming sound of the cleaning protector. The smell of the cooked rice and the fragrant scent of the blooming flower gently filled the house as the stars flickered brightly on the night sky outside. Jael buried her head into his chest and stored the memories of the recent events into a corner of her head. It was yet another peaceful day at Unit 301. Chapter 325. One Sweet Holiday. 1. When I was young, Balm started off with a calm voice as her vacant eyes rested on the teacup. The flower petal floating on the clear tea moved left and right from the ripple created by her breath. A ray of sunlight was shining through the heaven-reaching trees, lighting up half of her face as her eyes glimmered with the color of nature. I liked my dad a lot. The old lady, Lee HWA, replied. First time hearing a story about your parents. Your dad must have been an amazing person, I assume. Yes, Dad was a really cool dragon. He was the most acknowledged out of the entire race and was a very romantic person. Although I can't remember it, that clearly now Lee HWA lowered her cup. She wasn't confused by the word dragon since Balm had already told her about it. The old lady leaned her ear to the story of the young dragon. My mum was a very greedy person. There is a grand schema, and you are the ones that will achieve it, is what she always told me and my younger sister. She trained us every day ever since we were born. I thought they generally don't teach anything to young dragons. How great of a plan was it for her to do that? I can't remember the details. My mother turned my memories hazy after something bad happened. Something bad. It was probably the death of my sister. Balm drank her tea and wetted her lips. I think my mother was too greedy back then. Our race had a lot of things broken down, and everyone was exhausted. For example, I lived a very hard life due to being forced to learn magic, and my sister was less talented than me. So hers was even harder. My dad always tried to stop her. Sometimes he got mad or tried to persuade her and pleaded with her to stop. However, my mum was stubborn and refused to do so. One day, they had a big fight. Dad cursed Mum and insulted her. I can't remember the details, but I think he also hit her quite severely. My mum was greatly hurt and bled. Back then, I was surprised Dad would do such a thing, but I also found my mum strange. And why is that? Lee HWA asked. Why is it that she would ignore the condemnation of her companion, whom she had spent thousands of years with, to stick to her goal? How important was this plan for her that she would stubbornly hold on to it? That was what I thought back then. It seems your mother did not stop until the very end. Yes, her mum did not stop. Even when Dad met a different female dragon and left us. Even though a green dragon spends their entire life with only one companion. My mum cried when she was left alone. Back then, her mum was like a king to balm a giant who would stand firmly in front of a big battle without wobbling even in the face of bloody hardships. Her crying and the overflowing emotions of sorrow were a great shock to Balm. Those were the things that happened to the young Balm straight after a big fortune. I see. Lowering her cup, Balm wrapped her arms around her knees. Clouds moved beneath the sun and dimmed the light that had been brightening up the forest. Balm's household began to crumble after that. Due to the increasingly difficult education of the maddened mother dragon, Balm and her sister were locked up. She could remember through her hazy memories how those times had been very difficult to endure. Did you resent your dad? Lee HWA asked. Balm replied with a gloomy voice. No, I resented my mum instead. Why is that? Dad left because my mum was the problem. But didn't you say your mother loved you guys? Yes. Then you should have at least consoled her and loved her back. Your dad even hit her, didn't he? Yes. Is that not considered wrong for dragons? No. It is a wrong thing. I know that in my head, but Balm looked at her 2 feet. Her white bare feet were the exact copy of human flesh, and she still found them slightly awkward at times. Being distracted by other things like this was because the memories of the time weren't fully intact. Even then, I still found my mum more resentful, and not my dad. After ruminating through the hazy fog of memories, Balm managed to remember what she had been thinking back then as a child. Mum did not actively try to stop Dad. She was discarded for having no more charm, but she did not try. Even when Dad was meeting another female, she did nothing but watch. I know this is not the right way to see things, but I still think it's all Mum's fault. She continued. If she didn't want him, then she shouldn't have cried in the first place, but she did, meaning she wanted Dad. But she did nothing but cry on her knees when Dad left, foolish and crude. Isn't she like a loser? I hated her sobbing sound, probably because she cried for years without an end. Balm serenely confessed her emotions of the time. If she was that sad, she should have thrown away the likes of Grand Schema and begged on her knees. She should have cried and begged him to not leave. Tell him, I can't live without you, desperately in front of his face, not to us young kids who knew nothing. If not, then she shouldn't have cried in the first place. We are green dragons, so Mum should have known it all beforehand. It all crumbled because Mum began crying like that. The grand schema she chose also wobbled, and we who were at the center of that plan also became miserable. Silently, Lee HWA observed Balm's face. Balm had a soft personality and rarely had a strong opinion. Like water in alcohol, alcohol in water, she was the type to let herself flow in the current. This was the first time Balm was showing such a strong opinion. I see. So what happened after that? So I hugged my sister, who was even younger than me, and I think this was what I told her. My dear sister, when we get older, 2317, let's not become like Mum. Argosy Observation Diary. Has the experiment day come already? Mayu was lying down on a large black dog. She seemed quite comfortable in the new expanded isolation chamber. Mayu read to her heart's content, exercised in a corner, and raised a large dog like a queen. Besides, she also had grade 0 agents waiting and serving her like servants. I am thirsty, she would say, and one of the agents would politely give her a cup of fresh water. You guys step outside. The grade 0 agents left the room. Her commands were extremely natural as expected of an adult black dragon. He looked around the messy isolation room before opening his mouth. Seems this new room isn't that bad to live in. What kind of summer feces of an ogre is this about? Is that something to say to a person locked away from freedom? She glanced at him with a disgusted gaze, making him have a sudden urge to pull those eyeballs out. However, it was him who had locked the black dragon of freedom and liberty, so he understood where she was coming from at least. All right, get up. We're heading to the lab. As Mayu stood up from the ground, the large dog spirit beast also raised its body and started wagging its tail and whimpering at its owner. SHHH, stay still. Mayu pushed the dog away with her hands, but the dog wagged its tail again without giving up. This time, Mayu pushed its face away with her foot. I told you to stay still. Season, you fool. But the regressor turned around, but Mayu was still staring at the dog. The large dog spirit beast clinged onto her and whimpered while acting cute. Wearing a frown, Mayu raised her foot and stepped on the dog's foot that was as large as a frying pan. The big dog jumped up in fright and yelped in pain. You have ears to hear, but lack the intelligence to understand my words. Season, if you run at me one more time, I will crush your two front legs and make a stew out of them. Only then did the dog spirit beast steal glances at her and crawl on the ground. Mayu turned back saying, let's go, while Yu Jitae dumbfoundedly asked her, what is this about? What do you mean? Ah, are you talking about Season? Season is the name of that dog. He's stupid and dense. An animal that can't understand anything I say. I wanted that instead of a puppet, but he's so disobedient that I gave him a name. I at least expected a lowly son of a beach to quietly wag his tail, but to think he would be that moronic, don't get me wrong. I am talking about Season, not you. He was lost for words and did not feel like discussing it any further. In any case, today was the third day of the experiment. She found it unpleasant to have her body ripped apart lying down, so this time he made her sit while leaning back for the experiment. Mayu dropped the gown she was wearing and revealed her naked body. Yu Jitae covered her eyes and took out a box of tools. The experiments themselves were quite straightforward. First experiment. He vivisected the origin fragment and confirmed the location as well as the operation of the authorities that were hiding behind the cracked shield, will of the Ancient One. Second experiment. Out of them, he identified the authorities that were essential for sending the baby dragons back. Long-distance dimensional intersection, emergency summon, and infant dragon protection, and where they were. And today, the third experiment. Yu Jitae was planning on having a deeper look at the two functions, emergency summon and long-distance dimensional intersection, to see what it was that allowed such a long-distance travel, as well as the accurate coordinates of the other world, Ascalipha located in the distant dimension. Yu Jitae placed his hand on top of her skin and confirmed the location of the heart. Knife going in. She didn't reply. Like a stringless puppet, she stayed still and endured the experiment without saying anything as always. Opening the bone. Her breaths weren't equally paced. Whenever there was a ripple in her breath, Yu Jitae stopped his hands and waited a little. You'll feel a prick on your heart. Dragons could erase their physical senses, but could not ignore a direct impact to the dragon heart and the origin fragment. Her breath would occasionally pause from pain, but it was something unavoidable despite his consideration. In any case, Mayu calmly withstood the pain like the other experiments, and thanks to that, he was able to cut open the parts that were hiding the emergency summon and long-distance dimensional intersection with ease. However, there was a problem. The will of the Ancient One was protecting the two organs like a barrier. The overall will of the Ancient One covering the origin fragment was cracked, but the organs that were linked to the hatchlings were still enclosed. It was like the front entrance of a house being open, but with the rooms locked. Why was it like this? He wondered and soon came up with a hypothesis. It was because Mayu was an adult dragon. The organs that had been functioning properly when she was a hatchling closed after becoming an adult, while the will of the Ancient One, protecting the entirety of the origin fragment, cracked some time after that. But this looks breakable, he murmured. Unlike the will of the Ancient One that protected the entire origin fragment, the will that was covering the two small organs was comparatively smaller and had a significantly lower status. Yu Jitae tried all sorts of methods to destroy the mini-will of the Ancient One. The experiment continued for 3 to 4 hours. He used a hammer, a chisel, a knife and poison, but the will of the Ancient One remained tough. My nemesis, it was then. Mayu, who had been staying still like a dead person, suddenly opened her mouth. Raising his eyes, Yu Jitae looked at the blindfolded test subject. What? It is taking a lot longer than usual, by far. Not your business. Yu Jitae cut her words off and moved his hands again. That went on for another 3 to 4 hours. He used an electric saw, fire, explosion, and other methods to break it, but they all failed. However, he did succeed in finding the method that would destroy the will of the Ancient One. The issue was with the protective system, which human brains could not understand. But Yu Jitae had an authority that could allow humans to understand incomprehensible concepts. It was the authority, conceptualization, SS, which he had stolen from the Black Dragon Lord Yu Jitae. If he used this to change an incomprehensible concept into a comprehensible concept and solve the problem there, it would crack the will of the Ancient One. My nemesis. What now? When is this coming to an end? He was too focused on the experiment that he neglected her. Mayu barely uttered those words while gasping for breath. Wait, make it quick. Does it hurt? Indeed, and a little annoying. Sorry, but there's still some left. That was when Maya's small arm came over and pushed his face away. Her fumbling fingers found his ear and grabbed it. That's enough, you detestable one. What are you doing? Let go. I will not let go. How could you make it 8 times longer than the 2 previous experiments? It is painful. Stay still. This will only stall the experiment. However, he couldn't concentrate on the experiment after that due to Mayu constantly twisting her body while pushing him away with her hands. Stop, go away now. Calm down, calm down. Get this blindfold out of my sight. There is a line to everything. Or did I not ask you to not abuse me more than necessary? And you agreed. No matter how I see it, this is over the top. I'm telling you to go away. She desperately tried to push him away, and the power of an adult dragon was nothing to scoff at. He wanted to give her a slap, but that might result in a big injury, so he couldn't even do so. Yu Jitae tied her 2 hands and held it in the air while using his other hand to press her thigh down. She retaliated so much that it made him consider tying her up at the start of every experiment from now on. It would waste his time if her wound was to close right now, so he had no choice but to give her a carrot. Look, I got it. What do you get? I will make the next outing longer than usual, so hold on a bit more. It's almost done. 4 days. What? Give me 96 hours. Don't tell me you think 4 days is too much. Aren't you making me suffer 10 times more than usual right now? All right. Only then did Mayu turn still. Her body sometimes shivered, but those were just instinctive wriggles. The body was simply wriggling from the pain on reflex like a knee jerk. After 10 hours of experiment, Yu Jitae came to a conclusion. This is impossible to break without conceptualization, SS. In other words, it was breakable with conceptualization, but it would probably take quite a long time. After recovering from the experiment, Mayu requested for a 4-day vacation to Yu Jitae. Unlike the kids who were leading a stable daily life right now, Mayu required a closer supervision and was not someone he could leave to the clone. Therefore, Yu Jitae sent Clone 1 to the dormitory, while he himself would be observing Maya's holiday. Damn it. Spending 4 days together with a disgusting black dragon, he could imagine the dreadful future waiting ahead of him. Chapter 326, One Sweet Holiday Too, Oi. In response to Yu Jitae's voice, the purple pair of eyes turned towards him. About your vacation, how about you go a week after? Why is that? Your body is currently in a relatively bad state. This experiment was long and strenuous. It must have been quite a burden on your body, and your dragon heart hasn't fully recovered yet, meaning you practically can't use any mana. Are you saying I might get injured if I leave on a vacation now? That probably won't happen, but your body is no different from a human body right now. There is a small possibility of a problem. Mayu raised her middle finger in response. I will be going out. He was feeling bitter on the inner side of his tongue when Mayu suddenly began to laugh. What's so funny? My nemesis, you were the very one that personally used those hands of yours to shred my heart with a knife, and yet you are pretending to be worried now. Do you have the right to be worried? Your detestable words were so disgusting they made me laugh. Yu Jitae turned and observed the room. Unfortunately, there was no hammer or anything like that. Leave this room now. There are plenty of things I must prepare. Prepare for what? It has been several months since I've been locked in this place, and this will be my first time going outside for an extended period of time. The mere thought excites me. Finishing her words, Mayu turned around and gave several commands to the Grade Zero agents that were waiting silently in a corner of the isolation chamber. Seeing Yu Jitae, who was still waiting in the room, she scoffed at him and said, "Are you not leaving? But then again, there is no way you would understand how it feels to be locked up." He knew far too well how it felt. After having the Grade Zero agents leave the room, Mayu looked back at Yu Jitae with her hands carrying a dress. It was the one-piece dress she had bought in her second outing, which she found interesting, because she had not seen similar clothing in other dimensions. Yu Jitae was still inside the room when Mayu suddenly began to lower the gown. She stopped for a little before asking, "Are you planning to watch?" Her clothes started to drop again, so Yu Jitae turned around and walked out of the room. He didn't tell the kids about the 4-day holiday because Balm didn't seem to be in a good shape. Yu Jitae knew she was in an unstable state right now. To be exact, he noticed something was off by observing Yurum tended to look at Balm with anxious eyes from time to time. It must be related to the onion core, meaning that Balm was probably worried about him leaving. How would she react if he were to spend 4 days outside with a female, which Balm would be concerned about Dragon? She would probably be put in a very bad mood. There is one problem, however, my lord. What is it? Jael seems to be able to distinguish us too. Oh no. Right when he was at the Tranquil Sea with Yuram, Jael was able to tell that Clone One was a fake. Balm was considerably more quick-witted than other dragons, so something Jael noticed would not be able to escape her eyes. Yu Jitae had to make Clone One more like Yu Jitae. That was why he modified the clone a few days ago. Shadow of an Archduke, SS, second form, complete imitation. By killing more of the personality that each of the clones had, it would make them act and think more like Yu Jitae. The downside would be that the transmission of memories and of voice communication would be impossible with the complete imitation form on. But Earth was a world with a generalized real-time electronic communication method. Yu Jitae notified the clone with his watch. "I'm going. Yes, sir. Call me any time when there's a problem. Understood. What I would like to do now is observe humans." Like how she had been curious about the history of scientific development, Mayu again showed interest in something that was similarly strange at a glance. "I have been alone for a very long time, and am curious to see how the relationships of humans living on Earth function. Let me see them in action." It was a difficult request, trying to see the relationships of humans out of curiosity. It made him wonder if Earth was but a large zoo in the eyes of dragons. To observe humans, it had to be an urban area, and tourist attractions were the places with the most number of people. Therefore, Yu Jitae took her and headed to Paris, France, the center of Europe's tourism. Yu Jitae dropped her there. "I'll warn you ahead of time. If you cause a fuss, bewitch people, kill, or do anything of that sort, your holiday will immediately come to an end regardless of the remaining time. I will take you back to the isolation chamber and lock you up again, regardless of the remaining time." "Yeah, does that mean it is fine to kill people 1 minute before going back?" Yu Jitae frowned after hearing her words. She then slowly poked her tongue out and showed off her red tongue in a seemingly teasing manner. "My amusement is none of your business." Then she began to calmly walk down the street, and even though he was discontent, he nonetheless followed from behind with a step in between them. Maya's tour was similar to everyone else's tour, but unlike other tourists, the target of her observation were humans. Her eyes were on the tourists, even when walking between the tall and antique buildings. She watched the artists and spectators in streets filled with beautiful artworks. And even when buying an ice cream at a street stall, Mayu gazed deeply at the stall keeper. As they blankly looked into each other's eyes, the white man working at the stall suddenly started absent-mindedly staring at her face after handing the ice cream. He seemed bewitched. Slam! Something suddenly struck Mayu on the back of her head, and she almost dropped the entire ice cream. Mayu, who had been smacked on the back of her head, slowly raised her head and turned towards him. "What are you doing?" "That is my question. What are you doing?" "What did I do? I told you to not bewitch humans. I have not done such a thing." "Then why was the man looking at you like that?" "Because I am a dragon." Yu Jitae hurriedly cut off the sound as Mayu blabbered without any restraint. "Male dragons are handsome, while females are beautiful, and that is why merely looking at our faces is a bewitching experience. That is what polymorph is intended to be like." "Are you saying the stall keeper was staring at you because you were pretty?" "Yes." A dragon's authority and their ability to convey memories was extremely secretive and difficult to sense. However, he could sense the truth behind her words, so Yu Jitae opened his mouth with a sigh. Let me apologize. No, I do not need apologies. What? Mayu suddenly walked up to him. He stayed still trying to see what she was trying to do as Mayu began to rub the soft, serve ice cream onto his shirt. It dyed his black coat into white. Because I will not apologize either. Without stopping there, Mayu threw the ice cream cone up towards his chin, so he tilted his head to avoid it. In that instant, he looked around. A hammer, a brick, fire extinguisher, steel chair, whatever it is, he needed some tool that wouldn't kill her. Unfortunately, he couldn't find such a tool, so he had to suppress that urge and endure it. However, he could still move his foot to trip Mayu as she was about to walk past him. Startled, Mayu thrashed her arms around while falling down. Her head was the first to hit the ground, and it resulted in a louder and heavier thud than he had expected. He had overlooked how her body was pretty much broken and couldn't use mana. The issue was that she did not know how to react when falling down because dragons in general would never fall down in their lives. For a long time, Mayu stayed lying down with her face buried on the ground. She slowly raised her body and shook her head left and right to drop the dust. She looked back at him with blood flowing from both of her nostrils. This will warrant an apology. There was imminent killing intent gleaming in her eyes. Something was bound to happen considering the temperament of the black race. Even though a being at a level creating a problem wasn't anything to be bothered about, he still apologized, following the boundary of daily lives. I do apologize. Only then did Mayu point at the fountain nearby with a slightly more composed expression. Go drive your nose into the lake and kill yourself. Her nose did not recover by itself since she still couldn't operate her mana. Yu Jitae made her sit next to the fountain and took out the Guardian's first aid set from his dimensional storage before handing it over to Mayu. However, Mayu merely blinked her purple eyes with the ointment and bandage in her hands. She did not know how to use an ointment nor a bandage. Do you not even know how to use this? Because I've never needed them. At least you should know how to use an ointment. How do you open it? Do I rip it apart? Mayu grabbed the ointment with both of her hands and began to twist it, but there was no mana to support her strength. She naturally had insufficient power to break the case of the ointment that was made with metal. Oi, are you really stupid or something? Do you not see the lid on top? I do, but it does not open. This time she tried to pull the cap open. Why are you pulling that? Then what? Twist to open it. You fool. When he irritatedly heaved a sigh, Mayu stopped her hands. She looked at him with a stern look on her face and with eyes dripping with hatred. Soon, she lifted the ointment into the air and threw it into the water. Splash! What are you doing? Whose fault is this to begin with? Pick it up, before I get mad. Will you harass me again if you get mad? Try it, try it. Why do I have to be called a fool because of someone and this damn lid? Ub. She could not continue her words anymore. Mayu seemed extremely upset. Due to her rising blood pressure, her nosebleed intensified and flowed into her mouth. She began spitting the blood onto the bright beige-colored road, causing the passers-by to glance at them. There was no other option. Left with no other choice, he picked up the ointment from the lake, twisted the cap open, and put a heap of cream onto a cotton swab and brought it closer to her face. Stay still. What are you trying to do? Mayu slightly pulled herself back. You need to put this ointment on to heal yourself. Will that really close the wound? Yes, so just stay still. Wait, it has a very different smell to the one I know. Mayu, who had been calm even when there was a knife cutting her chest, twisted her head and avoided the white ointment that had a peculiar scent to it. She appeared to be repulsed by the unknown substance. He felt irritated once again. It would be so much easier if he grabbed her by the hair and applied the ointment, but that would cause her blood pressure to rise again and make her nostrils into broken faucets. Yu Jitae pondered for a bit. How do you make people do things they do not like? After ruminating on the topic, he soon remembered what happened with Yoram in the past. He lifted his killing intent to shape it into a dagger and slashed at his own hand. It slashed the skin open as blood oozed out. Maya's gaze appeared to be questioning what he was doing as he applied the ointment onto his hand. The wound quickly began to close. Seeing that, she finally turned quiet. Moving his extremely reluctant hand, he applied the ointment on the bridge of her nose, which had a large scratch, and covered it with a bandage. Mayu had her eyes closed tightly and appeared to be holding in her displeasure. He was the same. He wasn't doing this because he wanted to. But after all that, as he was about to retrieve the first aid kit, Mayu reached out. That thing, give it to me. What? Give me that thing with the strange smell. Ujidi gave her the ointment. Twist, twist, no matter how much she twisted it, the cap did not open. Why is this not opening? You have to press it. The cap, why do I have to press on the cap so that kids don't open it? Why? It's flammable, dangerous, and expensive. What a mysterious design. At that moment, Ujidi felt strange. Why was he kindly explaining all these things? It seemed to be a habit he earned due to answering the questions of Keel and Jayal all the time. In any case, this time Mayu pressed on the cap while twisting it at the same time, and something remarkable happened. The lid, which had remained firm regardless of everything she had done, opened all too easily. Her purple eyes widened a little. He was about to take it back from her, but that was when she suddenly stood up. Follow me, but not too closely. Mayo faced Ujidi with the same disgusted gaze, but she seemed to have taken a liking to the ointment. Her one-piece dress did not have any pockets, and she couldn't use mana to open the dimensional storage. So Mayu walked with her hand, tightly holding onto the ointment, all the way until they found a place to sleep in at night. Chapter 327. One sweet holiday, 3, Argosy, we received a newsletter from Jayal's school regarding the student council training excursion. Argosy, who do you think will be the best opponent for Yoram's next fight? Argosy. Keel that day, she looked for Ujidi more often than usual. He was the same as always with a hazy look on his face. He gave dull replies and made appropriate judgments. Even though none of the other baby dragons found anything strange about him, Balm vacantly stared at Ujidi. In the evening, she and Keel had something to ask him for. Argosy. Yeah, I'll go outside for a bit with Keel. Go where? There was a place Keel had been wanting to go to for a while. It's a cherry blossom festival, and it looks like there will be a lot of spirit beasts coming to the festival. How about you go 3 days after instead of the next few days? The cherry blossoms have started withering already, and it'll be hard to see them after 3 days. No, stay at home for a few days. Why? Just stay home. Keel turned to Balm with blinking eyes, while Balm nonchalantly gave a nod. Okay, Balm took Keel and was on the way out of Ujidi's room, but she suddenly stopped and opened her mouth. By the way, Argosy. Yeah, you're looking at your watch a lot today. The two of them looked into each other's eyes. You're overthinking things. After returning to her room, Balm bit her fingernails. Chomp, chomp, she had been skeptical all morning, but that just then made her certain. That is not Ujidi. Every moment and time she had spent with Ujidi was arranged in her mind in chronological, locational, and behavioral orders. It was a habit she had picked up ever since she planned on making him back into a human, and she became ever so sensitive after he started holding affection for her. Balm was assured, based on all those reasons, that Ujidi would never touch his watch as often as today. In fact, he was even fidgeting with the watch right when she left the room, and he appeared to be contacting someone. Is it a big deal to touch a watch for communication? Others might think that and gloss over it, and in truth, Clone One found nothing wrong with his own actions despite having the memories of Ujidi. However, Balm certainly felt something was off. In certain areas, she knew more about Ujidi than Ujidi himself. Ujidi was a transcendent. Even though he might be temperamental at times and act based on his mood, his actions at times that are not affected by his emotions are precise and equal like the cogs of a machine. His breath, stride, pulse, and so on. So connecting straight to his watch, every time he ended a conversation with the kids despite there being no outside factors like emotions in this normal daily life, how isn't that bizarre? Balm thought to herself. Then who is that person who looks like a spitting image of Opar? He was probably his substitute, who used to occasionally appear at Unit 301 in the past. Opar's substitute, who had been eating the tasteless food in his stead. The reason Ujidi left the substitute here without saying anything must be because he had to leave for a bit, and there is most certainly a reason why he had to leave. Whether he was alone or with someone else, there also has to be a reason why he kept it a secret. After finishing her line of thought, Balm pulled open the curtains which she had left closed for a long time and gazed off into the distance. She could see a full moon. The sky was clearer than usual and was especially brighter than normal, with countless stars embroidered on the sky. There would usually be clouds covering parts of the sky, but there was not a single obstacle hiding the moon tonight. In her eyes, it looked quite romantic, so much so that it would be a waste to stare at it alone in that instant. Balm stood up from her seat. Hotel room 10 p.m. Yu Jitae was checking the messages from Clone One when Mayu murmured with her eyes staring outside the window. The moon is beautiful. She was sitting on the chair, staring into the bright moonlight. He had never considered the moon pretty, but if the kids were to see the moon tonight, they probably would have called it beautiful. Are you really going to spend the night here? He didn't reply. I am sure I told you to get 2 rooms. Are you going to sit there the whole time? It is so unpleasant to my eyes that I cannot fall asleep. He was in the same room to supervise Mayu. Although it wasn't impossible to supervise her, even if he was in a different room, it was small elements like these that connected directly to one's attitude. Go to sleep already. It is night time. Do not tell me what to do. I will do so when I feel like it. It was an irritating day for him. If the one in front of him wasn't the black dragon with a cracked will of the ancient one, Yu Jitae would have smashed Mayu to death multiple times. Yu Jitae glared back at Mayu, who scoffed in response. My nemesis, you sure do consistently hate me. Stop speaking and go to sleep. But Mayu wasn't happy about Yu Jitae's consistent attitude throughout the whole day either. Tucking her black hair behind her ear, she continued on. Truly strange, is it not? Your hatred when we first saw each other was over the top, and despite harassing me already, you look keen to hate me even more. He didn't reply back. You said you hated our entire race. Right, some world got destroyed by a black dragon, was it? That's the nature of a black dragon, and that's why you hate any dragon of the black race. Was that what you said? Shut your mouth and sleep. No, I will not sleep. Think about it. Is that enough of a reason to hate me? Yu Jitae, who had been quietly looking at his watch, frowned. His eyes filled with irritation, looked up and reached Mayu. The way you treat me is beyond cruel. I am too frustrated to fall asleep and am discontent with this situation. Thus my question, sleep. If you tell me I will, so speak. Even if you hate our race, is that a reason for me to be detested by you? Mayu closed her mouth tightly after stopping her words. Yu Jitae's expression as he glared at her suddenly made him look like a mass murderer. He didn't reply as the room turned oddly silent, and Mayu could not guess what was going through Yu Jitae's mind. Mayu, I will say this one last time. Lie down, put your blanket on, and close your eyes. Her eyes widened as her heart began to beat faster. But even then, she retaliated without falling back. Is overbearingly forcing me the only thing you can do? Are you just a poor talker, or do you have nothing to say to rebut my logic? You cannot even reply, and I will just be harassed by you because of your petty, narrow-minded, and stereotypical way of thinking. Am I wrong? Ah, how many poor existences there must be that got their lives ruined by you. It was then. Yu Jitae dashed forward and grabbed Mayu by the hair as she groaned. Ah, what is this for? Let go. Come here. Yu Jitae pulled her hair and walked forward. She helplessly got pulled over with her bum dragging across the floor. He fully opened the curtains and pushed her head towards the glass window of the hotel room. They were on the 24th floor, and a forest of buildings was revealed in front of the superhuman and the dragon. Let go. You detestable human. Do you see it? See what? Look. Mayu had an increasingly bigger fit, so Yu Jitae dropped her hair. Crumbling down onto the floor, she finally turned her gaze outside the window. 4th District H. Tel de Ville. The large road connecting from the rivers of Seine were filled with starlight. There were people that were each raising a torch. Seeing that, Mayu frowned. What is the galaxy on the ground, connected all the way to H? Tel de Ville, the city hall of Paris, and hanging on the city hall alongside the French flag was the flag of Australia. Forever Australia, the incident that had shocked the entire world a few months ago. The catastrophe of Australia. Did you say putting you on the same level as other black dragons and harassing you is a wrong thing to do? I'm narrow-minded, was it? Hundreds of thousands of casualties, billions of dollars in human and material damage. Paris wasn't the only city with this assembly. People gathered once every month ever since the incident all around the globe to cherish the memories of the victims of the Australian disaster. Yu Jitae replied with an apathetic voice. You're not wrong. Mayu glared at him with a venomous look on her face, but Yu Jitae merely looked down at her with the same hazy expression. 875, 0 deaths, and 170, 0 destroyed households. Those are the people you have wretchedly killed. And what about it? You killed them, but it has nothing to do with you in your mind, does it? That's what every other black dragon was like. So then, what is the difference between you and them? From my experience, all the black dragons were the same as you. They kill people, devastate the land, and pretend like it's the most natural thing for their race. However, I wish that wasn't the case for you when I first saw you. What? Did you think making you like this had been my initial goal? Bewitching people with brainwash, shooting the downfall to attack the association as Q, destroying the Tower of Mages. Those were fine. He was only interested in the survival of the entire humanity and had no interest in the deaths of individuals. I was going to overlook it. Was it because she had purple eyes? Maybe. Was it because of the daily life he learned while living with the baby dragons? Perhaps that was the case. It was on a whim. Mayu was given a chance to be treated as a person from Yu Jitae, but wasn't it you who ruined it with your own hands? However, Mayu didn't seem convinced. Then how are you any different from us black dragons, huh? This land was supposed to be my nest. You ruined my plan, and all I did was damage my nest a little in a fit. What is the issue there? Words alone wouldn't be enough. Yu Jitae once again grabbed Mayu. Her sloppy gown was about to be undone, but neither of them were interested in something like that. Raising Mayu, he jumped out the window. Feeling the descent, Mayu groaned. Open your eyes. In a flash, Yu Jitae and Mayu were standing in the middle of the assembly. Although Mayu was wearing a gown and standing barefoot on the road, none of them spared a glance at her, even though only the torchlight had been visible in a distance. There were also signboards in this place, and written on them were messages such as "We loathe monsters. We will not forget the war, and we will grieve with Australia." Some of them were even carrying portraits of the deceased. It had the names, faces, and ages of the unfortunate victims that were announced by the Australian federal government, and there were also short descriptions about them next to their pictures. Pushing her face in front of the portraits, Yu Jitae whispered into her ears. Polcheski, who was concerned day and night about making the best clothes, hope the angels of the sky cover you with their garment. You guys are always the same. Every one of your actions lead to destruction. Smith of the blueberry farm, who had worked diligently on the farm, the seeds you have sowed this summer will bloom next year without fail. Like a virus planted by nature, you pollute everything you touch and kill it. Our little angel Haraban, who just started to walk. It was too early for those wings, but wish you can fly freely over there. And yet when I rip their limbs in half, break their necks, and ask them, this is what they always say: have a look at my memories. Devoted daughter Flera, who quit the college of her dream to help her sick mother. The dwarves of the land attacked me first. Mother Alicia, who had always felt sorry for her daughter. Those elves made me angry first. May your family live happily in the painless heaven. It was to protect myself, seeing those memories, and in the face of the tragedy she had caused. The voices of the black dragons, she knew nothing of that. She could see inside Yu Jitae's memory, were awfully similar to her own. Do you still think you are different from other black dragons? I attacked Earth because I was in a bad mood, was not a valid excuse. Revealing her fangs, Mayu turned her face away with a face resembling a devil. However, Yu Jitae grabbed her chin and cheeks with a tough grip. Don't turn your face away. Let go, look closely at what you have done yourself. Even at this moment, this black dragon had no sense of guilt. She was just annoyed by the fact that she had to look at the consequences of her actions. Why? There was no reason. It was simply because Mayu was a black dragon. Don't forget your position, Mayu. You were long supposed to die, and yet I've kept you alive. You were discontent with the isolation, so I moved the room for you, and I let you leave every time you want to. I give you an inch, and now you whinge for a mile. The reason he was treating her this nicely was because of the daily life he learned by living with the baby dragons. However, this was not Yu Jitae's original method. You try babbling nonsense one more time. I will chase you out of your nest, skew your hands and feet on a stick, and leave your flesh inside out for an experiment any day. You will wish to regain these privileges when that happens, but won't ever be able to retrieve them. But it was then. Yu Jitae suddenly looked off in the street after sensing something from a place not so distant from where he was at. He could sense Balm's aura. You Balm. Why is she frowned in thought, but that created a tiny gap. Don't make me laugh. A dragon fear powerful enough to shred one's ears resonated across. The people forming the assembly turned towards her in surprise and found Mayu kicking a nearby incense after escaping from his grip. The portraits of the deceased, the heartfelt gifts and letters written in tears all scattered and fell. Chapter 328. One Sweet Holiday. 4. The impulse was greater than usual and bitterness rolled beneath his tongue. His chin clenched as he repeated opening and closing his hand to control the power behind his grip. If he were to move based on his mood, he might end up killing Mayu. His attitude towards her had been that way from the start, and there were too many reasons why this peculiar relationship might go south. He had learned how to control his emotions to achieve his goal, but in the face of uncontrollable impulse, he was no different from a beast who had to suppress its instinct. What about all this? Ha! So what if these pathetic insects die? How dare you try to make me submit just because of something so insignificant? Mayu yelled as if she had gone insane. A kick made the table fly off as the watchers slowly began to wake up from their shock. That woman. Oi, are you not sane? Stop it right now. What do you think you're doing? She reached her arm out, but could not use any magic, so instead, she raised a broken piece of a vase to threaten the surrounding astonished people. She was driven mad already. Even though her body refused to move according to her will, she still tried to attack them. Do you not hear me telling you to go away? You damn bugs. He was still overly stimulated. This was the first time in the seventh iteration that he had been so annoyed. The impulse didn't subside with ease, and he wasn't confident in not killing her. Please stop. Is she on drugs? This young lady has gone completely insane. When the senseless ones threatened Mayu by raising their voices, she held the vase piece tightly with her two hands. Her eyes sunk, and without any omen, she suddenly began rushing towards them. The vase knife closed in. Is she going to stab me? Is she? Ah, huck! That was when Yu Jitae stood in front of Mayu firmly like a wall of steel. With the vase piece still in her hands, Mayu fell back and rolled on the ground. Mayu was like a sugar cane to him, a sugar cane shaking violently. He wasn't confident in not crushing it with a touch. You accursed human. Collapsed on the ground, Mayu shouted. How are you any different from our race? And how are you different from me? Aren't you also harassing me to obtain what you wish? The one to blame for everything I am doing is you. And yet you dare judge me. How do you ever have the right to do so? By what right do you dare judge me? His eyes twitched, but his mouth remained closed. I do not care about my race or anything anymore. I cannot continue living like this and will instead die. By my hands. She had no mana and could not stop her own heart. Mayu thus lifted the vase piece and pointed it at her own throat, and Yu Jitae had no choice at this point but to move. In order to not kill her, he relaxed his hand as much as possible. Knife hand strike D. Bam. Maya's body came to a stop. At the same time, she started falling back towards his body, about to be embraced. That was when mana began to gather in a dot in midair. Maya's dragon fear had reached and resonated way too far, and Balm's presence that had been nearby rapidly closed in. Immediately, Balm appeared in front of them. It was Teleport S. Yu Jitae was supporting a black-haired woman with his arm in front of Balm's eyes. Her gaze shifted from Yu Jitae to Mayu, and back to Yu Jitae. He brought Mayu and Balm and returned to the hotel. There were 3 mouths, but none of them said a single word, and the room was therefore silent. Mayu asked him, how do you ever have the right to do so? He did not answer her last question. In fact, there was nothing he could say in response, because there was nothing wrong with Maya's words. Those who condemn must be sinless. Those who strike others for being a sinner must be clean themselves, at least that's how it must appear to those seeing it. And in that regard, the regressor had no right to condemn someone. His life was no different from Mayu or the black dragons. He obtained what he wanted to obtain, and unhesitatingly carried out actions that might seem sinful in that process. Mayu killed people, but the regressor killed even more people. Black dragons destroyed worlds, but the regressor destroyed even more worlds. And yet here he was condemning Mayu, and had not been feeling repulsed by such a paradoxical deed. He simply thought to himself upon realizing it that he was yet again doing something contradictory. In the past, he didn't want to live like this, but he had been living this way for far too long already. Regrets do not bring anything back, and he wasn't the type to linger on things that cannot be retrieved. However, such emotions tended to arise at times after starting to live a daily life. These things called emotions were exceedingly outside his control. Whenever it rose up, he had to close his eyes and muddle his thoughts, like what he had always been doing. He reopened his eyes and saw Balm. Balm was sitting on the sofa of the hotel room without leaning on the backrest or twisting her legs, and merely had both of her hands resting on her lap with her eyes fixed on the ground. She was wearing an outstretched t-shirt. shorts, slippers, everything she usually wore at home. He had just asked Clone One for an explanation. There was a flower blooming in Yu Balm's room. It was a flower that had existed from the first time I had stepped into Unit 301 and had an abundant amount of Yu Balm's aura. She seems to have saved a lot of her aura inside it over the past 5 years. Although it was remarkably crafted, it has now withered. A highly precise manipulation of mana, so brilliant it even deceived the shadow of an archduke for a split second. Even though she had been preparing for 5 years for this one moment, it was nonetheless a masterful feat. That was why the regressor had to face a situation he had not been expecting. What's with that flower? Balm slowly opened her mouth in response as her voice echoed, resembling a breeze flowing past the grass. It's something I started growing from the first day I was kidnapped to run away. You got me. Even though I knew you were a genius at using mana, I wasn't expecting you to be able to deceive me. Power had an endogenous origin, and it was hard to clearly see through it before being released honestly. He was quite impressed. He had always considered Balm a genius at magic, but he had to edit his opinion a little today. Balm's talent had exceeded the normal threshold. He wasn't trying to blame her, however. Balm stayed silent, so he continued. So why did you come here? I came because I was worried. Because of the onion core. Yes, I told you there's nothing to worry about. Balm slowly shook her head in silence. And how did you come here? I saw Providence. Soon, her gaze slowly traveled up from the ground to Mayu, who was lying down on the bed. He remembered the things that had happened with Carrot Girl in the past. There was nothing he was guilty of, but he still felt the need to explain the situation. That is the black dragon, you know. And as you said, it's a female. Yes. Usually it's kept isolated at the association's underground isolation room and is used as an experiment subject. It gets a short vacation after every experiment because the black race has trouble staying in one place. And this holiday will go on for 4 days, including today. Yes, it's an adult, around 500 years old, and the name is Mayu with a dirty temperament like every other black dragon. However, it's crucial for an experiment, so it has to be kept alive. And that is why it gets treated humanely, although limited. Yes, I am here as a supervisor. It is such a dangerous entity that I am the only one that can do it, so there is nothing to misunderstand here. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes. She turned her eyes towards him, her head slightly tilted to the side as her grass-colored hair flowed down from her shoulders. Yu Jitae observed the muscles around her eyes. There was no quivering, and it meant that she wasn't anxious. Did you really understand everything I told you? Yes. He looked at her opened mouth. She didn't lick her lips, meaning that she wasn't nervous. Are you less worried now about what happened with the onion core? However, she did not reply to this question. Balm simply stared back, and as always, she appeared as if she was trying to gaze deeper into him. It was the same eyes he saw when he first met her that was quite different from an average young dragon's gaze. It would now be a question time from Balm. The regressor realized that the seventh iteration was about to twist out of his intention once again in front of his eyes, and he would have no choice but to lie. Experiment. She might ask what the experiment on the black dragon was. However, no one in the world knew what this experiment was, and he naturally had no plans of telling Balm about it either. He had already come up with a decent excuse. Why didn't you tell me? She might ask, and he already prepared an excuse which Balm would certainly be convinced by. Whatever question she interrogated him with will all be met with lies. However, Balm's following question was way beyond what he had predicted. What's Balm asked very slowly, with an extremely prudent voice. Your relationship with her. Yu Jitae turned silent for a bit. There must be a lot of questions weighing in her mind, including the ones he had thought of, but her first question was nonetheless about their relationship. This question was extremely important for Balm, so he had to give a definite answer. Nothing. Her hazy eyes regained its focus, and her half-dead expression relaxed a little. When you say nothing, do you mean you are not close to her at all? Yes. Does that mean you are far from her outside of work? Very far. Then what's your personal opinion aside from your position as a supervisor and a test subject? I hate it. Why? Let's see. There are a lot of reasons, but first and foremost, it's a black dragon. There was slightly more vitality in her eyes. What if you are starving to death and that dragon gives you bread? Will you not eat it? It'd rather die. What if that dragon was actually your younger sister? Will you still hate her that much? The name must stay removed from the family register then. What if the ones that are very precious to you, like if Yoram, Keel and Jael all love that dragon and want to live together, will you still not bring her in? Never. What if I ask, what, please? Let's take her into our house and live together. Why? Actually, I wanted to become friends with a black dragon ever since I was young. I had a big injury when I was young, and a black dragon acquaintance helped me know. Stop, it's a no whatever your reason may be. Why? What do you mean why? Because I don't want to. But didn't you kidnap us even though we didn't want to come? She's not the same as you guys. Balm still had an indifferent look on her face, but there was a slight difference. Unlike before, her eyebrows appeared a little more composed. Lastly, let's say you're a normal person, Argosy, and the world is coming to an end with you and that dragon being the only survivors. Will you still not get close to her? Why would I ever get close to her? You know, it's dangerous and lonely to stay by yourself. You will need someone to talk to and someone to keep the fire going. And if there are no humans, then have a relationship for descendants balm. Stop saying something so disgusting. He gave an irritated remark, but Balm showed an expression that didn't suit the current situation. She had a rather moved look on her face for some reason. Sorry, and she didn't look sorry in the slightest. He didn't know why, but she appeared to be feeling more comfortable now. Just then I saw that woman lose her temper and damage the surrounding people. So will you end the vacation here? That was a different topic altogether. I'll have to talk to her after she wakes up, but I will try to guarantee the holiday as much as possible. Why? Reward and punishment was a system, and an unwavering system had the power to act as a cage round an existence. Yu Jitae had promised for a 4-day vacation with Mayu. Only when she gets this reward properly will Mayu have the power to endure the remaining experiments no matter how painful they are. She will gain the strength by looking forward to the next holiday. That was the cage Yu Jitae made, and Mayu will slowly adapt to it regardless of whether she was aware of that or not. Like a prisoner feeling better from just the breeze and the sunlight coming through the tiny window of the prison. You understand? Balm nodded in response. The faint tension in the air finally dissolved. It seemed that she had been misunderstanding him regarding something until just then. Since Balm was the most unstable factor in the 7th iteration, it felt like a small storm had just passed by. He thought it was all over, but that was when Mayu turned in her sleep while murmuring, NNNN. In that instant, Balm flicked her head. With her eyes out of focus, Balm blankly stared at Mayu for a long time with the eyes of a seemingly dead person. Before long, the muscles around her left eye began to tremble a little. You said there were still 3 days left for the vacation. He had misunderstood something. Nothing was over yet. Let me go with you. Chapter 329, One Sweet Holiday, 5. If Mayo had continued talking some mindless nonsense after waking up, Yu Jitae would have cancelled the remaining 3 days of the vacation without mercy. However, Mayo after waking up was far from angry and calmly reflected on her position. I have made a mistake. My emotions have urged me into making a blunder. If you wish to end the vacation now, do so. I will follow what you say. Mayo gave words that were no different from an apology. It was bizarre. He did not wish for an apology, and in fact, there was no reason for her to apologize to him in the first place. An apology to him was a meaningless act, because asking for forgiveness did not change the events of the past. However, it nonetheless allowed him to see that she wouldn't create any more uproars. That was more than enough for him. Do not waste your energy on a precious vacation. Yurei saying, there are still 3 days left. I will guarantee the promised holiday, so just behave yourself. Even though I've created such a fuss. Or we can go back if you don't want to. Her purple pair of eyes twitched as Mayu powerlessly scoffed. Are you scared that I might kill myself? Yu Jitae was silent in response. That was actually part of the reason why he wanted to guarantee the holiday as much as possible. Mayu had an emotional attachment to the black race, and that was what Yu Jitae was using to control Mayu, who had limited interest in her life. However, she could still stop her own heart if the pressure was to exceed a certain threshold. She was using a piece of the vase yesterday only because her heart had yet to fully heal. Yu Jitae had to control Mayu the way he wanted, but to a degree that she wouldn't die, whereas Mayu used her own life to make a deal with Yu Jitae. They had a loose grip over each other's wants, and that was the strange nature of their relationship. I will not say thanks to such limited freedom, but let me accept your goodwill. But by the way, Mayu turned her eyes to Balm, who was standing next to Yu Jitae. Their eyes crossed in midair, as the purple and the green pairs of eyes looked into one another. Wearing a frown, Mayu glanced across Balm from top to bottom. Balm had changed into her favorite off-shoulder frill one-piece dress, neatly brushed her hair, and had also applied some makeup before Mayu woke up. March. The bright sunlight was warmly shining upon the Notre Dame Cathedral outside the hotel room where Balm had fully dressed herself for the first time on Earth. There was a doubt in Yu Jitae's mind while she was applying makeup and brushing her hair on the side. What was this child thinking about? He had no idea. Even though he met her hundreds of times and was now even holding romantic feelings for her, he still could not fully understand what Balm was thinking. What are you looking at? It was Mayu who started it off. Without saying anything in response, Balm gazed back at Mayu, who soon frowned in displeasure. You are an infant dragon. Yes. What brings a child of the green race here? Are you not going to say anything? Well, all the green dragons I saw were sick in the head. Of course you won't be any different. So, did you run away from home? To think you would meet a human like that even though you ran away from home. How pitiful. Don't you find your life hard? Only then did Balm open her mouth. No. Her voice was calm and her face was composed, and at a glance she even appeared lethargic. But for him, who was staring on from the side, it mysteriously seemed slightly different. Kid, it seemed that Mayu had felt the same way. What's with those damn eyes, huh? Do I know you? This little brat, how dare you as an adult dragon? She naturally had a condescending attitude, but Balm was silent in response. When Balm was putting on the choker before, this was the conversation she had shared with him. What's your role, Opa? His answer to her question included the words supervision, safety, and regulation. From now on, Balm would act as his assistant. But even though it's okay for you to come with us, don't stand out too much. This is a vacation permitted by me. This period of time has to be solely for Mayu. If you become an obstacle during the vacation, I might have to send you back home. And to his words, Balm replied, As always, okay. Do you know how to speak? Please don't care about me. What? You seem to be out on your holiday. Please do what you want to do. I am just an assistant who will help Season regulate you. Regulate? You? Me? Mayu dumbfoundedly took a step closer in with the vicious killing intent of a black dragon swarming around her body. She had regained a small amount of her mana back after sleeping for a whole night. Yu Jitae stepped in between them and blocked her with his eyes, gesturing to her to go and mind her own business. Mayu, who had been glaring at Balm as if she would devour her any time, looked back and forth between Balm and Yu Jitae. Yushi scoffed. Kid, you got lucky this time. Mayu turned around as Balm closed her mouth, which had been open. What was it that she was about to say? He wondered. It seemed that Balm was anxious due to the aftermath of the onion core and was trying to keep him by her side, but sending her back regardless of her uneasiness might have been the right call. Thinking that, he followed Mayu and carried his feet. That day, Mayu headed to the north of Paris to observe more people. Montmartre. This hill with the Basilica of Sacre-Cœur at the center was a historical repository of culture. There were all sorts of beautiful buildings and unique statues with tourists all across the hill. Like other tourists, Mayu walked around, but her eyes were set on the people. From time to time, they came across signboards that cherished the victims of the Australian incident, but she showed an indifferent attitude as if nothing happened yesterday. My nemesis. This. What? Buy me one. It was evident from how she was nonchalantly buying a crepe at a street stall next to the signboard with Australia. Until then, Yu Jitae and Mayu were walking with around 3 meters in between. It was bustling with people, and they were bound to crash into others while walking. But that was when a woman screamed out loud. The following cracking sound was that of a human bone. Ah! The woman's hand was on the bag that was hanging on Mayus' waist, the bag which Yu Jitae had bought for her last night before entering the hotel. It was a pickpocket, which was a fairly common sight near tourist attractions. How laughable. I've really become a lot weaker. Mayu murmured to herself, but her grip remained firm. It was difficult to resist because a portion of her power had returned with the recovery of her heart. Ah, orc, you dare crave for my belonging. It's a misunderstanding. The pickpocketer had a partner. The other person hurriedly grabbed onto Maya's arm while shouting, What is this for? And gathered the eyes of the surrounding people. Their plan was to make a big fuss and run away behind the chaos, but Mayu pushed her head away as the woman collapsed on the ground. Kook! Mayu moved her hand, and this time grabbed onto the pickpocketer's throat. Even though she had become weaker, it was still the grip of a dragon, and breaking the feeble neck of a human was nothing difficult. That was why he had to step in. Mayu, that's enough. What? Is this not self-defense? She glared at Yu Jitae with the eyes of a venomous snake. It is not, so let go of your hand and let's move on. You're being excessive. Excessive. I do not understand. This human dared to covet my bag. This bag which you gave to me last night. Let go. With her eyes still glaring at him, Mayu slowly released her grip. Crumbled on the ground, the woman sobbed on the spot, looking at her broken hand. The surrounding people misunderstood Mayu as a superhuman and weren't willing to step up while she calmly walked towards him. Standing in front of him, she opened her mouth. My nemesis. I really cannot understand. Now what? What is it about this world that makes you fit yourself into the rules formed by these pathetic insects? He wondered what retarded bullshit she was asking this time and didn't reply, so it was Balm who replied in his stead. If you want to belong to a world, you have to conform to it. A frown appeared on Maya's white face, but her eyes were still fixed on Yu Jitae. You are the same as me. Even though you are a human, you have a greatness that exceeds your race. In truth, the authorities in your hands already overwhelm these bugs. Is being a dragon that big of a deal? Balm interjected. Why is it that we have to follow every single rule of such deplorable little humans? Why? If you don't want to, then maybe you should live by yourself in a different dimension. Every time he was about to open his mouth, Balm intervened and replied instead. There was no way she could ignore it anymore, so Mayu replied by murmuring to herself, What's with this bug that's constantly bothering me? It's because you're saying strange anyway. Why are you silent? Things that can you say anything to refute my words? Can you hear what I am saying? As much as you know me, I know you very well. Season. It was then. A faint scoff left from Balm's mouth. She was probably finding it funny how she was saying she knew him very well without even knowing his actual name. The scoff succeeded in touching Maya's temperament, which had remained tough even when she was being interrupted every time. Mayu slowly turned her stiff face towards Balm. Ah, sorry. Seeing the angry look on her face, Balm apologized apathetically. I thought you couldn't hear me. That was clearly not an apology. Even though Balm appeared indifferent, even Yu Jitae could tell that her words were grinding at Maya's nerves. Yu Jitae was slightly flustered on the inside, because it was his first time seeing Balm intentionally trying to anger someone. Where did this rat that's more garbage than season crawl out from? After murmuring to herself, Mayu revealed her fangs. Listen, kid, sorry. Do you really want to die? That was when Yu Jitae hurriedly escaped from the area with the two of them in hand. There was a police siren ringing nearby. After that, Mayu continued creating both small and big incidents on the way up the Montmartre hill, and Balm intervened every time to annoy her. You, come here for a bit. Why, come here. Before I truly get mad. I don't want to. Then ill come to you. Whenever Mayu was unable to control her irritation and dashed towards her, Yu Jitae stood in front of her to stop her rampage, and Mayu had to hold her anger back. On another note, Balm's actions showed Yu Jitae a new possibility. When trying to regulate someone, he would hit, tie them up, and instill fear. His method would always result in violence. However, Balm was different. She was purely acting the role of a supervising assistant. Even though her method was not at all violent, she still accurately pointed out everything wrong that Mayu did. Around noon the next day was when the supervising assistant mask, which she had been thoroughly keeping, finally cracked for the first time. Place du Tertre, a small world of the artists of the past who had rejected restrictions and had dreamed of freedom. The road was covered with pebbles, and the small plaza had a bunch of cafes. Nearby were portrait painters, street musicians, and performers who were brightening up the mood. In that place, Mayu came across a performer who blew into a long balloon to make miniatures. The man would fold a long pack of air a few times to make something resembling a puppy, a sword, and a flower in a matter of few seconds. It truly is mysterious. After muttering that, Mayu asked Yu Jitae to buy some balloons, but the first obstacle in making a miniature was the blowing of the balloon. She placed it between her lips and blew into it, but it only created a blowing noise, and the long pack of rubber refused to expand. She tried using her tongue and tried both sucking and biting it with her teeth, but the result remained the same. For 30 minutes she tried all sorts of things, and yet failed at blowing the balloon, and by that time, the balloon performer was already long gone. With a big scowl on her face, Mayu walked up to Yu Jitae and handed him the balloon. This. How do you inflate this? Even though he was irritating, it was always him that showed her how things were done whenever she was clueless. You blow it and show me an example. Yu Jitae was about to grab the balloon, but that was when a hand suddenly shot out from the side to snatch her balloon. It was Balm. Mayu frowned back. What do you think you are doing? You bit on it and it's broken now. Balm threw the balloon into the rubbish bin. Seeing that, Mayu squinted her eyes a little. The way this damn little girl acted was strange. She felt skeptical. She needed a confirmation. Fortunately, there were still a lot of balloons left. Mayu took out another balloon from the pack and placed it in her mouth. She pushed it deeper into her mouth and pretended to blow into it before giving up and handing it over to Yu Jitae while saying, "Well, this one is not broken," with her eyes staring at Balm. Chapter 330, One Sweet Holiday, 6, Bullshit. That's probably what Yoram would have said if she was here. It seemed he had indeed become quite used to daily lives, considering how a nonchalant action of Mayu made him feel a sense of danger. The arrow was pointing at Balm, but that was no reason for him to stay out of it. Enough. Let's start moving. I'm asking you to blow it. Even if I do blow it, how will you make a flower? Didn't the man just twist it a few times? Would there be a crowd watching him if it was that simple? The performer's gone already, so it's impossible. Let's get moving. Mayu reluctantly turned her body, but soon grinned after seemingly coming up with a good idea. Let us buy some clothes, then. She knew a day like this would come. She had seen the future shown by Providence once. It was a vivid memory, but she didn't want to remember it, so she lived while consciously looking away from it. However, she couldn't stop her unconsciousness from displaying it in a dream. How many times had she woken up in the middle of the night in a fright? Every time, she would wipe the cold sweat on her forehead with the back of her hand while gasping for breath. Her heart would thump like crazy. She was too anxious to do nothing but watch. Yu Jitae had his own field of activity, and there were unfortunately a lot of black-haired women within that area. Therefore, Balm vowed to herself to become friends with all the black-haired women. The people she had gotten close to in the association, including Yu Jitae and Kang Arjun, all had something in common. It was that they were Asian, and naturally, they both had black hair. She had added those uncertain elements into her own world, hoping to have some level of control over the upcoming future. In the process, she also made everyone see how Yu Jitae was hers. Fortunately, the default marriage trend in this world called Earth was one-on-one. Balm had been trying her hardest within the scope that wouldn't interfere with Yu Jitae's life. After trying it, she realized it wasn't difficult to befriend them. Her uneasiness of how anyone might betray her anytime increased over time as she got closer to them, but it was bearable. Even if there were other black-haired women in the future, Balm thought it would be possible to easily befriend them. That was until she saw Mayu. Due to the suffocatingly repulsive feeling that constantly rose up, Balm simply couldn't smile like usual and become friends. This vacation was a part of Yu Jitae's job, and he had talked of how important this was. She could not afford to make a single mistake, but the moment she saw the white hand reaching out with the balloon, she became emotional and made a mistake. It seemed that Mayu had noticed her relationship with Yu Jitae. Adult black dragons are addicted to chaos, and every one of their actions lead to chaos. They break relationships, destroy worlds, and kill existences. That was what she heard from her father when she was young. It was clear what Mayu would try to do, now that she saw through their relationship. At a clothing store in Paris, Mayu took several one-piece dresses and walked into a dressing room. Soon she called Yu Jitae. My hand does not reach my back, and I cannot raise the zipper all the way up. Plus, my mana has not recovered enough to use telekinesis yet. So what do you want? Come and lift the zipper for me. Just a few times will do. Yu Jitae frowned in response while Mayu irritatedly opened her mouth. Hurry up, she said. How can you waste my precious holiday like this? And Yu Jitae, on the other hand, was temperamentally refusing to do so. However, Balm's eyes were fixed on his hand. Imagining that hand touching the zipper, that slowed down the dress Mayu was wearing. It overlapped with the image of Yu Jitae's hand touching the white back of a black-haired woman, his hand touching the shoulder blades of the woman, his cuddling arm, his face as he looked up at the black hair. It happened in an instant. Balm was moving by the time she realized it. She grabbed Yu Jitae by his arm to stop him and walked past him to enter the changing room. Let me do it. Feeling the strange atmosphere, Yu Jitae grabbed her arm back and her body turned with a flick. He looked at her face. Balm couldn't even guess the look that was on her face, but Yu Jitae released her arm after seeing her expression. She closed the door of the dressing room behind her. Balm had to stay in the tiny room right next to the black hair, even though she did not even want to spend 1 second together. Seeing her face, Mayu scoffed. I knew it. As expected, she had seen through it. Balm avoided looking into her eyes and waited so that she could raise the zipper the moment she turned around, but Mayu did not turn. I knew something was off from the start. With a coquettish voice, she continued, I can understand you hating me, because I've also been hating you from the time I opened my eyes. Black dragons were expelled from Ascalipha, and the current owner of Ascalipha was a green dragon. The hatred between the two races was even larger than the animosity between the blue and the red race. But I could not understand why you were constantly nagging me. But now I do. She raised her hand and grabbed onto Balm's chin. Balm raised her chin and shook the hand off as Mayu lifted the corners of her lips in response. You must be intimate with that male. Am I right? That's truly bizarre. How can such a thing happen? Infant dragons cannot hold an affection for a human. It cannot be done and should thus be blocked by the origin fragment. The emotion of first love was powerful enough to jolt the whole life of an existence, and dragons were beings that were unable to forget such emotions. There's a black-haired slut next to the male you love, and that's what's making you nervous, right? You're still quite immature. Do you not realize you are interfering with his work? I am not. Really. Season's job is to make my vacation more amusing, but aren't you interrupting with that, and making it annoying instead? Balm did not feel the need to share any more words. She was conscious of it herself and knew that she hadn't crossed the line yet. Please turn around. For what? Will you strangle me by my neck so that I can raise your zipper? Sure, strange me all you wish. Balm knew what she was thinking. Mayu was trying to cause an incident and thus sent her off so that she couldn't annoy her in the remaining time of the vacation. Right now is your chance. My body has been weakened from the aftermath of the experiment and cannot use mana, so my neck might break from your grip. Along with such words of provocation, she turned around. Her dress was open from the waist up. The line around her waist, her long spine, the shoulder blades next to it, the white back and the white neck above. Balm could feel her eyes twitching. There was not a single blemish on her white back. Balm wanted to lower the dress a little to confirm whether this back was the same as the one she had seen. Even though there were no specific elements like moles or scars, she could still tell based on the overall shape of the back. But if it really was the same, Balm was scared that she might not be able to recover herself. Therefore, she used her trembling hands to raise the zipper. Zip, Mayu clicked her tongue. But you are quite pitiful yourself. She then murmured while looking at the reflection of herself in the mirror. To think you would hold an affection for a devilish male like him out of all humans. And besides, he's a human regardless. No matter how strong he is a human, and he will definitely die a lot before you. Are you thinking that far ahead? Of course not. What does an immature kid know? That must be why you opened your heart up to a human like that who's more treacherous than the black race. Honestly, she found it quite difficult to control her emotions when she heard that. It didn't matter if she was the one getting sworn at, but Mayu was bad-mouthing Yu Jitae. But somehow she managed to hold it in. Balm blankly thought to herself, you kept the line properly. You held it in very well. Her mind was a lot tenser than usual, even more so than the balloon before, but she nonetheless succeeded in controlling her emotions. Well done, you, Balm. Well done. As if to prove her success, Mayu soon gave a frown. She couldn't chase her off because Balm hadn't done anything. But the final advice Mayu uninterestedly gave while walking outside, wearing the one piece, turned the situation upside down. Kid, it is so frustrating that you have no eyes for people. Should I give you one piece of advice as an adult? You better mentally prepare yourself beforehand. To be exact, it was the last sentence that snapped her patience, because you will be discarded for sure, either probably or most likely. There was a high chance that her words were unrelated to the vision. It just meant a separation in a male-to-female relationship, but Balm, whose mind was fully occupied with the scene of the Providence, had a hard time making a rational judgment, and she could not get rid of Maya's words from her brain. She will be discarded, discarded after giving her heart, discarded after giving her body. And what about after discarding me? Who will Yu Jitae meet after that? A white back under the wide-open one piece was vivid in her memories. On top of that was the black hair fluttering left and right. Balm once again felt stifled. In the midst of such thoughts came dinner. Stopping her hands that were cutting boudin, a French-style sausage, Mayu raised her fork to point at Balm. "I don't need her. What's this about now?" Yu Jitae replied. With an irritated gaze, Mayu looked at Balm. "Do you not understand what I mean? Make her go back. She is nothing but an interference to my vacation." There was no longer any patience left inside Balm. "But I didn't do anything." "Yes, you have. You constantly nitpick on my words and glare at me with the eyes of a corpse. It is very unpleasant. Have I done anything over the top? There is still a limit to ruining someone else's mood. Where did this vagrant kid come from?" Balm twitched her eyes. "It was you who was always trying to break the law." "Balm." Yu Jitae called her, telling her to not bother dealing with a rabid dog. Hearing his voice, Balm obediently closed her mouth. "That's enough for you as well, Mayu." "What's enough?" "I've never said it is fine for something like that to intervene and ruin my vacation. However, you did promise to not create a social chaos, and everything you have done is all problematic. So what?" Mayu growled with the fork in hand. "I cannot stand someone inferior telling me what to do in front of my eyes. It's okay if you do it, but who is that little kid to dare try to control me? Watch your words, unless you want your vacation to end right now." Revealing her fangs, Mayu turned the arrowhead at Balm. "Kid, can you not read the mood?" An adult dragon was resolutely exerting its killing intent. Even though she had yet to fully recover her mana, it was enough to pressure Balm. "Do you not understand I am telling you to go away? Do you have no ears? Or perhaps no brain? Kid, are you deaf now? I told you that is enough, Mayu." Yu Jitae opened his mouth, but Mayu continued flooding out her hatred against Balm without any regard. "How dare you face me with that dirty look? Go away right now." Her oppressive attitude made Balm feel like her brain was being tightened into a string. "What if I say no? This random beach. It seems words alone aren't going to be enough." "Ha!" It was then. Mayu suddenly raised her bowl of soup and threw it at Balm. She had regained a large portion of mana, and it thus happened in the blink of an eye. Although the bowl was blocked by Yu Jitae's hand, the soup splattered on Balm's clothes and tainted the white frill in orange. Even then, Balm could hold it in. She had to. "Mayu, your vacation will end as of now. You are truly like a beast that cannot comprehend words. Do not utter nonsense at me, you damned human. I am telling you to get rid of that. How many times do I have to say it? You are the only one that needs to be here." But the moment Mayu said the likes of, "You are the only one I need," and threw a sausage at Yu Jitae's face, a string that had been barely holding on in her head snapped. Shooting out of her seat, Balm grabbed the sausage that was flying towards Yu Jitae's face. She was out of her mind. By the time she came to herself, her body was already on the move with the sausage in her right hand. Slam! It seemed as if she would slap her with a sausage, but no, Balm instead lashed a fist at Maya's face. Chapter 331, One Sweet Holiday, 7. The sausage flies, and Maya's head would turn after getting hit. If she got double nosebleeds, it would be even better. But how do you punch someone again? There was a time when she almost got hit by Yoram in the past. If she were to copy what she had done, no. Instead of punching for the first time, how about swinging a fork? Because a knife would have a different nuance. Fork not bad. A fork is something that can be swung in a fit. So like this, that was when something flew up from her fork and touched her on her cheek. It was a small piece of tomato. "What are you doing?" "Sorry, what are you doing with that blank look on your face?" "Practicing how to swing a fork." "And what do you mean by that?" "What do you mean?" Because a fork is at least better than a fist, her vacant senses finally returned to reality as Balm stared at the napkin in Yu Jitae's hand. Her body froze and the trembling around her eyes stopped. "Balm, are you feeling okay?" "Yes." "You've been doing nothing for a while now. Wake up." Yu Jitae used a napkin to wipe the piece of tomato from her cheek. The soft texture of cotton touching her face brought her mind back to reality. "What about you, Honey? Had you not become nervous some time in the past?" Keel had asked Balm such a question with the group presentation ahead of her, and Balm's reply was this: "You simply have to mentally prepare yourself." A mental preparation. That was the reason why dragons of the green race were able to stay calm in the face of every situation, as well as why they could deal with more stress than others. The reason why Balm was possibly able to tease Yu Jitae, and was also why a green dragon had become the lord over all the dragons. Back then, Keel had curiously asked. How do you mentally prepare yourself? You imagine beforehand a possible awkward situation. For example, my nemesis. Mayu raised a red lobster from the table. How are you supposed to eat this? I have no clue. Like a fox, she amiably smiled and asked him. It wasn't strange, because Mayu had a lot of things that she was unfamiliar with. Her smiling face was quite pretty because she was still a dragon, but both her eyes and lips appeared absurdly debaucherous, as if she couldn't wait to devour males. In response, Yu Jitae raised the lobster despite the frown on his face. He did not need a hammer. After he easily breaks the outer shell with his thick fingers, it would reveal the wet inside of the lobster. Ho, and do I put that into my mouth? Yes, give it to me. Ahung naturally opened her mouth and stuck her tongue out, intentionally for Balm to see. The dense Ujidi would push the meat forward, while Mayu would slowly wait for the lobster to reach inside her mouth before slowly biting down. Her breath would touch Ujidi's fingers while her eyes would glance at her. Then, what should I do? 1. It would feel great to stab her tongue with a fork before she could eat it, but it would cause harm to Ujidi. 2. Snatching the lobster and explaining how to eat a lobster instead of Ujidi wasn't something she was that willing to do either. 3. So before Mayu could become interested in the lobster balm, once again her mind returned to reality. Yes, get up. It's time to go. What about the lobster? We finished it a while ago. You seriously have to wake up. Ujidi's hand touched Balm on her cheek as he gave her a pinch. Ah, she immediately came to herself. It felt as if her face had been driven into cold water. Balm was back to reality and could feel the warmth in his hand. Let's go now, he said while getting up, and Balm quietly stood up from her seat to follow him from behind. Mayu did not shout at him to chase Balm away, nor had she lustfully asked for the lobster. All she did was hum while cutting the meat and throwing them into her own mouth, and in fact, the three of them almost did not share any conversations during the meal. So everything that had happened just then was all a part of Balm's imagination. It initially stemmed from a if this happens, let's do this mindset, but she was so nervous that she constantly came up with too many scenarios. Back when Keel was preparing for the group presentation, she asked another question after hearing how Balm's method to deal with nervousness was a mental preparation. How many situations do you have to roughly think of? Around 200 to 500 was her reply. On the way out of the restaurant, Balm went through all the predictions she had thought of. How many situations had she predicted during the meal? Labeling each situation one by one, she soon realized that there were more numbers than usual, a lot more than she had expected. No wonder her head felt like it would crack open. 271. This number was enough to overload even an adult dragon's brain. Her mind was dizzy. Her fingers quivered. The mental preparation she had always been doing as a habit was no longer her tool. Like a snuff film, it constantly harassed her mind, regardless of the time. It was common to see a fair amount of cruel and repulsive situations through Providence. Even though she was somewhat used to seeing things that she didn't want to see, the image of him sticking close to the black hair was one she could never get used to, no matter how many times she saw it. Walking down the alleyway, Balm looked down at her hand. There was a circular rune drawn on her palm. Memorize S. A self-defense combat spell, which she had made just in case, was saved on her palm. It was the spell that could even kill a black dragon that she had talked about with Yoram. It was a dangerous spell, perhaps the most dangerous out of every spell she had made in her life. She couldn't guess what was going through her head when she did this. By the time she came to herself, she had already made this spell and had already saved it into her body. Even though she should probably get rid of it, she constantly hesitated before making the decision because that was in front of her eyes. The black hair that had only been breathing inside her head was now right next to her. The weapon was a ballista. It had a magic arrow, which Balm had crafted by exquisitely intertwining all the magic equations she could use, and a dark, which could make the arrow fly faster than a dragon breath. The principle was simple. She simply had to pull the trigger at the opponent. The spell that was the same as a compressed breath would fly through the heart as an arrow and destroy it. There were no safety devices, but there was no way she would use it by accident. Using it would definitely be by her own will. Now that it was weakened was the best time to kill it without fail, because an adult dragon, after regaining its power, wouldn't die in one hit. But that was why she had made 3 arrows with 1 spare. Of course, using all those spells at once would be a burden to her heart, but it was okay. What could possibly be the problem as long as she could change the destined future? If the black hair was to be embraced by Yu Jitae in front of her eyes, Balm would shoot the 3 arrows to kill the black hair and shoot the spare at her own head. The reason why she would kill herself is because Yu Jitae was not at fault. Being discarded would be because of her own mistakes. However, out of her wish for him to remember her for as long as possible, she would shoot it at her head rather than the hot Balm. It was then. Balm, who had been walking with her face staring at the ground, raised her head to stare at Yu Jitae. Yes, ha! She soon looked around with trembling eyes. They were in Paris just a while ago, but wasn't this the association? Good work. Yu Jitae's words finally brought her back to reality. It was so dumbfounding that she instead smiled. Yes, the vacation was already over. After 4 days of vacation, Yu Jitae isolated Mayu once again in the basement. There was nothing incredible he had done, but it was nonetheless an exceptionally tiring period of 4 days. Only after confirming Maya's mental state and her health did he finally leave the association. Regardless of the things that had happened, Mayu still seemed satisfied. It was in fact Balm whom he had been the most worried about. Ever since the second night, Balm started acting strange and was like a stringless puppet all the way till the end of the vacation. She would say something strange whenever he talked to her and also stayed up all night. Fortunately, the vacation was now over and Balm could now be separated from Mayu. She had been thinking about something when they were on the way to Maya's isolation chamber with a sober mind, which he could tell due to the life in her eyes. But whatever that was, everything was now over, and it was time to go back. Good work. Shall we go back now? However, Balm did not move her feet. Looking slightly exhausted, she gazed up at him. She looked into his eyes for a few seconds before suddenly talking about something strange. Right now, the other kids will think they are with Opar, right? What? Because there is your substitute. Everything would be the same apart from the fact that you aren't there. NN. I actually told them I would go out somewhere to play under your permission before leaving home. I thought you just came out, but well done. Yes, I told them it'd be away for a month, but none of them will find that strange. You know, I used to travel all around by myself. Why did you tell them you'd be away for a whole month? Her silence added some context to the simple conversation. This was what Balm was basically trying to say. 1. The kids won't have a clue even if Yu Jitae did not return. 2. The kids won't find it strange, even if Balm did not return for a month. So how about we go somewhere for just 1 month? She said with a gloomy look on her face. Was this what she was thinking about after coming back to herself? To where? Anywhere. Somewhere that's quiet with not many people. To do what? I don't know. Should we have some food together? Swim if there is water nearby and go out on a walk if there's a mountain. We can look at stars at night and talk before going to sleep sounds good. But aren't those things doable even if we don't leave? That's true. He threw the fundamental question. Then, why? Hesitation loomed around her lips. Was she uneasy about what happened with Mayu? Was that why she was trying to make time for just the two of them? What she said in response was slightly different from what he was expecting. You've been having a hard time for the past 4 years and a half after meeting us, so she slowly opened her mouth. Having a hard time for the past 4 years and a half. Where did this suddenly come from? You know, it just suddenly popped up in my head. You do everything for us every day by sacrificing your life. The kids and I all know it. Don't worry about it. It's not a sacrifice. Of course it is. They say raising one kid is hard enough already, and yet you're taking care of 4. How can there be such an unprofitable task? What are you talking about? You don't even know what I am doing, he said in a half-joking tone while tapping her forehead with his middle finger. Balm tightly closed her eyes and waited until he pulled his fingers back before carefully opening them again. I do know, and I always feel sorry. Sorry. Because it would be great if we could give something back, but Opar, you're such an incredible person that there is nothing we can give you. I feel like I am in debt. Like I said, don't worry about it. It's the same even when you do occasionally leave home. Some days you have to fight demons, and these past few days you had to deal with some strange, ill-tempered old lady. I thought about it, but I think it must be tough for you. We learned at Lair that becoming a superhuman doesn't harden your mentality or anything that is indeed true. Yes, and that's why Opar, you're also a normal person. A normal person. It felt like an extremely off word. What is a normal person? Someone that wants to take a rest when tired. He thought for a bit before replying with a dry voice. You're right then. I guess I am. Balm walked towards him into a suggestive proximity, and opening her arms wide, she wrapped them around his ribs, even though she was tightly wrapping those feeble arms around his body. Those arms that looked as if they would break from an accidental grip did not pressure him in the slightest. However, he was still troubled by this distance. It had been a while since he was this close to her. That's why we should go on a vacation with just the two of us. NNHN, he returned a nod. Balm indeed needed some time to stabilize her mind again, but a month is too long. 4 days was already long, and that's why I put a substitute in my stead. Then what about 3 days? 3 days should be fine. Balm raised her hands and rested them around Yu Jitae's collarbone. Slowly, she began undoing his tie, but no acting like a guardian during the vacation. All right, he thought to himself. There must be another reason why Balm, who had been anxious about Maya's incident, would suddenly say such a thing. In the end, it would be just the two of them. What was this child trying to do? 24:30. It's time. What should I do? If the diary ends here, you Balm would have long become fish food at the bottom of the Pacific, so please do not look for me. Think of the observation diary as a hobby of someone with a strange personality. Don't bother reading it, and just burn it, please. Yes, Argosy Observation Diary, Chapter 332. One sweet holiday, 8. It was late summer when he had taken in Balm, Yoram, Keel, and Jael, who was attached to the necklace. And right now it was nearing the end of spring. Roughly 4 years and 9 months had passed since the start of the 7th iteration, and it was the longest period of 4 years and 9 months he had spent according to his memory. Their life at Lair had already come to an end. There was no reason to live at Lair anymore, except for Jael's elementary school Yoram, and Keel had early graduations, whereas Balm had quit school. Had he been fully faithful in the 7th iteration? He wasn't sure. However, he could still say with certainty that he had tried his hardest, just like every other iteration. It was rough at the start. Daily life was like a flower bed, while he was a horrendous, rotten statue. As the odd one out, he stood out a lot, and he thought it would be extremely difficult to mix in. However, now that 4 years and 9 months had passed by, it surprisingly formed a somewhat decent-looking picture. Stems of various colors were wrapping around the statue, rising up with budding flowers, as the abundant leaves provided a cover for the sharp contours of the statue. He wasn't the reason why the 7th iteration was faring without a problem. It was only because the baby dragons were following him nicely. I am back. USA, state of Oklahoma. They were in a small hotel built in the outskirts of a town. The reason they chose this place was because this was the place where Yu Jitae had received his military education in his early 20s back when he still had some leisure. Balm, who had brought him here after hearing his story, was now carrying shopping bags in both of her hands as she walked back into the hotel room. Shall we undo your tie before anything? Why? Who goes on a vacation wearing a tie? I do. Actually, it makes me feel stuffy as well. For now, he decided to follow what she said. While you are at it, let's take your business shirt off and change into more comfortable clothes. This is comfortable. Come on, he obediently took his business shirt off as Balm handed over a new t-shirt she just bought. It was a white t-shirt. Yu Jitae was thus made to wear a t-shirt on top and a pair of jeans underneath. Thanks to the inherent customization, they were immediately modified into fitting his body. Although it wasn't uncomfortable, it still felt awkward. Throughout the process, Balm blankly gazed at him. When he turned around and faced her, her eyes curved into crescent moons. They had a normal burger set for breakfast. This too was something Balm bought because it was his favorite food from youth. By the way, what's your hobby, Opa? Why? We need to know what your hobby is so that we can spend a relaxed holiday. He tried thinking about it, but could not think of anything off the top of his head. Did you lose interest in your hobbies as you turned older? That's probably it. Then what about when you were young? Anything you liked doing? When I was young, take your time thinking about it. He looked back at his hazy memories. Like old photos, they were crumpled and kept at a corner, so he needed to take a closer look at them to remember his past. The start of his memories was at a group funeral. He was standing in front of his parents' portraits, but their faces on even those photos were hazy. People were weeping all around him, but he was there blankly staring at the photos without any tears in his eyes. After that, he remembered living as a street beggar, scavenging for food every day, and the middle-aged woman who gave a burger as an encouragement to his life. His next memory was around when he was 12. He was at an orphanage alone, without any friends due to his sharp personality, feeling a blunt knife cutting into his heart, without realizing that was what loneliness felt like. He thought going to a school would solve the problem, but the child without any conversational talents could not fit into any group, and soon noticed how the larger crowd made him feel even lonelier. Time spent with his eyes open equaled the time spent alone. The authority, Vintage Clock X, is identifying the target identification complete. It happened on one of his sleepless nights. The authority, Vintage Clock X, greets you. Yu Jitae made his first friend. Vintage Clock X. Oh, looking through his memories one by one, he remembered something. Vintage Clock was a clever friend. Whenever there was something Yu Jitae was curious about, Vintage Clock would teach him like a teacher, even for boring questions like, how do you make friends? And how do you turn down people who want to borrow my stuff? The Vintage Clock gave sincere replies. To Yu Jitae, who had spent 12 years of his life by locking himself up in his own inner world, Vintage Clock was a parent, a friend. The authority, Vintage Clock X, alerts you that a motorbike is too dangerous. Vintage Clock X, and sometimes even acted like a guardian. Of course, he wasn't the type to listen to others. Right, motorbike. He rented a motorbike from a nearby store. Did you really ride something like this? Balm looked surprised because it didn't suit her image of Yu Jitae. His youthful heart in the past had found it cool. He had bought it around the time he entered high school. That was near the end of the East Asian Great War, and Yu Jitae could travel to various places thanks to the restabilization of the roads. Right now, he didn't think much of it and would even discourage people from riding it. I heard these were dangerous. Apparently you die with one mistake. Ever since the new era, motorbikes were considered even more dangerous. A motorbike driver had 3 times the likelihood to die than a sedan driver. Although healing magic could recover broken limbs, it could not revive dead people. Right, I was injured as well. I kind of remember slipping on a wet road and driving into a brick wall. Gosh. Were you injured a lot? Probably. It was like a fairly low wall, and I think my body was going over it when my leg got caught. Then, leg, knee, pelvis, intestines. I don't remember clearly, but my lower body was probably all ruined. And I think the motor exploded, and my leg caught on fire. It couldn't be healed with the medical skills back then, so I was deemed disabled, but that's all in the past. My word. Balm glanced back and forth between Yu Jitae and the motorbike in fright. And you're saying we will be riding that? That appeared to be the question behind her gaze. It's all right. We won't get injured. But even then, so did you stop riding it after that big injury? No, I went slower. With a stupefied gaze, she glared at him. But I was quite frustrated back then. Why? Because I was 22. What about it? It was straight after he finished his mandatory military duties. In any case, by the time she realized it, Balm was sitting on the rear seat of the motorbike with the helmet artifact cast over her head. I want to get off. I don't feel comfortable riding this. We're starting. Ah, do it by yourself, please. I'm getting vroong. The engine explosively picked up as the motorbike bounced off the ground. Startled, Balm grabbed whatever she could. NN. She soon opened her eyes, but is this it? She thought, because it was a lot slower than she expected. It was natural since no matter how fast a two-wheeled vehicle was, there was no way it could be faster than a dragon who could soar through the skies to cross continents. Wait, it's not that fast, thought Balm in relief, but she suddenly flinched. Carrying the two of them, the motorbike continued racing for a long time. Going far into the distance, it went on ignoring the unpaved road beneath it. Riding through the wind, he reflected on the time he first started living his life in this world. As expected, he couldn't think of much. The only things he could remember were all linked to the vintage clock, because the vintage clock had always been with him through the important moments of his life. After coming to a stop, he asked like an old man, "How's the scenery?" However, he then noticed the bitter look on Balm's face. There was a frown on her forehead, and her eyes were slightly out of focus. Was she surprised by the motorbike being unstable? "What's wrong?" he asked. "RN, no. You're a right what? Quite pretty, yes, pretty." There was one unpaved road going through a barren wasteland. He was asking whether she liked the desolate mood of the countryside or not. Was there anything pretty here? There weren't even clouds in the sky. Balm vacantly looked at her hand before following him from behind. That was probably back when he was 23 years old. After finishing his mandatory military duty and returning to the superhuman school, He received military education in the USA for 1 year as an exchange student. Back then, Yu Jitae's eating habit was pretty much a mess. Despite turning old and having money, he did not bother getting good food. He only ate food that was cheap and accessible. He had a rather obsessive mindset that no matter how expensive food was, it would disappear the moment it entered the mouth. Yu Jitae considered food to have the most terrible depreciation in value, so he would always shove fast food ones that were especially low quality even from the mix into his own mouth, and the vintage clock would always tell him off. The authority, Vintage Clock X, notifies that everything you eat and drink forms the existence, Yu Jitae. The authority, Vintage Clock X, recommends having better food. The authority, Vintage Clock X, notes the food in front is no different from garbage, states you should have fresh vegetables and meat. Vintage Clock X. X55, he checked his pocket and found $55. So what? Burgers are the best. Vintage Clock X. In the middle of nowhere after getting off the bike, the two of them found a nameless restaurant. It had a board at the front, but the letters became one with the dust and was no longer legible. They could smell the artificial ingredients and the smell of oil from a distance. The ventilation system was trash. What is this place? I came here a few times when I was young. Bam pulled his sleeves. But Opa, the smell is she couldn't even continue her words. It's not great. I came here because of my past memory, but you don't have to force yourself to eat here. Did you usually have food at a place like this in the past? It does have its ups, but you don't have to eat here. Let's go to a good restaurant together at night. Balm glanced across the shabby restaurant with a murky gaze. The dust-filled windows made her wonder whether they even cleaned those windows or not. In fact, some of the windows were even broken and had wooden plates covering them. Walking inside, the rotten smell of soybean oil rushed into her nose. She was slightly surprised to find worn-out workers of various nationalities nonchalantly smoking and having their meal. They were similarly surprised to see Balm, but they hurriedly turned their gazes away after meeting eyes with Yu Jitae. What brings a clean man and a young lady here? A worn-out female staff, who appeared a lot older than her actual age, casually tossed a dirty piece of paper at their table before walking away. It was the menu. Going over his faint memories of the past, he ordered a corn soup, bread, and a cheap sausage pizza with fries. The old workers sitting at the table nearby were blabbering about strip clubs and the likes. It certainly wasn't the best place to bring kids to. He usually would have never come to a place like this. Before long came the food. Balm looked at it with a rigid look on her face and very softly whispered into his ears. Did you have to eat something like this? What's wrong? The smell is definitely not that of normal food, probably better than the one you make. He joked, but Balm frowned in response. Anyway, don't eat this. Let's just go. You want to throw this away. NN. Let's go. You said it was my vacation, though. That's true. It is. Unable to say anything else, Balm could only pout, but she still looked unhappy. In any case, Yu Jitae placed the meat into his mouth. He continued with the meal but felt rather strange. These $55, it's for my hospital, Vintage Clock X. It's fine. You can go back to the hotel first if you don't want to eat. I'm staying here. I'll eat it as well then. Didn't I tell you I like eating by myself? The authority, Vintage Clock X, firmly stands its ground. I'm curious about the taste. It notifies that it is curious about the flavor. Strangely enough, he saw a slight overlap in the thinking process of Balm and the past Vintage Clock. He even thought to himself that perhaps this was why he was suddenly feeling romantically attracted to Balm. Naturally, it did not make any sense. It was when Yu Jitae and Balm were slowly putting the junk food into their mouths. Balm let out an awkward smile while having a spoonful of the soup. The astonishingly unhealthy flavor made her lips quiver. Oi, you folks, what's with all that nibbling crap? A man sitting 2 tables away suddenly raised his voice. His hollow eyes, the scar going all the way up from his neck to his forehead, and the Chicano-style tattoo on his bare upper body all suggested he was a part of a gang. What's up with you debonair-looking blokes coming in and glaring at food like fodder, huh? The man lifted his body and began walking towards the two of them. He had in fact been throwing glances at them ever since they had entered the restaurant. Oi, Jose, what are you doing in the middle of a ducking meal? Jose, calm down, for duck's sake. People that looked like his acquaintances pulled him by his arms and tried to stop him. They looked like they were used to things like this already. Duck, let go. Those duckers are looking down on our food like it's some Chinese crap. No one did. You're just drunk, buddy. Drunk my ass. I hate those rich-ass bastards. It feels shit enough already to see rich idiots like them coming to a place like this to watch beggars. And yet look, they're having food like it's dog crap. The man had an unstable breath and appeared intoxicated in both alcohol and drugs. Startled, Balm drew herself closer to Yu Jitae. Oi, you criminal-looking ducker, tell me, does this look like dog food to you? Chapter 333, One Sweet Holiday 9. Oi, brother, listen. Jose, you're gonna create more trouble for yourself again. The acquaintances rushed in trying to stop the drunkard. Let go, you duckers, shouted the man. Yu Jitae faintly remembered going through such things in the past. Despite the shift in the era, some extreme nationalists in the USA still discriminated against Asians. Even aside from that, because of various other reasons like the social atmosphere after the Great War, which tended to see superhumans as murderers, and his gloomy countenance, people picked a fight with Yu Jitae quite often regardless of the reason. He was young and full of pride, so he would immediately throw a fist when he felt looked down on. But now, tiny ants screaming dirty capitalists and the likes in fury did not make him think much. It did, however, bring his mind back to the past. What did Vintage Clark say back then? The authority, Vintage Clark, X, states you must avoid unnecessary fights. Let's just go, Balm said, while pulling Yu Jitae by his arm. She looked quite uncomfortable. Why should we just leave when they're picking a fight? There are weird people everywhere, and there is no need to get involved with them, but they are ruining the vacation. I don't feel that good either, but what are you going to do? Hit him once, and hell be quiet. After some thought, she once again pulled him by his arm while saying, I don't know. Let's just go. He was about to turn around when a loud yell suddenly echoed from behind. Stay right there, you randoms. The man bellowed while throwing leftover corn at Balm. Balm twisted her body in a hurry to dodge it, but this slightly annoyed Yu Jitae for the first time because the ant was now trying to bite Balm. It seemed that Balm was thinking the same thing, judging from how her eyebrows were forming a frown. Do you still want to just leave? Hostility appeared in her eyes. They had yielded once, and yet the opponent was crossing the line. What did Vintage Clark say in times like this? The authority, Vintage Clark X, wants you to hit them once. Oi, where do you think you're going, you dark-ass bastard? Don't you hear me talking to you? What should we do? Ignoring him, Yu Jitae asked Balm. What was that, you ducker? Answer me, dude, let go, Jose, you idiot. The madam's looking displeased. And what? Talk it out, Balm replied. What are those arrogant pigs blabbering there, like that? Words won't go through. Balm handed him a cheap glass bottle. This indeed would be a good way to talk it out. Yu Jitae grabbed the glass bottle with his hand as the thug raised a gun from his back pocket. The next instant, Yu Jitae crushed the glass bottle with his bare hand. Crack, 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 the glass shattered and crumbled like grains of sand as the one holding the gun froze stiff. A human that can crush a glass bottle into powder with bare hands would never be the same breed of humans as them. Huck, R.S. superhuman. He's a superhuman, Jose. Hurry up, drive your head into the ground and say sorry. The people nearby shouted in shock, but the thug was severely intoxicated. Damn it, all of you, shut up. Bang. The man shot the gun at the ceiling. Damn it, he's completely out of it, shouted the surrounding people in shock. Some of them tried to escape, while Balm frowned from the noise, and Yu Jitae stood up from his seat with a steel spoon in his hand. He then walked towards the crowd. As the people made way in surprise, he silently smacked the drunkard by his cheek with the spoon. Slam! The man with a rotated chin fainted straight away and fell on the floor as the nearby crowd then carefully approached him while throwing glances at Yu Jitae. Raising their hands, they murmured the likes of, hey brother, let us apologize in his stead. Let's go. The food didn't even have the same taste as the one in the past. What he had remembered was probably the time when he was psychologically pushed to a limit due to hunger and poverty, which he could no longer feel now that he was full and rich. Those were the times when a low-quality meat worth $2 could satisfy him. On the way out of the restaurant, he realized Balm was smiling with a satisfied look on her face. Why, that just felt refreshing. If someone doesn't listen to me next time, I'll use a spoon as well, she said while humming to herself. This too gave Yu Jitae a sense of déjà vu. The authority, Vintage Clark X, is pleased by the flying side kick. Vintage Clark X. Vintage Clark X. They seemed quite similar. Well, it was in fact a situation that would have pleased anyone. If it was Yoram, she might have instead taken a step forward to give a flick to his forehead. Thinking along the lines of that made him think about vintage Clark. He had asked Oscar Brzenk to look into its traces, but had yet to receive any word from him. Where did the vintage clock go? His line of thought met a quick end. I want to drive on the way back. What? Because this is your vacation, Opa. I will be like your driver. Do you have a license? I got one already in preparation for times like this. A motorbike is a little different, though. I remember how you drove. Baum confidently sat on the driver's seat. Will that be enough? Opa, I'm Baum, you know that. It was therefore decided that Baum would be driving the motorbike on the way back, with Yu Jitae sitting behind her. Vrung she pressed hard with her tiny feet as the bike traveled forward with the rotating sound of the motor. It was his first time sitting in the rear seat with someone driving the motorbike. Thanks to that, he was able to feel the refreshing breeze with leisure and appreciate the scenery. The desolate world was a fairly good sight to behold. His peaceful time Kung. That was when Yu Jitae shook up and down. Sorry. Were you surprised? What was that? There was a pebble. Driving after seeing it once was not an easy feat because one had to get the hang of it. That was why the motorbike continued wobbling throughout the way back. The road wasn't that good either. There were pebbles and dust being carried everywhere by the wind, and the road maintenance in this countryside was rarely done. Kung! It shook once again, and Yu Jitae could no longer hold back his comments. Bam! You need to go on the paved side. Yes, that's what I am doing right now. A motorbike tended to constantly carry its instability after becoming unstable once. He grabbed her by the shoulders in order to not fall. Kung, come on. Go to the paved side. Yes, more, I know, more to the left. Will they be able to go back to the hotel in one piece? That was the sudden thought in his mind. More, what? Go more. How is that possible? That would be a different lane. Do you see any cars here? Just cross to the other lane. But that would cost marks in a test. Stop saying nonsense and just cross. Mkung, hurry up. Baum turned her head and stared at him. He couldn't see her face because of the helmet, but there would most likely be the usual pout which he had seen quite often. I'm trying already, she murmured. And here my butt is being crushed. It's not. What do you mean it's not? Your butt's resilient. Most of my abilities are off right now. Why? Because that way you can feel the speed better. Kung, Kaya, open your eyes properly. Wait, Opa. I can't focus on the road because you're talking to look straight. Do you not know how to go straight? I am doing that already. Wait, Baum. There's another unpaved road at the front. What are you going to do? Kung, Kagagang, Dujuduk. This time, he really was about to bounce off, so he locked his legs around the vehicle and tightly grabbed onto her shoulders with his hands. It was a great fortune that the vehicle did not flip. Due to the uneasiness that he might fall, Yu Jitae grabbed her waist. Suddenly, the bike wavered and Baum trembled. Her shoulders turned tense and rose up. What's wrong this time? Is it another unpaved road? It wasn't. She continued driving while Yu Jitae continued commenting from behind. Strangely enough, her driving turned increasingly unstable. Baum, do you have some sort of problem? Sorry, what is wrong with you all of a sudden? What do you mean? Or is there something you're unhappy about, like the time you were cooking? There's nothing. But look, how come you can't avoid it even when I tell you beforehand? Okay, I get it. What do you mean you get it? Then why are you driving like this? Look ahead. There's a speed bump in front. What are you gonna do now? Opa, please. What? Don't talk to me when I am driving. He was dumbfounded. Oi, how can I not talk when you're driving like NNNNNNN, Baum let out a whine to stop him from nagging. She was needlessly stubborn at times. He could see the back of her neck tainted in red. It seemed that she was embarrassed by her constant mistakes. It was an uncomfortable journey all the way to the supermarket, where they stopped by to buy some snacks. Hearing Baum carefully saying, "So that's why there are so many accidents," Yu Jitae thought to himself that he should drive the remaining distance. What did you buy? Chocolate. She replied with her hand carrying some chocolate. Now that he thought about it, all the dragons liked chocolate. Let alone Keel and Jael, who obviously loved it. Yoram tended to have chocolate whenever she was nervous, and Baum also frequently looked for chocolate. Perhaps it was because they were young. By the way, Opa, yes, I think I found a new hobby. I wasn't expecting it to be so fun, what? You know, driving a motorbike. Oh dear, writing, drawing, and sculpting. He thought those were the only things she was bad at, but there was another addition to the list. Bam was bad at driving. Ahaha! It was no longer a question about how thrilling it was he had to reactivate his blessings and abilities to protect his body, because otherwise he might get greatly injured. Getting off the motorbike, Bam turned to Yu Jitae and giggled. That wasn't the end of the problem. When he anxiously looked around, he realized they were at a place they had never seen before. The two of them were lost by the time they realized it. Is it funny? Kaya ahaha. Bam bursted out into laughter with her hands on her stomach. It was bizarre how she could lose her way on the road by just driving straight. Bam. Your driving skill is truly one hell of a mess. Beep beep, it is normal. Is it normal to be lost on a vacation? Ah, right. Yes, sorry. Should we go back now? I don't know. But first off, no more motorbike. Actually, we can't even go back with the motorbike. Why? It's broken. She giggled while slightly biting her tongue, so he pressed on his temples to relieve his headache. Seeing that, Balm started laughing yet again. That was how they spent their time. In a barren wasteland where spotting a single tree was a miracle, behind Balm, who was laughing all by herself, was the setting sun. Of course, returning wasn't an issue thanks to teleport. After that, Yu Jitae went around eating food with Balm for the next 2 days. Time went by extremely fast, and it was already the last night of the vacation by the time they came to themselves. Balm always bought chocolate whenever they occasionally visited a supermarket. Once on the first day, another around noon the second day, and another one on the third night. He asked a question out of curiosity. Since when did you like that so much? You mean chocolate? I always eat it quite often. Is it that delicious? Oh, right. You don't eat sweets very often, do you, Opa? Have a try. Raising her hand, she handed him a block of chocolate. He received it with his hand, as the rectangular piece of chocolate reeked with a sweet scent. It was nothing much it tasted, just like a chocolate would. Something that came up in our conversation was how chocolate is like a panacea to us. It's strange, but it relieves our tension and brightens up our mood when we're feeling down. Of course, it's also very tasty. Is that so, he thought. Looking back, Yoram had indeed eaten some chocolate before raiding an important dungeon or before a test. Plus, Keel had chocolate before her presentation and had also demanded something sweet in the distant past before killing herself. He tried another small piece of chocolate by putting it into his mouth, but it did not have any real effects on him. Night time, around the time for the dusk to settle. Balm could not fall asleep with ease, perhaps because it was the last night. These past several days had been a vacation for him, but he still could not sleep for a single moment. He simply watched over Balm, who would quietly snore in her sleep. Fortunately, Balm was no longer feeling as anxious. He could remember how Balm could not sleep at all at night when it was the three of them with Mayu, and hoped this period of time had been a pleasant one for her. You have trouble falling asleep. Yes, but you need to. Are you not sleeping, Opa? I just don't usually sleep. When you were young and you couldn't go to sleep, what did you do? She asked. Ujidi groped through his memories. He had another hobby aside from motorbikes. To be exact, it was the hobby of someone else, who out of the five senses he shared sight and hearing with the vintage clock. The authority, Vintage Clock X, states that it wishes to watch a movie. I think I probably watched a movie by myself. A movie. Hearing that, Balm rustled on the bed and slowly raised her body. She then leaned on the large pillow of the hotel, with her eyes staring at him, who was still sitting on the chair next to the bed. Balm licked her lower lips with her tongue in a way that resembled the movement of a feline tongue, and asked with a significantly softer voice, "Shall we watch a movie together?" She asked with a very cautious tone of voice. He was curious because the beating sound of her heart was turning slightly more rapid. Therefore he asked, "What movie?" And in response, Balm glanced at the chocolate placed on the side table with a little more nervousness on her face. Soon she whispered very softly, "A lewd one." Chapter 334, One Sweet Holiday, 10. Inside the screen, a pair of loving male and female looked at each other with a caring gaze. He couldn't sit on a chair for the movie, so Yu Jitae sat next to Balm on an angle as the actors began blabbering about destiny ardently, as if they were Romeo and Juliet. It was unclear what the trigger was. Something tickled the back of his hand. That extremely faint touch carried with it a not-so-faint implication. Turning to the side, he could see her eyes were still on the movie. Ever since he bore romantic feelings for her, oftentimes he would feel the urge to be closer, but he did not. It was because the child felt burdened by a relationship that was too close. We are destined to be apart. Please do not look for me." The voice of the actor put an end to their tranquil breaths. "They really love destiny, don't they? Yeah. Do you believe in fate, Opa?" "No." Balm turned silent. He likewise stayed silent as her tiny hand slowly began to wrap over his large hand. Slowly, she locked her fingers in. Same. A dragon with the blood of the green race must obey destiny, no matter what it may entail. Those were the words of her father, the person who had been the most precious in the world. "Do we have to?" asked the baby Balm. "You have to," he replied. Leaning on his chest in his arms, Balm shook her head. Her father continued trying to persuade her, but she stubbornly refused to listen. Because if she had to obey destiny, her father would definitely leave her soon. Remembering that unforgettable scenery gave the little Balm goosebumps. It was loathsome and upsetting, but was also depressing, heart-wrenching, and extremely frightening. That was when Balm was 3 years old. She, who would gaze at Providence a lot more frequently and in more depth than other dragons, had seen beforehand countless unfortunate events that would soon happen to her, bleeding while learning magic from her mother, drinking humans who were alive solely for her education, the death of her precious younger sister who was concurrently snoring in her sleep next to her, the scene of her most precious father abandoning her most precious mother and wrapping his arm around the waist of a different female dragon, and herself, who would stay locked up in a small, dark, cold, and lonely area all throughout those events. Balm in her youth questioned herself, is destiny something that really has to be obeyed? Really? Thinking that, the baby Balm became very afraid of the fact that she still had to live in this world while knowing all the upcoming tragedies. She had to retaliate. Ever since she was born, she was kept separate and locked in a small room. It was to achieve the grand schema. The only thing the infant dragon could do in that area was obediently follow her mother's education. Balm tried her best. From time to time, she vomited blood. She was close to death multiple times and reached where she was right now only thanks to the sacrifice of others. Many things were taken from her, and she cried a lot. It was very obvious that she was soon hated by her mother. Despite the powerless baby dragon refusing to obey destiny, there was nothing that could be changed within the scopes of the world's providence. Reality was brutal. 1 out of 100, 0. Breaking through that low probability, Balm finally succeeded in activating a spell that reached the level of an authority and bloomed a flower on her fingertips. But that was when her sister, who was going through the same education as her, died from a sudden mishap. Destiny was unable to be disobeyed. There was a risky surgery which from ancient times had been frequented by dragons who wanted to gain more strength. Her mother said she had to take that surgery for the grand schema, but her father was against it, because none of the dragons were able to survive through that surgery. However, Balm was alive, and her father discarded her family. All the future she had seen became reality. Destiny was a rope that tightened day after day around her neck. It was like a ceiling and a wall that constantly drew closer and that forced her to twist her body to fit in. When I was young, I gave my younger sister all the toys whenever she wanted them. I didn't feel bad even when my whole life was stolen by someone. Of course, she agreed at the start. However, after realizing that it was destiny that decided whether something would belong to her or not regardless of her desire, Balm let go of her greed. Besides, I don't need connections. I don't feel lonely, so there is no need to build any relationship. Do you think precious relationships or whatever breaking apart matter to me? She had a lot of precious things, but regardless of whether she considered them precious or not, it was in the end destiny that decided whether it will approach or distance away from her. So Balm gradually began to create a gap between herself and her precious things. Both objects and relationships, everything went further away against her will. Nothing changed, no matter how much she tried. Retaliation did not work. I can't do anything. Balm lost to destiny and was deprived of the ability to fight back. She wanted to escape from the life of a marionette, to walk on her 2 feet, but her legs were crushed before she could even take a step forward. Powerlessness squeezed her heart and took control over her emotions. 20 years wasn't a long time, but that was the entire period of the existence's life from its birth. Leaving the tiny prison into a bright world did not result in any freedom. Crawling with her crushed legs did not lead to any paradise. Sometimes she even thought to herself that if the final destination of life was death, that she was dying more and more every day, as she was lethargically thinking of such things on the ground on a certain day. Hi, Someone reached forth a hand drenched in blood. Balm held his hand. Lifting her finger nails up, she scratched the back of his hand. Was it ticklish? He sneakily tried to pull it back, so she slowly wrapped her fingers around it, bidding him to stay. His hand still retreated, but his thumb remained in her grip. He could not pull that away. The movie reached its climax. In search of the woman who was exiled from the land, the son of the feudal lord, the main character, left the castle. His intimidating father utilized the military, while the son met countless risks, including bandits, before at last coming across the woman who was living by herself in the depths of the mountain. As the lips of the two drew closer, Yu Jitae was suddenly made unable to watch the movie. Something was blocking his vision. Balm was sitting on his lap. The atmosphere wasn't as usual. There was not a sliver of mischief in her expression, but it was also not that serious. She looked slightly sad and rather lethargic. What's wrong? He stayed still as Balm reached out and laid her hand on his chin before caressing his coarse skin. It was troubling, even more so than everything that had happened until now. Come down. You're blocking the screen. Balm did not say anything in response. Instead, she brought her face closer and simply stared deeply into his eyes. Then she leaned on his chest and rested her head on his collarbone. He felt increasingly more perplexed and felt like he had to push her head away, but that was when she opened her mouth to ask a question. Am I being too pushy? He replied, I think so, but what came back was a nasal sigh. If I am not pushy, I would never be embraced. He stayed silent. Her hair right underneath his chin gave off a scent. The movie continued. After putting their lips together, the man raised the woman into the air and laid her down on the bed as the two revealed more of their skin. That was when Balm said, sorry. The moment he replied, about what, she lifted her body and brought her lips to his neck. The touch felt soft yet burning, as if it was being torched. He couldn't understand it. She should be feeling burdened by physical contact, and yet here she was, initiating the contact. Her lips soon departed from his neck. It then traveled up and landed on his chin with a chew. A little bit more above would be his lips. Frozen stiff from the perplexity, he could only stare at her face. Balm couldn't even meet his eyes and had her eyes facing down, feeling even more perplexed than he was. With a flushed face, her face came right up to his nose as her lips landed over his own. Her ticklish breath seeped out from her twitching lips. He was about to open his mouth after she raised her head, but Balm brought a finger to his lips. SHH, after a very soft whisper, her face drew closer yet again as her lips parted midway. Only after sharing another deep kiss did the two separate. With quivering hands, Balm grabbed onto his cheeks and whispered with a tiny voice, Am I pretty? This question was for her to verify whether he had romantic feelings for her or not. He laid his hand on her face in response. Realizing that was a yes, she felt her heart skip a beat. Balm couldn't even look into his eyes, so she lowered her gaze to his chest. Even then, she couldn't help but open her mouth. You have to know that, Opar, she whispered. Know what? You weren't like this at the start. Her face came closer yet again as they shared another deep kiss. I am the one that changed it. As their lips regrettably parted, the child slowly reopened her eyes. Her grass-colored eyes appeared even larger today. I am the one that made Opar like this. Balm demanded for a hug before wrapping her arms around his neck. Habit was a scary thing. By the time he realized it, he was already hugging her back. Her heated breath touched the side of his neck. She let out only a sliver of her honest thoughts, which she could not fully share. Why is it that it makes me feel so anxious? Providence, which had driven her life to the gutters every single time naturally, did not miss its target this time either. Please don't leave me. A black-haired woman would share love with him, leaving her powerless and deprived. Just like how her sister had died, like how her father had left them. However, Balm did not want to lose it anymore. I am the one that did it. This you Balm was the one, and yet Yu Jitae. He was the one that she wanted to obtain, that she had at last discovered and was precious to her. Her desire to possess and her love was powerful enough to tremble her mind. This was one thing that she did not want destiny to steal. Please don't find other people pretty with those feelings. If you do, I might cry myself to death. Balm serenely laid her emotions out. He felt dizzy. There was something that popped up in his mind. In the past, when he was drawing with Balm, there was something she had said while creating a pink flower on the dark painting. You see, even though a flower may look small and fragile even for a tiny period of time, he realized what Balm was trying to say, and the words that left after she opened her mouth made him all the more certain. If you think I am pretty, please love only me. Balm wanted to be the only flower for him. She wanted to lay her roots down. If you have to embrace someone, please embrace only me. The child needed a verification to push away the thoughts that were making her anxious. Please embrace me, till I break. Her whispering voice quivered. A strand of tear traveled down her cheek. Before I break down. Yu Jitae pulled her closer into his embrace. Overlapping their lips again, and feeling the rapid sound of her heart and the warmth behind her hand, as Balm uncontrollably shivered and suddenly felt suffocatingly frightened of hearing his reply, he finally opened his mouth. All right, Balm felt her mind being erased clean. Ill love only you. She was once again embraced by him. There was one problem. Her nervousness became so severe that she was about to explode. The last bastion had to be protected, and she could not go any further in this physical relationship. But she was about to lose her mind first at this rate. Balm needed chocolate. Due to both her body and heart melting from the kiss, Balm had trouble using magic and had to slightly twist her body to grab the chocolate. However, she couldn't reach it. She tried again, but her arms still did not reach it. She was still in his arms and could only reach the chocolate if she were to escape from his arms, but she did not want to, nor did he let her go. Balm repeated closing and opening her hand in midair a few times, but Yu Jitae soon noticed it and reached out to grab the chocolate. Raising a block of chocolate, he gave it to Balm. Her lips that had been craving for his lips, until now slightly parted as her tongue crept out, she was asking him to feed her. This situation was still quite troubling for Yu Jitae, and he needed some mental relief, so he decided to ventilate his mood by teasing the child a little. He let the chocolate touch her tongue slightly before pulling it out. Closing her mouth, Balm looked at him with her eyebrows in the shape of. In another bout of deep kiss, Balm could not have the chocolate. Her mind went further and further away. Her eyes constantly landed on his collarbone, his thigh that was touching her own, his muscles that she could reach with a slight shift, his large hands and his Adam's apple, and her sight continued giving rise to bad thoughts. Thoughts that would in the end drive her toward destruction. That was why she had a gloomy look on her face. Give me the chocolate. Please just put it into my mouth. She glared at him with such thoughts behind her gaze. Yu Jitae took the chocolate into his hands again with an amused look on his face. He suddenly appeared very infuriating, but Balm knew she was the one on the losing side. She brought her tongue out once again, but what came instead was his thumb that blocked her mouth and pressed on her tongue. It seemed that he wasn't intending on giving it to her. Left with no choice, she started licking the chocolate off his finger. A restless breath and a plea similar to a moan continued as bad thoughts rose all across her body. Balm was close to losing her mind. At last, right before she was about to lose control of herself, he took his finger back and placed the chocolate above her tongue. The thick and mind-numbingly sweet flavor immediately filled her mouth. After finally receiving what she wanted, Balm closed her eyes and diligently melted the chocolate. Soon, she turned her head and looked at him, hoping he could feel the same flavor as her. Chapter 335. One Sweet Holiday, 11. Balm finally separated herself after the end of the movie. Then she started nibbling on the chocolate. With her arms wrapped around her knees, she ate one block of chocolate at a time. Her vacant eyes were out of focus, and she looked slightly mental at a glance. Her heart was still beating fast, and her hands that were carrying the chocolate to her mouth were also trembling. She was so out of it that she didn't even notice a piece of melted chocolate dropping onto her gown. He decided to not worry about it. A romantic feeling was a normal everyday emotion and was only a fragment of the countless emotions that budded while spending time with the hatchlings. It was nothing special or incredible and was just slightly more stimulating than others. Despite his emotions that were running amok, he did not forget his position nor his decision on how he should treat Balm. He had no plans of desiring anything more than this. However, seeing her trembling hands that constantly dropped half-melted chocolate, he decided to clean them at least. It was by habit, like how he would wipe the biscuit crumbs off of Jael's face. With that in mind, he touched her gown, and that was when her vacant eyes regained its light. She slowly turned towards him with her eyes widened into circles. It made him wonder what was so surprising about his actions. He reached his hand out a little further, and she closed her eyes in response. She then turned tense, and her shoulders rose up in nervousness, as if there was a gun placed against her head. What's wrong with her? Upon some thought, he realized that she might have misunderstood his intention and retrieved his hand. She slowly opened her eyes with a squint and looked at him before heaving out a quivering sigh. I know everything, and yet I am still like this. What? Balm placed one of the pillows in between her legs and closed them. Silence befell the room for a little. He wanted to ventilate his emotions in the meantime, but that was when Balm carefully opened her mouth. Opa, I know, but I'm still worried, so please let me say it, okay? You can't. I can't what? He pretended like he didn't know what she was talking about as doubt appeared on her face. Anyway, you can't. I can't do what? If you do, my life will be over, like I said. What are you talking about? She looked very discontent. Suddenly, she threw her hand into the dimensional storage placed around her waist and took something out. It was a pair of scissors. With that in hand, she glared at him. What? I know you fully understand what I am talking about. I have no idea what you are on about. What do you mean? Of course there is no way you don't have those and that kind of thoughts at all in your mind, right? Are you talking about chocolate? He replied while tasting the remaining sweetness on his tongue. He wasn't expecting her to suddenly start such an open conversation with that as the topic, but it was slightly dumbfounding that she had even prepared some scissors for it. On the other hand, he again felt another sense of déjà vu because that just happened to be scissors. Why was it scissors out of all things? Come on. Balm continued with a whine. Why are you pretending like you don't know what I am talking about? I know chocolate. Are you really going to continue doing that? I'm talking about something really serious here. Serious. Do dragons get diabetes as well? Ah. Balm rolled her tiny hand into a fist and hit her chest a few times out of frustration. The slight moment of amusement helped him refresh his mood more. You know, that thing. That the thing that, with one beat in between, she continued saying that, but he was still silent, so she heaved a sigh and dropped the scissors. She blankly murmured, "What am I even talking about?" and she seemed to be feeling slightly tired. But she suddenly remembered something as tension disappeared from her face. She abruptly came closer towards him. Back then, yeah, when we first kissed. She was talking about the thing that happened at the lounge on the way back from the ruined ceremony. Balm whispered with a suggestive voice, "Why did you take my clothes off?" Words disappeared from his mouth. He still had an indifferent look on his face, but her eyes curved, as if she had finally caught on to an opportunity. In fact, Yu Jitae back then had no intention of doing anything. Him taking her clothes off was a process to confirm whether the emotions he had been feeling back then was that of a romantic one or not. Of course, she probably wouldn't believe him even if he were to say that. What were you trying to do? So he didn't know what to say in return when Balm drew closer in and whispered after resting her chin on his shoulder. What were you going to do after stripping me? The whispering made it even harder to reply. It was clear that she was teasing him, but that was fine. She would probably separate with a smile if he were to change the topic a little. I don't know what you're talking about, but you should get some sleep. I'm sure you're tired. But in response, Balm gave an indifferent pout. The words that soon left her mouth included a word which had been completely out of his expectation. Are you castrated? He frowned. His expression was literally that of a question mark, and Balm giggled after finally catching him off guard. You understood what I was saying, right? Why do you pretend like you don't know the cover was blown? Yu Jitae realized that acting clueless would no longer serve any purpose. But at the same time, the doubt he had about Balm regarding that topic also strongly rose back up. He found the need to research into the somewhat strange action system of Balm. Balm had romantic feelings for him. Balm had no qualms with distance to the point that she would unhesitatingly be the one to initiate a kiss. However, Balm felt very burdened about a sexual relationship. Until now, he thought she was just afraid of the inexperienced field. But from what she was now saying, it seemed that going further would result in a big problem. So, what is this serious thing that you were talking about? Sorry, you said the thing is not allowed. Why is that? That was when Balm once again regained a nervous look on her face. However, she asked him something else instead of answering his question. Why are you trying to avoid it? Well, that's because you're feeling troubled by it. He expressed his thoughts, but it was then. With a more profound gaze, Balm looked deeply into his eyes. The atmosphere around her eyes changed as her breath turned quiet. It's more like you can't, right? What? Thinking it was a continuation of that castrated stuff, he was wondering how to reply. I know there is something you are hiding from us, Opa. But that was when Balm suddenly talked about something he hadn't even expected. He gave a frown. It was difficult to guess what she meant by hiding. I'm not hiding anything. You can deceive everyone else, but not me. What do you mean? You see, I can look at one thing and understand a lot more than you might expect. Bam. You know how much time we've spent together, and we're always next to each other. What is there for me to deceive you guys on? The provocative atmosphere was long gone, and the feeling given off by the surrounding air was that of a relatively sharp blade. With a sunken look on her face, Balm gazed at his hands before grasping it. I've been finding it strange for a long time now. Finding what's strange? Actually, you weren't like that at the start. Opa, you would always look at us as if we were things, but that was completely normal. You were a dangerous person, and for other people, you didn't even see them as things. It was an uncomfortable topic to talk about. He tried to pull his hand out, but Balm resisted by clenching tightly with both of her hands. Why are you like that? I don't know what you mean. Stop saying something weird and let go. You have no idea, do you? The face you sometimes make after you started treating us like people and not things. Balm bursted out with questions. What is this about saying that? He nonchalantly pulled his hand out. However, that wasn't the end. Balm suddenly stood up and fell on him. She opened her legs wide, sat on top of his stomach, and pressured him from above. The weight, however, was meager, and it was similar to a cat staying on top of him, but pushing her down would make it seem even weirder, so he calmly stayed there gazing up at her. As if she couldn't understand it, Balm looked at him with a slight frown and asked, "Why do you look so sorry when you are looking at us?" Carried by an anchor, his emotions dropped. Those words struck at his eardrums and pierced through his brain. Why do you look so sorry? He couldn't even think of a response. Her words, according to the eyes of equilibrium, were true. That's nothing but an excuse, right? Me feeling burdened, and that being the reason you don't crave for me. To be frank, that's just an excuse, isn't it? The words he had been telling himself in order to deceive even himself started being crushed by Balm. It had been completely outside his line of thought. He had only been observing others' expressions, and had never taken his own expression into consideration. Since when? Since when did he start facing the kids with such an expression? I don't know what you mean. The only excuse he could give was a short one. His crude words were resolute, but Balm did not buy it. Are you sure you don't? Yes. Will you continue denying it like that? Like I said, I don't know what you're talking about. Then, do you want me to prove it? Prove what? I've never done such a or Yu Jitae hurriedly tried to stop her. Balm placed her hands on the collars of her gown with her two cheeks flushed deeply in red. Despite also feeling troubled by the embarrassment, she moved her hands in order to find out the truth. You Balm, stop. She refused to stop. Her gown dropped behind her and revealed her body, which was not wearing any underwear. From midway, she used her arms to support the gown to stop it from falling further down. But the top half of her body, and the contours of her body connecting down from her collarbone, was already on display. In that state, Balm pushed her body forward a little. Here, Opa. This is all yours. He turned stiff. Because she's young, because she's inexperienced, because she is scared of sexual relationships, and because she feels burdened by it. Since that had been the thought in his mind, he wasn't expecting her to do this at all. In fact, she did seem troubled by it. Despite acting all brave, Balm could not even look straight into his eyes after actually dropping her clothes. But nonetheless, she did not seem to be planning on stopping with her proving process. As if telling him to touch her, she used one of her hands to lift his hand by the wrist, but he just could not cross the line any further. Balm was right. He had been trying to deny his emotions under the pretext that Balm was feeling burdened by it. Yu Jitae knew it better than anyone himself. He was only in this state because the thing called emotion was outside one's control, and he simply did not have the qualification to hold romantic feelings for her. Because of that, he stopped his hands and retaliated no matter how much Balm tried to pull his hand up. See, Balm opened her mouth with a slightly gloomy look on her face. You can't. He could not continue this conversation any further. He did not know how to reply when being interrogated in this kind of relationship, so he resorted to blocking her mouth. That was still within the boundary that he had drawn. So what is it? Why do you look so sorry when Yu Jitae pulled her by her wrists? Ub Balm could not add any more words. Her mouth was blocked. After the deep kiss, he calmly raised the sides of her clothes and dressed her back up. Balm was covering her face with both of her hands with a heated breath. She was lost. This was not something that should be glossed over. It wasn't. Even though she knew it wasn't, Balm just could not make herself ask any more questions. There was no longer any leftover chocolate. It was morning. The two of them did not say anything to each other even as they checked out of the hotel. Bam did not say anything, so Yu Jitae likewise stayed silent. This was a sort of escape, but there were some things in this world that had to be avoided, at least in his opinion. Only after grabbing his hand to teleport back home did Bam open her mouth. Anything would be fine. He had already thought of multiple possible excuses, but Bam once again spoke of something that was outside his expectation. Actually, I didn't talk about it with the other kids. With a refreshing look on her face, she gave a bright smile. He felt something dark crawling up inside his heart. It soon became a drop of poison that seeped into his veins. You've always given us good things, so we can trust you. If he said something here, would anything have been different? So after we go back, stop feeling so sorry to us. Okay. However, he did not say anything. He could only habitually hug Bam, who had naturally walked into his arms. The regressor had to protect the daily lives. We will always believe you, even if it was full of deceit. 2431 He, the diary is not over yet. You Bam hasn't become whale food yet, haha, hey, slash, 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 2432. That was the sweetest vacation of my life. She drew another heart at the front page before closing it. Ajasi Observation Diary. But after pondering about the thing she saw from the side of her vision, she noticed that there was something written on the next page. Tilting her head, Bam turned to the next page. The moment she saw the words written in a messy handwriting, her face turned red like a radish. Thanks for the interesting read, Lal. Sex after a few seconds. A loud roar going you echoed all across Unit 301. Chapter 336. Difference in height. 1. Looking at the mirror, he could see a face stained with exhaustion. Let's try smiling. He forced the corners of his lips up, but it appeared awkward. Even when he tried curving his eyes, it was the same, it was not natural. There was always a glare in his eyes, and because of that, his smile even appeared a little threatening. Why do you look so sorry when looking at us? That had been Bam's question. Her words became a piece of rock that dropped in his head, causing a not-so-small ripple. It had never occurred to him that he should control his expression, and that was the problem. Emotions were automated devices that allowed a broader perspective into a situation, while expressions were automated systems stemming off of emotions that expressed one's condition. He should have predicted that by living through daily lives, his expression would also change depending on his emotion. It was his fault for not recognizing that. That was why Bam realized upon seeing his expression that he was feeling sorry, and with that tiny glimpse into his emotions, noticed something strange about his attitude. She even succeeded in proving that. It was fortunate that she had a mellow mindset for him, and it could have become the starting point of a massive problem. In that short moment, he felt as if a bullet had scraped past his ear. The starting factor of all those problems had been his own expression. Therefore, he looked at himself again through the mirror. What expression was I making? He wondered. It was then. Someone walked up to his knees. It was Jael. In her hand was a 50-cent coin, which she excitedly swung left and right. What is that? I picked it up at the streets. He, she smiled. Her eyes were curved and so were her lips. Jael was the one that smiled the least in Unit 301, and she almost always had a pout on her face. Even then, her smile was a lot more natural than his. You Jael. Yes, come here for a bit. She obediently followed him. Soon he lifted her up and sat her on a chair. Can you try guessing my expression? Your expression. Look at my face and try guessing how I feel. NN. Jael replied with a nod. He thought of something amusing that had happened recently with Yoram. Back when she was asking him to teach her how to use the core, he mischievously teased her by saying he didn't want to, and Yoram turned sulky in response. It was quite an amusing sight that made him smile. However, Jael tilted her head. How was it? Something else, please. Was that expression a bit difficult to guess? Thinking that, he tried reflecting on other situations. Those included the times when he had felt irritated by the actions of the demons, as well as when he was hoping Keel would stand back up from the ground. Jael vacantly looked into his face for a while before giving a confident nod. Do you get it? Yes, how did I look? Looking handsome, not that. Jael, however, did nothing but give an innocent smile in return. That was when they heard a loud noise from Yoram's room. Kairak. Unny, I was wrong. Sorry, please. He wondered what this was about now. The door of Yoram's room was pushed open with a thud, as Baum walked out with a serious look on her face like a dictator who had just shut down the Democrats. Beneath her feet was Yoram crawling on the ground, grasping onto her legs. "Annie, Barmanni, please let go right now." "Ah, Annie, that's more precious to me than my life. I thought you were giving it to me, like Seaman. You said you wouldn't take it." The center of the situation seemed to be Yoram's long sword, or rather, the onion core with 10 lifted seals that was added onto the sword. It was extremely rare for Balm to be that mad, but fortunately, she wasn't out of it, and her degree of anger still appeared to be within the controllable margin. But even so, she seemed exceedingly infuriated. Balm took the core out of the sword and floated it in midair before bringing out a pair of large electric scissors and carrying it next to the core. The large scissors used for gardening looked quite vicious. "Wait, wait, Chato Matty, any last words? Annie, for real, do you want to see me kill myself? NN, go kill yourself. Annie, even though I did see your diary. There was so much gibberish I stopped reading midway. I didn't finish reading your Argosy. Observe her voice immediately came to a stop as Balm and Yoram turned their heads at the same time. Yu Jitae and Jael were listening from the side. Argosy, observe what? You Yoram, Balm said with a smirk. Her mind that was barely holding on seemed to have crossed the line. "I told you not to touch my stuff, didn't I?" Yoram had to beg desperately for her forgiveness. "Great, Annie, please. Balm, Annie. Goddess Balm." Little Yoram's heart is aching in pain, and it hurts so much right now if that breaks. Yoram's heart will break at the same Timmy as she was on her knees relaying her apology. There was one specific phrase that rang louder in his ears. "It hurts." Hearing those words with Yoram's voice was something that made him feel uncomfortable. That was when Jael pulled him by his pants. When he turned to her, she opened her mouth with a bright smile. Looking sorry. His facial muscles faintly flinched. "Ah, looking surprised, but you know, in the end, doesn't that belong to Barmani?" Keel said with a smile. Frozen stiff, Yoram stopped her chopsticks. "What? Why? It's true, right? Barmani did all the gacha, so doesn't that mean it should belong to her? You think that makes any sense?" She denied it, but not with a loud voice, because it did make sense. Yoram frowned. Keel was looking at the 10 unsealed core with a flickering gaze. After receiving the same military education for a long time just like her, Keel naturally also knew the value of that core. "Oi, what do you think you're looking at? Annie, can you lend it to me for just 1 week?" "No, of course not. Why? I also want to use super strong magic. It would be amazing if I put that on my staff." "Never." Keel still grumbled and wanted to use it for a few days, so Yoram eased her expression with a bright smile. "Do you want to use it?" Really?" "Yes." Yoram suddenly stood up from her seat before throwing the core into her pants. "Take it," she said while pushing her lower body forward as Keel frowned as if she had seen human feces on the street. "I can't take that. Why can't you? You can borrow it as long as you take it. Why are you so dirty, Annie?" Ha ha ha. Her laughter abruptly came to a stop, and Yoram turned around in surprise. Jael was grabbing onto the waist of her shorts, and slight tension filled the room as they gazed into each other's eyes. "What are you looking at? If I take this, can I really use it? What are you even going to do with it? It's expensive." He, really? But oh no, what should we do? You have to go through my leggings and my undies as well. In the end, Jael could not take it either, because it was just way too disgusting of a thing to do. It seemed that grabbing onto her pants was already displeasing enough, as she immediately went to the bathroom and used both soap and magic to wash her hands. The value behind the 10 unsealed core was so immense that even Keel and Jael, who had no prior interest in it, were greedy for a try. On the other hand, Yu Jitae had mixed thoughts looking at the core. In his mind was a memory of the mana that the witch's 7 unsealed core had been giving off. The impression he got back in the fourth and the fifth iterations when he was weaker than his current self as he saw her spell was that a normal fireball, B, would be like a pitcher's throw, while the witch's was like a cannonball. That was good and all, but there was actually a side effect to the onion core. It increased as the core had more and more seals removed, and was a side effect that was all the more detrimental to Yoram. The core touches a part of the user's emotions. In those times of war, I had always yearned for more power. After living with it the whole time, I thought I had it fully under my control. But no, it suddenly became difficult to control when my emotions were in turmoil. You see, it's not like I ever wanted to kill both children and adults, humans and animals. Sometime in the distant past, The excuse Valentine had given, as she was about to die in his hands, was not a lie. On the day of the 724 Revolution of Quebec was when Valentine killed 70 people and became the true witch. Of course, Yoram was not as efficient as the witch in terms of control over the core. It meant she was still relatively free from the side effects as of yet, and that was also why he hadn't kept a close eye on Yoram yet. At least that had been the case. But now it was about time to start keeping a close eye on her use of the core. After realizing that her power had reached a certain level, Yoram began preparing for a bloody revenge. Dear, that night was when Yoram came to him with a request. Can you schedule a duel for me? It was way too important of a thing to be regarded as a daily matter, so he borrowed the name of the association to carry it out. Yu Yoram is one of the superhumans the association is deeply interested in, so have another duel and check it for us. That was the pretext which he used to request for another duel with Simon Abkarian. Simon Abkarian, the savior of Gallia, the hero of France, the representative of superhuman without border. World rank 29. He was the master of the great Gallian swordplay and was the one who had recently smashed Yoram to pieces. Aang. And he lost. She did. Keel was curious, so he showed her the news articles of the past. Finally, a stop. Yu Yoram loses in a duel against Simon Abkarian in just 15 seconds. The end of an immature act, the wall of a true hero, was unable to be overcome. Yu Yoram suffers another defeat. This time, the victor was decided in just 12 seconds. Yet another defeat for Yu Yoram. A short 9-second duel decided in one blow. Simon states, a fearless fool that rushes in will die before angels, as a warning to stop the indiscriminate duels. Yu Yoram gets her additional duel requests ignored by Simon Abkarian, a shameful return. One of those articles even included a photo of Yoram's head trampled under Simon's foot. Yoramani must have been super frustrated. How come I didn't notice it? It was because she didn't show it on the outside. Unlike the past, Yoram no longer ruined everything by being pulled around by her ego. However, the fact that she no longer gets pulled around by her ego did not mean her ego had disappeared. She must have been quite disheartened on the inside. How does she look to you these days? He asked. Who? Yoramani. She's a lot softer now. Is that so? Un. Even yesterday with the core, if we did that when we first met, she would have made a straight face for sure. Insist it's hers and push me down on the floor and harass me as if she had a PTSD attack. Keel touched the goosebumps that had crawled up her arms. Now that he thought about it, that did seem to be the case. Yoram was trying her best to contain her personality in order to fit into the daily lives. It was quite shocking how soft her personality had become compared to how she used to rush in and throw a fist whenever there was something she was dissatisfied with. In any case, after a few days, they received a positive reply from Simon Abkarian. Therefore, leaving behind Baum, who had gone to meet Lee Hwa, and Jayal, who had to go to school, he headed to France with Yoram and Keel. Yu Jitae and Keel dressed themselves up a little for a disguise. Going with Keel's taste, they wore a fedora, a fake mustache, and a pair of sunglasses as they followed Yoram from behind. Why are you, as a girl, wearing a mustache? Yuhe, I wanted to try this once. Anyway, Yu Yoram, who was referred to as the history's greatest newborn superhuman and the savior of Gallia, Simon Abkarian, their duel was prepared at the Gallian superhuman arena. Some of the superhuman broadcasting companies sent reporters and a filming crew as soon as they came across the news to broadcast their duel under the permission of both Simon and Yoram. However, their expectations were very low as Yoram had already suffered several hopeless defeats. They were more interested with how Yu Yoram, who was famous for having a dirty temperament, would behave in the fight, as well as her appearance after her loss. Do you think she'll last 10 seconds this time? Probably not. The past 3 records were 15, 12, and 9 seconds, but there has to be a reason why she applied for another duel after a few months, right? It'd say she's just immature. Think about it. Simon's a veteran who's experienced various wars, right? He knows how to deal with little kids, and that's why the fights are lasting even shorter over time. The depth in their ability to deal with situations is just too far apart. The reporters whispered to themselves, but their opinions represented the thoughts of everyone that was interested in the superhuman industry. Soon, the superhuman acting as the judge yelled for the entry of the combatants as Yu Yoram and Simon Abkarian walked up to the middle of the arena. 15, 12. 9 this time, it should be 6 seconds then. Oblivious to the existence of the 10 unsealed onion core, the audience had in mind what they thought was a very obvious outcome. The bell rang and marked the start of the fight. Soon, they were met with a shocking turn of events. Chapter 337. Difference in height, too. Before the bell rang, around 2 hours before the start of their duel, Yoram was already warming up at the arena. Crouching down, she relaxed her legs, shook her arms off, and turned her head. She repeated those actions which in general were only done by humans, whose muscles tended to freeze with tension. It was because she was nervous. 3 times was the publicized number of her defeats, but Yoram had actually lost to Simon 9 times. But even in those unknown duels, she had never lasted for more than 20 seconds. Your sword is too heavy. Swinging a pickaxe at a mine seems better suited for you. Those are some unusual skills you are using. Did you catch others off with those skills? Nothing but a petty trick. I see you are relying on petty tricks to make up for your lack of foundation. You fool, do you think techniques will help cover your lack of basic combat skills forever? With a natural condescending gaze, he tried to teach her. She was dumbfounded. Who do you think you are? And besides, all of his words were wrong, and there was nothing to learn from him. However, that was still fine. The frustration was bearable, and she constantly thought about the realistic way out. The problem was simply in her lack of output. In gaming terms, her basic stats were just too lacking that she couldn't do anything no matter how she tried. But even then, she had the mindset that it will work one way or another by observing him and finding a weak point. But the 9th defeat put a stop to her easygoing mindset. Ha, you weren't even doping anything. Simon, who had been strict until now, sneered at Yoram for the first time. How truly preposterous, trampling on her head and pushing it into the ground. He continued. An unqualified one, laying their hands on power that is beyond their capability. Did you think the world was in your hands after defeating a few high rankers at a young age? Damn it. This is why the media is the cause of all problems. A young kid acting so arrogant like they are the king after being boosted a little by the media. What kind of superhuman tries to fight a stronger ranker without even doping? Huh, this is the end. You are not even worth my time. A sloppy kid like this with a talent on a similar ground with Oscar Brzenk her seriously. You hearing the next words that came out of his mouth shook the conception she had on doping. There was something in his words that made her suddenly feel very upset. Ill win for sure, at least there was now a chance to win. Release Output Amplification Core 10 this day, and this place will mark the debut of the absurd and unprecedented power behind this monstrous core. Her heart, however, was not at ease. Since it felt like she was relying heavily on the weapon, it was actually very distressing. However, Yoram no longer became upset and filled with uncontrollable fury from little stuff like how she used to in the past. To win a war, you must be able to control your emotions. The advice she got from Yu Jitae was securely kept within her heart like a sharp blade. In any case, while relaxing her muscles at the arena, Yoram prepared herself for the 10th duel with a serious yet nervous mind. Before long came Simon and his attendants. With a face full of irritation, he wore his equipment and stepped onto the arena. Ding, the bell rang, and Yoram raised her longsword. A sharp light released from the sword covered the world with its brilliance. Who? Wait, huh? What is the voices of the audience were infested by confusion. The light shone brightly like the sun, and was followed by a 4-meter long sword aura soaring up from Yoram's sword into the sky. A long length did not always equal strong power, but it was a different story if something that long was fluctuating with mana that was sharp enough to prick at the skin. Following a ferocious path, the sword fell heavily as Simon raised his greatsword to block the onslaught. Kang, ho, this can't be. Simon widened his eyes just like the surrounding crowd. The sword he had reprimanded for being heavy felt way too heavy now. He had suggested the use of a rapier since she was a girl with a small body and feeble strength, but that was no longer the case. Yoram struck down with her sword. Following the trajectory of the sword were bits of flame creating an afterimage in its path. Kang, another thud. Simon clenched his teeth, feeling the shake in his finger bones. Kang, Kang. Each and every strike pushed him back by a step. Simon put all his strength into parrying her sword before distancing himself. What in the world was happening? What sort of mysterious phenomenon was it that could result in such a heavy load of mana? There was no way a mana capacity could be increased by that much in just a few months. It was unbelievable. In any case, he had to overcome it. With all his strength, Simon struck down his sword, flickering in blue. Carried within the strike were his supernatural abilities. His great sword, as big as a human body, fell down like a piece of heavy lead. At the same time, Yoram swung her sword up from the ground. Flames enveloped her legs and rode her waistline up as it surged into the sky. Kang! The aftershock of the strike pushed Simon back, yet again he was stunned. His eyes looked at her sword. Although it looked the same as the previous one, it had a completely different weight to it and was evidently a different weapon. Yes, that sword. That sword must be the problem. He heard the association was sponsoring that kid, and it now seemed that they had given her a top-notch sword artifact. They had made him a guinea pig for this experiment. Association. Those damned bastards. Kang. The clash of their swords created an explosion that greatly shook his hands. In truth, an explosion of a bomb on the blade would result in a weaker impact than this. He knew this because he had blocked an explosion with his sword before. A longsword was overwhelming a double-handed greatsword. That was despite the greatsword being a fairly strong weapon among level 2 artifacts. As they continued the bout, Simon, who could do nothing but defend, was slowly pushed into a corner. Simon's about to fall off the arena. No, he's about to drop his sword before that the reporters were shocked while the observing superhumans were appalled. Simon, he was a hero of the Great War, a French superhuman who had protected Gallia from repetitive fissure outbreaks. And yet here, that same Simon was being pushed back by the sword of a young girl who had just reached 20. This was outside the realms of possibility. However, the onslaught did not end, and time passed without paying any regard to their disbelief. The crimson eyes were tainted in madness as the flames in Yoram's sword reached an even greater height. Bang! But that was when the sound of a war horn echoed across. The dueling system of the Gallian arena had commanded a stop in their duel. High rankers immediately jumped onto the stage after the horn and stood between Yoram and Simon. Yu Jitae was in the mix and he stood firmly in front of Yoram. What's going on? The duel's been forced to a stop. Why is that? Is it because of their output? That seems like it. Their fight just then was a little excessive for a duel. While the fast thinkers were analyzing the situation outside the arena, Yoram was trying her hardest to contain her rushed breath. You okay? She nodded to his question, but could not look directly into his eyes. When he took the sword off of her hand, Yoram created a fist out of her shivering hands. Oi, are you okay? Her hands remained trembling. Looking closely, he could also see that her heart was pumping at an excessive rate. Was she being swayed by the colossal power? Going closer in, he held her hand. He immediately gave a frown the moment he felt the flow of mana inside her body. He knew what this flow implied. Let us call it off. That was when Simon's low voice echoed across. Hearing that, the eyes of the reporters turned sharp. What do you mean by that, Simon? Yoram's guide sent by the association opened his mouth with a question. Call it off. That just then was but a temporary stop to the duel due to the excessive amount of output. We have yet to even see the result of it. Yoram also had a scowl on her face. Victory was right in front of her eyes. Of course, Simon probably wasn't fully serious, but the chance to defeat him had finally come after suffering 9 losses. And yet he wanted to cancel that now. Mister, what's your grade as an agent? I am a grade 3 agent named Dolph Worshampton. Don't you think this is a bit too much? Simon clicked his tongue. The reporters squinted their eyes. The representative of Superhuman Without Borders was picking a fight with the association. It was a big scoop. What do you mean? It feels very uncomfortable seeing you treat our organization like your employees. Even though I am no longer a part of the association, don't you think sacrificing my prestige just to test out a new weapon is crossing the line? Sorry, so what level is this one? 4, 5. It doesn't seem any weaker than that witch's karma vessel. Is this another level 5 artifact? His words caused everyone to turn their gazes to the longsword in Yu Jitae's hand. It was a shocking statement. A level 5 artifact. That thing. The reporters quickly came up with headlines. The association flaunting their military reinforcement with a level 5 artifact. Using me as a guinea pig. The hero of Gallia rebukes the association. What do you mean by that, Simon? Seemingly in a bad mood, Simon tapped the floor a few times with his sword. It was 9 times. What? The number of times I have struck down that red dog. 9 times, including the unofficial duels. Add all those times together, and it is still going to be less than 3 minutes. But look, how is it now? Will you still persist that I am wrong? B, but no matter what, it is not true that we were testing a weapon or anything. Quiet. Simon abruptly shouted with a voice loud enough to shake the arena. There is a limit to how much of a fool you can take me for. A damn kid full of herself and egoistic. The entire world knows they are giving the kid some new weapon to try to put her on the same level as this hero of Gallia. If this is not a circus trying to lower me to glorify the weapon, then what is it? Seemingly displeased, he kicked off the ground and turned around with a flick. Yoram felt insulted, and she bit on her lips as her hands trembled even more. Yoram, but regardless of what was happening around him, Yu Jitae fixed his eyes on Yoram and tightly held onto her hand. Control it. She was having difficulty in controlling her emotions. Her shivering was not because her muscles were shocked by the large output in power. It was instead the result of her muscles trying to contain an even greater output. In other words, Yoram was excessively stimulated right now. Her personal feelings were injected into the duel. Control it. The flow of mana rotating inside her body right now was similar to how it was back when she had rushed towards Sophia during the Azure Dragon Study Group interview after the admission. She was overly excited and was trying to suppress it herself. Yoram, he said with a voice more serious than before, as if talking to a baby tiger who had accidentally used its fangs for the first time. He spoke to her. You must contain it. The witch, Valentine, had a younger brother. A younger brother who had accompanied her all her life after they lost their parents at a young age. Immediately after she was enlightened, she was pushed into the battlefield. Around that time was also when she laid her hand on the onion core. She had kept her composure throughout both large-scale and small-scale wars, but lost control of herself after losing her younger brother from a military revolution that happened at Quebec, Canada, her homeland. The number of humans she killed back then was 7-0. It was a massacre of both civilians and soldiers. If you can't control it, you have no right to use it. As a dragon, Yoram was able to stop the interference of outside factors a lot better than humans. Besides, she had been successfully controlling her emotions in the recent battles. That was why he thought she would be able to control it, but it might have been too early. On the other hand, he was curious. Why was Yoram this upset? Is it just because of those 9 defeats? It was strange for that to be the case. Yoram had a history of countless defeats. Even when she had lost to the great orc warrior over 100 times in the span of 1 week, she wasn't this upset. Sorry, I was just thinking about something and it made me a little mad, Yoram said after calming herself down. What happened? Looking away from his eyes, Yoram said with a soft voice. The following words allowed Yu Jitae to understand her feelings. Well, he said I was lucky. When was this? Last time Yoram reflected on the past. Seriously, you are only born lucky, aren't you? Those were the random words of someone who knew nothing about her, but it was more than enough to stimulate the thought that was wriggling deep inside her heart, as well as resurfacing some disgusting memories. When I heard that, I thought there's no way, but the onion core was the result of Balm's lifetime fortune. But having a good friend who would readily give away such a good item was her own luck. Now that I think about it, he might be right. A wall that had stood firmly for a few months despite trying 9 times was now crumbling by itself despite her putting in 0 effort. It was luck that was bringing her to victory. What do you mean? It's true, right? Even if I win here, can that be called my victory in the true sense of the word? Yoram said while avoiding his eyes and lowering her gaze. They didn't have much time in their hands, so Yu Jitae decided to persuade the child in a short period of time. You just got enough luck like others. NN. Why was your oldest Unnie strong? Isn't it because she got lucky and was born before others? Well, yeah, but think of it this way. It was late, but you finally got your share of that same luck. What the hell is that? His words did not sound great in her ears. That's just forcing yourself to think that way. That stupid Yoram said that, but after ruminating over his words, it surprisingly did make her feel a little better. Right. What is there I can do? I was just born late like a retard. But maybe this is what I get as compensation. Those were the thoughts going through her mind, but that wasn't the mindset Yu Jitae wanted her to have. You, Yoram. He opened his mouth with a heavier voice. What? Think one more time on what's actually important. Why did you train with me? Was it to get stronger? Yoram pondered. Was she training to get stronger? No. The hatchlings of the red race compete against each other. It's not the strong dragon that gets chosen, only the survivors. She was training with Yu Jitae in order to survive. Don't be afraid of using whatever you can to survive. Those words struck her heart. This was a competition for survival and not a sport. She should have long known it herself. Wasn't that what she had been telling herself in the first place? However, it seemed that in a corner of her heart she had been decorating her effort as if it was something sacred and special. It made her realize that looking down on luck just because it was related to her trauma was an arrogant attitude in that sense. If you can't, that's fine. We can go back and you can calmly train yourself again. That was when Yuram suddenly raised both of her hands and slapped both sides of her cheeks. Slap. It was so loud that the crowd turned towards her in surprise and looked at her flushed cheeks. Simon frowned and said, "In any case, I shall still pray for the future of the association," with a solemn voice before turning his body. "Why are you slapping your own cheeks all of a sudden? This can also be overcome with training, right? Which one? Anger management problem. Don't worry about it. I know how." There was a slightly cruel yet certain method. "So do you want to continue?" he asked while looking into her eyes. The moment her red eyes, resembling rubies, slowly rose up and met his eyes, he came to a decision. "Can you stop me if I can't control myself?" And her following request gave him certainty. "Simon." When Yu Jitae's low voice resonated across the arena, the man who was hurriedly escaping from the area with his attendants stopped his feet. "Please wait one moment." Chapter 338. Difference in height. 3. What is it? Are you also from the association? Name is 1. A Grade 5 agent. Grade 5 Agent 1. Yu Jitae used the fake identity of Clone 1. He didn't need to verify himself. He revealed his ability by instead killing his presence to that of a civilian in front of rankers. A crack appeared on Simon's expression. "Right one, huh? I've heard that name before. So what is it? Why don't we have another fight with different gear this time?" Simon twitched his eyes. "Nothing changes even if we were to use different weapons. I think the problem is with the association's way of dealing things. It is a misunderstanding. The output of the duel exceeding the standard of a duel and doubting the intention of the association is all in the weapon. So let us change them to sparring weapons. Please give the association a chance to wash off the misunderstanding." He had been claiming that the new weapon of the association was the thing that was making the situation disadvantageous. In other words, he was saying it was due to the difference in gear, so changing the weapon would remove any possible excuse he could come up with. Fortunately, Simon eased his expression and agreed. It seemed that he really thought the weapon was the cause. Sounds good. But his composure didn't last long. The bell rang. Vung, her heart flooded out with mana. At the same time, the core embedded into the longsword was filled with mana, and like an organism it twitched while gushing forth a stream of mana. Ember. Yoram activated the Karl Galakwa stand-up martial art. The air exploded beneath her feet, and the tremendous force pushed her body forward. Like an arrow, her body flew forward and traveled through 30 meters in the blink of an eye. Using every bit of mana through the core, she embedded mana into the sparring longsword. Her plan was to demonstrate her power with one strike. Flames erupted around the sword with more intensity than what she expected, the amplification multiplier of 6. 2, which was 2 or 3 times greater than other prominent supplementary cores, allowed an absurd amount of mana flow that supported the movement of her sword. Yoram felt her blood racing towards her head. A warning bell rang inside her brain. Her hand shivered as fury reared its head. However, her attack had already been executed, and it was no longer stoppable. Reporters and civilians of the audience had yet to even sense anything, and only the powerful superhumans could sense the incomprehensibly ridiculous output. As a sword aura of flame reaching 5 meters in height reached out from the tip of her sword, the blade, after being accelerated by the explosion, flashed, drawing an afterimage in its path. Soon, the entire crowd widened their eyes in shock, as if their eyeballs would burst out, and Simon likewise watched the approaching sword with his eyes forming circles. He was astonished, and before long, flash an intense burst of light covered the arena. Breaking news: Yu Urim defeats Simon Abkarian in a duel. Yu Urim. From the top of Lair to the top of the world. A shocking result to the duel. Simon Abkarian defeated. The wall of a hero, broken by a 20-year-old. A newborn superhuman that will drive the world into shock. Another look into the critic Petrovics, finding the rank one candidate of the future from 3 years ago, the rebutters should all go die. The buzzing AR industry, the head of MD headhunting firm, Mariuska, Uyoram's net worth expected to reach $150 billion, should be considered to be on the same level as the young Oscar Brzenk. Shocking news. The association raises another monster after the witch, Valentine, and the returnee, BM. Top news. Image. The savior of Gallia on the ground with a trampled head. What goes around comes around. Uyoram after the victory, weaker than expected. Completely outside the common realm of etiquette. French civilians in shock and dejection. The question of a reporter from the public TV France, F6, something you have learned from the duel against him, receives a stunning reply. Shouldn't you ask that to the loser? French soldiers after the defeat of the hero. A mass desertion of soldiers from the helplessness. International press. Yoram's next opponent, Javier Karma. The world was in a mess, but it was normal for the world to be chaotic whenever Yoram did something. However, the scale of the fuss was a lot greater this time. Even though it was a friendly duel with the victor decided by a judge. A world ranker at rank 29 one-sidedly defeated by a 20-year-old girl was nonetheless shocking news. The association and the SWB appealed to the media. Yu Jitae made sure Yoram was careful with her words, and Simon Abkarian uploaded some random congratulatory message. Happy to see the new era being led by the great association with my own eyes to decorate himself as a generous man. It would be unseemly to say he had been careless, but he also didn't want to raise Yoram up, so he was praising the association instead. Since Yu Jitae was a figure with authority inside the association, there was no comment or any restriction on Yoram's behavior or her affiliation. There were only rumors being spread on the internet and the media. On the other hand, Yu Jitae, when he returned to Unit 301 after finishing his work, did not have a very bright look on his face. He did not miss the small stop in the child's movement when she was using the core at its highest capability. That was despite his warning. In the end, Yoram was able to hold her anger in, and there were no issues until the very end. Yoram was improving on her own. She had probably thought of ways to suppress her fury beforehand and had most likely gone through several practices to make it work. Even then, his face didn't look very good. A strange emotion that he started having quite recently was weighing his heart down. Emotions were always automated. He had to find the cause after feeling one, but he had no idea what the cause was no matter how much he contemplated. There was nothing wrong with Yoram, so why was it that his heart was feeling so uncomfortable? Hey, you guys, watch this. It was during dinner. Yoram wasn't the type to brag about her duel regardless of the opponent, whether she won or lost. This too was something that originated from Yu Jitae's advice. No one brags about the fact they are walking on their 2 feet down a path, so Yoram tried not to be too happy or too sad over each and every accomplishment. That was why her showing off today was an extremely rare exception. Using the hologram option of her watch, she floated her duel against Simon Abkarian and shared the clip with the kids. You were. Oh, wow. Kiel, Jael, and even Baum watched the video in surprise. Flickering embers of flame and Simon retaliating with his blue mana despite using weapons that limited their ability to 20. The fight between the two rankers was stunning and mind-blowing. One would disappear from the screen before reappearing dozens of meters away on the other side of the large platform. Each of their strikes would explode the surrounding air and shake the dimensions. It truly was an intense battle. Is this how it would look if the God of Flame was to flip a large cauldron upside down and pour out flames? Yoram's use of Karl Gulak martial skills enveloped the arena and overflowed. Unny, you are actually super cool, oh yeah. I heard you lost 3 times, but you actually managed to beat him. That's amazing. Right. Pretty cool, yeah. Even Jael gave a little nod despite having a displeased look on her face, and the baby dragon that was born with the smallest body twitched its shoulders. Qahahak, she laughed in a very good mood. Yu Jitae, however, still felt uncomfortable. He could not look at the innocently rejoicing child with a comfortable gaze. It's not like the burden was immense to an unbearable degree, but there was something that constantly irritated him like a piece of pebble stuck in the shoes. What is it? Is there a problem with Yoram? He contemplated deeply, looking for an answer. By the way, Yoram, is this okay? Which? Baum stopped the video and went through Yoram's abnormal actions. Your hands were shivering here and here. You lifted your foot after Simon collapsed, and here as well. Argosy was in front of you, but you were still clenching on your sword. Who? Yeah. Isn't this because you were angry? Yeah, it is. Yoram awkwardly scratched her head. Like a side effect of the core. Something like that, what? She glanced at the kids and scratched her cheeks before opening her mouth as if it was nothing serious. It's nothing much. Apparently, when using a high-quality onion core, it's difficult to control your emotions. Is that okay? That sounds extremely dangerous. How is it any dangerous? It's just getting a little heated up. Is that so? Keel tilted her head, but Balm had a different perspective despite hearing the same words. That sounds way too dangerous, Un. Why? There's no limit to the action or magic, but it's affecting your emotions instead. What's the point in getting stronger if you can't control your mood and do something wrong? Un. Is that so? Keel, think of it as a mind-related magic. Art, oh wow, any magic that directly touched the mind was immediately seen as an S-grade spell. It was the most difficult and the most dangerous out of every magic. So it was deemed an international taboo alongside human-type chimera production by the association. A dark cloud appeared on Keel's expression after realizing the seriousness of the matter, but Yoram scoffed instead. You guys are overreacting. There is zero problem. Why? Why do you think so? Yu Jitae said it, okay. He said he knows how to deal with all of that. The kids turned their eyes to Yu Jitae. Right, teacher? Yoram asked with a bright smile on her face. Closing his mouth, he pondered for a bit. There was not a sliver of doubt in her words. She was trusting him because of the bond that had been built up over a long period of time through bickering and working together. However, he felt slightly more uncomfortable at this moment for some reason, and still could not clearly tell what the reason was, so he fell deeper into thought. Wait, can you not? Aang, didn't you say you can? I thought there was a way to deal with anger problems. Yeah, there is. Are you sure it will work? You're looking quite dubious. It'll definitely work. That much was certain, because it was the method he came up with in the 5 iterations through experiments. Really? I'm curious. How do you teach how to deal with anger management? Right. For none other than the red dragon race's Keel slurred her words, pondering how much she should say to make sure it wouldn't be a racist comment. Meanwhile, Yu Jitae slowly began to realize the identity of this emotion that was making him feel uncomfortable. His chin turned tense. Balm asked Yoram, do you know the method? Nope. What's with that? Why did you say it wouldn't be a problem when you don't even know how to fix it? Seaman duck it. What about it? Whatever it is, Yu Jitae will do something. He always comes up with the right answer whenever there's a problem. Is that so? Of course it is. Don't you think so? It's not the first time this has happened. Yoram said with a grin. I don't doubt anymore. Again, it was a voice overflowing with infinite trust. But it does make me quite curious. Even though I look like this, I have a fairly dirty personality. How do you even fix this? I asked before and it looked like my parents didn't even fix theirs. Turning towards him, she asked, so how does it work? 5th iteration. At the end of a long imprisonment. It happened while the man was away. A poor hatchling of the red dragon burned its own heart as fuel for power. The entity broke out of the underground labyrinth that had kept it locked for close to 20 years, and unable to control its fury, it flew around destroying everything. It breathed out flames by sacrificing its own life. Through fury, it expressed its frustration and pain. The entity caused wars and endlessly wreaked havoc to later become the enemy of all of humanity. By the time he returned, after belatedly hearing the news to stop it, the hatchling's body was already ripped to pieces, broken and crushed beyond repair. That entity, who had never once complained about pain during imprisonment, looked at the regressor with one remaining eye. It hurts. My chest hurts. It moved its broken chin to ask him for a favor. Please, kill me back then. The man thought this red entity would continue holding him back in the future. Unlike the gold entity that caused trouble due to dying from every trivial stuff like an ocean sunfish, the red entity could not control its own anger. Even though it first became a problem in the 5th iteration, similar problems would inevitably be brought to surface with more iterations. Until then, there was an unwritten principle that he had applied to himself. It was that he should not kill the entities. It hurts. It hurts, but seeing those tears mixed with blood traveling down the cheeks, he changed his mind. The regressor snapped the entity by its neck. For the first and last time, he had killed a baby dragon with his own hands. Afterwards, he immediately killed himself to preserve the information inside the vintage clock. Thus, information on the red entity became a fragment that resided within the extensive history of the regressor. Thus, the regressor learned the red race's way of breathing, their martial arts, and their mana pulsation. And due to that, in the following 5 iterations, the regressor experimented on how to restrict the red dragon. 27 experiments. The process of the red entity's fury had a fundamental difference to that of a human's. Their anger was a reflex action to outside pressure, and happened even in their unconsciousness. Rather than some sort of emotion, he realized that it was a reflex action that was similar to a hereditary disease. For example, they could have fun slapping each other on the back of their hand, but then suddenly hurl a fist if the shock was to exceed a certain level. It was a fury beyond their control, so the end result did resemble a human with an intermittent explosive disorder. However, there was a difference. Upon a close inspection to the dragon's mana composition, funnily enough, he discovered a formula for submission alongside others, and this meant that repetitive training could significantly lower the chance of a reflex action. That was why he experimented, and at the end of several failures, he finally found the answer. He was certain after 27 experiments. The method was rather simple. It was something like this. NN, what is it? Wedge it down so that it can't move a single inch. What's wrong, huh? And what's with that look on your face? Make the entity recognize its powerlessness. Why do you suddenly look so serious? And hitting it. Ah, Seaman, why aren't you saying anything? Until the anger reflex action disappears from the entity. Chapter 339, Difference in Height 4. Why am I feeling uncomfortable? What is it that's making me feel uncomfortable? He found a clue to the bizarre emotion that had been harassing him these past few days. A long time ago, ever since the first time he met Yoram, he had been vaguely assuming that that day would sometime come. And if that day was to come, he knew he would have to utilize all his violence to rectify Yoram. He had never doubted the need to do so, because it was a natural thing to do. Those entities called red dragons were meant to be treated that way. That should have been the case, but now that he actually needed to do it, he noticed there were a fair amount of things that were outside his initial plan. The unpleasant mood gradually grew bigger. That was when he found a pair of grass-colored eyes looking straight at his face. "Why do you look so sorry?" Her voice brushed past his ears. There were 4 pairs of eyes looking at him. He needed time to censor his own expression. Turning his eyes, the man glanced around. What expression do I have right now? Despite looking around, he found nothing that could serve as a replacement to a mirror, so his gaze soon landed on his spoon. He looked at the reflection of his face through the spoon, and looked at the dim eyes that were looking back into his eyes through the distorted worldview. It looked indifferent and inorganic as usual. Those eyes did not feel like his own, and felt like someone else's, thus the addition to the number of gazes that were on him. A subtle shift in emotions had a tendency to be revealed from the gaze rather than muscular movements of the face. He had already confirmed the standard of a sorry look through Jayal. Comparing his look to that standard, it looked okay. He came to the conclusion that his face was quite normal. With that certainty in mind, he opened his mouth. It's nothing incredible, just pushing you to situations that might cause you to be emotional and helping you withstand it. Aang, is that it? There's nothing much to say. That is everything. That was unexpected, so it's easier than I thought. Well, I guess the solution is always simple, no matter how difficult the problem looks. It's not going to be that easy. Yoram giggled in response. You're right. Duck, who could have guessed finding a flag underwater would be something like that, shaking a piece of thick bacon with her fork. Yoram entered deep thought. Anyway, I was quite surprised, said Yu Jitae. Ha! It seemed you were controlling your emotions better than I thought. You are the one that told me to control it to win in a fight. I am just doing what I am told. Do you do some training for it? Ah, well, yeah, Balm. Keel and Jayal listened on from the side with blinking eyes. The kids did not know much about the intensity of Yoram's training sessions. They could only guess from seeing some fragments how it would probably be very difficult. Would those kids be able to understand Yu Jitae personally using violence for education? Probably not. If they were to start the anger management training, it was best for the kids to not know about the content of the training. Let me see your training tomorrow. Ha! I'll go with you and have a look. I'm just curious what you do by yourself. No, don't worry. Yoram waved her hands, trying to stop him. "What is it that you're doing?" he asked. It's obvious what someone training how to control their emotions will do by themselves, right? Meditating, image training, and stuff like that. But you can't meditate when using a core, can you? No, anyway, it's fine. Don't come. He just wanted to create room for the two of them, but Yoram constantly tried to change the topic, and that seemed slightly suspicious. Do not come. See you tomorrow morning. Don't come, okay? Unfortunately for Yoram, Yu Jitae was slightly more stubborn than her. Next morning, Yoram tried to sneak outside without telling him, but saw Yu Jitae leave the room immediately after her, as if he had read her mind, and said with a frown, "Are you really gonna come? Is there a reason I shouldn't come? What if I just don't want to show it to you? Am I not your teacher?" "Well, yeah. If you were going to teach me something, I would gladly learn, but why the heck are you trying to watch me train by myself? It's all part of the necessary process." She had indeed succeeded in somewhat controlling her actions and emotions, which had been impossible in the previous iterations. He needed to know the principle behind it. But like duck, Yoram scratched her head. She looked at him with a dissatisfied gaze before wearing her runners and leaving Unit 301. He followed her from behind. Running down the road, she sprinted out of the academy district. Due to being a graduate, she could no longer use the services at Lair, but as a high ranker, she could use the facilities at Hating as a VVIP. The place she arrived at was a personalized dimensional training room. Going into the small room and activating the dimensions opened up a white cubicle room with a width of 100 meters. There were also various training equipment inside. Doing this and that, she stretched her body and loosened her muscles before starting her personal training session. Pulsation, breathing, walking, most of them were a continuation of what she had learned from Yu Jitae. After a while, she gradually began throwing more glances his way, and soon she irritatedly dropped her water bottle with a deep sigh. She walked up to one of the equipment. It was a machine that punched out, but the unique characteristic of it was that it had 12 arms. Infusing the machine with her mana, Yoram activated it. In that instant, the machine began throwing an array of fists, and Yoram twisted her body to dodge them as much as possible without creating a gap. However, there were just too many hands. One strike to her stomach messed up her pace, and another strike to her knee pushed her feet back. Screech! The smooth floor shrieked after being rubbed by the bottom of her shoes. Each of those landed strikes ruined her pace more, and before long, her entire body became a sandbag for the fists. It instinctively made her irritated. Clenching her chin, Yoram held it in. No, she wasn't holding in. Yu Jitae gave a frown. She was raising her teeth to bite on the inside of her mouth. The soft inside of her cheeks and her tongue were either torn or smushed. That wasn't enough to calm her down. Her hands began to tremble as a sharp glare appeared in her eyes. Soon, she left the punching range of the machine and shrunk her body after interlocking her fingers and going down on her knees as if in a prayer. She seemed to be suppressing her urge to immediately rush out and crush something, but even that wasn't enough, it seemed. Yoram suddenly sat up straight before punching her own thigh with her fists. Slam, slam. He could see her muscles being torn from each punch and her thighs being bruised. It was quite an astonishing scene, but he watched on without leaving the room. He could finally understand how Yoram was controlling her anger and the method she used to train herself. It was calming herself down by expressing that explosive urge in a different direction. And the conclusion she came to, after pondering about that direction, appeared to be ruining her own body. Hark, ha ha, as her mood finally settled. Yoram crouched while gasping for breath, but even then could not stop raising her fingernails and scratching her arms. That was why Yu Jitae identified the belligerence of the red race as a hereditary disease. In other words, the red race's aggressiveness was a type of functional disorder. Unfortunately, the method Yoram had been using by herself to train her emotions was wrong. Not different to the one he had, but wrong. It was an incorrect way to relieve the urge. Shifting the target of her explosive urge to her own body was by itself already a proof that she could not control the impulse. Even though the result may be different, the amount of stress she gets will be the same, and it will no longer be helpful if the situation were to become more extreme. She couldn't kill herself because of that, could she? You saw that. After recovering her body, she opened her mouth with a blunt voice. I look retarded, don't I? But this does help me control my temper. This is why I didn't want to show it to you, Yoram asked once again after cutting her words short. Did I look super retarded? Number duck. But let's not do that anymore. Why? It doesn't really help. She nodded with a slightly frustrated look on her face. Then what? Like you said, when I try to increase the output with the 10 unsealed core in hand, it makes me even more agitated. What should I do? He thought to himself for a bit. What should she do? She had to go through the training that would allow her to control her anger management issue. However, thinking about doing that training soon made him feel stuffy. The thing that had constantly been nagging at his heart appeared to have increased in size and now filled his heart up to the brim. Yoram, yeah, how about you give up on the core? You crazy? No, this is my number one treasure. An onion core with 10 lifted seals. A core with an output multiplier had 0. 1 as the unit for its function and value. It was because the output was multiplied proportional to the user's capability. The most powerful core in this current era was the witch's lucky onion. The core with 3-5 times as its multiplier was twice more expensive than a core that amplified the user's ability by 3 times. And yet Yoram's core with 10 lifted seals had a shocking multiplier of 2 times. This was what made Yoram overwhelm Simon, who would have required her to put in 10 years of strenuous effort to barely reach a similar level. Definitely not. Never. Don't even say that as a possibility. This is a lucky item that will never appear in my life again. Yoram was stubborn. She already had a thick layer of affection for it, and it meant that she would have to deal with using the core. We can just train if there is a way to, right? Get rid of mine since you're saying it was wrong, and can't you just teach me the one you mentioned? Strangely enough, he felt repulsed by simply thinking of that method. You said all I have to do is withstand, right? How does it work? Tell me. I'll try my freaking best. It won't be easy. I'll far out. You're looking down on me again. This one has a slightly different nature to it. Come on. I am the one that picked up a transparent flag and crawled up from that hellish water. I am that cockroach of a beach, and you know what? I haven't fapped in 3 months. There is nothing impossible for me. He couldn't easily open his mouth. A disgusting, murky, and sticky cluster was stuck in his throat like a lump. The nature of the emotion that was suffocating him was laid in front. However, he tried his best to suppress it. In any case, it was an experiment that was necessary for Yoram. He had done it several times, so he was used to it, and its effectiveness had already been proven. It would allow her to become stronger faster than any other method, so there was no reason not to do it. With that in mind, he explained the details to Yoram as her eyes widened little by little. In the end, she even had her mouth open. You serious? As if she couldn't believe it, a frown appeared on her face. I am serious. But you've never hit me before. I haven't. And yet you're saying that's the only training method. Binding me when I lose control over my body, hitting me to instill powerlessness, and reducing the aggressiveness that way. There had been numerous experiments, and that was the most perfected one. Even though it couldn't be called the best, it was still the most optimal method. However, he couldn't say that to her. There was a frown on her face. Are you scared? If you're scared, tell me you won't do it. Because then I won't. That was what Yu Jitae was hoping for before he even realized it. But Duck Yoram appeared confused. From what it sounds like, it's not even like a punishment, is it? No, it's not. So you mean y'all just bash me up like there's no tomorrow, beating all the dust out, like smacking my head, my stomach, and yeah. Is that what the training is? My word. For fact's sake, even though I am good at withstanding pain, throwing a hand into her pocket, she took out a cigarette and placed it in her mouth. She lit it up and breathed out a mouthful of smoke, trying to bring her disordered mind back under control. Before long, she opened her mouth. You know, dear, I'm just a little curious, but Yoram asked after slight hesitation. Can you even hit me? Chapter 340. Difference in height. 5. Pulling it by the hair, he dragged it towards him. He threw it into the corner of the room as the red entity shouted out a question. Answer me. What are you trying to do to me? He wasn't the type to have a chat, and he usually would have ignored those words. But perhaps because of the perfect solution he gained at the 27th experiment, he opened his mouth before the 28th experiment. From now, I will do this to you and carry out an experiment like this. That strange process was like telling his own self that this is what he will do from now. The red entity looking at him must have felt fear. You dare say you will hit a red dragon? That wasn't particularly the case if he were to delve deeper into it, but he did not feel the need to go on with a mouthful explanation. His reply was thus short. Yes. Hearing that, Yoram looked slightly hurt and pursed her lips. She looked up into his eyes, but soon let out a smile and nodded while tapping his arm a few times. Okay, then let's start straight away without wasting any more time. All right, what do I do? You want to tie me up first? Saying that, she held out both of her hands. Her wrists were right next to each other as if she was handcuffed. Ah, I was curious how it would feel to get tied up for a while now. There was no tension in the air. She giggled and light-heartedly opened her mouth. He quietly looked at her wrists before shaking his head. Mindlessly hitting her wouldn't solve the problem. The rectifying process was also strictly a part of the education, and it required a systematic approach. Firstly, he called for a helper. He needed someone who will receive the aggressiveness and the violence to record it all down. There were several more things he needed to prepare even aside from that. Even though she pretended to be in a light mood, she couldn't hide the slight look of nervousness that was on her face. Is it that hardcore? Therefore, he had to reassure her. It's okay. Clone 2 participated as the helper. With a rigid look on his face, he saluted Yu Jitae before walking to Yoram and lowering his head. Who are you? Nice to meet you, madam. I have been assigned to the helping role of this rectifying education. Yurei the helper. Yoram walked closer and observed his face with a small grin. Looking quite cute, aren't you? Look at these chubby cheeks. Thanks for your compliment. Come here. Clone 2 walked even closer as Yoram began fidgeting with his cheeks. How interesting. You look oddly familiar. Have I seen you before? The clone remained silent. The necessary equipment he prepared entailed a stick and a whip that had an ample amount of the red race's mana embedded inside, as well as a rope made by intertwining the artifact, chains of hell. They'll be used to block her actions from going out of control and will help regulate her. After preparing everything, Yu Jitae took Yoram and headed back to the individual training room. There, he diffused his mana to the surroundings to ensure what happens here wouldn't affect the dimension. I'll try to endure it. She stayed still after saying those words. Like what she had said several times, she was trusting him. Without even voicing it out into words, she was proving that trust with her entire body. He decided to set aside his feelings that were going into disorder. The rectifying process that he now had to do was an extremely delicate task, but he was a veteran at such operations. Walking up to Yoram, he wrapped the string made of chains of hell around her neck. He added mana into it to make sure it wouldn't snap, removed the sharpness so that it wouldn't hurt Yoram, and made it tight so that it would never come off. Yoram touched it with her hands as if she was feeling stuffy. Come here. He handed the rope to Clone. Like an owner of a dog, Yu Jitae gave the command. Walk. The clone started to walk. Pulled by the leash, Yoram followed after him. She looked uncomfortable because the rope was formed by weaving 70 of the strings together. Without saying anything, the two went 3 laps around the training room. Her expression gradually crumpled more and more, and her obediently treading feet slowly turned unstable. Compared to how she had suffered when there were 5 strands around her heart, there were 65 more strands, and even though it was around her neck this time, she was still somehow managing it. That was how hard she had tried. Yoram had progressed a remarkable amount in a short period of time. If this training was something that had to be done one day, he wanted to have it done for her as early as possible. It was unclear how long the amusement would last, but it was similar to how it was better not to delay homework until the end, restricting the heart to open the closed foundation of progression, driving her underwater to increase the maximum capacity of mana, raising the tension to the max to allow a delicate control over mana. This right here was the end of all that training, and this was the last homework she had to finish. As long as she was done with this, there was no more need for Yoram to be forced into pain. This was the last. The last one taking another lap around the room made the pace of her breath uneven. Huck, huck, she gasped. The pulsing rate of her heart was similarly unstable, and her eyes also glanced around without a clear focus. Her emotions were in turmoil. Back when her heart was restricted, the objective of the chains was clearly to represent a hardship. It was there for the purpose of being overcome. But this time it was different. Yu Jitae changed the formula of all the chains into restriction. Therefore, the objective this time was suffocation. Yoram had to feel stuffy. She would start to wish the helper would walk a little faster, or perhaps sit down and take a rest. Whatever it may be, she would want a change outside the scope of the repetitive act of walking. However, that wouldn't happen, and inducing that frustration was precisely the goal. 3 laps, 4 laps, 5 laps her feet were shivering, let alone being unstable. Yoram, who had been walking the whole time, suddenly came to a stop as Clone 2 turned towards her. Stopping there, the child closed her eyes and lowered her head. Huck, who while collecting her breath, she tightly held onto her chest through the t-shirt. What are you stopping for? Go on. After receiving his will, Clone 2 continued pulling the leash. Yoram retaliated. It was her first act of retaliation. However, she had to go. Clone 2 pulled the leash yet again as Yoram resolutely stood her ground. We have to go. Huck, you must come with me. Let's go. The clone continued pulling as her body rocked back and forth. Yoram removed her trembling hand from her chest. Because of her uplifted nails, her clothes were torn, and something red began to ooze out of her ripped skin, coloring her white t-shirt with its color. You can still walk a little bit more. You must continue. Just a little, we have to go. Hurry, just a little rest. No, you cannot. You have to come. Let me just take a quick breather. Okay, just a little. Clone 2 had a stiff look on his face. He could sense the beginning of trouble, but the voice of his lord resonating in his head was absolute. Go, that was the command ringing in his mind. Thus, Clone 2 put more strength into his arms and pulled Yoram by her neck. Yoram, who was retaliating by leaning her body back, lost her sense of balance from the sudden pull and fell forward. Should I support her? Clone 2 asked, but the reply was a no, and Yoram fell flat on the ground. Another command came from the regressor. Pull, make her walk. Clone 2 began pulling Yoram as she stayed flat on the ground, but she resisted the drag by driving her sharp fingernails into the ground. With one hand, she grabbed onto her own leash and revealed her fangs with a large scowl on her face. But after the test of strength, Yoram stood back up by herself and walked. He was slightly surprised because her level of self-control had reached a fairly high extent. If, if Yoram simply let out an irritated remark saying that it was painful, or if she did nothing but claim that she would rather stop, if her reflex action when her displeasure exceeds the threshold was like that of a normal person, a training like this would not be necessary. However, after going through another lap, Yoram fell for the second time and held onto her leash with her knees on the ground. Duck, she let out profanities as Clone 2 turned towards him looking for advice. Pull, duck, for duck's sake. Yoram thrashed her arms and resisted. Pull, or you ducker. Just let me take a little rest. Clone 2 hesitated once again. Pull, you ducking dog bastard. Can't you hear what I'm saying? Oot, this ducking retarded dick. I'm telling you that I want some rest. In a fit, Yoram pulled the chains with her nails lifted high. She flailed like a fish by the shore. Duck. So annoying. Her risen fingernails instead became the problem. Unable to tear through the rope, her nails broke. Each time she thrashed her arms around, a red line was drawn along the white floor. Listening to his command, Clone 2 tried to push her body down from above. AHHHHHHHHKKKK. Suddenly, Yoram dashed towards Clone 2, pushing forth her fangs with her nails and fists ready for a fight. But even though the clone was young and feeble, he was still a duplicate crafted based on Yu Jitae. Following the training he received last night on how to fulfill his role as a helper, Clone 2 quickly woke up from the initial shock and pushed Yoram away with his arms to protect himself. He could not allow any possibility of violence. Yoram then threw her fists high into the air and began slamming the floor of the dimension instead, but Clone 2 stopped her. Let go. In the process of stopping her arms, he almost got bitten on the back of his hand. Clothes were ripped and the cap was flung off by a passing fist. She knew it was part of training. It was her who said she will try to endure it. But in the end, she could not withstand it. Yoram was angry. The problem was that her anger had crossed the line. An anger for the purpose of defeating enemies was okay to have. The fury of an avenger was also okay. There was no problem with the act of getting angry itself, but the wrath of the red dragon race always crossed the line. And that was a problem. Line. This line was what made this training necessary. In order to understand this concept, one had to know about the identity of the red dragon race. Sometime in the distant past, red dragons were living in a large desert of Ascalifa. The land covered in red sand had no water, had thin layers of mana, and was a devastating land to live in. To survive in such an environment with limited resources, red dragons had to destroy others and ingest them. That went on for hundreds of thousands of years. Life bloomed even in such barren lands. Countless species other than dragons also demonstrated their tough vitality by surviving in such lands. Even a mouse had to bite a cat to survive, because only death awaited them if they were to not attack as a group. In a world like that, the red dragons needed entities that would survive for the continuance of their race. Thus, the surviving entities were made to be aggressive, active, and with a quick-witted response to hazard. Defeat in a fight meant death, and an escape equaled starving to death. Every moment was a fight for survival. Because of that, red dragons could not be powerless at any moment. With every generation, they changed to become less and less powerless. An outside pressure called for the need of a fight, and their uncontrollable emotions strengthened their actions. Back then, it was necessary for their survival. However, times had changed, and so did the world. The red dragon race that had wandered through the red desert in the past left it and formed a society, and the temperament flowing in their blood became something that did not suit the new epoch. Now, the world was one that did not require them to fight according to their instincts. The process of civilization was also similar in Ascalipha. However, the instinct for a fight that was deeply engraved in their veins over the period of hundreds of thousands of years still stubbornly continued even to this day. It was now being manifested inside Yoram, who was living in a society of people, and that was constantly making her cross the line. Duck, let go of me right now, you son of a beach. Kook, please calm down. I am not your enemy. Release me right now. Release me. Let go. Let me go before I rip you to pieces. Get rid of this shit on my neck. Please stop. You are in the middle of training. Get rid of THSSSSSS. Yoram charged towards Clone 2 in a fit. The clone suppressed her from above, but she began throwing punches again. Her fists did not go through the blessings covering the clone's body, and her hands will probably be broken after punching him several times. However, that violence will start to relieve the thing inside her, and that would fade the meaning of this rectifying education. That was why the regressor intervened and grabbed Yoram by her nape. He then reprimanded Clone 2. Why do you have so much trouble holding on? Ha! You, Ook, did I not tell you to do it harder? Sorry, sir, the thing is, I suddenly felt shut your mouth. Pull the rope tight. He placed his hand on top of Yoram's roaring mouth and threw the child on the ground before pressing her down with his weight. Her bloody eyes were overflowing with fury despite it being Yu Jitae in front of her eyes. When he loosened the grip he had on her neck, a fist immediately came flying his way and struck his chin. Bam! Since he had released most of the blessings on his body, he felt a sharp pain on his chin. It was okay for her to punch like this. Both Yu Jitae's body and Yoram's hands were fine. She would not be feeling her punch going through, so it would not resolve her desire for violence. But on the side, his chin still did hurt. The impact was so strong that kicking an elephant with the same force would crush its skull and kill it on the spot. Despite the bond they had built up, despite the tremendous difference in power, Yoram thrashed around as if she couldn't wait to rip him to pieces. The power and killing intent oozing out of her body had exceeded the norm. Thus, he grabbed both her wrists and pushed them down her chest. A few of the strands around her neck loosened before tightening around her wrists. Release me. Let me go. Right now. Her aggressiveness stemmed from the system that tried to preserve the red dragon race. It was an extremely rugged self-defense system, and like how it had control over every other red dragon, it was doing the same with Yoram. Therefore, he had to let it know. Is it frustrating? Not Yoram, but that thing that resides in her blood, to that foolish, aggressive instinct that had fallen behind the error, he spoke. But too bad. You are not important anymore. There is absolutely nothing that you can do here. There is no room for something like you to act up. In response, Yoram opened her mouth wide open with the face of a devil. It was so wide that her cheeks were about to rip down the corners of her lips. Mana gathered. Even though she was not in the form of a dragon, the draconic mana soared up from her heart. She was about to shoot a dragon breath. He thus squeezed her neck that was thinner than his grip and pressed it down. She choked for breath and widened her eyes. Yu Jitae spoke to it. I know you've always done whatever you wanted to do. It must have been easy having control of everything. Yeah, how about you try doing something? With his hand still pressing down her throat, he raised his shoulder. His other hand soared high into the air. Chapter 341, Difference in Height 6. Can you even hit me? In that moment, her words flashed past his ears. her lips that pursed immediately after him saying, yes, and her fangs that protruded out with displeasure. A short sentence from Yoram had caused a ripple in his chaotic emotions, and now Yoram was pinned beneath him, yelling with her fangs in full display. He had just raised his hand to slap the child on her cheek. The emotions that he had forced down and turned away from with the start of the education were yet again trying to raise its head. It is something that had to be done one day. Yoram had to go back. She had to go back, defeat her nemesis, and survive. It would probably be possible to put a blanket over her temperament and let it pass. It would also be possible for him to ignore it and let Yoram find the method herself. However, in this world, there were problems that could not be solved in such a way. Giving nothing but affection to a lovely child is not the role of a guardian. That is neglect, something incompetent people would do. Every growth is naturally accompanied by pain. Even if it hurts momentarily, pain would help the existence grow. He continued his line of thought. He placed several barriers around his heart. Like a steel breastplate, it then stopped the things that were poking his heart and settled his uncomfortable mood. A slap landed on her cheek. Her head turned to the side as her eyes turned blank for a bit from shock. But Yoram quickly turned her head back towards him, shouted, and thrashed her arms around. She twisted her shoulders and her waist, all for the sole purpose of attacking Yu Jitae. The instinct embedded in her blood was still misunderstanding things. Get more upset to overcome the situation. That was the command being given to the red dragon. Slap, even though the shackles were made as blunt as possible to protect her skin. Her exceedingly violent actions resulted in red lines being drawn on her wrists and her neck. It wasn't because of a cut her skin had been smudged into being ripped. From her repetitive training, Yoram earned the habit of introspecting her emotions if there was blood in her mouth. It was because she tended to bite her tongue and the inside of her mouth when upset. However, that training was proving to be fruitless in a time like this, evidently so from how she spitted out the blood flowing in her mouth at Yu Jitae. Slap, her tiny head contorted from the shock and pain. His hand came to a faint stop, but he couldn't stop here. Her frustration had to keep going up exponentially. Only when it reaches a certain level will the entity feel powerless. With both of his hands, he pressed down hard onto her neck. Kook, every part of her upper body, including her shoulders, her neck and her head shrunk from pain as her hands that were gathered around her chest gripped onto Yu Jitae's arm. The small hand that could not even fully wrap around his wrist shivered, and soon she raised her nails to start gnawing at his wrist. Kook, it is okay to get angry, but you cannot be controlled by your emotions. Can't you see? Even when you are controlled by your emotions, nothing will change. He could feel a strong vitality trying to push him away. This was the vitality of the thing wriggling inside her blood vessels, and not Yoram. Kook, you can do nothing but get bashed up, like right now. Yu Jitae talked about the rules. He told it that the times had changed. It was through this process that he was making it learn powerlessness. Kuhak Kurak, it resisted. His wrists were torn. Through the flowing blood, Yoram's nails invaded deeper in through the muscles and the veins and reached the ligaments. My lord, stay there. But your wound. Stay, he shouted, and Clone 2 turned frozen stiff. The education wasn't one that would end in just a few minutes. After around 10 minutes, Yoram began to desperately shout again. Let go, let go. As if she was trying to kill herself, the movement inside her mouth was abnormal. She suddenly bit onto her entire tongue. Her goal seemed different from the usual one, where she would bite her tongue to control her emotions. He smacked the child by the head and gripped onto her jaws and her cheekbones. No, you can't. Yu Jitae unhesitatingly shoved his finger inside her mouth the moment she opened it. No matter how hard she crunched down on it, his finger remained intact. Her instincts had to forget using violence as a stress-relieving method. 20 years. Those were the times Yoram had spent while being controlled by her emotions. Solving that in one go was nothing but greed. Kuhak. He once again raised his hand. It will be a tough time. Yoram turned quiet only after roughly 10 hours of a test of strength. She was constantly angry, but her struggles failed to lead to any result. She should know it in her head, and from time to time she would close her eyes and clench her teeth after coming to her senses and look at Yu Jitae with a slightly apologetic gaze. However, her instincts continued inviting her to get angry, and Yoram was constantly swept away by her emotions. In this instant, Yoram was a victim. At one point, she could no longer struggle after being drained out and could only gaze up at him. Despite having trouble breathing, she looked straight up at his face with her bruised eyes. Clone 2, on the other hand, did not know what to do and restlessly moved around. He would repeat walking up to him and walking away, but did not dare start a conversation and could do nothing but anxiously observe them. At last, when tears started to flow out of her eyes looking up at him, Yu Jitae stopped his hand. The moment of anger had passed already. Yoram was feeling powerless. Standing up from the ground, he passed the leash to Clone 2. Walk. Yes, sir. The clone calmly made Yoram stand back up and began to walk. The chains of hell were still actively sucking power out of her body, and this would be a continuation of her frustration. Yu Jitae walked up to the child, who was arduously pushing her feet forward. She turned her head to look at him, but that was when Yu Jitae tripped her foot. Powerlessly, Yoram crumbled and fell on the ground. While slowly lifting her body back up, she raised her head and glared at him. Her fidgety mouth soon let out a word. Duck, she was swearing, but there was no sharpness in her voice. Walk. After giving that command again, he watched Yoram walk. This time he pushed the child, who was limping due to the chains of hell, and she fell to the side. Stop pushing me so annoying once again. Those were the only things she said while looking away from him. He looked deeper in and identified the pulsation of her heart and the mana formula. She wasn't scared. Yoram was still angry, but was accepting the situation with a powerless heart. Suppressing his mixed feelings, he heaved a sigh. The first training was a success. However, that couldn't stop Yoram from becoming sulky. The moment he said, "Good work," it's break time, Yoram pushed out her wrists and her neck, demanding him to release her. He quietly untied them as she turned her feet and walked off into the distance. Excuse me, Clone 2 followed after her in surprise. Don't come, said Yoram. It's not fully over yet. Leave me alone. You cannot go yet. It has to come to an end today. Yoram flicked her head and glared at him with eyes full of irritation. Thinking that she might explode again, Clone 2 turned stiff, but she silently turned around and headed straight to a large training equipment before crouching down behind it. She was hiding her body. Is that okay, sir? There was nothing he could do about that. Yoram had been the king wherever she was. She was like the head of a pack, and most of the time had been the one in control of the flow. It was because that was the rule her instincts were telling her. I am the best here. You must listen to my commands. I will do whatever my heart desires. No one can dare put restrictions on me. Those were the shouts of her instinct. The reason it didn't show on the outside was because Yoram was a person, not a beast. However, those principles that had been built up inside her had just been countered headfirst by Yu Jitae. You are not the best. Times have changed, and you must be able to fit into the surroundings. There are things that cannot be changed even if you do get angry. You can be restricted whenever. Since he couldn't directly convey those words to the imaginary instinct residing in her blood, Yoram had to take the entire consequence herself. It was understandable for her to be in a bad mood. She would probably be feeling quite sad. It perhaps could have been a big shock to her because something must have snapped inside her heart. It is fine, so don't worry about it. I see. You go step outside and take a breather as well. Clone 2 was also in an extremely gloomy mood. After meeting his eye for a split second, he gave a salute before leaving the training room. Yu Jitae watched his back before turning around. Hiding behind the equipment, Yoram had her body curled up with a cigarette in her mouth. She appeared very exhausted, and the wounds around her wrists, her neck, and her cheeks had yet to fully recover. When he walked up to her, Yoram raised her body in a fright. She was clearly nervous. It's fine. The first training is over. You can sit down and rest. With adequate distance in between them, he stood in front of Yoram as she gasped for breath with an unlit cigarette between her lips. Was it very painful for her? The thought weighed his heart down. It was the only and the most effective method out of everything he knew. That was the conclusion he had drawn based on the data from several various experiments. But if that was the correct solution, why was it that looking at Yoram, crouching down on the ground, made his heart feel even heavier? I am okay. That was when Yoram opened her mouth. Her cigarette caught fire as the child's sigh entered his sight. I was just a little surprised. I know it was necessary, and it does feel like something has changed. It felt like I was going to lose my mind, but not being able to move instead made me come back to my senses. Did you say this was the first training? There is one more left. That's it. Yes. I'm curious how that will harass me this time. Was it painful? No, don't worry too much about it. There's no problem. I can do it. The smoke coming out of her mouth settled down on the floor. But you see, I was a bit Yoram covered her face with both of her hands and wiped her face. He tried to go closer to meet her eyes, but she immediately turned her head. Don't come. Sorry if I surprised you. What sorry? There's no need to be sorry. You were doing it because it was necessary, and it's something I asked for as well. I should be sorry instead for making you do something you didn't want to do. But what remained after the disappearance of the blazing anger was a cold layer of freezing fury. He could sense displeasure in her gaze that was very similar to the one he found from Maya's voice. Those were the eyes of a person who had despaired from many things. I'm not saying this because I hate you. There's nothing much, but it's just I don't know. I'm a little surprised, so can you just go away for now? Did something snap inside her heart? He wondered as it gave him the feeling that the child disliked him. Out of my sight. He knew this might happen. There was no way having something snap in your heart would be a good feeling. The reason he didn't do this earlier was because doing such a thing with not enough bond built up between Yoram and him could leave this memory like a trauma that makes her unhappy. Even though he thought there was enough bond at this point, the child being displeased from a shock this big was perhaps something that was to be expected. Something similar had happened in the past. You ducking dick. It was similar to how it was with the red entity who loathed him from the bottom of her heart, more so than when she was locked up. It was natural because they were the same being. You will be punished even after death back then. He ignored it because it was a necessary part of the process. However, he now couldn't ignore it with ease. Yu Jitae closed his eyes. He could feel a crack being opened inside the heart he had forced to a close. Like a spring, the chaos that he had suppressed was in full tension, ready to burst out at any moment. It was because behind that large training equipment, Yoram was wiping her tears with her wrists. He was striking the dirty instinct inside her blood and was trying to snap its will. However, the one that had to bear the brunt of it was Yoram. It was Yoram who had to go through pain, and it was also Yoram who would hate him with a leftover emotional wound. His heart was in distress. This was the same rectifying process as the one he had done in previous iterations. That was what he had been thinking till now. However, the context was different from back then. In the emotional side, he was no different from a young kid because his heart had been dead once and had only revived very recently. In a situation like that, thinking about the bond he had built up with Yoram shattering to pieces made his heart feel uncontrollably uncomfortable. The problem was in opening his heart to live the daily lives in the seventh iteration. The issue was in his bond, soaring into the sky unafraid of the scenery below. The impact created from the drop was not small. This was what was different from the 5 iterations. The situation was the same as before, but there was a difference in height. Hey, I'm here even then, he could not stop here. This was something that had to be done. It was compulsory, even if it were to grind at something inside the child's heart, and even if it were to create an irrecoverable crack on the painstakingly built-up relationship, he had to do it. How do you feel? NN. I feel a little better. Sorry for acting up like a retard all of a sudden. I was a little surprised. It seems there's still an immature side in me. Yoram hesitantly came to him after changing her blood-stained t-shirt into a training vest. Anyway, let's do the second one, but unfortunately for her, the second training would be a lot more painful than the first one. It was about controlling one's emotions, even in extreme situations. And the most extreme situation for a red dragon was obviously when there was death looming in front of her eyes. The single crack continued branching off into creating more crevices. As his heart felt increasingly more distressed, he raised a sharp, gleaming blade from his waist. Take out your core, put it in your mouth, and come here. NN. It was something that had to be done. Chapter 342. Difference in height. 7. The attacking instinct of a red dragon flowing in her veins successfully learned powerlessness to some extent. It was now time to take a step further and make sure she could control herself in even more extreme situations. What's this knife for? Yoram blinked her eyes, looking at the knife he gave her. It's for stabbing me. But why are you giving this to me? You want me to stab you or something? Carrying a knife each, Yu Jitae and Yoram were facing each other at a close distance. It was time for the second training. The training was simple. 1. Yu Jitae and Yoram both carry a knife. 2. With their bodies restricted, the two of them face each other, and Yoram had to put the core in her mouth on top of that. 3. They will both point their knives at each other's heart so that they could stab through and kill the opponent at any given time. Yoram was restricted, but she could move her arms. 4. Yu Jitae will slowly push the knife deeper into her heart. 5. On the other hand, Yoram had to refrain from stabbing Yu Jitae's heart and control the urge to attack even at the face of death. Yoram frowned. She asked, "Will you even get stabbed even if I try to?" That was why there was point number 6. 6. Like the first training, Yu Jitae will undo a portion of the authorities and blessings so that Yoram could relieve her urge for violence by stabbing him. At the same time, the remaining hand will be clasped together for her to receive Yu Jitae's emotions in real time. While the first training was a forced injection of powerlessness, Yoram's job this time was to endure it with her own willpower. That was the only difference. What's wrong? What's with the look on your face? This is the most certain method. I'm not doubting you or anything. Yoram did not look very good. But how is that a proper education? What do you mean? It feels super strange. What is? Don't you think it's way too extreme? To be frank, it feels as if killing a parent and a child might also be a part of that training curriculum as long as it's effective. He shook his head in response. There's nothing to worry about. I won't die unless you stab as deeply as possible. There seemed to be something she wanted to say. As uncomfortable as it was for her, Yu Jitae was also feeling uncomfortable, but there was nothing that could be done about it. It was something that had to be done. So, are we starting? Right now? Do you need time to prepare yourself? That's not it, but what about that cutie that went for a breather? I just sent him off. There was actually a reason why he brought Clone too. Yu Jitae was inexperienced with emotions. Even with a certain emotion in his heart, he couldn't precisely identify it, so he used Clone 2 to verify a few things. But that was not necessary in the following training. So are you prepared? Yoram took a deep breath to prepare herself and soon nodded with a stiff look on her face. Bound by the chains of hell, Yoram was hanging in midair. Like spider webs, there were several black strings wrapped around her head, neck, waist, shoulders, pelvis, and knees. Her two arms were the only things that were free. Yu Jitae stood in midair in front of the child and faced her. With the start of the training, Yoram placed the core that was the size of a walnut kernel into her mouth. She grabbed his one with one of her hands and used her other hand to hold the knife at his chest. Yu Jitae likewise had his body tied up with the chains of hell, and the two of them looked like insects that had fallen into the traps of a spider. From this point onward, Yu Jitae would not move even if Yoram was to stab him. We're starting. Yeah, the tip of the gleaming steel blade touched her skin. It might sting. As he added a very faint amount of power, the blade began to pierce through her skin. Something red oozed out and budded into a drop. You have to hold it in. Yoram tried to manage her expression, but could not stop her eyebrows from curving into a small frown. This training will be even more painful than the previous one, and will also be a lot more cruel. From now, he will be hurting Yoram even more. It's bearable. Go on. He pushed the blade deeper in. Yoram bit her lips. At the start, he felt uncomfortable when he thought their relationship might be shaken. But on second thought, it wasn't something that would serve to be a problem. To him, the thing called relationship was something futile. Their relationship was bound to come to an end with the end of the amusement. They won't be spending their entire life together either, so what was the issue, even if she were to hate him a little bit? Despite having that thought in his head, it seemed that his heart had a different perspective compared to his brain. Perhaps, quite possibly, it might be that he wanted to remain a good person in Yoram's memories. Truly, it was an insane thought. The reason he was living a daily life was to send the baby dragons back home happily, because that will in turn shed light to the path going towards his dream. However, it seemed that he had become drunk in that warmth instead. Emotions had begun fading the foundation of all the relationships. There was no need for him to be a good person, and naturally, there was no need for him to be remembered as a good person either. In fact, it was more correct to say that he had no right to be remembered as such. Sending the baby dragons happily back home was his objective. Him being remembered as something and whatnot was not the important factor there. Stabbed, therefore, he pushed the knife deeper in. He could see her breath pausing in between. The blade dug halfway through her chest. Piercing through the skin, it dug through the fat and the muscles, through the ribs, and was about to touch her heart. Blood was gushing out of the wound, wetting her clothes. The onion core was fluctuating, and she was drooling through her half-opened mouth. Yoram had a somewhat blank look on her face as she closed her eyes and tried to hold in her anger. It wasn't a simple stab. Yu Jitae was pushing forth an unpleasant mana that contradicted and provoked the mana of the red race. The dagger of a treacherous enemy was piercing through her heart. Her instinct should be letting out loud warning signs that she will die at this rate, but Yoram was holding it in with her consciousness. It was a commendable feat, but now was the true start. I want to kill you. His thought rode through her hand and was conveyed into her body. In shock, Yoram widened her eyes into circles and glared daggers at him with eyes filled with disbelief. There was something called combat immersion. This blessing that every red dragon had was one that allowed them to be more sensitive to life-threatening situations. That was why Yoram was taking the killing intent seriously despite the prior agreement of the training. He continued thinking, I want to kill you. Yoram seemed slightly more upset from his thought. Feeling powerless did not mean her anger had been removed. In a situation that made her feel extremely close to death, Yoram felt endangered and faced him back with killing intent. But it was a truly minuscule and petty amount in his eyes. It would be better if you were dead. Snap looking like she would stop breathing any time soon, Yoram shook her head. With an infuriated expression, she sent a gaze demanding him to cancel that thought. He didn't react, nor did he cancel it. In fact, even this was sloppy, and was not enough to make Yoram think that she might really die. Why? Because this was a part of training. Her consent at the start was acting as a safety device inside her heart. She had to feel the emotion of looming death and overcome it, but she was aware this was training, and thus could not feel death. It would simply put her in a very bad mood. But of course, that was something he had already taken into account. So what he was about to do now might really hurt Yoram. Even though he really didn't want to do it, it was something that had to be done one day, and that day was today. He retrieved the knife that had dug halfway down her chest and stabbed her cheek. Ook! Yoram frowned in surprise. He created a long cut down the white cheek all the way to her ears with a thought in mind. I was actually, sincerely, hoping for your death. Perhaps because this was something completely outside her expectations, the fury was momentarily wiped clean off of her face. As if something heavy had dropped inside, she looked at him. How could you say such a thing to me? That was the look on her face. Her left hand clenched tightly onto his hand as veins protruded out of her right hand that was holding the knife. The veins went all the way from her hand to her feet. Yoram could not believe what he was thinking and at the same time felt the urge to stab him. This should be painful enough, but he couldn't stop here and turned his gaze to other parts of her body. The shoulder should be fine, thinking that. He pierced the dagger through her shoulder and messed the joint up with the tip of the blade. Ark! A weak shriek left her mouth as Yu Jitae thought to himself, I've been wanting to kill you every time you showed that stupid attitude of yours. How great that I can finally kill you today. Yoram, who had been writhing from pain, once again turned blank. Her hand holding his hand released its grip. She instinctively wanted to look away from the unbelievable thoughts in his mind. But that was something he couldn't allow her to do, so he tightened his grip as Yoram twisted her arm and retaliated. What's wrong? He pierced the knife deep into her stomach and let it bleed. At the same time, he looked straight into her eyes. It was instead Yoram that tried to turn away from his gaze. The emotions revealed from her mana were shock, fury, horror, and a feeling of being betrayed. But even this wasn't enough. He repeatedly created false hatred and said it over and over in his mind. Born with a trash talent, you could do nothing but be swept away by your emotions and get mad. Why don't you try doing it again? You are the best at it, aren't you? Trashing on people for no reason, getting mad, annoying people, shouting with a loud yet empty voice, making other people tired to put only yourself at ease. Try it. Isn't that your forte? With such thoughts in mind, he stabbed her neck. Soon, the blank shock became fuel for an even greater fury as her entire body trembled from an unbearable sense of betrayal. Her face that had turned vacant from shock suddenly turned into one of blazing anger that could explode at any time. Right. This was supposed to be the look on her face. Looking like she would immediately run in and rip someone to pieces. Looking like she would blend the enemy into a juice and drink it. Since this expression was finally being revealed on her face, it was almost there. But that in turn meant that it was still slightly insufficient. Yoram will have a frontal fight against her oldest Unny after going back. Without fixing her temperament, she would be even more upset than now during the fight, since there was no reason why she wouldn't be more mad. That was why this had to be controlled. He pushed the knife into her mouth. As the blade touched her tongue, Yoram clenched down on it with her fangs. Yu Jitae decided to hold even worse thoughts in his mind. Chapter 343, Difference in Height 8. Are you angry? You are right. Right. Of course you are. I am insulting your personality and betraying you like this. Of course you should be mad. Isn't it the same as how your oldest Annie used to insult you in the past? That is how I, who you apparently trust the most in this world, actually thought of you the whole time. It was annoying having to hold all that in till now. Do you know how ridiculous I found it looking at you with such a feeble body and an actually weak heart trying to desperately press others down? How laughable it was seeing you rejoice from a simple compliment. It's not like I wanted to look after you. Think about it. Who in this world would try to look after someone so weak, small, and useless like you? Unless they're a crazy. He flooded out words of hatred that would grind at her heart as soon as he could think of them. At the same time, he stabbed various places around her body to create deep words. As her teacher, he focused on the given role and had forgotten the cruelty of the process, and was therefore late to notice the dark thing inside his heart crawling up. While trying his best to ignore that wriggling darkness inside and provoking Yoram, at one point, everything started to flip. When was it? Was it when Yoram thrashed her body around trying to escape from his grip? Or was it when she grabbed onto the blade of her dagger so that she wouldn't stab with it and have all her fingers bleed? Or if not the above, was it when tears mixed with blood budded beneath those crimson eyes that were glaring at him? HKK, the small and feeble child helplessly sobbing by herself, was it? Perhaps then. Falling, he was falling. Looking around, his body was still there. So what was falling was probably his heart. By making Yoram this mad, Yu Jitae had achieved his objective. Her body was a bloody mess, and her emotions were probably in an even greater disorder. There was a sharp, bloodthirsty glare in her eyes. It was the gaze of a beast that couldn't wait to bite a person to death. The uncontrollable fury was agitating her emotions and making tears drop from her eyes. She was drooling from her opened mouth, and even that was mixed with blood. It was probably because she was biting so hard onto the core that her gums would break. Was that why? The core was still running amok trying to shake her emotions. She was already mad, and that core was making the process of controlling her emotions even harder by several fold. Now was the time to test it by stabbing her heart with the knife. Raising the knife one more time, he placed it at her heart as tears endlessly dropped from her eyes. Hatred seeped into the eyes of Yoram, who had been glaring at his eyes the whole time. You probably hate me, but there's nothing that can be done. There was no mercy in his hand. Stab HKK, a groan left through her tightly clenched fangs. It was the same with the red entity. Things were exactly the same. The entity was as angry as now, and was looking at him with the same eyes of hatred. When he stabbed its heart with the knife, the red entity was able to control the impulse, but still attacked as a self-defense. The hazy memories of the time clearly resurfaced in his head. You called me a test subject. With a deep voice, as if it would vomit out blood at any time, the red entity said to him, "Are you going to do what you did to me, to another dragon in the future? I hope that dragon is not a precious dragon to you, because they will curse you and hate you from the bottom of their heart." He had long forgotten the words of the red entity. Why was it that those memories were coming back to the surface now? The authority, key X, gazes at you. A familiar gaze could be felt from above. This meant that his emotions were being shaken tremendously, which he couldn't deny. Vividly came back the memories of the time he had been glared at by the red entity, who looked the same, had the same gaze, and had the same voice as the ever-so-precious Yu Yoram. Has this proven things now? I am in full control of myself, but I still must stab you at least once. Saying that, the red entity took the knife away from his heart and stabbed it through his neck. It deeply pierced through his throat and cut the main artery on the right. He was going to kill himself with a successful experiment anyway, so Yu Jitae accepted his death. Sin seeped deeply into his heart. Many things came back with those memories. It was the countless types of sin that had been committed on the red entity. He felt his breath coming to a stop. Every one of them was something he had done himself. It was still in the middle of training. If Yoram did not stab his heart and could fully control her anger, that would mark a perfect success to the training, but her emotions right now were jumping around like crazy. She still couldn't hold her anger in, but it was then. A peculiar thought popped up in his mind. He suddenly hoped Yoram would stab him. Without withstanding the urge, it would be better if she were to instead stab his heart or his neck. That was the abrupt thought he had. In fact, she could do even more than that. He hoped Yoram would run in and attack him with the goal of half-killing him. If she were to do so, he would let it happen without doing anything. A life that he had harmed and harassed. The 28 experiments that had been conducted with the red entity was only a fraction of the whole thing. However, it seemed that he had forgotten all the built-up past. The relationship was glued together with falsehood and was making him feel the likes of a bond. He found Yoram precious. He wished Yoram wouldn't be in pain. He hoped Yoram would not die after going back. That was what he wished for from the bottom of his heart, with all his heart. That much was possible. But the thought of not wanting to be hated by Yoram was, no matter how he saw it, extremely unethical that gave rise to his self-hatred. Even though there was a reason, and even though he could use the excuse that he had never once wanted to do such a thing, it was an undeniable truth that he had pushed the red entity into the gutters of despair time after time. Wasn't it this me that forced countless Yorums into misfortune? Once, there was something the vintage clerk said. Things have passed, so treat them as if they had never existed, because that will put you at ease. He replied yes, and he really did so by telling himself that. Things have passed. They had never existed. But can they truly be considered as things that had never happened just because they were in a different time frame, even though it's so vividly here in my memories? Something dark was crawling in his heart, leaving behind a disgusting trail and sediment. Before long, it reared its head and looked up at him. The dark thing revealed its horrendous teeth with a wide smile. It's fine. A disorder like this in his emotions was an impulse that was bound to leave soon. However, Yu Jitae still wanted Yoram to stab him. In the stead of the red entity that could do nothing but be on the receiving end of the pain, he wanted Yoram to carry out the revenge on him. So, if Yoram would leave an injury that was close to death on him, the chaotic emotions that had risen inside him should be soothed, albeit a little. He wanted to get rid of the dark thing in his heart as quickly as possible. The authority, key X, gazes at you. The authority, key X, pitifully looks at you. He let go of her left hand because there was no more need to convey his emotions. Soon, Yoram clenched tightly onto the knife in her right hand. Blood seeped into her eyes. Her shoulders and arms slowly began to move, and her wrist, the dagger held tightly in her hand, it slowly started to move. Yes, lift that up and stab me. Stab through my heart to let it bleed, pierce through my neck and crush the bones and the spine. That will put me at a slight ease, because that will let me pay for a tiny bit of the sin. He wanted to atone for his sins with that, no matter how fake it might seem. Her red eyes were in front of his eyes. She was such a precious child. That must have been the case even in the past. Although she had trouble controlling her emotions, had a coarse mouth, and would sometimes antagonize or irritate him, she was such a kind and affectionate child. An ever so normal baby dragon who could show him so much trust. It was him who had shoved the life of a child like that into despair multiple times. It was none other than him. So hurry up and stab me. Stab me and injure me. Hurry up. Ah, duck soon, Yoram murmured. Her right hand holding the knife came towards his head, and then he was met with an incomprehensible turn of events. It's over, Yoram smiled. He was waiting for her to stab, but Yoram wrapped her two arms around his neck instead. Yu Jitae was engulfed in a large chaos. What are you doing? You have to stab me. Like what the red entity did, you must stab through. Why aren't you stabbing me? Didn't the red entity say it, that the dragon would detest me? But from the voice that flowed out of her lips as she wrapped her arms around his neck, he could not spot a sliver of hatred. It's all over. Right. Her voice, that seemed to have a lump in the throat, rested near his ears and flowed out with difficulty. I held it all in. It's all done now, right? Sniffing her nose, she said with a whimper. Yoram wrapped her arms even tighter around his neck and leaned her body in. The knife was still stabbing through her heart, and he could thus feel something round touching his chest. By the way, what you said just then. You were just saying random things, right? They were so harsh that I was shocked, but on second thought, there's no way you would say something like that to me, right? At this point, he really wanted to run away from this place. The dark thing inside his body grew even bigger. It was different from the experiments with the red entity. As he was left unable to even utter a word in response, Yoram followed through with words that shattered the barriers he had forced around his chest like glass. I trust you even in a situation like this. Yoram was trusting him. Oh, look, look. After half a day, after completely recovering both her body and mind, Yoram inserted the core into the longsword and released a flaming sword aura that reached 9 meters in height. Whoa, duck. This is so cool. I don't feel any impulse right now. She hopped up and down while swinging the sword. A large aura of mana that she couldn't even dare use before fluttered. It was the result of using an onion core with 10 lifted seals to the full extent. Dear, can I hit that wall over there? He didn't reply. Without any hesitation, Yoram added the breathing method of Karl Galakwa into her sword and struck the wall of the training room. Quang! A ray of light on a similar level to a dragon breath shot out from the edge of the sword that crashed through the dimensional walls and through the ceiling of the building, that then soared through the skies into the clouds above. Kai ha ha ha. What a refreshing hole. Little Yoram the bulldozer. However, Yu Jitae could not laugh with her. If a heart was a lake, his was a quagmire. Weathering through the 4 seasons slowly lifted the murkiness. As the muddy lake gradually turned clear, the dark, horrendous forms that had been buried deep inside the water were slowly revealed. His long sins that had remained invisible when it was a quagmire. The carcasses of birds locked in cages were slowly being uncovered. A red bird flew above. With a bright smile on its face, it chirped and sang. My teacher is really the best. Yeah, I just have to do what you tell me to and it all works. So why would I not trust you? Why would I not like you? A red light was flashing in his head. The authority key X pitifully looks at you. The authority key X states that such an emotion is called guilt. The authority key X, however, notifies that none of the obelisks have newly been lit up. Yoram jumped towards him and gave a big hug. The red bird will always look at the clear sky and chirp, but the object it was stepping on and the inside of the quiet lake had a different look. At this point, he could no longer even try to deny it. Dear, I really, really love you that his guilt was slowly being exhibited. Chapter 345, Discussion Topic. Lies 2, Balm came back carrying a small box with her hands and appeared to be in a good mood as she hummed on her way in. Yu Jitae and Keel were standing awkwardly in the living room as they welcomed Balm. Keel said we welcome back and was confident it was naturally done. NN. What are you two doing in the living room? Nothing. The weather's just very good. Right. Balm replied with a smile as Keel asked another question. What is that? Oh, this. It's something I ordered online. What did you order? A flower pot. It's a gift for someone. Who? In response to her repetitive questions, the green pair of eyes quietly looked into the golden eyes. Her eyes turned out of focus for a little, seemingly in a deep thought. Just someone. After replying with a faint smile, Balm went into her room. Seeing that, Keel turned towards Yu Jitae and very slowly gave a firm nod. What? What's that nod for? Then I am going back to my room. Keel headed back to her room with soft steps like she was on the runway of a fashion show. The funny thing was that despite the situation at hand and her rigid steps, her walk would still make for a fine painting. Since he wasn't used to situations like this, he needed time to organize the situation in his mind. It seemed that Keel was trying to gloss over it and pretend like she knew nothing about it. He decided to go along with it to an extent. It was when he returned to his own room to wear a business shirt and wrap a tie around his neck. Keelai, Ajasi, Keelai, Adsusi, Keelai, Ajasi, TT. TT, he got messages from Keel. Me, ye Keelai, it should be fin recht. TT, me, it should be Keelai, right. TT, we didn't look at the book, did we, TT? I think the water did go in a little, but it might actually be quite dry, right? Keel started trying to think about it as positively as possible. That was probably not the case, but having a relaxed mind until the actual uncovering of the truth is always the best, so he went along with it. Me, you're right, Keelai, right, wow, Keelai, am I a genius, Keelai? That makes so much sense. Yes. Me, yes, me, you never know, Keelai, that's correct, you never know, Keelai. No one knows, me. The daughter-in-law doesn't know, Keelai, you're right, Jael doesn't know either, me, and Yoram also doesn't know, Keelai. FR lalalal Kielai. Lalalalalalalalal Kielai. As long as nothing happens here, it will become a secret only the two of us will know of in the entire world. That was when Balm's voice echoed from outside the room. Keel, you Keel, are you in your room? The noisy reply messages came to a sudden stop. Unfortunately, neither the daughter-in-law, Yoram, nor Jael knew about it, but Bam did. Keel, look at this. Keel rolled her eyes around as he sneaked out into the living room and sat on the sofa. It was because he got a final SOS message from Keel, but he watched the situation unfold for now without chiming in from the start. You, Uwan. Bam opened the notebook. The letters were all smudged in water. The water spilled, and now the entire diary is wet. Is that so? Do you know anything about this? Keel rolled her eyes. Since a silence too long would seem suspicious, Yu Jitae was thinking about intervening when Keel opened her mouth. Who knows? You really don't know. Una. Maybe Nam Nam accidentally hit the glass and spilled it while catching some bugs. Keel made an expression that read maybe on her face while sweating buckets. However, Bam had a very serene look on her face. Looking at the notebook with all its letters smudged and illegible, she murmured, "What should I do?" This is a big problem. She looked very concerned, instead of being angry, and Keel asked, after finding it strange. Why? Was there something important written inside? NN, but can't you restore it with magic? I can't. Why? Oh, or maybe you can write down what you remember into a new book. The problem is that I can't do that. You see, this is not my diary. Ewing. Keel blinked her eyes. Balm explained the situation. Yu Jitae of the association had got a boyfriend, and to commemorate their upcoming 100 days together, Yu Jitae was writing a diary entry each day regarding love. But since she was inexperienced at male-to-female relationships and thus bad at writing beautiful sentences, she had been asking Balm for help regarding how to write them. Aang, is that how it is? It looks the same as your notebook, though. That's because I bought her the same one as mine as a gift. Huck, no wonder. The original cover page had something written on it, but this one only had a single heart instead. What do I do? Balm said, while heaving out a deep sigh. Today is their 99th day together, so tomorrow's the day. The situation felt more painful for Keel than before. It's my fault for being too much of a fool. Why did I go outside with a glass of water next to Nam Nam? It's also my mistake that I only read half of it for their privacy. I should have read the whole thing beforehand, just in case. Balm raised her hands and covered her face. How am I supposed to tell her this? Keel turned blank. She faced Balm with blinking eyes for a little, and soon the child wriggled her toes as well as her fingers. Anxiously, she fidgeted with her left index finger using her right hand. Oh, right. Sorry for interfering with your rest, my dear. You should head back to your room. After caressing her hair, Balm turned around with Nam Nam's flower pot and the diary in her hands. While she was on the way back to her room, Keel endlessly fidgeted with her fingers before slightly turning her head to throw a glance at him. Yu Jitae returned her a nod after seeing the anxiety hanging on her face, as Keel then went up to Balm while calling out, "Unny." Balm turned around. "Sorry, NN." I did that. Her eyes widened into circles. But at the same time, her lips also curled up as Balm smiled with a mischievous look on her face. I know. Those unexpected words made Keel turn blank. With a slightly brighter look on her face, Balm gathered mana at her fingertip. You know, this is actually restorable. Before long, the water started to leave the book. The wrinkled papers returned to being stiff as the smudged letters also returned to normal. Slowly, Keel's face started to turn dark. Balm had been pretending to be clueless despite knowing everything. Keel. She knew what question would soon leave Balm's mouth, and that question would be a very, very scary one. Why did you lie to me? Keel came out honest. It's because I was very surprised. I'm sorry. She honestly revealed everything since she was caught anyway. With a slight grin, Balm pinched her cheeks and pulled them out like rice cakes. You did something wrong. Yes. Yes, you need some punishment. She was sentenced to holding her arms up high on her knees, so Keel had to kneel at the corner of the living room, the protector's place of exile, with her hands in the air. Balm placed Nam Nam's flower pot on top of her outstretched hands, which she wasn't allowed to drop. Keel nodded with a sunken look on her face. But still, thank you for coming out honest. Really? Don't put your hands down, though. Yes, Keel constantly heaved deep sighs with a dark expression with her hands in the air. Soon, the members of the house began to come back. The protector, after coming back from hiking, tilted its head, wondering why she was in the area of exile instead. Jael returned from school and observed Keel, before taking a piece of banana and feeding Nam Nam on top of her hands, and Yoram teased Keel by poking her ribs and armpits with a chopstick. Even though things had seemingly come to a good conclusion, Keel still did not have a very bright look on her face and looked quite gloomy. Was she feeling guilty even after being forgiven? Thinking that, Yu Jitae took her outside after the punishment had ended. "What should we have today?" he asked, and Keel shook her head. "I'm fine. I don't feel like eating okay." "Then how about a red velvet cake at a nearby cafe? Why is it tasty?" Red velvet cake. The moment she had a taste of that sweet cream cheese, Keel widened her eyes. A cheese cake and a chocolate crepe. After having several sweet desserts, Keel returned to her bright self. Argosy. As expected, when you're feeling down, sweet stuff is the best. Keel chuckled out loud with cream on her lips, but suddenly she widened her eyes from a sudden trail of thought and looked at him. Blink, blink. She continued thinking while blinking her eyes and soon tilted her head with the fork still in her mouth. "You know what? Sometimes, Argosy, you are very amazing." "What? How do you know me so well? Do I?" He was wondering what idle talk this was going to be and quietly drank the coffee, but Keel continued with a slightly more serious voice. "It's to the point. I can't understand. Look, when I was lying just then and asked you to turn a blind eye to it, you were on my side, right? When I was in my room feeling nervous and not knowing what to do, you said it was fine, yes. Staying next to me when I was about to be scolded by Unnie was to be on my side, right? And after it's all done, you are cheering me up as well. What are you trying to say? It's as if you know how to make me feel the most comfortable. Of course I should. How much time have we spent together?" As if she had discovered something intriguing, Keel clapped her hands. "Wait, wow. No, it's not because of the time we spent together. What do you mean?" "It's not. It's from the first time we met. Honestly, we went close back then, but you still bought macarons and bread for me." "Well, that's because kids all like that. Who buys bread when first meeting someone, with every one of them being sweet, and things that I like? And since when was it? There's been this thought that was constantly on my mind, you see. It seemed that the small child from back then had turned quite clever now." He shook his head before raising the plates from the table to go back home. That was when Keel said with a bright smile, "Ajasi, did you, by any chance, know me beforehand?" "What do you mean?" "You didn't. Do you think what you're saying is possible?" He avoided a direct answer. "Let's go." He was about to get up, but Keel chuckled while pulling his arms back down. "Can I have one more cake?" she asked. Even though he felt uncomfortable, he did not turn her down. This time, she had a strawberry shortcake and stabbed her fork through the soft cream, strawberry puree, and the raw strawberries to munch through them. So nice. Meanwhile, Yu Jitae quietly sat there with an indifferent look and gazed at her. The emotions that he had managed to push aside a little by forcing himself away from Unit 301 began to rear its head again. He felt like asking her a question. It was perhaps because it was Keel he was talking to that his heart was slightly more relaxed. Why, he carefully opened his mouth. "Why did you confess that it was a lie? Sorry. You were trying to deceive Balm. Why is it that you told her the truth later on? Was it because you found her pitiful?" Mumbling with the fork in her mouth, Keel gave an embarrassed smile. "Actually, I wanted to say everything honestly from the start. Really. But I couldn't do that because I was very scared. I was scared that Unnie would be angry, but lies are bad. Isn't there a trigger that made you change your thought, though? It felt like she would notice it. And I can't have Bamani be in trouble because of me, right?" Keel's choice was, in the end, the best choice because Balm had known everything from the start. But what if Balm did not know about it? Then wouldn't you have just caused trouble for yourself? I guess. What if it was Yoram's diary and not Balm's? I probably would have still said it. Why? Because lies are bad. The uncomfortable feeling inside urged him to add more words. What if it's not a lie? What do you mean? Without telling a lie, you can still say less of the truth, right? For example, so instead of saying I didn't do it, going with whoever did it must be a terrible person. That's not a lie, is it? In response to his question, Keel looked up at the lights of the cafe with blinking eyes. "Isn't it in the intention, though? The intention. If your intention is to deceive someone, then saying less of the truth will still be a lie. What if there's a good intention behind it? You mean a white lie?" "Yeah." Keel looked directly at him with her undisguised, undeceiving, and innocent gaze. In this moment, he found her gaze to feel extremely burdensome, even more so than Balm's eyes that looked like she was seeing through everything. While Keel was contemplating the answer, Yu Jitae thought about what she might say. Would Keel say it's okay to tell a white lie or not? In the end, he decided to not put too much significance in whatever she would say. If yes, that would mean she is putting emphasis on the goodness behind the lie, and in the case of no, that would mean the truth is more important to her. Like that, he predetermined the intent of her response without even hearing it. However, her reply crushed apart those thoughts of his. Is it an important lie? Yeah. Lying like that must mean there are circumstances, right? So, do you mean it's okay to lie? Keel looked into his eyes before carefully asking back, "What do you think, Arjasi?" In reply, he said what his heart told him. It was mainly linked to his sense of guilt. "I don't think you should." Why? Because deceiving is a bad thing to do. But I actually think it's possible. Why is that? A white lie means the speaker is aware that a lie is bad, right? And they're telling a lie despite knowing they're doing a bad thing, yes. But the one who got deceived would feel hurt after knowing the truth, though. That is true, so it shouldn't be done. In the end, a relationship built with deceit should not exist. That was the conclusion Yu Jitae had drawn, and it was a trail of thought that had stemmed from his mind that wished to condemn himself for his own sin. However, it seemed that Keel thought otherwise. But what about the one who lied? What? It's not like the person likes lying, right? They're not lying because they want to, and they're lying while accepting the fact that it will make them a bad person, right? What about that? How is the mind and the thoughts of the liar any important? How is it not important? Her golden eyes looked straight into his eyes as if they would pierce through it. They're hurting the hearts of the people that are being deceived. But that's not always the case, Keel rebutted. There was a type of innocence in this world, one whose cleanness was sometimes sharper than spears and swords of hatred. It might hurt more for the one who lied, right, and Keel's reply was one of them. Chapter 346. Discussion topic. Lies 3. The time they had spent together was 5 years. For him, who could no longer calculate his years after living over hundreds of years, it was but a passing moment, but it was 30 of her entire life for Keel. It seemed that she had learned, felt, and considered many things in that span of time. Is that what you think? Yes, since when did you think like that? Looking away from his eyes, Keel twirled the ends of her golden hair with her fingers and tried to specify the exact period of time from her unforgetting memories. But soon, Keel opened her mouth with an awkward smile. I don't know. It just came naturally some time in my life, I guess. Why? Just a little surprised that you were able to say things like that. He. He looked at her bowl. The bowl that was empty for knowing nothing about the world was no longer there. Over the period of 5 years that they had lived together, Keel had been diligently filling up her bowl with things. She was no longer the immature and innocent child. However, all the things inside her bowl were good-natured, with not a sliver of greed, selfless and considerate. It was like water, and the bowl was therefore clear despite being full. Keel was no longer naive, but even then she was still pure. That was why there was a lot heavier weight behind her words. She wasn't thoughtlessly throwing out good words. The thoughts she had throughout her life were filling her bowl, and her conclusion was one that was drawn after basing it on her values and judgment that had been perfected through experience. It might hurt more for the one who lied, right, and the conclusion she came to was that it might hurt more for Yu Jitae. Until now, he had always been telling himself that he was a sinner. I am deceiving you guys, so am I not a sinner? That was the question he asked Keel, and he hoped she would swear at sinners. However, Keel gave a different response. Despite somewhat understanding the world, this innocent child was still trying to console him. Even though he might be jumping to conclusions, that was at least the feeling he had received. But absurdly enough, getting consoled multiplied his sense of guilt instead. This was how innocent the child could have been. The child could have grown as nicely as this, and could have harbored such pure thoughts in her mind. The countless keels of the past years flashed past his head. Yu Jitae placed his hand on his forehead and slowly wiped his face a few times. He had to calm down and forget about it. These emotions would serve to be the biggest problem for the most complete conclusion of his dreams. Hadn't he been doing fine till now? Wasn't it obvious that those happenings of the past would come back in the future as his sin? What is past cannot be changed. Focusing solely on what can be changed was hard in itself already. Looking back at what cannot be changed and regretting it was a foolish thing to do. The regressor had a dream, and he had to fulfill it. Therefore, he desperately tried to control his jumpy emotions. It wasn't easy, and suddenly, by the time he realized it, his mind felt distant. It felt as if something was going further away from him, similar to how he was suddenly falling from the world when Yoram sobbed from the pain. He suddenly remembered the golden girl lying down on the reddened bathtub, wiping the flowing tears with her wrists. But you're no good either once again. If you wanted to persuade a problem child like me his heart, you should have brought something sweet. Began to fall clink it was then. A small rustle woke him up from his daze. It was the sound made from Keel eating the strawberry cake. He blankly looked at the child. The sense of distance that had been going further away felt closer again, as the sound that had been echoing as if he was in a deep cave returned to being clear. Slowly, the mumbling pink lips and the white cream next to it entered his sight. Yoo-hoo, so tasty. Keel was numbing down the cake with cream all over her lips, and when their eyes met, she went, oon. As she scooped up the cake with her fork and gave it to him, here you go. I wasn't asking for it, I know. But Hiri, hurry up, it's fine, you have it. Arjasi. As expected, when you're feeling down, sweet stuff is the best. He was about to say that but stopped and checked his expression. There was an indifferent look on his face. It seemed that he was just thinking things. When he tried to take the fork from her hands, she pulled her hands back. Uon, you're being so cold. Give it to me. Keel dodged his hand and made him grab nothing but thin air. He tried to take the fork again, but she kept pulling her hands back. He. Here, I don't feel like eating now. Ah, why, you eat it. Ah, I'm sorry. Eat it, eat it. Okay, NN. He snatched the fork away as Keel grumbled, seriously, being so cold. In response, he put the cake into his mouth, but it did not make him feel anything special. The story about sweet food making you feel better was something he still couldn't understand. How do you feel? How do you feel? It makes you feel much better, right? With flickering eyes, Keel pressed him for a reply. Does it make me feel better? No idea. But the expectation overflowing out of her eyes was too much for him to reply with something like that, so he said what he would have usually said in response. There was something Jael was recently curious about. Yu Jitae was strange. Very, very slightly strange. He was so similar to how he had always been, so she didn't know what exactly was off about him, but that was the feeling she got. When he returned to the dormitory with Keel, Jael scratched her head a bit before walking up to Yu Jitae. She then tried waving her hand left and right. Hello, she said, and he waved back after resting his eyes on her. Hello. Meanwhile, Jael carefully observed everything, including his face, voice, and gesture. He's the same as always. Then why is it that I am feeling like this? Looking at him, she reached her arms out as he naturally bent his knees and his back while outreaching his left arm. Jael sat with her bum on his arm as he raised her up in a flash. She tried placing her nose on the business shirt he always wore. He smelled like him, the smell of urban alleyways after the rain. This too was the same. Going to the sofa, he placed her down next to Balm and returned to his room. Jael turned towards the only one with her on the sofa, Balm, who was reading a book. She threw a glance at Yu Jitae's room before carefully opening her mouth. Unny, NN, Arjasi, NN, isn't he slightly strange? Balm turned her eyes and faced Jael. Why do you think so? I don't know. Jael explained her recent thoughts to Balm. Yu Jitae was slightly strange, but upon a close inspection, he wasn't that different from how he usually was. It's not like he appeared as if he was being chased by something like before either, or like unstable or anything like that. I don't know, but anyway, he was strange. Balm blinked her eyes after listening to her words. She then carefully opened her mouth with a cautious voice and word choice. I'm not too sure. Really, NN, he must be quite busy. There are a lot of things happening at the association recently. Is that so? After that, Balm chose words that would put Jael at ease, and the child felt a little more comfortable after being half convinced by her words. Don't worry too much about it. NN. But still, let's just ask. With that in mind, Jael knocked on Keel's door. Her voice echoed from inside, so Jael walked in and found her swirling a magic hula hoop. What are you doing? Exercise. What's wrong? Is there something to say? Jael shared the same concern with her. Ajasi is somewhat strange, but is actually not strange, and that was just the feeling she got after hearing that. Keel placed her finger on her lips and appeared to be deep in thought. Is it like when our Ajasi suddenly turned super strange before? A little different to that. Really? Keel contemplated while twirling her golden hair. She was wearing a frown and a pout on her lips, as if she couldn't think of something concrete. I don't know. Was there something strange recently? Just that was when something flashed past her mind, the conversation she had with Yu Jitae just then at the cafe and his questions that were slightly unusual. What was different? Kiel contemplated and found the answer. Yu Jitae's usual conversation had no objective. It was rare for him to interrogate about or probe into something in his everyday conversations, but this time he seemed to have had a clear objective as he asked various questions. Why was Ajasi curious about my thoughts on lies? Why? There definitely were certain aspects that weighed on her mind the deeper she thought about it. There was also that oddly gloomy look on his face. Yuam. No clue, but Keel decided to not talk about it. If he had something he was concerned about and wasn't telling Jael about it, it wouldn't be right for her to chat about it with Jael. That was what she learned from seeing and hearing his actions and words during their time together. Keel understood the world by seeing Yu Jitae. Don't worry too much about it. NN. Thus, she kept his secret to herself, like how he would sometimes keep her secrets to himself. As she had expected, she got nothing but consolation. Baum and Keel said it was fine and that there was nothing to worry about. It put her mind at a slight ease. But on the other hand, there was still doubt remaining in her mind, and the desire for knowledge that had stemmed from that doubt had yet to be fulfilled, so Jael knocked on Yoram's door. She wasn't back from training yet, so Jael had to send her a message. Me, Unny, she got a reply after waiting for a long time. You Yoram. Yo Jael suddenly didn't feel like asking her, but held it in and asked if she found anything strange about Ajasi recently. Meanwhile, at a certain VVIP personal training room at Haterling, Yoram, who was washing her face after her training session, went thinking for a while. Was Yu Jitae strange looking back? There indeed was something strange about him. An example was during the reflex anger management training a few days ago when he was pouring out false hatred at her. His eyes looked as if there was something he hoped from her as she got more and more angry. Was that the eyes of a teacher looking at the growth of their disciple? You know, like how readers want to cheer for the protagonist of a manga. She glossed over it back then, since that was what she thought. But when she actually did control the aggressiveness, he appeared slightly flustered. Even though it was only for a split second, it was a gaze she couldn't understand and had remained in her memories as a rather bugging situation. 1. Yu Jitae wanted something from her. 2. She thought it was the growth through her control over emotions that he wanted, but that didn't seem to be the case. 3. Thus, he looked quite disappointed/flustered. 4. Then what? What should I have done for you, Jitae? Yoram scratched her head after a deep thought. Oh well, whatever, like he said, she succeeded at the training and could now use the onion core with 10 lifted seals freely, and he was happy for her success. In such a thick period of everyday life, Yu Jitae, a man whom she thought she had gotten super close to, who was yet still difficult to understand. Showing an odd response for a split moment was not that big of a deal. What about it? He's just that type of person. Yoram fully trusted him now. Me, I'd idiot with a blue future. Idiot with a blue future. I'm serious, me. I'm telling you I have no idea. Idiot with a blue future. Really. There's nothing. Me. Ye idiot with a blue future. So I don't have to worry about anything. Me. No, me. You can worry about everything by yourself, lol. Idiot with a blue future. Me. But like, what's with this shit, me? Get rid of those emotes, alright. Stop pretending to be cute. Idiot with a blue future. Oh. Idiot with a blue future. What's wrong? Oh. Idiot with a blue future. What's wrong with this? Oh. Idiot with a blue future. Oh. Oh, lol, me. Goodbye, idiot with a blue future. SARS, idiot with a blue future. Oh. You have blocked idiot with a blue future. There was one thing that was strange. Yu Jitae pondered about what he last said to Keel before coming back to Unit 301. Keel asked him whether eating a cake made him feel better or not. Since she had been looking for something sweet, even at the brink of death, there was probably a sense of expectation inside her that wanted him to feel the same way as her. He actually couldn't empathize with her at all, but since there were things he had learned throughout the daily lives, he gave a suitable response, at least from what he could remember. It was like he couldn't remember it no matter how much he tried. One thing that was strange was that it mysteriously settled his uncomfortable mood and made him feel comfortable. What was happening here? What did I say back then? It was when he was pondering like that while looking at the mirror. Jael walked out of her room before starting a conversation with him. Hello. Why are you saying hello again? You did that already. Why not? Hello. Yeah. Hello. Jael walked in front of Yu Jitae's legs and faced the mirror. She then played around with her own chubby cheeks with her two hands before gazing up at him through the mirror. Then she carefully threw him a question. Are you feeling okay? Yeah. Did something happen recently? Why, Jael slightly turned her eyes away from his eyes before asking with a voice filled with concern. It just felt like there was something. It might be that the quick-witted Jael had sensed something strange, just like Balm, who could naturally see through things. But oddly enough, he was feeling okay now, and he had to calm the child down. After thinking of the correct response in a time like this, he let it out of his mouth. Really? He hesitantly paused before reopening his mouth. Chapter 347, Episode 100. At the end of the 1-0-year-long voyage, words were censored as if such words had never even existed in his mind. He finally realized the situation he was in. Something similar had occurred in the past. In the second iteration, the precious woman whom he had promised the future with was killed by a demon in his stead. Back then, he ended his life from shock and dejection by committing suicide, and at the start of his next life, the word Har-Sitbiel had turned into a long blank for Yu Jitae. He had completely forgotten the very existence of Har-Sitbiel. In the third iteration, on a certain day, as he vomited on top of a monster's dead body, crumbled on the spot with fingers cut off in his battle against a demon, he sat down on the field all by himself, gazing up at the sky. He asked himself, what am I doing here? The name floating up in my head. Who is that person? The same thing was happening again. Born a human who started to go beyond the boundary of a human through the third iteration. Yu Jitae noticed that the state of a mental illness stemmed from daily life. Going further beyond a superhuman, and by becoming a true superhuman in the true sense of the word. And after covering his glass-like mental state with a barrier of metal, he became distant from all sorts of mental diseases. That should have been the case, but he could not have guessed that it would remanifest inside his mind after retrieving the lost daily life. He decided to conduct an experiment. Yu Jitae called Jael and made her sit in front of him. Jael, yes, I hope you live a happy life. Jael nodded with a smile on her face. His words were properly delivered without fail up to here, because those were his sincere thoughts. And I wish you and I would. After that, he let out words that were completely against his actual thoughts. Both during and after the speech, he couldn't clearly guess what it was that he was saying. But Jael was surprised in return and looked back at him with circular eyes. She then gave a bright smile as she approached him and wrapped her arms around his belly. While repeatedly bumping her head into his belly, she replied, Me too. As expected, it did convey the meaning. He wasn't talking gibberish, and that was why Jael was showing him gestures of affection. It was an intentional lie, and those would have been the best words for Jael. He was intentionally trying to say such words, and that meant that the meaning had gone across, but not knowing what he was actually saying might become a big problem later on. Lowering his body, he met his eyes with the child and asked, What did I say just then? NN, please repeat what I just said to you. Ah, that you wish you and I would. The simple method did not work, and each of the syllables she was saying sounded squashed. Even though it was through the mouth of someone else, his brain filtered the information the moment it realized it was his own words. Can you try writing it down? Sorry. Why? Jael looked at him as if he was strange. I, too. Trying to give a false excuse immediately made it impossible for him to check his own words. He stopped his mouth and pondered a little before saying a sentence that did not contain any falsehood. Please. I want to see it in your handwriting. This one worked just fine. Jael displayed the watch's hologram in the air and started writing letters with her finger. You and I? The words were dim and hazy. This much was within his expectations. But his intention was in seeing the trajectory of her fingers, which might allow him to understand what was being written. That was the objective of this experiment. However, this too did not work. Even the pathing of her fingers was wavering. Her fingers should be moving in a certain pattern if she was writing letters, but the flow was very unnatural, as if everything was going in a different order. It appeared like a computer screen with low frames per second. There was no way Jael's fingers would be moving like that, so it must be the process of his brain deceiving him. It was telling him to stay unaware. Is Dat okay? He didn't reply, and instead he simply caressed her head. Jael then used her watch to look up the prices of houses on the internet. Her startled face was the result of the search. Why was she looking up houses? He was put in a tough spot. No matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't tell the reason his head turned heavy. Like wetted cotton, it weighed down. All the relationships were forged on falsehood. The moment those lies crumble would be the moment everything he had strenuously built up in the seventh iteration would come crashing down. That was why he faced away from it. He denied it and ignored the truth. But the issue was that the sense of guilt he had been laboriously turning away from had come to the surface through Balm, Yoram, and Keel. His world shook. His built-up history started to push him off the cliff. His mind, after feeling the crisis, obstructed falsehood from him from the very foundation, like how it did with Haas Sitbiel of the distant past. Jael, yes, can you help me a little? After various other experiments, he had no choice but to admit it. Thanks for helping me. Is dat everything? Is it enough? He could no longer control his lies. Despite everything, he wasn't in a bad mood. In fact, it was making him feel quite comfortable. The reason his mind was trying to deceive him like this was to settle his emotions. It was a struggle for survival from impending death. If the reality is unchangeable, then deny it altogether. It was a decent self-defense mechanism. Every issue is due to the sense of guilt, which exists due to lies, so Yu Jitae, that does not know of lies, does not need to feel any sense of guilt. This ridiculous hoax of his unconsciousness was untangling the sense of guilt that had been binding him up. There was nothing more unproductive than being pained by one's own hypocrisy, so he left his unconsciousness to do what it wanted to do. You will definitely become happy. That was what the vintage clock had told him, and that was the only thing he could trust in. His mind was still chaotic, but before long, guilt and whatever no longer became any important. An event that would shake Yu Jitae's long life from its core happened after a few days. It was at Maya's underground isolation room. It was on a certain summer day, as the land had a gentle breeze with warm sunlight shining from above. The sky immediately after the rain contained a clear and beautiful rainbow, beautiful like the sign of a covenant from someone. At the association, at a nearby park were children who had followed their parents playing among themselves in groups. Their pleasant chuckling voices echoed all across, as low-grade agents exhausted from work watched the peaceful scenery with smiles. One agent who suddenly felt emotional opened his mouth. If a miracle would happen to someone one day, wouldn't today be the day? The agent was scolded by his superior, who condemned him for having flowers in his head. But in truth, the day was proving to be a miraculous day for someone. At the underground isolation room of the association, Shapeless Sword was rotating as a small electric chainsaw and cut through the tough ribs of the dragon. The ambient dragon heart, shaped like a gem, was placed within the complex array of organs in the same place as a human heart which it was mimicking. Mayu opened the eyes she had closed and faced the man. She could see a pale skin underneath his tidy hair as well as his focused and unblinking eyes. Today's experiment was unusual and different. His hands were delicate with deep consideration within. In her eyes, he was quite strange these days. He was still as brusque as before on the outside, but the experiments changed every time. Once he would hurriedly move his fingers as if he was in a bad mood, and would sometimes move them joyously as if he was in a good mood. And yet today it was different altogether. Thinking that, Mayu whispered, "How bizarre, my nemesis. Why? Have you found something? You have become very careful, as if you are doing a surgery on your baby puppy." He moved his hands without replying back. As expected, his hands were very cautious. He had always been as precise as a machine, but the method was a lot different. It was as if he was treating her as someone precious. It was such a big difference from before, so delicate and precious to a slightly shocking degree that it made her feel as if she was receiving affection. Would this be the hands of a devoted husband doing a surgery on his wife? Why am I thinking such things while my heart is being ripped apart? How disgusting. Thinking that, Mayu clicked her tongue. I am not in a very positive mood. What now? Since when were you so considerate of me? It is unpleasant that you are pretending to be delicate after all this time. And thinking of all the experiments you have done coarsely when you could have done it like this from the start irritates me even more. Because of that, you are ruining my mood right now. Anything to say to me? Yeah, my bad. Mayu was slightly surprised and frowned, wondering what was seriously wrong with this lunatic. Is there something inside? Have you found something from my heart? Yu Jitae remained silent. Say something. Am I not talking to you right now? It was the same even when Mayu irritatedly grabbed a handful of his hair. His hair remained intact, and he stayed still like a statue. Is he ignoring me? Or is he completely mental now? But Mayu soon realized that he was in an outrageous level of concentration right now. The procedure of the experiment was not much different from how it always was, but the result seemed to have been different this time. Therefore, Mayu quietly released his hair. What did this lunatic find inside the heart? Even she was curious at this point. But his concentration continued to a crazy extent. This experiment was unlike the usual experiments that ended at around 4 hours and 8 hours at max. For almost 3 entire days, he continued staring at Maya's heart with repetitive experiments. His eyes nor his expression changed in that span of time, and from one point, even his breath came to a stop. Mayu was starting to feel frustrated. What was so different this time that he was doing something like this? Hey, my nemesis, how long are you going to continue doing this? It is time for me to feed my dog. How about you stop here? Her questions were met with silence. You should be fully aware that this will only prolong my vacation. Did you not shout at me from a mere 3-day vacation just because you did not like it? Silence yet again. It seemed that Yu Jitae could not even hear her voice. In fact, it even seemed at a glance that he did not even exist in this place. Immersion. A ridiculous level of immersion was controlling both his body and mind. I truly have gotten as unlucky as I could have been. This reminds me once again. Although the experiment was done kindly, with the pain being less than a quarter compared to the usual ones, it was still the process of ripping through flesh, crushing bones, and twisting the mana out of place. Her body, resembling a human, had its nerves sensitively rising up. The skin all across her body turned red as her body shivered. She was starting to feel cold due to the malfunctioning nerves. Spending 5 days in that state was enough to gradually push even Mayu to mental fatigue. I cannot withstand this anymore. I will have to go to sleep. 1 week after the start of the experiment, Mayu could no longer withstand it and closed her eyes. Closing her eyes, she could see a sweet dream in front of her, because there will be a 1-month vacation waiting for her to wake up. But Mayu was appalled when she woke up from her long slumber. Yu Jitae was still continuing the experiment. The dragon looked over its mental clock. It had been almost 2 weeks already. How was the experiment still taking place? At this point, it was dumbfounding, let alone frustrating. Hey, my nemesis, have you seriously gone insane? How long are you going to continue with this, HNN? Tell me, why is it that it is not coming to an end? Do you not hear me? Mayu rolled a fist and struck Yu Jitae by his head. Her fist was the one that hurt instead. Seeing that Yu Jitae was still motionless, Mayu could no longer endure it and lowered her hand to grab onto his hands. With her other hand, she covered her opened body in an attempt to interfere with the experiment. Slowly, his eyes that were blankly immersed in the experiment regained its focus. Yu Jitae looked at her hand with a hazy gaze and looked at the wrist connecting on from that hand before slowly carrying his gaze across the arm and the shoulder to at last reach her face. Their eyes met. The movement of a non-human imitating a human, that inorganic movement of gaze gave her goosebumps. Get rid of your hand, he replied with an inarticulate voice. That short interaction damaged her pride. She had never felt such fear ever since she was born as a dragon. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that his reaction was slightly strange. His gaze was shivering, and so were the hands that were forced to stop the experiment after being grabbed by her own. He was shuddering, a shudder similar to trepidation even. Such was the nature of the shivering she could feel from his hands. Your hand. Something exceeding madness could be felt from his gaze, and it made her think that there would be nothing odd even if she were to be killed right at this moment. Even though she still had an indifferent look on her face, this time she was truly frightened and had to remove her hands while glancing at his face. Why in the world was he like this? It was only after another day that Mayu finally understood it. After finishing the experiment and carefully healing the open chest, he interlocked his fingers as if in a prayer with his eyes gazing down at her. Mayu asked, "So what in the world is it? You damn lunatic," and Yu Jitae softly muttered with shivering lips. I found it was what he said. Chapter 348, Episode 100. At the end of the 1-0-year-long voyage, too, he opened his eyes. In front he could see the face of Mayu, who had fallen back to sleep. After covering her body with a gown, he placed a blanket over her body. Despite having finished the experiment, he did not leave. As if stapled on the ground with a nail, he stood still for a long time. Even though he wanted to walk forward, his feet refused to leave the ground, and his blank mind did not know where he was supposed to go. Passing through his mind were many things. In the distant past, there was a time when he had dreamed of this instant, that there would come a day where he would discover how to send the baby dragons back home, that strenuously trying to the brink of death would sometime end this loathsome regression. That was what he used to think in the past, but that day never came. Later he was lost, thinking that such a moment would never come to him. It was when a failure was followed by another failure, as a sense of defeat was built upon defeat. In those times, even the dreams during his sleep would tell him that such a moment would never come. Waking up, he would show resentment at the non-existent gods. How wretched is it that I cannot even achieve what I want in my dreams? Getting angry changed nothing. After that, he no longer felt a sense of defeat, even from failures. It later made him think that cutting the chain of regression was something that cannot be done by a mere individual human. His heart no longer felt rushed after letting go of his greed and emotions. Sometime in the future, whether it was possible or not no longer mattered, something would surely come up along the road. He started to bear such carefree thoughts in his mind, but nothing came up along the road. His life was a voyage. The world surrounding him was a vastly large and wide ocean, and a night sky of the first lunar phase with not a single twinkling star. There was no current in the water, with everything beyond a 1-inch mark being dark. Crying out one's loneliness was not even met with an echo, and shivering through the endless coldness of the night, waiting for a non-rising sun in vain. It was a wintry night at the ocean. Even the direction to head in was vague. No one in the world told him anything. He was all alone. But even then, he proceeded on. Inside the dark world, soaked by the storm, knocked apart in the tempest, and sometimes withstanding the tackles of the enormous monsters, he proceeded forward. He had to go forward, and today, just then, his partially wrecked ship managed to reach a port. Yu Jitae looked down at his 2 hands and tried moving each of his 10 fingers. It wasn't the time to be excited, yet there was still a long road ahead of him. It was still night outside, and some things could not be seen through the veil of darkness. It wasn't the time to rush things, and there was no reason to create a fuss. Sitting next to Mayu, he closed his eyes. He restarted his stopped heart and also began pumping his paused lungs. He went over the situation again. There were a total of 9 authority organs inside the origin fragment. From those, the 2 most important organs in sending the baby dragons back home were emergency summon and long-distance dimensional intersection. Emergency summon contained the coordinates of the other world. Ascalipha and the long-distance dimensional intersection contained the power that could force an intersection between the distant dimensions. Easier put, emergency summon was the navigation, while long-distance dimensional intersection was the engine. However, the 2 organs were being protected by the will of the Ancient One, and this was something that could not be broken that easily. But in this experiment, Yu Jitae had finally managed to crush through the will of the Ancient One that was protecting the long-distance dimensional intersection. Something strange was that it wasn't broken purely thanks to Yu Jitae's abilities. The will of the Ancient One, blocking the road to long-distance dimensional intersection, had a crack on it already. This was presumed to be due to Mayu being a mutant dragon. Thanks to that, he now knew the operating principle of the engine that would send the baby dragons back home, as well as its functioning mechanism. However, his attempt at crushing the emergency summon, using the same method, was met with a failure. The will of the Ancient One, protecting it, was as tough as usual and could not be broken with ease. All he had to do now was break through the emergency summon to find the coordinates of Ascalipha where the baby dragons would be returning to, and he knew how to approach the problem. Now he needed to find a day to change the powers protecting Mayu into a comprehensible shape using conceptualization, SS, and dive into the world. This was something he had already mentioned to Mayu, and in that world, if he could successfully untangle the will of the Ancient One, that would mean both the navigation and the engine would be ready. And that would in turn mean a night sky faded by the curtain of darkness. At the tip of the horizon, he could finally see something, not the countless ports of deserted islands that he had seen multiple times, but something definite that was urging him to come. It was when he was sitting on the spot, quietly imagining the future, that a message was sent to his watch. Oscar Brzenk, do you have time? It was the message of the long-awaited guest. A man with blonde hair and blue eyes walked into the office with light enveloping him. He was world's official rank 1, sovereign, Oscar Brzenk. A few months ago, Yu Jitae had asked him to look for the vintage clock, which had disappeared somewhere, because a sovereign was the one chosen by Providence and was the only existence that could enter the Temple of Providence. Like a knight being granted the title by a king, a superhuman would be granted the position of a sovereign by Providence at that place. Yu Jitae had also become a sovereign once in the past, and that was why he knew about that area. The Temple of Providence was an extremely occlusive location that even Yu Jitae could not approach. Therefore, Oscar Brzenk was the only one in this current time that could look for the traces of the disappeared vintage clock. They shared simple greetings, but Oscar Brzenk did not have a good look on his face. The judges of Providence were blocking the entry to the temple. Judges were the ones protecting the vintage clock. It was a bizarre turn of events. Judges blocking the entry to the temple. The judges were the ones that decided on the right and the wrong within Providence, and what was wrong would be given to the sovereigns to take care of. They were like teachers giving homework. There should have been no reason for them to interfere with the entry to the temple. Seems they really don't like someone. Despite saying that, Yu Jitae was quite puzzled because Oscar Brzenk was like a model student as a sovereign. Yes, they really don't. Those inflexible guys ignored the procedures, threw things at my face, and fought between themselves. They even expelled me to an outside dimension for 3 months, telling me to not get involved in this matter. It is not easy to be hated like that, Yu Jitae, who knew the workload of a sovereign, gave a hazy smile. Those that knew about everything would even say as a joke that after slaves at a corn farm and PhD students come sovereigns. However, Oscar Brzenk added with a serious look on his face. Not me, but you. What? You mean me? Yu Jitae replied. Yes. What in the world have you done? Are you saying your entry to the temple was blocked because of me? Oscar Brzenk turned all the more serious. As I've said, I've been in exile for 3 months thanks to someone. The judges were, as is commonly said, out of their minds. I know the Lord of Time Providence cherishes you, so I've never brought this up, but now I must. What in the world are you? Yu Jitae gave a slight frown. Slowly, he swept through his lower lips with his fingers. Time traveler, damn it. This is not the time for jokes. Oscar Brzenk smiled as if it was absurd. A few seconds went by. Yu Jitae still had an indifferent look on his face, and Oscar Brzenk's smile turned rigid with time. Who is aware of this? I have said it to the Housener. Charlie Oven, did that gossip lover stay quiet? Even a stray dog knows how to value its life. More importantly, I want you to share more stories about the Temple of Providence. Charlie Oven does not die, and that was the reason he had a loud mouth. Yu Jitae was implying that he could kill him, so Oscar Brzenk had to swallow his curiosity to continue. There is nothing much else to say. The road to the Temple of Providence was blocked, so there was nothing I could find. How meaningless of a time have you spent? Is that the conclusion after several months of searching, 3 months of which had gone to waste thanks to someone? Then tell me a little more about that at least, said Yu Jitae. About which? It is true that I've done things here and there that would incite hatred, but none of it should have affected the judges. Oscar Brzenk shook his head. I have no idea about the details, but the feeling I received he carefully chose the right words and added. They seemed infuriated in the literal sense of the word. How does it make sense for a transcendent authority to be infuriated? That's what I am getting at. They do not have a personality, and yet they were angry as if they did. It was strange. A transcendent authority X was different from an existence. The authority, key X, agrees. Even though they might act as if they have a personality, it simply does not exist in their design. An authority was shaped like an articulately crafted machine and was different from an existence. To be exact, if one wanted to become a transcendent authority, even for a split second, they had to erase everything they had as an existence. That was one of the reasons why Yu Jitae could not become a transcendent authority. The authority, key X, admits. So the one called key blabbering right now was not actually the key. Same was with the one that appeared in the shape of a black cat. They were not key X. It was the same for the white bird who flew across the vintage clock's workshop, endlessly conveying its will to Yu Jitae. That too was in fact not vintage clock X. This was something he realized a long time ago. Transcendent authorities were the ones supporting the world's providence. There was no way that such existences would act like a child, like a friend, or like a parent or a teacher. The authority, key X, consents. Then what are you? The authority, key X, keeps it to itself. That was how it was always like. Even the vintage clock was the same. In any case, those existences that represented the personalities of the authorities, while living off them, tended to affect the surroundings as well. Looking back at the time he was a sovereign, that was probably the case. So why in the world were the judges angry? What made the subordinates serving the king infuriated going down his line of thought? His intuitions led him to the worst possible scenario. His hazy gaze lowered down to the table in front. Drenched in an icy bucket of cold water, his emotions sank as he felt blood flowing out of his head. Something that should never have happened might have occurred. As delicate as the topic was for Yu Jitae, so was it for Oscar Brzenk, who had become a sovereign by being granted the title from vintage Clark. The middle-aged man with gold hair and blue eyes in his 40s groaned, thinking of the unthinkable result that might be within the Temple of Providence. Without saying anything, and without any expression, he was furious despite not being moved by his emotions. There was no target for his fury. It might be because of Yu Jitae or the judges, or perhaps some other being outside of his comprehension. Fury without a direction was like a void. The sovereign dispersed his emotions with a long sigh. The subordinates serving the king revolting as a group. It might be because something had happened to the king who taught them personalities. There was nothing certain yet. I shall look into it once again. I will contact you as soon as I return. Are you trying to play around for another 3 months? Damn it. Stop saying such a horrendous thing. It felt as horrid as being soaked in some disgusting garbage. I would love to face away from this, but there is nothing else that can be done. Yu Jitae called him as he was about to stand back up. Hey, what is it? Head to the dimension, Hill of Stars, and take the key to the mechanical garden. Key to the mechanical garden. Think of it as a master key for the Temple of Providence. You should be able to recognize it immediately since it is an incredible artifact. Key X. ME. No, key X. Sad. At least it will be able to open the back door of the temple for sure. So use that if you must. How do you it seemed that he was about to ask how he knew all that, but changed his mind after remembering the word time traveler. Waving his hand, Oscar Brzenk disappeared into the golden veil of light. Left alone, Yu Jitae slightly felt something resembling a sense of loss. In his mind floated the white bird who was flying across the vintage clerk's workshop, the small and white bird who had become his friend from his youth. The guy disappearing meant that Yu Jitae had lost his oldest friend. This was what vintage clerk said immediately before it disappeared. You will, definitely, become happy. What did it know, and what did it see? Since it had been with him for a very long time, vintage Clark should know the form of happiness that he was yearning for. However, the standard of happiness was something that differed for every existence. Then, what was the definitely happy Yu Jitae in vintage Clark's vision looking like? Ending his line of thought, Yu Jitae raised his body. It was now time to go find the answer to that question. Chapter 349, Episode 100. At the end of the 1-0-year-long voyage, 3, the power with its own will that can analyze everything abstract and substitute them into something comprehensible. The authority that allows one to overcome humanity's limit in insight. Conceptualization, SS. It worked like this. Conceptualization, SS. Comfort, adding a target into it, immediately flipped Yu Jitae's world upside down. At the same time, the baby dragons appeared in front of his eyes. Sitting around the table together having a meal, mouths chirping with sound, hands trying to feed him food, and eyes asking him how to eat some of the food they were unfamiliar with time went by with them whispering and chattering to each other. This was the mirror image of comfort that was seen through the lens of conceptualization, SS. It was a dark night that day due to the moon hiding its presence. Sitting down at the highest place of the residential area, the clock tower, he gazed down at the world. He activated conceptualization and entered a few words as the target. Conceptualization. SS. My dream with him at the center, everything ranging from the distant skies to the nearby objects turned upside down. Before long, a dark world appeared all around him as he was sitting down on top of a certain boat. He could hear the calm splashes of the ocean, but his eyes could not find anything in this world, no matter how far they faced. Looking up did not let him find any stars nor the moon, and there was nothing but void in his eyes. From time to time, the authority conceptualization tended to direct its user towards the answer. However, adding my dream into conceptualization was unable to show him any solution. That was how it used to be. For several times, and several dozens of times, but leaving the port, the boat was once again floating adrift, but the immense basis called Maya's heart had started directing him towards a path for the very first time. Raising his eyes, he gazed off into a distance. Look, off in the far distance somewhere within the darkness, isn't there something definite that was even darker standing tall, oozing with presence? As if telling him to come, things wouldn't end in a day or two after going inside. The flow of time might be different. Although at least it wouldn't last several years, it might reach a few months if drawn out. Therefore, Yu Jitae summoned the highest executives of the association and made them aware of his absence. Various preparations had long been finished all for this moment. Chaliavan, the head of the association, Valentine the witch and BM, as well as Clone 2, who had now absorbed roughly 10 of Yu Jitae's power. That was now as strong as the addition of the witch and BM. The military might of the association was enough to protect the world, even if the last night was to befall them. I will trust you all. Even though the damage might be immense, they won't be annihilated. For him, that was more than enough. After ending the conference at the association, he returned to Unit 301. He told them that he would be away for a month or two. The mature Balm and Yoram simply bid him farewell, but Keel continued winging that 2 months was too long while Jael looked as if the world had crumbled in front of her. Do you have to go? He had to. There would be no problem in terms of safety because Clone 1 and the Protector will be their guards. With the two of them here, no one in this place would die even if the catastrophe-ranked demons were to all come at once. Never. For him, that was more than enough. See you. Right before leaving the dormitory, Jael reached her two arms forward. He raised her up into the air as Jael wrapped her arms around his neck. Can we go together? She still seemed reluctant, but he said no in return. Wait. Saying that, Jael went into Yu Jitae's room and came out carrying the music box that was decorating the desk. Since it was her gift, she was telling him to play it whenever he thought of her, so he received the music box from her. Walking out of Unit 301, he was about to face his feet once again to the association, but that was when Balm started walking towards him from the other side of the corridor. With an emotionless look that seemed like a slight pout at a glance, Balm walked towards him and raised her heels. He embraced her as Balm matched her lips with his. After a light and soft kiss, Balm retreated a little and said with her eyes looking up at him, "Well, be lonely. It won't take long. You have to come back 4 times faster. Only one person is leaving, but there are 4 people waiting, so if you come late, it will become a sea of tears. Don't worry. I will come back immediately once the task is over." Balm opened her mouth with a calm yet slightly bitter voice. Do you know why no one asked about the reason? Why? It was something he hadn't thought about. Recently, Jael said that something was slightly strange about Opar, and she went around asking me, Yoram and Keel, if there was anything off about you. He gave a curt reply. And what happened? I listened to them in secret, and all 3 of us said we had no idea. Funny, isn't it? All 4 of us knew, but 3 of us told the same lie as if we had discussed it beforehand to console one young child. Everyone now trusts that there has to be a reason why you have to leave, and that you will return for sure even if you do leave. Thanks. I won't be too late, so don't worry about it. Please don't feel burdened by us and finish your work. Jael should be fine if I soothe her well. He faintly smiled as Balm returned a similar smile while murmuring, or not. Maybe Jael should be the one soothing me. In that awkward situation, he caressed her cheek with his fingers and used his thumb to wipe the glistening saliva off of her lips. Balm, who was driving him into a corner, looked slightly away from embarrassment, but she still opened her mouth to ask a question. It's not like you want to leave, right? It was a difficult question to answer. When he remained silent, her red lips opened once again, demanding him for a quick reply, but instead of giving her what she wanted, he gave her a kiss. Balm opened her eyes wide in surprise before gradually easing her expression. Slowly, her eyes came to a close. Once again, at the association, all the preparations were now over. He headed into Maya's isolation chamber. She had yet to fully recover and was lying there unconscious. The 2 Grade 0 agents waiting nearby rolled their eyes around, so he sent them outside. That was when a large and black dog spirit beast raised its body to stare at Yu Jitae. It was the guy called Season. It had been a while since Yu Jitae had stepped into the isolation room. Season the dog was wearing a harness on its chest and looked a lot tidier than he expected. You should go outside as well. Like the grade 0 agents, the dog rolled its eyes trying to read the mood. What are you doing? Do you not understand what I am saying? The dog lowered its tail and its head while walking around in a circle. Growl wung, wa that was what the dog said in response. According to Fallen Babel S, it was saying, "No, I don't want to. Please let me stay." This was outside his expectation, and the way it looked was not simply better, but a lot better than what he was expecting. Taking a closer look, he could see that the dog was actually quite plump and fat. He thought Mayo had taken it in to abuse and vent her anger, so this was quite unexpected. You can't stay here. You will be a hindrance to an important task. Season started to growl sorrowfully, as if this was a lifetime farewell with its owner, and resisted by chewing on Maya's clothes with its teeth. Uyuwung Ornon Wuang leave. In any case, he smacked it on the butt and pushed it outside, leaving behind only Yu Jitae and Mayu inside the isolation room. He stood in front of the sleeping black-haired woman. Living through the daily lives, he learned how to match himself to the surrounding mood, and it was thanks to that it wasn't obvious. In truth, he was a lot more serious right now than any other time ever since the start of the 7th iteration. It will be a start to a very difficult journey, because the target of conceptualization this time would be the protective authority made personally by the Ancient One X, who had managed to become a transcendent authority. Things will be different compared to simple concepts like comfort and my dream. He was sure he wouldn't fail, but it would not be anything simple. He had to be cautious. From his experiments, he found a formula for magic antigen inside the will of the Ancient One. If he failed from this conceptualization by landing a weak hit on the will of the Ancient One, it would earn the power to reject the next conceptualization by gaining immunity. Therefore, he only had one opportunity. Yu Jitae used the authority. Conceptualization, SS, origin fragment, the authority inside Maya's heart that was incomprehensible and thus unbreakable reacted to Yu Jitae's authority. The world flipped and cut off Yu Jitae's consciousness. He was at a foreign village by the time he reopened his eyes. Like a countryside town of a foreign dimension, it had crudely built houses lining up with children running around the river. A blue butterfly unhurriedly flapped its wings in front of him and landed on a flower blooming within the bush. For a split second, he felt doubt. He was at a high altitude. It was a small village located in the middle of a mountain. Standing still, he waited as his authority started floating messages after finishing its analysis. Conceptualization, SS, target, origin fragment, this village. It was the interpretation of Maya's origin fragment analyzed by Yu Jitae's authority. At the same time, because the mana attributes embedded within the origin fragment had affected the materialization of this location, this was the world form that Mayu was wishing for in her dreams. The place appeared quite peaceful, unsuitably so for Mayu of the black race, a cruel massacrer and a filthy garbage of the dimensions. Soon, a crevice reaching several hundreds of meters in length appeared in the achromatic sky. A horrendous sound like that of ripping flesh resonated all across as the eyelids opened, revealing the red eye within. The red eye scanned across the world and fixed its gaze on Yu Jitae after discovering him. The orange-colored iris wriggled and set its focus on him. The guy was staring at him. Will of the Ancient One, SS, finds the foreign being suspicious. There was no way that the great transcendent authority would ignore an infiltrator. The use of every authority and ability including S and above are restricted. Low-grade blessings and abilities that can avoid suspicion can be used. As he had expected, the countless blessings and abilities protecting him seeped out. He wasn't completely removing them and was just turning them off for a moment to escape from the doubtful gaze of the eye. Up to here was the explanation on the background and his current situation, and the last message was related to the destination. Somewhere within the origin fragment, interpreted into the shape of a village, lies the mirror images of the 9 sub-authorities included within the will of the Ancient One, SS. The mirror images are the mana formulae interpreted by conceptualization into forms, and if this is broken, so will the will of the Ancient One, SS. In other words, It meant that the authority was changed to either people or furniture, and that the mana formulae that cannot be broken from outside can be physically crushed inside this place. Find the hiding mirror image of the will of the Ancient One, SS. Yu Jitae lowered his gaze from the sky towards the village. Hundreds of existences were walking around living an entangled life. Everything revealed in front of him shaped like a human, animal, or a piece of furniture were all authorities, abilities, or blessings. This was the sheer number of magic that existed in the heart of an adult dragon. Them talking to each other or sharing food appeared to be an interpretation of the process of giving and receiving mana organically within one body. The mirror images would all be acting according to their nature. As if to prove that, a short boy with a large nose ran up to Yu Jitae from a distance. He waved his palm and carefully greeted him. Hello, hello, who are you, mister? You can confirm the identity of the following mirror image through physical contact. Yu Jitae reached his hand out to the boy. In return, the boy held his hand and smelled it. A few seconds passed, and conceptualization floated a message after identifying the boy's identity. The following mirror image is not the will of the Ancient One, SS. Target. Olfactory identification, C. The name of the boy appeared in his mind. The large-nosed boy in front of him had the name of the blessing that allowed one to identify an existence through the sense of smell. Huh? It's a familiar scent. Immediately the boy turned his body around with a flick and started running to the village. He was trying to relay Yu Jitae's information to others. Yu Jitae sneakily followed the child from behind. What he had to do now was simple. Firstly, he had to find Mayu in this place. To be exact, even though it would be a spitting image of Mayu, it wasn't Mayu. It was the mirror image representing Maya's personality that he had to find. From now, Yu Jitae would have to give the inside of the origin fragment several stirs, both large and small. Some might get hurt or die in that process. Although it was fine for other authorities and abilities to be damaged during that, Maya's personality was something that had to stay unharmed, because a personality being injured was not much different from death. Therefore, he had to find Maya's personality and make it stay next to him. Going into the village, he could see the town had suffered from some damage. A few of the buildings had fallen apart, and he could also spot a large beast that had bandages wrapped around its seemingly wounded head. This too was something interpreted into something Yu Jitae could understand, and that was why a modern bandaging system that was unsuited for an otherworldly countryside village like this was being used to heal the head of the large monster. Those symbolized the parts of the origin fragment that had been damaged from his experiment. The experiment itself had been conducted under Maya's permission, and that was why the authorities, blessings and abilities weren't really hostile to him despite seeing him. They simply ignored him and looked away. So where was Mayu? Throughout his life, he had used conceptualization multiple times and knew most of the areas that a personality would be located in. They would usually be at the highest, fanciest, and the most noble areas, because an individual's personality came before authorities and whatnot. However, going through the village for several hours, scavenging through the probable buildings and visiting places filled with groups of mirror images did not let him find Maya's personality. In doubt, he headed to other areas. Was the personality not being treasured in this place? Or did black dragons not have a personality in the first place? He was lost because it was his first time using conceptualization on the heart of a mutant dragon. After another hour, Yu Jitae coincidentally came across Maya's personality at a place outside his expectation. It was at a certain dumping ground behind the village. Chapter 350, Episode 100. At the end of the 1-0-year-long voyage, 4, it was by sheer coincidence that he went to the back of the village. As he was peeking his head into all the places around the village, someone that was in the plaza came up to him. Even though this village may be peaceful, it is not a place for you to behave without discretion. How about you stop digging up every place? You are slowly starting to get on my nerves. Target. Status, the large metal humanoid, said a mouthful to Yu Jitae as the ones gathered around it added a few words each. He's been at it for a while now. Very uncomfortable indeed, Target. Mana tracking, B. He doesn't seem evil or useless, so how about we let him be? Even though our Lord does hate him, there seems to be a reason why he has to be here, and it does not seem like our Lord is willing to chase him out immediately as of yet. However, you too must be aware that many are feeling uncomfortable because of your presence. Target, existence discernment. A. If there is something you wish, say it to me. Target, sovereignty. S. Respectively, it was a monkey wearing glasses, a man in black and white clothes, and a young woman wearing a crown that spoke to Yu Jitae. The first was an ability that comprehended the trajectory of mana to predict its future path. The second was a spell that helped with identifying the opponent, and the third was a blessing that granted an absolute position over one's subordinates. He asked them, I am looking for the personality that should be around this place. Have you seen it somewhere? But the word personality was made due to Yu Jitae's interpretation, so the blessings and authorities and whatnot did not understand his words. No idea, was their reply. Whatever it is, I wish you would stop roaming around making noise in my ears. And also, do not speak to the bird flying across the sky if possible. The metal amour, status, murmured. Now that he thought about it, there indeed was a bird restlessly flying in the sky. It had a thick beak like a pelican with rounded eyes that seemed rather fussy. He went to it and started a conversation and immediately understood why Status had said that. Oh, what is it? What do you want to know? I don't know what it is, but I am already very curious. Its name was Curiosity, a fairly important device that allowed Mayu to understand the world. This was neither an authority or a blessing, and could be seen as a mirror image of her disposition embedded within the mana. Personality, what is that? My gosh, that word is so foreign to me. Tell me what it is. You don't know either. You seem to know it. How about you introduce it to me? In the end, this guy wasn't that helpful either, but its final words scraped past his ears. Ah, if no one knows about it, then maybe it's at a place where no one is at. What does that mean? There is something I've always been curious about. I've never been to the dumping ground behind the village. I was scolded whenever I tried to go there. That place is like a taboo of our village. How about you go there? Can I go there? With sparkling eyes, Curiosity used its wing to point somewhere. Turning his eyes, he could see on the other side of the village an extremely tall cliff that appeared to have been made by cutting a mountain. Curiosity was pointing at a small structure that was placed on top of the hill. It was a pole with something resembling a bird placed on top that was looking down on the village. The red eyes of the bird on the pole flickered. You just have to avoid that gaze. Without even having to check its name, he could guess its identity because he had seen similar devices when conceptualizing other existences. The name of that bird on a pole was probably Rationality. That guy is damn strict. It always tells everyone to stop doing this and that. It was a guy that always gazed down on the entire world, trying to tune everything according to its will. Yu Jitae looked at that place. From the top of the tall and carved cliff, Rationality gazed at him, looking straight into his eyes. In the sky was the red eye still staring at him. There were now two gazes facing his way. Merging into the shadow to avoid one gaze would only end up with the other red eye opening into a circle. And this is probably the message that would come up in his head. Will of the Ancient One, SS, finds the foreign being suspicious. Therefore, Yu Jitae had to physically hide his body. There was a method, although it wasn't the most elegant one. He simply had to wait a little. Several hours had already passed, and soon came the night time at the village. The source of light shining above from the sky disappeared as darkness came down like a fog. At the same time, large paper boxes began to appear in the surroundings. They looked just like post boxes. Target. Unconsciousness from time to time, the dispositions tended to ride these to visit restricted areas. Yu Jitae secretly opened the post box and entered it, before popping holes and heading to the dumping ground. It was small, so he had to crawl on all fours. The dumping ground didn't have actual garbage and was giving off a gentle ambience. From there, Yu Jitae found the mirror image of Mayu buried inside the trash. To be exact, it was Maya's personality that he found. He slowly walked towards it to ensure it wouldn't be startled by his approach. Mayu opened its purple eyes to look at Yu Jitae. In front of him was the mirror image of her personality that shared the most number of thoughts and intentions with Mayu. His job now was to take it with him. He carefully came closer, but did not rashly reach out or anything. Keeping a safe distance, he simply met its gaze for a few seconds, and before long, Mayu raised its body from the ground. You, what brings you here? I am here to do the experiment that I told you about. Ah, get up. Let's go together, so that you don't accidentally get hurt. Mayu blinked its purple eyes. The personality was being linked to the awareness. Come on, Mayu scratched its messy hair. I haven't even fully healed yet. And yet you started the experiment already just like this. It was urgent, and there was no way around it. How about you put yourself into my shoes? I am exhausted from the long experiment, and I really, really wanted to go on a vacation. That was the only thing I was looking forward to. I will double your vacation once this is over. Even though that was what he said, he wasn't sure if it would work. He was concerned that it might instead get infuriated and gather the eyes of the surroundings. But unlike what he was worried about, Mayu widened its eyes into circles and carefully returned a question. Really? Oh, right, you did say it was urgent. It was empathizing with him. The usual ferocious expression and the disgusted gaze was no longer there. This too was quite unexpected. Personality represented the existence's intellectual, mental, volitional, and physical situation. Thanks to that, inside the mental world interpreted through conceptualization, it was the most free and the most honest. And yet such Mayu was buried inside the dumping ground and was a lot more amiable than he expected. All right, I shall trust you. Mayu obediently raised its body from the pile of trash. Unlike the real Mayu that was always clean, this Mayu was very dirty. That wasn't the end. He was late in realizing it because it was buried inside the trash. But Mayu's mirror image had its right arm amputated. I can walk just fine, so ignore it. That was what Mayu said in response after feeling his gaze. Without even realizing it, he wiped the dirty filth from its face and paused after realizing what he had done. It was a habit formed from constantly wiping the blood off of Yoram's face. What should I now help you with? Is there by any chance a place like a library in this village? A library. The place all the mirror images go to when Mayu looks for something that has passed the area that stores memories. The personality understood Yu Jitae's figure of speech, his explanation, and the proper nouns used. If you're talking about that, I do know where it is located. But what about that place? No matter which dragon, the will of the Ancient One was never breakable. Yu Jitae discovered that this uncannily tough authority that protected the origin fragment continued its existence by living off of something, but nothing could be found out about the host from outside. Never. Therefore, breaking the will of the Ancient One was several times more difficult than killing a dragon. Since dragons remember even their childhood, there should be a memory of the authority given to them during youth when they were born as an egg. We have to have a look at that memory now. Not knowing that, conceptualization suggested he check every individual thing to find the host, but he chose a better method based on his experience. Ah, right. I think something like that did exist. Arriving at the library and going through the memories of the past will reveal the host of the will of the Ancient One. And killing the host will kill the eye floating in the sky. But you see, there is a problem, said Mayu. What is it? I cannot go into the village. I've been exiled. Is it related to your arm? Yes. When the village was being filled with new residents, I was bashed up and chased out and lost all of my limbs. One of my arms and my legs came back, but this one didn't. Mayu swung her arm that was blunt midway down. Why were you exiled? He asked. Because I wasn't necessary. A personality, unnecessary. An necessary. Yu Jitae knew what this adjective implied when used in a conceptual world. Even more so than personality, rationality, and consciousness, there was something at the very center of everything that formed an existence. That was of the most priority. It was none other than dream. Every existence moved forth towards the ideal, whether it be reproduction, success as an individual, happiness, or anything it may be. In addition, going higher in terms of status, as an animal made this pursuit for the ideal more complicated and detailed. Like how Yu Jitae came to this foreign land to achieve his dream, Mayu would have had something similar for herself, and it meant that her personality was not needed in achieving that dream. Still, did they hit you just because of that? Your owner will also be in danger if you die. Am I not alive like this? But what if you personally wish for death? You see, I want to live. He reflected on the past stories. What was the thing Mayu had wanted the most? Wasn't it to have her own personal space to live a settled life? That was similar to craving for a daily life. However, it didn't really make sense to see that as Mayu's dream. His thought was that a rounded personality and disposition like the one in front was instead more suitable for daily lives. But whatever the case, that was none of his business. All right, so where is the library of memories located? In response, Mayu pointed at the ground with her finger. Here, ha, it's here. It is beneath the ground. Mayu then began digging the ground under the pile of trash with her only remaining hand. Was it really under this place? With that doubt in mind, he picked up something resembling a shovel and helped dig the ground. Less than a meter in, he felt something stopping the tip of his shovel. It was quite surprising. Underneath was a door made with steel. Do you want to see? Mayu opened the door. The entirety of the interpreted world had an ambient light source, and the underground library was also the same. Yu Jitae widened his eyes after seeing the stunningly enormous library. The end of the bookshelves was reaching all the way to the horizon. Dragons did not forget. All their unforgetting memories were stacked like this to become wide enough to form the foundation of a world. But even then, it was very massive. He had used conceptualization on the origin fragment a few times in the past, but it was his first time seeing such a large library. Maya's library was outrageously huge, even when compared to other adult dragons. Off you go, by yourself. No, you have to come with me. Did I not tell you? It would be a big mess if they find out I have left the dumping ground. Can you not imagine what will happen when you see the current state of my arm? Mayu waved her arm again, but Yu Jitae shook his head in response. This place is bound to become a mess soon anyway. If it gets worse, they might start bombarding this place. Even if you stay at the dumping ground away from others' sight, you won't be able to stay safe. Mayu shook her head. It doesn't matter what happens to me. It will be dangerous for you. It's not. It is. You are saying that because you do not understand this place. This place has the foundation of an adult dragon's strength gathered inside. There are even powers reaching the level of an authority. I know. Mayu continued its words with a worried expression. No, you do not. It is already a mistake for you to crawl here with a feeble body like that, telling me to leave this place. Did you not see the dragonite with a very big head when you were at the village? That child is dragon breath. It shoots a tremendously vicious ray of poison. Do you think you can stay safe after being hit by that? Like I said, I am fine. No, you are not. You will be greatly hurt. You don't belong to our world, so you might not be able to recover your broken body. How absurd. Are you worried about me? No. Our Maia's mirror image immediately said no and pondered before adding more words. If you get hurt, I can't go on a vacation. It was then. He could sense a presence drawing near from outside the dumping ground. Someone was coming. It was probably a mirror image on patrol after finding a foreigner like him suspicious. The ground was already dug out, and it was too late to cover it again. They would be immediately discovered if that guy was to come here. He no longer felt the need to talk this out, and grabbed Maia's remaining hand before pulling it into the library. Wait. Maia's personality still did not know Yu Jitae's capability. It could only feel as much as other mirror images, because Yu Jitae had hidden himself to an exceptional level. There was no way that an existence that could go into another's consciousness would be feeble and easily crushable, was there. When the personality was about to yell out, after being pulled by his arm, Yu Jitae covered its mouth with his left hand. He then flowed his will that could rival that of a transcendent authority into Maia's mind. The authority, keeper of the clock, SSS, wishes you to be silent. In surprise, Mayu widened its eyes into circles. It was feeling suppressed by the unprecedented level of presence that was located right beneath the X rank the level of a transcendent authority. Unable to read the mood, Maya's personality was again about to open its mouth, but was silenced by the irritation of the immense presence. Keeper of the clock, SSS. Keeper of the clock, SSS, SHH. Mayu carefully gave a nod. Yu Jitae opened the post box which he had previously neatly folded to place behind his outer garment. It was unconsciousness. He reopened unconsciousness and covered the entrance of the library. He carefully waited as the human wearing a mask unhurriedly walked past the box and disappeared into the distance. They were good for now. Does someone come to the dumping ground as often as this? Not really. Unconsciousness disappears during the day and reappears at the same place at night. They would be discovered if someone was to come to the dumping ground during the day or if they were to remove the box at night. But it will buy them some time until then. Let's go down. Chapter 351, Episode 100. At the end of the 10-year-long voyage, 5, the bird on the pole gazed down. The red eye kept a close eye on the origin fragment. Even though Maia's real body was unconscious, the mirror image of rationality thought to itself. There was a foreign existence. Although it was normal for foreign mana to come and go, the opponent had an evidently strange course of action. Wasn't it going around the village as if it was looking for something? Every mirror image moved based on its instinct, and that was why instinct was the only disposition that did not exist as a mirror image. The one that always had to control all the selfish mirror images was rationality, and rationality knew it had to hurry in an odd situation like this. The issue, however, was that rationality could not sense unconsciousness, could not find it anywhere. The mirror images that had left to find the traces of the disappeared existence returned empty-handed. Cannot see it anywhere. It seems to have disappeared. Among them was an expert at tracking an organic change, as well as an expert at tracking mana, but none of them managed to find it. Rationality found this to be an increasingly more dangerous sign. Maybe it left. It was because not a single existence had left yet. Even though it was the first time that existence had come here, it knew how to make use of unconsciousness. It must have gone into other worlds several times, so after a deep thought, rationality let out a warning sign. Beep, a loud alarm echoed all across the village. An infiltrator is here. An infiltrator. Is it that strange guy from before? Some shouted. Immediately after ringing the bell, rationality called for the strongest soldiers that existed inside its memory. Have you called, esteemed overseer? The dimensions cracked open in the sky as black bomber aircrafts and drivers appeared from within. There were 7 of them. The 7 drivers bowed at the bird on the top of the tall pole. Their name was Memory Manipulator. Out of all the dragons, the black race was the only ones that could manipulate memories and convey their wills. As such, they were the strongest and the most horrendous subjugation force that only existed within the mana of black dragons. No matter how disgusting the infiltrating mana, and no matter how disgusting a memory, the memory manipulators could return all of that to nothing. Their power had no limit. They could even rampage through other worlds, let alone their own. Rationality commanded them. Bombard it as soon as you find a trace. It does not matter who dies in the process. The memory manipulators revealed their doubts in response because there had never been such an extreme command yet. What if the guy comes to this place? It does not matter. You guys can bombard me and kill me in the process. That was what rationality said in response, and the memory manipulators that always heeded to its call returned a bow. Not one of them revealed any more doubts, because everyone in this origin fragment knew except for one person. The fall of this world was destined to be from self-destruction. From a very long time ago, memory was written into a book in an order and displayed on the bookshelves. In an order that was the important part. Immediately after birth, dragons receive authorities such as will of the Ancient One through the will of the Ancient One of their parents. Therefore, the memory of receiving that authority should be located at the end of this enormous library. Yu Jitae walked. His feet were fast, and it was not much different from running. Even though he had been running for 4 days and nights straight, he was walking like this now because Maya's personality was tired. Hulk while staggering, Mayu followed him from behind. Despite the lack of enthusiasm on its face, it diligently walked forward. The large library was empty and cold. Since it wasn't physically cold, this meant that the entirety of Maya's life throughout her memories was cold. The temperature was fairly low, and even Yu Jitae was feeling cold from it. Naturally, Yu Jitae was not concerned about the temperature of Maya's memories. For him, Mayu was just a mutant experiment material, nothing more and nothing less. During the process of going back through the memories, he reached out to the books that were especially more frozen and used conceptualization on them. His authority analyzed the phenomenon into specifics. Target. Wandering memory 82, 81. All those memories were that of a roaming life. He thought it was to be expected from a black dragon that wandered through the dimensions their whole life, looking for a place to settle. He didn't bother checking those memories. He had no time to waste doing such useless things. Target. Wandering memory 7449. After 5 days, the concept of time became vague. Target. Wandering memory 6051. Even after a week, the two continued walking without saying much to each other. Target. Wandering memory 5230. 10 days passed with only the sound of their breaths resonating across. Target. Wandering memory 4771. Target. Wandering memory 416. Target. Wandering memory 3699. Target. Wandering Memory 3316. After walking for almost 2 weeks, Maya's personality at last crumbled onto the ground from fatigue. See, can we take a quick rest before moving on? He stopped his feet as he too exhaustedly inhaled for a deep breath. He realized that his body had been drenched with sweat, and stopping once made all the fatigue come flooding in. The mirror image of the personality repeatedly tried to tuck the drenched hair behind its ear to stop them from covering its face. Seemingly frustrated, it moved with rushing fingers, and its breath was even more rushed. "We're only halfway there. I'm sorry. I always spend my time lying down so I do not have enough energy. Let's get back up." "I cannot. You can walk a bit more." "How would I walk any more than this? It's already so tiring, I'm telling you you can." "I can't. Please let me rest a little. After a quick rest, I will try my best to stand back up." "What about you? Are you not exhausted?" Without saying anything in response, he turned his body. Ever since a few days ago, he had been hearing some extraordinary sounds from above the ceiling. The warning bell was well within his expectation, but that wasn't the case for the engine and the propeller noises. It was even more of a problem that there were quite a few of them. Black dragons had the authority to eliminate, manipulate, or substitute memories. It was probably them that was on the move. The situation was a lot more pressing than he expected. In any case, it seems that the entrance of the dumping ground we have blocked with unconsciousness is still undiscovered, exclaimed Mayu. Yes, that is truly a relief. Was it a relief? He had a different approach. This was a rather strange response. If something were to happen, personality was one of the first existences that had to be found. They should have found personality after 3 or 4 days at the latest. However, they did not look for personality. How neglected was personality in this world that the search for it was this delayed? Despite experiencing various worlds through conceptualization, it was the first time this had happened. Neglecting the personality to the extreme and killing it, plus the rationality that had an unusually large authority that seemingly had the ability to inspect the entire world. This meant that rationality would affect every course of action and words instead of personality. It was a familiar phenomenon. Was this not a copy of Yu Jitae's own circumstances? He ended his line of thought. In any case, if it was exhausted from just this, it was unknown how many more times they would have to stop on the way. "What are you doing right now?" There was no other way around it. "We don't have time." "You stay still. It will only get harder if you move." Saying that, he raised Mayu up straight into the air and began running once again. Even though they were very close, there was nothing to really worry about. Both Yu Jitae and Maya's mirror image didn't feel anything special about each other. It would in fact be rather strange to feel that way, and Yu Jitae was only slightly displeased by it. It was just that Maya's personality had a weird look on its face as it looked at Yu Jitae. While he was still running down the library, Mayu said to Yu Jitae, "We have been running for a long time, haven't we?" "Yes." "You are feeling cold and exhausted." "I am fine." "For that to be the case, there is too much sweat on your arms. You are also panting right now." He remained silent as Mayu threw him a question after slight hesitation. "For what purpose are you running through this place?" It was quite late for that question. It's not like he was hiding it, and he hadn't mentioned it yet, only because the topic had never been brought up until then. "Because I have a goal," he replied. "A goal? What is it?" "My dream." "Dream? So are you saying your dream is at the end of this library?" "Pretty much." Mayu entered a deep thought. How interesting. It was when Mayu was about to say something that Yu Jitae suddenly stopped on the spot. "Ah!" Mayu gasped in surprise as Yu Jitae quickly hid themselves behind a table. What's wrong?" Mayu asked in confusion, and Yu Jitae returned a quick reply before stopping even his breath. "SHH." Mayu similarly stopped its breath and gazed around. From the distance, red gazes started to appear. It seemed that they discovered that Mayu had disappeared from the dumping ground. One by one, the red eyes drew near, revealing the grey fur and heavy feet. 5 large wolves as big as a monster appeared from the darkness. Yu Jitae observed the wolves. Each entity had 2 heads attached, with the secondary head being near the tail. It was the mirror image of a disposition that evaluated oneself by looking at the surroundings and not at oneself. He had an idea of what they were. They were probably self-censorship, one of the special forces led by rationality. Monsters that traveled across everywhere, including the memories, judging whether they were logical or not, and mercilessly chewing off anything irrational. Yu Jitae glanced back and observed Mayu. Because of the violent oppression of rationality, Maya's personality had been crushed. A broken personality was weak, meaning that it would no longer have the power to endure the vicious oppression of rationality. Proving that was Maya's mirror image shivering while looking at the wolves through the legs of the desk. The authority, keeper of the clock, SSS, asks if you're feeling okay. Mayu turned to him and gave a nod, gesturing that she was okay, but the shivering chin deducted the persuasiveness of the nod. However, that nonetheless meant that it was still somewhat bearable. Yu Jitae raised the sword from his waist. He had to deal with the self-censorships before they were to make a bigger fuss. It wouldn't be an easy task. There were 5 entities and 10 heads in total. If one was to start barking, the other heads would follow suit, and their voices would reach the ears of the rationality sitting high above. But that was when Mayu whispered, I know how to deal with them. What? Those scary things. Really love my shards. What in the world are shards? Suddenly, Mayu raised its nails and ripped off the remaining half of the amputated arm as the wound started to shatter like glass. Mayu threw the detached arm in front of them as Yu Jitae watched with a frown. What would throwing something like that do? However, something remarkable happened. The closest self-censorship mindlessly ran in and started gnawing on Maya's broken arm. Realizing this was an opportunity, Yu Jitae dashed forth like a lightning bolt and ended the wolf's life with his sword. In response, the mouth at the tail opened wide to let out a scream, but he knew it would do that and kicked it before it could scream. With his foot, he crushed on the neck of the head at the tail to ensure it couldn't make any noise and decapitated it. The growling beast gasped for breath, but it soon came to a stop. Like Mias wound, the dead self-censorship disappeared into shards of glass. Not bad. He looked at Mayu with that in his gaze as Mayu returned a nod. Using the same method, he killed 3 of the remaining wolves. Mysteriously enough, they reacted vehemently to Mias' arm like drug addicts suffering from withdrawal symptoms. The detached arm was still recyclable. It seemed that personality had meant it when it said, I want to live, despite being discarded at the dumping ground. As they were about to hunt the last wolf, a sudden thought popped up in his mind as he decided to change his method. This time, he threw the bait towards the back head of self-censorship, and the thoughtless head at the back mindlessly moved the body towards it. When it was right in front of them, Yu Jitae pierced the throat with his sword and crushed it. Glass fragments shattered as the back head immediately died. The front head was frightened from the sudden emptiness on its butt, but that was when he immediately jumped up and choked it by the neck with his arm. Yu Jitae's thick arm choked the wolf by the neck as hard as possible. Pressing hard on the glottis, he made it unable to create a sound without actually killing it. The wolf jumped up and down trying to bounce him off of its body, but he stubbornly stayed on it like a bullfighter. Come here, he shouted at Mayu. When Mayu walked towards him despite shivering from fear, he forced the large wolf to stay down with his force. Strength-wise, self-censorship was no match for Yu Jitae. Grrrr, it could only continue to growl as he made Mayu ride on the back of the wolf before jumping on it as well. He then stabbed Maya's fallen arm with his sword and hung it in front of the wolf. In that instant, despite the situation, self-censorship lost its mind. It began sprinting towards the delicious bait located in front of it. Ha! Ah! Mayu flinched and almost fell, so he quickly supported Mayu and made it sit tightly in front of him. Self-censorship was a 4-legged beast because it was a very rushed disposition. Thanks to that, the time it took to travel up the memories was also a lot faster. Self-censorship was astonishingly fast. Meanwhile, Maya's personality appeared to be finding this situation quite strange. Did you know something like this would work? No, I was half in doubt as well. When gone to the extreme levels, self-censorship could bite at the personality to leave a mark. It would match itself to the outside standards and blame the personality. However, the primary purpose of self-censorship was to confirm the lacking aspects of oneself, and depending on how it is approached, it can even be used in a way like this. His speculation that it might work came to fruition in this conceptual world. Following the piece of arm hanging on the sword, the wolf dashed forward like a lunatic. Soon, the cold air of the library turned into a gush of wind slapping at their cheeks. Is your arm all right? Yeah. It was too short below the shoulder anyway, so it's fine. I see. Thanks. We should get there soon, so hold on a bit more. Taking off his coat, Yu Jitae covered the front of Mayu because the cold wind was hitting them directly from the front. With a slightly vacant gaze, Mayu looked at Yu Jitae, the wolf, and the place they were headed to, before murmuring something he couldn't understand. So it's possible to get this close to a dream, huh? Target. Wandering memory 1274 target. Wandering memory 316 target. Wandering memory 54. They gradually approached the memories of the time before Mayu started wandering around. The air gradually turned heavier and turned even colder. Mayu was shivering to a visible degree, and there was a white mist accompanying every exhale. Yu Jitae, too, was feeling an intense chill. This would probably be how it would feel for a normal person to dive into icy water naked. Even though self-censorship looked fine due to the fur around its body, that wasn't the case for the two of them. Hang on a bit more. It is too cold. Mayu was trembling heavily and seemed like it might faint any time. There was no frostbite, because it wasn't physical coldness, but that was the only difference. He had to browse the first memory as quickly as possible. Opening the ceiling and going out before that would only increase the chance of being caught by several-fold. Mayu had to endure it here. Hang on, I cannot hang on, you must. And you can pull it off. I can. Yes, so hang on just a little. While desperately trying to console Mayu, he checked the wandering memories by the side. 10, 5, 3, 2 at last. He found one. The final destination should be right before them. He thought he would be soon reaching the first memory of when Mayu was in an egg, but that was when the two suddenly came to a stop. It was because the mindlessly sprinting wolf suddenly stopped in surprise. An enormous black wall. That wall was covering the entire library with not a single gap to be seen. Chapter 352, Episode 100. At the end of the 1-0-year-long voyage, 6. Inside Balm's mind was an enclosed eye. This self-centered eye never listened to Balm's commands. It refused to see things that she wanted to see and would forcefully open itself to show her what she did not want to see. However, it would sometimes show what had to be seen. That day was one of those days. It was when she was watching a movie with Jael in the living room. Inside the head of Balm, while she was blankly watching the TV, the eye of Providence started to crack open. Until then, Balm didn't think much of it, thinking it would probably be another scenery of someone she had no interest in. She saw the sky blue and far-reaching. She could also see people. Gathered in groups of 3 to 5, they were people that had nothing to do with Balm. Images were followed by further images, and they created a pattern and a flow. The people raised their heads and looked at the sky. They then pointed their fingers at the heavens. Each of them looked extremely surprised. Soon, the following images turned towards the sky, flashing in which was a brilliant source of light. It was a rather ominous and abnormal light. Before long, the golden shards of light began to gather into the clouds. As if sucking in every mana in existence, it created a tornado while gathering in one spot, carrying with it an output similar to a dragon breath. What is it was when Balm was curiously staring at it. Tuong, the gathered source of light, immediately shot down, shaking the world with its aftershock. Every cloud in the sky bounced off. It swept through the heavens, falling like a hypersonic missile. She could hear the sharp screams of certain people. Where was the ray of light headed? Startled, Balm tightened her arms that were wrapped around Jael and pulled her closer in. Jael was flustered by the sudden force around her ribs and looked back at Balm, but Balm was preoccupied by the unbelievable providence that had been shown in her mind. Just then, a ray of light had enveloped the association. That was the end of her vision. Why? Nothing, Jael. Let me go outside for a bit. After getting up, Balm quickly gave Kang Arjun a call while racking her brain. It would be after a few hours from now, with the location being the association. A terrorist attack. Before long, there would be a ray of light befalling the association, but this providence did not show the end result. Since she hadn't seen the result, it meant it was definitely stoppable depending on how it was handled. But there was a doubt remaining in her mind. What was the identity of that golden ray of light? From what Balm could think of with her 4 years of military education, by combining the keywords gold, light, and output reaching a dragon's level, she could only come up with one existence from this entire world. But he was the final defense line protecting the Earth and the association. Why would someone like that suddenly do such a thing? Fifth Command Room, Kang Arjun speaking. It's me. There is something urgent to talk about. Balm dashed out of Unit 301. His senses took in the complicated situation outside. Above the ceiling of the library were thunderous footsteps and growls as the propeller echoing the ground turned even fiercer. Every mirror image on the ground was furiously looking for something. Kung kung, there were increasingly more sources of sound resonating from the distance beyond the darkness of the library. Some of them were opening the door of the library, coming inside one by one. A strict procedure existed in their search. After rummaging through the ground above, they were now extending the search to the outskirts of the village as well as beneath. It would be a matter of time for them to be discovered. While things were approaching from a distance in real time, Yu Jitae continued staring at the black wall. In order to understand it, he used conceptualization with the black wall as the target. It was a strange phenomenon. There was a block in Maya's memories. Someone or some other foreign element had either blocked or fabricated her memories. But wasn't blocking and fabricating memories the unique ability of the black race? Then were these memories being intentionally blocked by someone? By another black dragon? Why? The following message increased Yu Jitae's doubt. The authority, conceptualization, SS, has failed at interpreting the black wall. The black wall is an authority formed at a higher rank than conceptualization. Conceptualization does not have the required authority to interpret the black wall. Yu Jitae gave a frown. Whose authority was conceptualization? It was the authority of Yu Jitae, who was at the level of a chief among the black dragon race. If such a high-ranked authority could not interpret it, did that not mean that the dragon who had placed the black wall on Maya's heart was at least at the level of a dragon lord? Why would that smug lord of dragons bother manipulating the memory of a mutant black dragon? For the time being, he decided to push away the rising doubts. Hulk Mayu was shivering from the cold by his side and was not in a good state. Rather than focusing on what was incomprehensible, he had to focus on the things that could be done. By modifying the mana equations, he changed the direction of the interpretation. The authority, conceptualization, SS, changes the target of interpretation to solely analyze the data regarding the will of the Ancient One within the black wall. They were physically close to the first memory. It seemed that the time they had spent running up hadn't been a waste. Fortunately, this method worked. The target of analysis has been identified. The analysis will now begin. However, the estimated time of analysis made him yet again heave an inward sigh. Remaining time 24 hours 15 minutes. It was way too long. He turned his gaze to other parts of the library. Ever since a certain point, there were nothing but frozen books in his surroundings, and this place was no different. The books were in a very bad state, looking like they would shatter the moment they were touched. The two of them felt like they were in a large refrigerator. Mayu was almost about to lose its consciousness from the cold. This coldness was something that couldn't be defeated by the likes of a fire. Every entity inside the conceptual world had to endure everything with their willpower. This was the foundational power of an existence that could not be supplemented with mana. In the end, that meant Maya's personality had to hang on with sheer willpower for a whole day. After a day of analysis, when the interpretation was over, he would finally get to know what mirror image was the host of the will of the Ancient One. However, the black dragon's heart was not as lenient as to do nothing but wait for such a long period of time. Kung from the other side of the darkness were echoing footsteps starting to draw near. The beasts were coming. Yu Jitae collected his breath. He had just killed the beasts that were on the search. Four-legged beasts fell in front of him. Shattering into fragments, they soon disappeared from his sight. The fight wasn't easy. He had to kill them quickly before they could send a signal outside. Regardless of the risk, he had to push himself to end their lives in one hit and was wounded during that process. His shoulder was crushed like glass, and his ribs scattered into conceptual fragments. Hiss, that was when a new enemy appeared before him. Hiss, a quiet noise echoed across. An unpleasant breath that seemingly licked the entire dimension continued as a large snake slithered out from the darkness. Doubt. This large snake with purple stripes reaching 10 meters in length could wrap its body around a mirror image to paralyze its function. It was fortunate that this guy couldn't make that much of a noise, but it wasn't looking too favorable for him either. Hiss, 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 there were more than 5 of them here. He came out victorious from the intense round of battle. Yu Jitae gasped for breath. The shattered snakes left nothing behind after their death. The situation was going further and further to the south. Since it was the memory of a vagabond black dragon, it was obvious that it would have been a lonely life. Some level of coldness had been within his expectations. However, Mai's memories were a lot colder than he had anticipated, to a point that it was dumbfounding. But it was okay. If things had gone according to plan, they would have already arrived at the first memory, and all they would have had to do then was find what was needed and leave this place before they froze to death. And yet there was this black wall blocking his approach. This was again outside his expectation. He was annoyed. Even though Mayu was a mutant, it was still unthinkable how she always jumped beyond his expectations. There was not a single thing that worked according to plan. After finishing the fight, Yu Jitae wiped the conceptual shards that were flowing down instead of blood. Those things resembling glass fragments scattered into thin air like gas. That was when Mayu twitched from its unconsciousness. He quietly waited as it slowly opened its eyes. "Are you all right?" "NN." Mayu frowned. His leg was weird, the flesh was dug out to the point that his femur was visible. "Are you in the state to ask me that? What happened to you?" "It's fine. I won't die." But even so, since there was no blood from the wound, there was no risk of bleeding to death, but what was lost into conceptual fragments were unable to be cured. Yu Jitae walked towards Mayu with a limp. "Come here, sit and take a break. It's fine. More importantly, you shouldn't stay down for too long." "Why is that?" "The village isn't that big, and yet the scouts have disappeared from the underground labyrinth 4 times already. They might send faster entities soon after sensing something's off. We might have to move, and lying down in the same place will cause your body to freeze from the coldness. Get up and move your body a bit." 8 hours went by. It was cold. Even for Yu Jitae, it was cold. It was a different type of coldness to the one that was blockable with an outer garment. There was no way to relay warmth to someone else in this conceptual world, and even if there was, it was something he wasn't aware of. Mayu would lose consciousness from time to time. Lying on the ground, it would gasp for breath when awake and turn from pain in its sleep. This large fridge was freezing both him and Mayu in real time. Remaining time 16 hours 25 minutes. There was still a lot of time left, but it was at least thanks to this that he could tell the flow of time. He got up and tapped Mayu. "Oi, it's time. Get up and move." "It is difficult to move." Mayu was shivering and had a hard time moving. The coldness of a memory has the power to stop an existence's vitality. If you don't move, you will only continue to freeze. You must move your body from time to time. "I don't want to. It is too cold. Hurry up." He scolded, and Mayu had to forcefully get up before doing a light exercise under his command. "Is that over? What a funny set of movements. Are you done?" "I am done." "Good work. You can rest again." Mayu crumbled down and soon fainted. Mayu continued waking up and fainting once every hour. Yu Jitae made Mayu move whenever it woke up, but the severe coldness had unfortunately shrank its body. Even a small movement was burdensome, and Mayu would gasp for breath after a light exercise before losing consciousness. Remaining time 12 hours 25 minutes. From a certain point, fragments started to fall out of Mayu's body whenever it was conscious. This was the same as a mirror image losing its vitality. Mayu was slowly starting to die. Mayu would sometimes wake up and unconsciously close its eyes before opening them again after a while. Every time it opened its eyes, it would see new wounds on Yu Jitae. Maya's personality apathetically watched the situation unfold while simply following Yu Jitae's words. He constantly made it do a strange exercise, so it did, and would close its eyes when fatigue came crashing in. It was when Mayu reopened its eyes again. Half of Yu Jitae's face around his cheek had been dug out. After Mayu had fallen back asleep, he heard the sound of echoing footsteps. Left, right, left, right. There was a pattern. It was highly likely for it to be a two-legged mirror image. Quietly, he waited after stopping his breath as the guy slowly came closer. He confirmed the outline of the body that was slowly coming out of the darkness and saw that it indeed was a humanoid mirror image after seeing its silhouette. These guys warranted a stricter vigilance than four-legged animals. "Ah, I have finally reached the end." The guy murmured to itself. It had an amiable countenance and the face of a handsome man. "Mr. Outsider, aren't you around this place? Please come out and have a chat with me." It carefully asked, but Yu Jitae did not reply. He was hiding behind a large desk and was thus hidden from sight. "I'm not a bad concept. I will not hurt you. I am here to give you help." Flipping its pockets inside out, it folded its sleeves, expressing that it wasn't dangerous. As if trying to show that it was not being cautious, it slowly started to walk forward with its arms in the air. He waited for the right timing, and as soon as the guy was at a location that he could reach in 2 steps like a lightning bolt, he dashed in. Grabbing onto its neck, he pressed down on its upper body with his legs. Due to the weight from above, the guy fell back. Q-huck, he strangled it by the neck. Through the contact, conceptualization began to analyze the identity of the mirror image. The following mirror image is not the will of the Ancient One, SS. Target, self-adulation, self-adulation. It was the mirror image of a disposition that by nature protected the personality inside a conceptual world. Did that mean it was here to find and protect Mayu? Kook, W. Wait, there seemed to be something the guy wanted to say. He placed the tip of the knife between its eyes and poked a small wound before stopping his knife and slightly releasing its neck. It gasped for breath. Hook, Huok P, please do not kill me. What are you? Is the girl that was lying down in the dumping ground here by any chance? Chapter 353, Episode 100. At the end of the 10-year-long voyage, 7, what if she is? Is she here? It is extremely chaotic outside. I'm here to help her in a situation like this. I will most certainly be of help. What if she's not here? T, then please let me live. I'll go back. I cannot die yet. The girl is so spoiled, and we have been living a hard life. Every little help mattered in the current situation. He pondered for a bit before asking a question. Where have you been, and why did you crawl out only just now? Sorry. Why did you discard the girl in the dumping ground and come this late saying Ya'll protect her? D, did I not tell you? The situation outside is chaotic. It is in dangerous situations like this that I must guide the girl into walking down the correct path. This was a reply that seemed like what self-adulation would say. I see. Why, yes, seeing that Yu Jitae was a little softened, the guy heaved out a sigh. Yu Jitae pulled the knife away from its nose a bit. Who? Thank you. In any case, I hoped this world would never get as chaotic as this, but it's all my fault for having lacking skills. Is that so? Of course. Life is already very cruel, but isn't that something that applies to all of us? I should guide her down the correct path, although late. I see. The mirror image blinked its eyes while staring at Yu Jitae. It appeared to be finding it slightly strange. The guy twisted its body left and right before asking a question. Can you please move aside now? Of course not. Why? Isn't it strange? What is? I thought about it, but I've never seen this immature black dragon ever finding herself precious. Well, that's because I've always been under someone's surveillance, you know. The observer on the highest mountain. It appeared to be talking about rationality. Right. Rationality could block self-adulation from expressing itself, but that wasn't the end of Yu Jitae's doubt. He had in fact felt certain already from its response. The guy continued considering Mayu pitiful and even ignorant. That wasn't what the true self-adulation would do. Now this is a first. Sorry. Oop. Blocking the guy's mouth, Yu Jitae tightly grabbed on its 2 cheeks and started ripping its face out. The skin of the amicable face started to get ripped out. It was as he had expected. Behind the ripped face was an expression crumpled with fury. Error found. The target is not self-adulation. The adeptly hidden identity of the target has been revealed. A disposition that usually stays below the calm surface of the water, that distressfully approaches during the hard times to gnaw at one's own personality. A power that pretends to hold an objective perspective, making one falsely believe that it will lead the personality to a better direction. Depending on the people, it even had the power to sneakily kill a personality. Target. Self-hatred, the distorted expression apathetically murmured. Got, found out, huh? Despite being deeply flushed from suffocation, the guy nonetheless blabbered. What will you do after taking her? I've been watching her for a long time. That beach is garbage, see, completely worthless, a trash that got discarded by the race. Self-hatred began pouring out words of hatred. It would have run up to kill Mayu if he had been deceived by it. There was no need to bother asking questions. It wouldn't know the answer to any of his questions anyway. Yu Jitae crushed its neck. His sigh spread as a white mist. Remaining time, 6 hours, 18 minutes. Yu Jitae checked the remaining time. Mayu wasn't in a very good state. Evident from how the time it took for it to wake up after falling asleep was getting increasingly longer. Its ability to exercise was also in a gradual descent, unable to withstand the fatigue. The movements were turning more and more rigid. It meant Maya's personality was slowly dying buried in the past memories. Perhaps that was how the current concept could be understood as. He thought of something after meeting self-hatred. There were some people in the world that lived their remaining life as if it was but an extension. Their heart may still be pumping and they could be breathing, but living only because they did not or could not give up on life. In a world like this, there were quite a lot of such people. Those memories would go deeper and deeper the more they tried. Like a bottomless pit, it would pull the existence to the endless depths. It would then whisper into their ears, "This is what you are." He didn't know what it was that had happened to Mayu. Because of the black wall blocking the path, no one would ever get to know it, and that was in turn slowly killing Mayu. Once again, Mayu woke up, but this time it was practically frozen and could not even get up from the ground. It was unknown when it would wake up again after falling asleep this time. A rugged breath could be heard from the side. If left outside, it could have died any time because he was muddying the currents of the conceptual world. He was the one that had brought it here to keep it alive, so he could not afford to let it die from the cold. Her personality's death was no different from Maya's death. She would become like a stringless puppet. That might thwart his plans. Thus, he thought to himself. There was an existence next to him, shivering from the cold, slowly heading towards death. What am I supposed to do in a situation like this? Suddenly, he opened his mouth. Hey, the reason behind his opened mouth was because he had spoken to someone in the past when something similar had been happening. What? The reason he hesitated after hearing the response was because he had similarly hesitated in the past. Both now and then, a conversation beyond the purpose of conveying information was very difficult for him. But at least it was something he had done before. Have you thought of what to do? He asked a question about a topic that he wasn't particularly interested in. When you go out on your vacation, Mayu, who was curling up like a prawn, looked up at his face. Don't know, not yet. You wanted to experience the world, didn't you? I did. Mayu breathed out a white mist. The breath here was a lot longer than in real life, and it slowly permeated across like a cloud. What will you do this time? No idea. How about you take a rest at a warm place? Not bad. It would be great if you were as docile as this. So. The lips and the tongue were shivering to an uncontrollable extent. Alongside the sound of chattering teeth, Mayu let out its voice. Sorry, he furrowed his brows. Just act like you've always been doing. Stop doing something unnatural. What? Why are you being this docile, is what I'm asking. Just get upset, get mad, and throw every gift you get like you always do. But you don't like that. But it will help you recover your energy at least. Mayu shook its head. The sweat that had been raining down its face was frozen from the coldness. The girl did not even have the power to move the stiff hair away from the face. The icy pale lips were cracked like a barren wasteland, and so was the skin. Frozen tears were sparkling beneath the eyelids with a truly forlorn glitter. Their conversation was about to end with every exchange, so he contemplated. A topic that Mayu was interested in might be able to actively light a fire inside. However, Mayu was way too powerless for that to be the case. Right. Looking back, that was very strange. Mayu was way too powerless. He knew it was because the entire village of concept had pushed the personality to powerlessness. But this was over the top. It even made him wonder how an individual's personality could be this lethargic. Self-hatred said that it was like that for a very long time. He went through his memories. As a proof, whenever Yu Jitae said, "You can do it," to Maya's personality, it would always reply by saying the likes of me. Or really. The personality seemed to be finding it strange how it could actively do something. Yu Jitae pondered on. 1. Most of the cold memories were the ones related to her wandering life. 2. Mayu appeared to have continued wandering ever since she was born. In other words, she almost never settled down in one place. 3. Thus, she was curious about the new world and always asked him to experience new things outside. Did something happen to you? He asked. Like, when you were young, how would I remember that? Well, that was true. Proof was the black wall behind them blocking their path. I was floating adrift in the dimensions ever since I came to myself. What happened after that? I was always adrift for a very long time. Sometimes I landed in several areas and spent time, but that was it. Did you not settle in any of them? I couldn't. I wasn't allowed to settle. By who? My instincts. Their conversation was cut off once again, as he was lost as to what to say. But during their short conversation, the rate of the white mists had decreased, and the trembling body was in a slightly better state than before. A conversation, indeed, had the ability to boost mental power. What was he supposed to talk about this time with this unpleasant black dragon? He didn't feel like throwing a lame joke, nor did he think those would work. It was when he was deep in contemplation. There is something I am curious about. Mayu turned from its prawn-like posture towards Yu Jitae. Ask anything you want. You always seem to have a goal. Keeping his mouth closed, he gave a nod. Whatever the topic, he wanted to have Mayu keep speaking. Whatever it was that you did, there was always a goal. Is that correct? What made you think that? Who knows, but that was the feeling I got. Keeping me alive, isolating me in the basement, abusing, and giving me a vacation. It collected its breath and continued. In every action and conduct related to me, you always seem to be looking for something specific. Moving the frozen mouth, Mayu diligently continued speaking as he once again gave a nod. Doesn't everyone do that, though? Even though I have been roaming all my life, I have seen my share of humans. There was not a single human like you among them. Is that so? And looking back, Mayu used the shivering hand to sweep the hair. I thought you were only doing that to me, but that was actually not the case. What do you mean? I'm talking about what happened at Paris. Go on. It was the same, even when you were dealing with the green-haired girl. Although you appeared kind, it was businesslike. And although you appeared comfortable, you were always systematic. It was truly a bizarre relationship, so even though I was outside to observe human relationships, it was the two of you that I was observing the most. What I felt here and there was that you were putting in a tremendous amount of attention to that impudent girl. Was I? Maya's hazy gaze regained its focus. The eyes had Yu Jitae's face as the only target. That kid wouldn't know. If she was always under that much attention, she would probably find it normal because baby dragons are quick at adapting to situations. But I am different. I ended up seeing it. What did you see? You lending a close ear on every one of her breaths and each noise of her heart. He shut his mouth. Mayu wasn't wrong. At the start, I thought it was because of me, because I might have affected something. You know, that girl appeared to be treasuring you quite a lot, so perhaps it was out of concern that she might be jealous. But that was wrong. It was the same even when it was only the two of you. This is something I can tell from being a mutant. But you were listening to that impudent greenhead's heartbeat and observing her breath like a habit, meaning you've always been doing that. In fact, it wasn't only balm. Whenever they were together, Yu Jitae would observe the gazes of the children and lend an ear to the breaths and the heartbeats. This eccentrically sensitive behavior had already become a habit. You guys seem to have been together for a very long time, and yet even so, to the point of questioning the possibility of keeping such a close look on her. You were pouring attention at the green dragon to a burdensome degree. Is that correct? He usually would have told a lie by saying no, but lies were currently out of his control. Besides, the dragon in front of him was not his baby dragon, so he deemed it okay to say the truth. Yes, right. Why do you look so surprised by it? It's nothing that great. Of course it's surprising. Of course it is. With a little more energy, Mayu continued. It's the same even in this place. Your ability is not much different from my own. Even though you probably have something, I am correct. He remained silent. As Mayu had said, Yu Jitae's current body was not too different from the countless mirror images of this place, because that way he would avoid the suspicion of the will of the Ancient One. But until just then I had no idea. Yu Jitae gave another nod, but not for the sole purpose of inciting more words. Mayu asked with a doubtful voice, I am very curious. Do you not feel tired? What is there to get tired about? Moving in this world eats at the mind quite a lot. Running with me in your arms, fighting and withstanding the cold to stay conscious should all gnaw at your mind, even though you are a superhuman. Is that possible for a human? Why would it be impossible? Seriously, what a dreadful human. He observed Maya's breath. It was slightly more stable than before, which was a considerable progress compared to how it had been lying down for several hours. That was when he suddenly felt strange. Was it because Maya was slowly regaining its breath? Or perhaps because it was after confronting self-hatred? Or perhaps it was because the end of the long voyage was finally within sight. The daily emotions that he had retrieved in the seventh iteration made him open his mouth on a whim. A few days ago, I tried calculating it. Although the number might not be precise, I think it took around 1,000 years. Doing what? He himself knew how his following words would be unnecessary, meaning every conversation hereon was all nothing but his whim. I've been expecting a time like this to come eventually, but I wasn't expecting it to be at a foreign place like this, with someone like you next to me. Even though it was half a joke, Mayu slowly widened its eyes while listening to his words. That seems to be about the dream that you've told me about before, you remember. I do not forget anything. You said it on the way. That dream of yours that is beyond this wall. Mayu said while tapping the wall with the back of its head. You mean the dream you have had for 1,000 years is in front of this place? Yes, it has been a very long time. That is crazy. Seriously, why? Is there anything wrong? Yu Jitae asked. Or is there anything strange about my words? I want you to understand. I've never said this to anyone before. Sitting on the spot, Mayu shook its head and asked with a wider pair of eyes. Would you mind telling me the story about your dream? Chapter 354, Episode 100. At the end of the 1,000-year-long voyage, 8, a flustering request it was. He wasn't used to talking about himself, nor was he the type to go on and on about something. An unnecessary conversation was better left unvoiced. Remaining time 2 hours 3 minutes. However, there was still a considerable amount of time left, and Maya's temperature had risen by a bit. More than anything, Mayu seemed more energetic than before just because of the topic. There must be a reason the always lethargic mirror image of the personality was throwing such a question at him. It's nothing great, but he opened his mouth. In a way, this could be considered a bizarre turn of events. Mayu had a lot of attachment to the black race, and Yu Jitae was in existence who had massacred a fair bit of black dragons. And yet Mayu was curious about Yu Jitae's story, so he decided to share his life after slight adjustment. First iteration. Story of the young Yu Jitae, with not a single thing he was skilled at, going through his first life and learning how to stand by himself. Second iteration. Spending the time to head towards a better life. The first time he loved someone, a story that, however, ended with despair. Third iteration. Mindlessly wandering around the world seeking for power, thinking strength was the solution to all, while moderately cutting down on details that Mayu would be uncomfortable about. Yu Jitae continued talking about his life. Naturally, he also glossed over the regression and vaguely added them into one time frame. As Mayu quietly listened to his story, energy slowly began to enter its gaze. It was quite different from how it used to gasp for breath, as if it would die any time soon. There was a funny aspect to the mind of an existence. There was a tendency to feel oddly consoled by watching someone else's despair. It was a natural form of emotion for any existence, so Yu Jitae was not that displeased even if Mayu were to gain strength with his despair as the basis. Whatever it was, he was fine as long as Mayu became energetic again. Truly, dreadful and heartbreaking Maya's reply in the empty library soon vanished without even leaving behind an echo. I cannot even dare imagine it. Is that so? I'm a dragon and was born with an honorable blood. However, not once have I craved something as much as that you are a truly mysterious person, Mayu murmured like a child. Suddenly, he remembered how Mayu would sometimes act sensitively like a hatchling despite being an adult. It was understandable now that he knew how Mayu had been living a roaming life ever since she was born. He could finally understand one of the principles behind her actions, but that instead made him feel weirdly uncomfortable. Deceiving the baby dragons was enough of a deception already. There is no reason to get that excited, is there? Why is that? Because I am the nemesis of your race. Right. That much is definitely true. Maya's personality still had a fair bit of excitement in its expression. However, what I was in awe of was not you as a person, but your ardent desire for your dream. Listening to you speak makes me wonder. How great of a dream must it be that you are willing to go to such miserable lengths to achieve it? You can flatter me all you want, but you won't be getting anything in return. I'm not trying to flatter, you see. Life without knowing the reason and wandering without knowing why is my story. Maybe that is why. The stories of your dreams are, seriously using the only remaining hand, Mayu tightly gripped onto its chest as the tiny hand clenched into a fist. The venomous gaze he was used to was nowhere in sight. The energy overflowing out of its eyes was wondrous even for him. Truly, marvelous are they not? With a dreamy voice, Mayu whispered. After a few seconds of silence, Mayu carefully reopened its mouth. You see, I was born in order to help someone. A story he had never heard before was flowing out of this foreign dragon's mouth. There was evidently more energy in its eyes than before, so Yu Jitae decided to lend an ear to that story a little. What the task was, and who it was that I was supposed to help, everything was beyond what I could remember. So floating adrift all around, my life couldn't help but end up becoming neither one thing nor the other, wouldn't you agree? Why am I alive? That was the occasional question I had in my head. Funny, right? Even though I was definitely supposed to help someone. Mayu murmured. Our race was chased out a very long time ago, and we had to stray around the outer dimensions without any place to settle in. Because of that, I thought my job was to help everyone of my race. Is that why you were trying to coil up on Earth? Yes, and that's why you killed people. Well, that is not too far from the truth. How nasty, right? Although it was with sloppy passion, I wanted to do something that included killing people. And I did. However, shouldn't you empathize with my cause, since you have also killed my kindred to achieve your dream? His silence caused Maia's lips to curl up a little. After some time, he agreed. Right. Mayu started letting out a louder chuckle. Sitting there was a pair of dirty male and female. Two people who had drawn an unforgivable path in their life were sitting down talking to each other. That was what Yu Jitae thought at the very least. Even a sinner had an ongoing life. Even though no one would be curious about it, a life that could not come to an end would continue no matter the form. Those two disgusting stories shamelessly went further out and managed to reach this place, and were now being tangled up. Then, since things have turned out like this anyway, would you mind giving an honest answer as fellow disgusting ones? What do you want to know? Can I also become like you? Mayu asked with an innocent and frank voice. Will a day come where I finally help that someone and fulfill the reason for my birth? Before giving a reply, Yu Jitae reflected on the words of self-hatred. The guy said Mayu had been chased out from a very young age due to being worthless. Yu Jitae replied with a question. You, when you were discarded at the dumping ground. Continue. That was when there were new mirror images arriving at the village, was it? Yes, and if you were born to help someone, does that mean those mirror images entering your body are in accordance with the reason for your birth? Mayu returned a nod. All the ones above ground right now were born in order for Mayu to help someone. Then why would it be impossible to help? You mean I can do that as well? Of course. But I've never helped anyone for over hundreds of years, though. You have everything prepared. But I'm not confident, I'm scared. Because I've never done anything the way I wanted to. That was as expected of what a personality dumped with the trash would say. But from their conversation, Yu Jitae realized something. You need to do it, he said. Me. If there is something to help with, you have to step up to help. Weren't you being pushed around your whole life? Coming to Earth was by pure coincidence, and you were trying to lead a passive life here as well. That won't do. You have to take a step forward by yourself. If only there was a way to justify it. You wanted to become like me, was it? I do want to be like you. Then just do it. Although he had been sprinting for 1,000 years to reach this place, it wasn't like there was some kind of grandiose reason behind it. There was something he wanted to accomplish, and that was why he had been running for 1,000 years. Mayu blinked its eyes after listening to his persuasion. Is it really that simple? You mean I can be like you with only that? Yes. Maya's personality widened its eyes, looking at someone else who, despite being placed in a similar situation, had created a different result, and listening to his advice seemed to have created some type of resonance in its heart. I see their conversation had a normal, everyday aspect to it, so he marked the end in a normal manner. And kill as few people as possible if you can. He gave a hypocritical remark to mark the end, as Mayu dumbfoundedly replied with a smile. There is a condition. What is it? When we leave for this vacation, let me do some volunteer work. I will try helping someone. Even though he nodded, he knew it was a laughable conversation they were having. There will still be an observer, so keep that in mind. How about you come with me and volunteer by my side? He'll have to think about that. Like that, the two talked about volunteer work. He talked a little about his campus community work that he had done with Yoram, and Maya's personality gave a nod in surprise. How mysterious. It's no longer cold, is it? That was what Mayu said, and it was the same for Yu Jitae. Remaining time 0 hours 3 minutes. However, the seventh iteration never went according to plan. If there truly was a guy called the God of Fate, Yu Jitae would rip its limbs to pieces and kick it to a corner and throw questions at its face. Over 1,000 years I have lived to at last reach this moment. Remaining time 0 hours 2 minutes. That 1 minute, remaining time 0 hours 1 minute. Why couldn't you wait for just 1 minute? Kagagagang, kagagagagagagagang. It was sudden. The world started to shake. Ark, shouted Mayu in fright. It was about to bounce off and crush into the ceiling, so he held tightly onto Mayu and withstood the shake by laying his body low. Over time, the shaking turned all the more intense. Jumping up and down, it swallowed the library like a tidal wave. Some of the books fell from the bookshelves onto the floor before scattering into conceptual fragments. He thought to himself, ants could jump around all they want inside a bowl, with the bowl never shaking an inch. Therefore, an existence that could shake the bowl like this was highly likely to be outside. Remaining time 0 hours 0 minutes 52 seconds. Soon, Yu Jitae realized that someone in the real world was trying to shake him and Mayu. With a ferocious gush of mana at that, the ceiling of the library came crumbling down, and their heads suddenly turned bright. Dirt fell into the library as Mayu closed its eyes with a scream. It was only a matter of time for them to be discovered, so it was more important to find out the cause behind this incident instead of trying to hide themselves. Will of the Ancient One, SS, finds the foreign sense of mana suspicious. Regardless of the suspicions, he had to do it. By immediately flooding out the mana he had hidden inside, he reached out to the outer world. At the same time, he let out an irritated roar in his mind looking for the clone. It was a furious shout, demanding an explanation. Salve ringing in his head was the urgent response of Clone One. Words were being cut off here and there because the string of mana was just too thin. But expanding it without a thought would only cause him to get chased out of the conceptual world by the will of the Ancient One, so he patiently waited for the reply. Oscar suddenly attacked Oscar Brzenk. Since he was at the basement of the association, it would mean he had suddenly attacked the association. That made some sense. If Oscar Brzenk had suddenly attacked the association, it was understandable for the explosion of mana to be able to shake even the underground isolation room. However, there was still something that did not make sense. Remaining time 0 hours 0 minutes 44 seconds. Why would Oscar Brzenk suddenly do such a thing? Did going to ask the judges of Providence somehow end up making things go in a bad direction? That was the only thing he could guess as of now. Remaining time 0 hours 0 minutes 31 seconds. Above the sky, his eyes caught sight of the dark bomber aircrafts, the memory manipulators. One of them met their eyes with Yu Jitae. In that instant, irritation surged all the way up his head. Remaining time 0 hours 0 minutes 25 seconds. He was almost there. At last, after 1,000 years, the moment was right before his eyes. Remaining time 0 hours 0 minutes 21 seconds. He had taken everything in consideration, so why was it that the thing called life never went the way he wanted it to? Remaining time 0 hours 0 minutes 19 seconds. Why did it so desperately want him to fail? Remaining time 0 hours 0 minutes 17 seconds. 7 entities that had been circling around several kilometers above the sky finally gained a sense of clear direction. Even though they were bomber aircrafts, they weren't actual bomber planes. They were the incarnation of the authority that was made to the most easily understandable target based on his conceptualization. Following a peculiar urge, he pondered to himself, after defeating all those hardships and standing in this place, this guy called God of Fate was standing before his eyes, choking his neck. This seemed to be the thing it was shouting. Are you still not going to give up? Still. Chapter 355, Episode 100. At the end of the 10-year-long voyage, 9, the aircraft swiftly turned in mid-air. They started falling straight down in a sudden drop, aiming straight for that one target. Ah, Mayu screamed. The bomber aircrafts simultaneously started shooting objects that were interpreted into ironclad missiles. Accelerated even further due to the rapid drop of the plane, the bombs traveled faster than streaks of rain. Dozens of missiles were falling towards Yu Jitae. It was more than enough to create a crater of dozens of meters in radius in this library of memories, and a quick calculation told him it would destroy the nearby lands and wipe it off the face of this world. They acted with not a single reserve, even though the personality was in this place. What should we do? At this rate, we will end up dying. In the middle of the shout, the first missile landed on the ground 10 meters away from them, creating a large explosion of light. A deafening noise filled their eardrums. The sound waves reached a critical level, making it unable to differentiate each source of sound. The world was shaking with Mayu crouching down and screaming inside it. The next missile was slightly closer, approximately 5 meters away from them. Even though only the noise and the shockwave had reached them, a portion of the fragile mental concept of personality turned into conceptual shards that shattered and scattered like glass fragments. Thus, Yu Jitae hugged Mayu in an even tighter grip. Even in the following explosions, all he could do was clench his teeth and endure. Mayu had already been pushed to the pit of despair once in this world. Drenched with fear, Maya's body shook heavily like there was no tomorrow as its fragments fell piece by piece. At this rate, something terrible might happen to Maya's personality even before the missiles landed on them. "It's all right," he shouted, but his shout was buried in the surrounding noise, unable to reach its ears. Even so, Mayu nervously gazed up at him, so he shouted yet again. "It's all right. You can do it. We can leave this place together." He didn't know how much of his words had managed to go through, but Mayu hugged him a little tighter in response. The crumbling of the body began to cease. What supported a concept was its mental power. The reason Yu Jitae could fight the monsters and bear through the cold despite having the same physical condition as the mirror image of Maya's personality was, in the end, due to the difference in their willpower. At last, a missile landed above Yu Jitae. That one strike quivered both his head and his entire body. He had to endure the bombardment with his bare body. Wounds were added upon wounds as his body bursted out into shards. His legs were crushed with bones being visible, but he could not powerlessly lose like this. He had to endure it. Even if it was to eat at his mind, and even if his body was to gradually crumble down, he had to endure through it. Before long, the true round of bombardment began. His vision was painted in white as he tightly wrapped his arms around the screaming Mayu. He could feel the heavy quivering of the body. The personality was starting to be erased despite the existence's mental power. Those guys were bombarding this place no matter the cost, as if trying to destroy this entire world. He did not close his eyes. In a world devoid of sound, his sense of touch became ever so distinct. His entire body felt scorching hot, as if it was on fire. The world in his sight had already turned white, and those opened eyes also felt like they were in a pit of flame, but even then, he did not close his eyes. With his open eyes, he gazed at the sky. As his willpower slowly started to dwindle, he opened his mouth to shout in a voice he could not hear. "After 1,000 years, I have reached it. You think I will fall in such a lowly world from a trial as lowly as this? Who can dare make me fall? Who dares?" Like a beast, he roared, using his body to stop the rain of dirt and rocks that were scorching red after the explosion of light. Yu Jitae furiously bellowed in a fit of burning rage. Although his ears picked up not a single sound, he had to gather his disordered mind into one. His entire body burned and shattered into pieces, but he nonetheless withstood it. All the way, until the bombardments came to an end. His unclosed eyes could see nothing but light, with the world erased from his sight. However, it was fine, and he thus did not close his eyes. After some time, the curtain of light was lifted, but he still could not see the front and had become like a blind person. But reaching out with his hand, his fingertips touched something desolate. The sense of touch was unreliable. The skin had already melted to nothing, and the flesh was all scorched. It was the same even for his senses that existed as a concept. He could feel nothing with his fingertips. However, the remaining finger bones were attached with his willpower, and it was certain that there was something stopping the approach of his fingers. His body was half shattered and charred, but he was still alive. In addition, his body hadn't scattered yet. Even though he currently had no way of knowing it, the conceptually crafted origin fragment had long been half demolished. More than half of the conceptual world was gone. The enemy had exploded themselves to death, and even rationality was destroyed in the process. That was how extreme the memory manipulators were with the bombardment. More than 70 of all the mirror images of this world were dead, and the ones alive were on their knees kissing the ground, trembling on top of the lands that hadn't crumbled down yet. However, the conceptual world supported by his willpower still had a cliff remaining that could be climbed up. The black wall that even conceptualization, SS, could not interpret, and the memories within it were also safe from the memory manipulators, and were left on top of the cliff. Now that the library was gone, the wall looked like an extremely enormous black container. Fortunately, the mirror image of personality lying in his arms was also still alive. Its lungs moving along its breath was reaching his ribs. With that, he was certain it was still alive. Even though he still could not hear anything due to the aftermath, a part of his vision slowly came back. One of his eyes was completely shut, and the remaining eye had about 30 of its previous visibility. He was forcibly using his half-crushed eye to look at the front, but that much was more than enough. Firstly, he looked at Mayu. Even if every mirror image of this world was to disappear, the personality could not. As long as the personality was alive, everything else could eventually be made again, even though it might take some time. Mayu was slowly dissipating in his arms, so he had to open his mouth, which he doubted was working properly, to calm Mayu down. It's all right. It is all over. When he diligently tried to convey that, Mayu carefully raised its head to look at him, but there was soon a look of extreme shock on its face. Looking deeply into Mayu's eyes, he could understand the reason behind that expression. It was no wonder one of his eyes couldn't see. Half of his entire head was crushed, so that was to be expected. Immediately after that, Mayu lost consciousness. In order to survive, the personality was instinctively trying to withstand until this large shock was to pass by. He turned his gaze to the surroundings. This place, which had seemed like a peaceful village of the mountainous countryside, now appeared like a floating island after the arrays of bombardment. It now resembled a donut-shaped island with a hole in the center. Even the bottom ground was all crushed, and beneath the ground was of the same color as the sky. In the center of that world, Yu Jitae and Mayu were on the bottom of a cliff. The cliff was floating in midair. Yu Jitae's willpower had protected not only his body and Mayu, but also this much of the land from the bombardment. He turned his eyes to the remaining donut-shaped island. There was a small cave nearby. That cave was probably impulse, where every primeval actions were carried out alongside reflex responses. It was a cave that could usually only be reached by going endlessly down to the basement, covered in unconsciousness. Yu Jitae climbed down the cliff with his quivering legs and placed Mayu down in that cave before once again returning to the cliff. The only remaining task was the most important one. Using his bony arms and black, scorched legs, he began to climb the cliff. Unable to grip properly, his hands slipped. Once, he even rolled down from the cliff because there was not a sliver of energy left behind in his body. However, he went to the cliff and climbed it regardless. He was swept away in an indescribable emotion. A message that floated up even though he had yet to fully climb the cliff incited his emotions even more. The target is the will of the Ancient One, SS. At the very top at the end of the Library of Memories, surrounded by black walls, was the clue to solving the will of the Ancient One, SS. As long as he could destroy it, he would be able to discover the coordinates of Ascalipha in the distant dimensions. He would be able to send the baby dragons back home. At last, his long-aspired dream was right before his eyes. How much had he been longing for this moment to arrive? How much have I been longing for it? From the bottom of his dead emotions rose up memories of the past flowing through his mind. How immensely long of a voyage had it been? Conceptualization was still activated, and it started to show an image inside his mind. With him in the center, the world flipped upside down from the tip of the distant sky. Revealed around him before long was a dark world. He was sitting on top of a certain boat. He could hear the calm splashes of the ocean, but his eyes could not find anything in this world, no matter how far they faced. Looking up did not let him find any stars nor the moon, and there was nothing but void in his eyes. The ship leaving the port was once again floating adrift, but the end of that journey was coming. Raising his eyes, he looked into the distance. Look, off in the far distance somewhere within the darkness, isn't there something definite that was even darker, standing tall, oozing with presence? As if telling him to come, he crawled up, going one step higher, one hand above. He climbed higher and higher, before at last laying his hand on the scorched lands next to the black wall. A gush of bright light started to envelope him. The light was intense enough to blind his eyes once again, but it was an indescribably holy and lofty light, different from anything of this world. With his broken face, he smiled. Only half of his face was remaining, so the smile was also half crooked. He simply could not control himself. Feeling the sense of fulfillment overwhelming his body, he gave a wide smile in quiet anticipation. At the end of the 1-0-year-long voyage, he finally reached the lighthouse. The regressor stood at the top of the world. From a small gap in the middle of the black wall came out a piece of paper. This was the information regarding will of the Ancient One that had been analyzed by conceptualization over the period of 24 hours. Slowly, the mirror image that was the host of the will of the Ancient One was starting to be revealed. Even now, when looking up at the sky, he could see the immensely foolish red eye looking down at the world. Yu Jitae had never used any ability that exceeded the threshold, and therefore, the guy followed its principles and overlooked everything despite the world crumbling down to this state. The mirror image that will of the Ancient One was surviving by leeching off of was still alive somewhere, and that was why the eye was still hanging in mid-air. It would be among the living ones, and he simply had to go up and kill it. A page among Maya's sealed memories came out to Yu Jitae. It was folded in half, but he unhesitatingly spread it open. Well, whoever it was not that important, because everything was almost over. Thinking that he opened the paper, and he immediately froze on the spot. At some point in time, Maya's personality woke up from its sleep. How long has it been? It wondered. Light was seeping into the barren cave of the barren world. The sun was rising, so a night must have gone by already. Apathetically calculating the time, Mayu realized that quite a bit of time had passed. Sitting blankly inside the cave, Maya's personality gazed at the barren world. Everything was wiped off of the conceptual world. But the risk of another explosion was still there, so a few of the surviving mirror images on top of the ground still had devastated looks on their faces. Suddenly, Mayu felt rather uneasy. There was not a particular reason, but what flowed out of the tiny speck of a hole on the black wall was a part of Maya's memories of the youth that she had forgotten, and that was also conveyed to Mayu of the conceptual world. It was because the mirror image of the personality in this conceptual world was the only existence that shared the memories and senses with Maya's true body. It was when Mayu was blankly looking at the ground of the empty cave. Something blocked the light coming into the cave. Raising its head, Mayu saw Yu Jitae standing at the entrance. His body was still a mess. Crushed head, scorched body, arms with only bones and a bizarre pair of legs. "Ah, are you back?" Mayu welcomed him with a slightly brighter look on its face, but he stood quietly at the entrance of the cave, silently looking back into its eyes. "Why did you not wake me up? I think it has been around 4 days already." He didn't reply. Like the first time they met, there was no expression on his face. The uneasiness inside became a little bigger. On the other hand, Mayu was curious why it was welcoming him with such a happy tone of voice. Was it because of the time they spent chattering in the cold? Or perhaps it was because of the content of the conversation they had that Mayu was feeling a little more attached. If not, it could also be because the advice he gave had left an impression in its mind. To Maya's lethargic question, he replied, "You can be like me." So, even though it might only be a little, Mayu thought they had gotten a bit closer. That was why Mayu felt a little more uneasy. Mayu was a dragon. Dragons did not forget, and the mirror image was also Mayu. Soon, after walking closer, he dropped a piece of paper on the ground. The uneasiness was turning into reality. With trembling hands, Mayu picked up the paper. Mayu immediately recognized the faded picture and the words written on the dirty piece of paper. On it was an explanation and a picture of the mirror image that Will of the Ancient One, SS, had chosen as the host. The identity of the host inside the picture crouching down on the ground, Mayu raised its vacant eyes to stare at Yu Jitae. Even though he was right before its eyes, he was there with the light behind him, with his expression unable to be discerned. Mayu gave an awkward smile. Its lips were probably raised up. Thinking it was a little awkward, it erased the smile off of its face and looked back down. 1,000 years. 1,000 years, huh? How long would 1,000 years have been to a human? Thinking about that created another smile on the lips. This time, even its eyes were in a curve. Mayu gazed back up at his face. How unfortunate. Mayu couldn't stare at his face for too long, so lowered its gaze again. "I was really looking forward to this vacation." He didn't reply. Mayu clenched its lips a little before giving a light shake. "Why did you bother waiting for me to wake back up? Have you not been waiting for 1,000 years? What? Did you become soft after all that time or something?" Raising its head again, Mayu looked at him. Staring at his face that was still very difficult to see, Mayu gave a faint smile. Hanging in his hand was a sword. Suddenly, the conversation shared with him came back up to the surface. If there is something to help with, you have to step up to help. The voice that was vivid in its memories, despite the cold taking away from its concentration. Is this the right way to help? Mayu reached out to grab the blade of the sword. However, he did not let go of it. Ah, is it not? Please understand. This is my first time stepping up to help someone, so I might be unskilled. When Mayu released its grip, he too relaxed his hand for some reason. The tip of the blade quivered. He seemed to have felt some kind of emotion, and Mayu felt something as well. Mayu once again grabbed the blade. After some resistance, he released his grip. The entity carried the blade in its two hands. You mean I can be like you? He had replied, yes. I really wanted to go on this vacation, Mayu said with trembling fingertips. But still, I am glad that I could help someone despite the method. As the conversation they had regarding their dreams resurfaced in its mind, I have finally managed to fulfill my dream. It is thanks to you. The existence that only knew how to be powerless. So, my nemesis pointed the tip of the blade at its own neck. I hope you achieve your dream as well. Light dissipated, brightening up the cave. Walking outside, he stared at the sky. Fragments were scattering down from the sky, covering the world with its light. The world was dazzlingly bright even for half an eye to see. Therefore, his shadow was all the more darker. Chapter 356, Episode 101, Chicken Barks, 1 Mayu died. To be precise, Mayu wasn't dead. Her physical body was still alive, but the unique character and identity that had been with Mayu ever since her birth had just then vanished from this world. Turning his head, he looked at the paper on the ground, at the dirty piece of paper and the picture and words written on it. The mirror image selected as the host by will of the Ancient One, SS, was none other than the mirror image of personality. In order to break the will of the Ancient One, Mayu had to die. So to be precise, Mayu wasn't dead. He killed her. He turned around and quietly observed the world. Conceptual fragments that had once filled the sky were falling endlessly, flickering in its path. A few of the fragments landed in front of his eyes as he extended his hand to let the falling shards rest on his palm. He then gazed at them deeply until they dissipated into nothing. Everything in this world would return to such fragments after losing their concept. Since concepts do not exist in reality, they could not be retrieved once they disappear. Mayu will never be able to come back now. The conceptual fragments on his palm gave off its last glitter before scattering into the air. Like a pile of dust, they gradually flew off, and it was impossible to even tell its path. He moved his feet. His feet were in quite a rush. Once he cancelled conceptualization, SS. Maya's world that he had resided in for a not-so-short time started to crumble. On the way back to reality, there was a time where he was unable to see nor hear anything. In that place, he organized his thoughts. It was quite common, locked dimension, an enclosed period of time. That was something anyone was bound to experience several times when living a disgusting life for 1,000 years. There should have been nothing new in his emotions, but his mood betrayed that preconception. He felt something concurrently twitching in the depths of his mind. The dark thing that reared its head time after time was looking up into his eyes. He was in a hurry. The seventh iteration was the cause of all problems. This wretched iteration that had an especially large number of variables was constantly throwing problems at his face. Things that must happen according to his anticipations, all those events he had planned over the long time frame, were subtly steering away from his plans. How nasty of an iteration this was. How hateful of a life. It repeatedly threw tedious and miserable things at his face, and towards the end it was now throwing in a variable that overturned all the previous iterations. Being made to walk through a desert for 1,000 years, it was natural to expect the last day to also be through a desert. So why was it that his path was filled with thorns all throughout, variables? That was instigating his irritation. Or was it really irritation? Can this be just labeled as irritation? Maybe he was anxious. No, that can't be. He refused to believe it. Anxiety was the emotion of a weak existence. He didn't even know when the last time he felt such an emotion was. However, his mind was still in a rush. It felt as if a ball rolling down a smooth path had suddenly met a wrong slope. After 1,000 years, he had finally found the answer. Though there may be some trivial matters along the road still, this was practically the end. All he had to do was use the coordinates of the outer dimension, which he would soon find, and send the baby dragons back to that place. Even though there was his personal greed, spending more time with the kids was only going to expose them to more unnecessary variables of the seventh iteration. Despite his presence, this land might be dangerous because there were still unidentifiable variables, including the hostility. In the vastly empty and silent world, he reflected on the words vintage Clark had conveyed. You will, definitely, become happy. It was a somewhat strange statement. With his mind pushed into a corner, vintage Clark's words felt even more significant than before. His mind was burning. He had to find the vintage Clark as soon as possible. He had to ask what its definition of happiness was. Yu Jitae was back in the real world when he opened his eyes. It had been around a month since he had entered the conceptual world. He had been sitting still next to Mayu for a whole month. Mayu was lying down on the ground. She was breathing. There was blood flowing in her body and her eyes were half open. There was a part of him that thought maybe. He brought his hand to her eyes and slowly waved it up and down. Her faintly opened eyes showed not a single response. This time, he used his watch to shine light into her eyes. The pupils contracted, the reflex system was still there, but he could not find any conscious response. She was no different from a stringless puppet. He closed her eyes, with his hands trembling. First off, he decided to finish the experiment. Because of the firm lock on the door, no one had come in, but it seemed that the room had been shaken, evident from the fallen chair and experimental tools rolling around the floor. One of Maya's legs was also falling down the bed. After having her sit properly, he raised his knife. The barrier under the name of Will of the Ancient One, SS, had already been cracked open. Now he could dissect the authority organ, emergency summon, and find the formula for the long-distance dimensional intersection. This too was written in words that could not be seen on Earth, but there were no problems, as he had an ability that could understand languages and letters of other worlds. The skill, Fallen Babel S, analyzes the magic equations of the distant dimension. Current state of analysis, 0. The percentage slowly rose up. Even though his proficiency at the skill had reached the limit, he still had to wait several weeks at this rate. It was always like this. Anything related to the dragons would always take a long time with zero exception. He had been waiting for 1,000 years. Waiting for an extra month or two was not that big of a deal. At least that should have been the case. Maybe he was in a rush, but the extra required period of a month made him feel very uneasy. In a rush, me. He did not want to acknowledge it. But more importantly, what was taking this damn number so long to crawl up? Current state of analysis. 1. His senses were sharpened like the edge of a sword. Even then, he had to hold it in. Once this analysis was over, he would finally be able to send the baby dragons back home. Regardless of what had happened to Mayu, and regardless of whether he had to send the baby dragons back home or not, there was something more important for him to do. He had to find the vintage Clark, and his mind quickly thought of a clear method that could make that happen. Leaving the underground isolation room, he headed to the ground with rapid steps. The shockwave that had shook the conceptual world, the power that tried to ruin the end of his long voyage. The regressor clenched his jaws. The surging irritation had with it a force of inertia as it accelerated even further over time. He had never felt this irritated recently. He would now head somewhere and would find whoever possible. He would then ask them questions about this incident. Whoever it may be, they would have to give a satisfactory reply. All sorts of messages and contacts had been flooding his watch ever since he turned it on. Most of them were from Jefferson and Kang Arjun, and there were also several from other agents, but he did not bother checking through them. He went up to the ground. People saluted after seeing him. Chief, not ignoring their salutes, he carried his feet forward. Despite the unwavering gaze of his eyes, he scrutinized everything near him. With the eyes of a snake, he scanned through everyone, their faces, eyes, weapons, and postures, and lastly, he placed the value of their existence on the scales of eyes of equilibrium. Those that looked into his eyes froze from the unfamiliar sense of fear. We've been waiting for you. Season. Hearing the news of his arrival, Jefferson urgently ran up and started walking by his side as he began reporting the things that had happened recently. However, Yu Jitae shook his hand to make him shut up. His watch rang. He was getting direct calls from various executives, including Yu Jitae, but he ignored all of them. Are you okay, sir? Jefferson, who had received the order to make sure there weren't any problems until his return, asked nervously due to his failure at following through with his command. Return to your office and look after your own work. Ah, yes, sir, certainly. Yu Jitae did not blame him and instead continued walking forward with rapid steps. There was nothing wrong with Jefferson. He had been moving in accordance with Yu Jitae's plans. He lent his ear to the accurate information being relayed in real time by clones 1 and 2. The one who has attacked the association was Oscar Brzenk. It was as expected. The target used every bit of authority as a sovereign to push the association into confusion and constantly tried to head towards the underground isolation chambers. As he had expected, it indeed was an action that was aimed at him. Currently, Brzenk is 7 days into isolation and is locked up in room 27. However, the Brzenk family is protecting his equipment, including the level 5 artifact. Now what the heck was this about? He once again felt irritation surging inside. This is regarding the current extent of damage. 415 injured civilians, 177 injured superhumans, 2 civilians and 1 superhuman dead. Chairman Chaliavan had activated the force field of life to decrease the number of casualties. 12 of the defense facilities have been damaged, 35 of which were destroyed beyond repair. Something else that might be of importance is that the returnee, BM, alongside the nuclear bomb, Genie in Siam, have been hospitalized due to a serious injury. It was thanks to the sacrifice of the two that the human casualties could be minimized, and in the meantime, I borrowed the power of the witch to capture the target alive. Since this is a unique situation different from normal terrorist attacks, the target has been handed over to the association's administration. This, too, was a report that gnawed at his mood. It was a sovereign, attacking the association with determination, and yet the number of casualties were irritatingly few. No matter how Clone One was to retaliate, if Oscar Brzenk had used even a tiny bit of his brain to attack while jumping across the dimensions, he should have been able to kill 30 of the association's military without difficulty. Baum had predicted the situation. He furrowed his brows. Baum did. Yes. An urgent conference was gathered under Chaliavan's lead. Although it was met with severe opposition, she managed to cleverly persuade them. I will now send memories related to that. Images appeared in his mind. Central conference room. The room was filled with loud voices criticizing Baum's words for being ridiculous. Baum persuaded them by putting her prestige on the line, and it worked. Chairman Chaliavan has fallen asleep after using all his power in activating the force field of life, and it is currently the acting chiefs of each department that are giving commands in his stead. He usually would have looked for Baum to check her condition. However, Yu Jitae cut the communication off for a while. Although the result wasn't that bad, the process was very unpleasant. He had never requested Baum to do such a thing. A frown appeared on his face. This was clearly a variable. It felt as if someone had peeled his hangnail off. The military prepared by Yu Jitae was on standby at the association. They would have been able to protect themselves even if Oscar Brzenk was to carry out an ambush. Although they would have suffered a greater loss, there would have been zero problems to their continuance. But if Baum came into the picture and shook the command center, things might have turned worse. Both the result and the reality did not matter. This was a matter of uncertainties, a matter of variables which irritated him significantly. It was when a fair amount of irritation was impulsively gushing out of him when Baum's aura just happened to come nearby. Before long, Baum walked out from the other side of the corridor. She appeared to have used teleport S on repeat to follow his hazy tracks from a distance and had a slightly rushed breath. It was a re-encounter after a month, but he was not happy. In fact, he was close to getting angry. Collecting her breath, Baum looked at him. She was forcibly suppressing a bright smile from showing on the outside. But the moment their eyes met was when the smile slowly began to disappear from her face. Silence. The two quietly looked at each other. Baum gazed deeply at his face and his eyes to read his mood before carefully opening her mouth. Hello. He didn't reply. Welcome back in the face of the nonchalant greeting, he closed his eyes for a bit. He had to soothe his anger. From now on, he had to tell as few lies as possible. Words had power, and he knew how absurdly strong they could be. Lies that cannot be regulated outside of his mouth would continue rolling like a snowball, becoming an even bigger problem over time. Baum. Yes. He couldn't bear saying to the child, "Why did you do something unnecessary that I didn't even tell you to do?" Because the result was good despite it being outside of his words, because she was a precious child despite her irritating actions, whatever it was, for whatever reason it may be. Yu Jitae restrained his expression as much as possible. He opened his mouth. Go home. Chapter 357, Episode 101, Chicken Barks. 2. Balm widened her eyes. Go home and don't come out. Until I tell you to. Her expression rapidly changed. The widened eyes of shock became narrower as the opened mouth gradually came to a close. At the same time, Clone One's voice resonated in his mind. My lord, Yu Balm has been waiting at the association for a week after the event waiting for your arrival. And what about it, huh? It was when he was about to rebuke the clone. Where have you been? Don't ask and just go. Can you please tell me? I've been waiting for a while. I'll tell you later, so go. Where you had been and what you were doing, please just tell me that. Balm said with a pout. She refused to listen to his intent. He was telling her to go, so why wasn't she going? This was an outcome outside his prediction. Perhaps because of his extremely temperamental mood, even this felt like a type of uncertainty. Go. I'm not going. Leave. I don't want to. His facial muscles twitched as Balm clenched her lips. Her shoulders shrunk in nervousness. Maybe she was scared of him like the first day they met. Everything might go back to how it was at the start, but that was still better than her becoming a variable that ruins the seventh iteration. Are you not going to listen? Behave like you normally do. Why you Balm? I'm in a very bad mood right now, and I don't feel like messing around. So why is that? What can you do after knowing about it, huh? Just leave. He growled and Balm closed her mouth. Do what I tell you to do. If you do not listen to me, I would have to make you listen by force. I am in a disgusting mood right now, so don't be an addition to it. Why? Why are you in a bad mood? Can you please just tell me that? It's not something to talk to you about. You just stay still. Do not needlessly step up and go home. Go and wait for me to come back. That is all you need to do. Do not make things any more tedious for me. I'm close to getting tired of you. Balm fiercely bit on her lower lips as her front white teeth became wet with blood. Shock filled her circular eyes. So what if she had been waiting for him at the association for a week? That failed to wring his heart in any way. It would instead be better for her to sob like how she did in the past, because with a crumbled heart, Balm would go back home and stop being a nuisance. Balm licked her lips with her tongue. She slowly wiped the blood before asking him a question. Do you even find me pretty? It was a question trying to test his affection, and absurdly enough, even in a situation like this, Balm still looked pretty. He had no idea what meaning there was to this garbage romantic emotion at this point. This, too, was an element he had never wished, for it was another uncertainty. However, this alone was something he couldn't tell the truth for. He opened his mouth. Balm silently looked into his eyes. She then walked up to him and rested her head on his chest. He decided against pushing her away because the rugged sound of her exhale was way too coarse for comfort. You know, ever since the first day we met, Balm said with a lump in her throat. I thought there was no reason for me to know everything about you, because you didn't seem to want that. I thought living in ignorance would make us happy. What in the world was she blabbering about? He wondered. But not anymore. It was an alarming set of words. Because she was leaning on his chest, he could not see her expression. After that, she immediately turned around and hurriedly began to distance herself. Or you, Balm. He tried to grab her, but Balm disappeared in the middle by traversing through the dimension. He did not bother breaching the spell. An odd emotion urged him on, telling him to chase after her to ask what she meant. But he thought about it after suppressing his hasty emotions. Even if Balm were to hear something from someone on Earth, would that serve to cause any problems? He went through the list by the process of elimination. Harseetbiel lost her memories. The clones were loyal to Yu Jitae. Chaliavan was in deep sleep, and the witch knew nothing. There was no information in the underground labyrinth. Yoram, Keel, and Jael were completely oblivious, and the most problematic Mayu had her personality gone. Therefore, Balm would not be able to discover anything. After becoming certain, he moved his feet. His feet were headed to the central building of the association, at the unique room reaching 5 meters in both length, width, and height, located at the 9th floor, the highest floor of the building. It was a distinctive prison-shaped artifact aimed at imprisoning extraordinary criminals. This level 4 artifact was the only place that could even confine an adult dragon despite having to meet a few conditions. Room 27 of the central building. However, there were agents of the association gathered 2 floors beneath on the 7th floor. Each of them were whispering to each other with their uneasy gazes looking up the staircase. When Yu Jitae appeared behind them, those that recognized him quickly saluted him. Respect to the chief. He continued walking without saluting them back when someone voiced out their concern in surprise. Ah, season. Please wait one moment. He stopped his feet. Currently, the 8th floor is packed with the Brzenk family, and we cannot reach the 9th floor. They are standing firmly there. And for now, they are insisting that we cannot even visit him without getting permission from the chairman. All right. Move aside. Ah, please wait 1 second. We are currently in contact with the command center. This is an issue that warrants a more cautious approach. He closed his eyes. What was the cause of all these problems? He wondered. Now, some random thing was going against his intent, trying to create an uncertainty. Tension was added to the trigger. His impulse was numbing his finger. Oi, yes, sir. Oscar is currently a rebel, a terrorist, and a prisoner, is he not? Ah, yes, that is correct, sir. And what is my job? Giving advice on the association's military movement, planning operations, and dealing with emergency situations, sir. Yes. Dealing with military emergency situations is the role given to a chief advisor, and that chief advisor is here trying to meet an anti-association terrorist. The chief advisor will be carrying out an inquisition, interrogate the problem, and find the source of the issue. Yet you are stopping me and telling me that a visit with a terrorist requires Chaliovan's permission. Is that correct? I was barely suppressing his impulse, Yu Jitae asked. Who do you think you are? It seemed as if he would kill him depending on the response. The guy began to tremble as if his spine was caught on fire. I am asking, what are you? The agent fainted on the spot. His body fell back as the ones in the surroundings startledly supported the falling agent. It then revealed a path in front of him. He closed his eyes and pulled the impulse to trap it inside. Without a word, he headed to the 8th floor. The 8th floor was truly a sight to see. More than 10 superhumans blocking the staircase, heading to the 9th floor, and standing firmly really was an absurd sight. Carmilla, the agent, was fighting them out. This black woman was the deputy minister of the association's administration, a grade 5 agent and a high executive. How many times do I have to say it? Chairman Chaliovan is in a slumber because of his illness, and the administration has the authority to deal with post-war adjustments in the case of the chairman's absence. Well, but that's only during a war. Do you think I don't know the regulations of the association or something? The ones blocking them were of the Brzenk family, an organization of high rankers personally selected by Oscar Brzenk to be granted the name Brzenk. They were a transnational mercenary group of rankers. How can you treat this the same way as a war? No one knows what was going inside Sir Oscar's mind when he did this. What kind of cow-poo is that? He attacked the association. God damn it, he attacked the association. Is he still the same sovereign we know? What do you even know about the works of a sovereign? Then why don't you tell me if you know it so well? For what reason did he attack the association which yearns for the peace of the world and humanity? Who can dare represent the will of the sovereign? We are only requesting for some time of recovery for him so that we do not get misinformed about his will. Whether he is given time for recovery or not will be decided by the association. There was a sharp edge to their conversations, enough so for them to burst out at any given moment. It was then. The vice leader of Brzenk family, rank 26, the robust Redwood Brzenk, stood in front of Carmilla. He was 2 heads taller than the short Carmilla, and she flinched before taking a few steps back. The superhumans of the association nervously stood in front of Carmilla to protect her. One of them was Mayang Yanghe, taking a step further to confront Redwood. What are you trying to do? Mayang Yanghe's words kindled a fire to the tension. And what do you think I'm trying to do, Step back. It's your last warning. Everyone stared at the two whilst holding their breath. This could mark the start of a tremendously large strife. But none of them could step up to settle the situation or instigate it, so every second felt like an eternity. Clomp. The heavy sound of dress shoes echoed across the quiet corridor. Clomp. A few of them turned their heads from the unusually noisy footsteps. Clomp. Their gazes were contagious. Slowly, more and more people turned their heads towards the source of the sound, and every high executive of the association within this place froze on the spot. Clomp. On the other hand, neither his face nor his data were well known outside the association, so the members of the Brzenk family had confusion written on their faces as they looked at the man, wondering who this guy was that was causing so much fuss. Clomp. At last, after walking up to them, Yu Jitae looked around with a slow gaze. He looked at the chairs for the dozen of Brzenk family members, their tables and protective artifacts. On top of that, they were in full armors. "Are you carrying out a riot here?" the man asked. "What? What kind of you must be out of your mind? Standing in front of a terrorist's prison, causing a fuss, stopping the administration executives from coming in. Why not use a placard to justify your cause or something? This treacherous fool, it looks like you have some title to your name or something, but duck off when I'm being nice." Yu Jitae closed his eyes once again. The uncertainty brought about by Oscar Brzenk was now making things tedious for him in such a form. Some trivial random nothing was stopping his path, trying to throw in variables at his face, like how the entire world used to sabotage him in the distant past. It was easy for things to go south. The world was organic, and butterflies flapped their wings everywhere. One human who was locked in such a life for over thousands of times pledged to himself, after around 2,000 iterations, if the flapping wings of a butterfly was the problem, then might as well cut off every wing of a butterfly in sight. Kwang, Yu Jitae kicked the table. The high-end wooden table flew off like a cannonball as one of the members of the Brzenk family crashed into the wall. "You dare!" One of the other members stepped forward after a shout, but his sight was immediately replaced with a flash. When the man came to himself, he was already flying through the air after an intense crash. It was from the chair Yu Jitae had thrown. "You are asking for death." In that instant, someone unsheathed their sword and ran in. At the same time, the association's superhumans also nervously dashed forward. Yu Jitae smacked the face of the one at the front. With a thud, the man's face dented in. His upper body was flung off like a human in a car crash and rotated in the air, and his head exploded the moment it touched the ground. The man immediately died on the spot. "Impossible. He's dead." One of them shouted. "Why, you ducker?" Controlled by fury, the humans came sprinting in. It was more so because they were recently being heavily pressured mentally due to Oscar Brzenk's actions. Their wings had to be cut off. A transparent aura gathered at Yu Jitae's fingertips before soon forging into the shape of a blade. Shapeless sword, SS. He gripped killing intent. An unprecedented killing intent, waving mana, astonished eyes, desperate bodies, lips trying to scream, scattering blood, crushed armors, revealed necks, hiding arteries, piercing blade, heads struggling from pain, lips, tongues, eyes, lives coming to an end. That day, Yu Jitae killed all the mercenaries of that place. The humans who had been breathing alive just a moment ago were now on the floor as gruesome corpses. It was an unexplainable event. Not a single scream was heard during the fight. None of the present ones could dare try to stop him. He moved his feet as the soldiers cowered back and created a path. However, Yu Jitae had to feel a burning emotion in his mind again after reaching the ninth floor. Oscar Brzenk was nowhere to be seen in room 27. To be exact, only the trails of his blood could be found inside the room. The walls of room 27 weren't broken or anything. The back door was simply wide open. After coming back down to the eighth floor, he said to the ones who couldn't voice a single word due to their astonishment, "Oscar Brzenk is gone. He is not there." Every one of them meeting his gaze froze stiff. Something was different about him today, they could all feel it. Looking at the traces, it seems to have been 4 days since he disappeared. Looks like none of you has checked the internal state of room 27 during their riot. It is extremely disappointing. An existence transcending the threshold was talking to them. No one could reply to the words falling from above the sky, so they could only rigidly listen to his words. "What are you doing? I'm telling you a prisoner has escaped." There was only tension and still no words coming back. Seeing that, he scowled ferociously. He had to hold back his impulse, and thus he roared like a beast. Geo Find Him. Chapter 358. Episode 101. Chicken Box. 3. The superhumans quickly began to dash in each direction as Yu Jitae also hurriedly carried his feet. Oscar Brzenk had disappeared, with quite an exquisite method at that. Exquisite here was exquisite in Yu Jitae's standard. Such a thing was impossible for a human, and it meant there was an involvement of something that was not human. Finally, Yu Jitae could somewhat understand this whole situation. The reason Oscar Brzenk suddenly attacked the association like a madman. The reason Oscar targeted him of all people, as well as the reason Oscar Brzenk disappeared after becoming imprisoned. If Yu Jitae's intuition was correct, this was a type of phishing. Although it was possible to stay still without biting the bait, he currently had to take the bait no matter what. It was because he had to find the vintage clock, and the vintage clock was unable to be found anywhere underwater. However, there was still a problem even if he wanted to take the bait. The 4 days he had spent standing blankly, unable to kill Mayu, was coming back to bite him. There would most certainly be not enough time. He used his watch to call someone. Hello. A sluggish voice resonated along with a gulp. The one on the other side of the call was the witch, Valentine, so it was probably a strong alcohol that she was gulping. This is an urgent matter. Look up for me if there has been a trace of an outer dimensional fissure related to Providence and light being forced open on Earth. Even though he suddenly started it off with a command, she had already decided to cooperate with Yu Jitae. The mana surrounding the association wavered for a bit as a reply came back through the watch. There is one. Location. I don't know. It's been veiled. How long has it been open for, and how long will it stay open? Looks like it's been around 10 days since it has opened, and that was similar to Oscar Brzenk's time of appearance. He carefully listened to the next words, because he knew fissures related to the Temple of Providence would usually be closed after around 10 days. It will close in 1 hour. But fortunately, he wasn't late yet. Temporary Pursuit Team 1 reporting. Currently we are headed to Brzenk family's first branch. Temporary Pursuit Team 2 reporting. We are currently headed to Brzenk family's fourth branch. Various reports came in at the same time. Around 13 pursuing teams had been temporarily arranged and had just departed. Riding the warp station, they would now attack each branch of Brzenk family's troops located across the world. This was something that had to be done a lot earlier, but was postponed because Oscar Brzenk was the sovereign of humanity, and because Chaliavan had fallen asleep at the same time. Even though it was a correct decision in a realistic sense, it was nonetheless very deplorable in Yu Jitae's eyes. A closer inspection would have allowed rankers to find the trace, so all they had to do was ask the witch immediately after receiving the report to jump through dimensions. In any case, he traveled to the 17th branch, located in the northern regions of Africa. Even though it was the smallest and the most insignificant branch, it actually had Oscar Brzenk's safe located inside it. A month ago, after meeting with Oscar, he had sent Kang Arjun to that branch in case something were to happen. He checked her message. It seemed that the door to the safe had been opened around 3 days ago. Yu Jitae gave a call to Kang Arjun. Yui, Kang Arjun laughed. The salty scent unique to deep-fried food permeated far and wide. The warmth being conveyed up the plastic bag made it even better. Smelling the lean scent of well-fried chicken after smelling the dry desert, dust the whole time lifted the corners of her lips. It was a rare smell in the northern regions of Africa. Kang Arjun had even used a thermos container to keep it warm while using the portals all the way from Korea. And the name of that food was chicken. Did she bring it here to eat by herself? No, Kang Arjun was going to give this to someone as a present. North Africa. Brzenk family mercenary group's 17th branch. It had been close to a month since she had been dispatched to this place. Unlike the troops of other branches, this 17th branch was made by employing the war refugees of Africa. Oscar Brzenk had gathered the people who had been living with neither food nor water to this place, and provided them with clothes, food, and a house for their families to live in. Because they had been granted a new life from their desperate situations, their mentality was different from other soldiers. They did everything by the book. Some would call that a proper soldier mentality, and that was what Kang Arjun thought as well. They put their due diligence in every task, and never cut corners no matter how simple their given orders were. That was why Kang Arjun, who was always affectionate and could easily befriend anyone, was finding it difficult to get close to the soldiers of this place. Then was she supposed to stay distant? When Season was sending her to this place, he told her it was an indefinite dispatch. She was to stay in this place, identify the situation, and report anything unusual until there was an order to return. It wasn't her style to stay distant and unfamiliar with them when her returning date wasn't even clear. That was why she had prepared this. Hello, good sirs. With a curt greeting, Kang Arjun approached the 4 soldiers that were standing on guard. There were 2 male and 2 female soldiers. What a great afternoon. They treated her like they didn't even see her. Observing the far and barren African desert, they couldn't even spare the time to throw a glance at Kang Arjun. It was remarkable even after seeing it on repeat for a couple of days. As long as there was nothing hindering their work, they would only focus on their task without greeting anyone, even if their family members were to come by. However, Kang Arjun was certain that they would be able to get a little bit closer today. She had already tried a conversation a few days ago using chocolate. The white smoke was spreading the scent. This is impossible to withstand. With a smile, Kang Arjun placed the bag of chicken next to them. You are standing on guard for 12 hours a day. Don't you think you can take it a bit easier? They didn't reply. She might be crossing the line here. However, the troops' work was very intense due to their lacking numbers, and the schedules were even suffocating, so there was no other option than this for her to get closer to them. In any case, the smell of chicken ruled. When the rising scent touched one of their noses, the soldier who had a weak breakfast stealthily turned his head. And Kang Arjun did not miss it. Come here and have food one by one. I can be on the lookout instead. Miss Dispatcher, please stop hoo-hoo. Why? Don't you know the captain regularly comes out on a stroll? If we get caught out by the captain, we will be in great trouble. Of course I know that. I sneaked a peek at today's schedule just then, and I confirmed how both the captain and the first vice-captain will only return by 8 at night today from an external delegation. Really? One of the other soldiers glanced back with doubt in their eyes. Kang Arjun smiled like a puppy with a nod. Hurry up, this won't be as tasty when it gets cold, but still, it's okay. Miss Kang, it will be super delicious if you have it now, Kang. Please just stop. GRRRL, the sound was coming from the stomach of the female soldier who had just rebuked Kang Arjun. Her words were no longer as persuasive. Did I hear something just then? Unwillingly, the soldier turned her head. She had actually been extremely hungry from early in the morning. In the desert, the procurement of supplies wasn't always smooth, and there tended to be days with little distributions of food. Today was one of those days. In other words, all four of them were in a similar situation. Is the captain really not coming? I'm telling you, trust me. Come on. And what is this? It's chicken. Deep-fried chicken. Ah, I know these. Oh, wow. It smells absolutely insane, right. Have some. I can be on the lookout. They changed positions as the soldier hurriedly opened the plastic bag and began ripping through a drumstick. She started eating without even breathing, but the crispy sound of fried chicken was still unable to be hidden. The other soldiers watched with eyes flickering from jealousy as the soldier opened her mouth while stuffing chicken into it. I gave the chocolates you gave me to my kids the other day. Oh wow, really? Such supplies are very uncommon in this place. They all loved it. Thank you, don't worry about it. It's nothing that great. As a thanks, my girl brought some green vines from somewhere, dried it, and made a bracelet out of the vine. Wow, really? Yes, I was actually going to give it to you after the work was over, but with an awkward smile, the soldier handed something to Kang Arjun. It was a thin bracelet made of dried vines. Oh my, so pretty. Kang Arjun was satisfied. She started conversations with them whenever possible, asked if there was anything they needed, gave chocolates, and helped with the missions. It felt as if all that hard work was finally paying off. She put it around her wrist, but it was slightly too big. Ah, she didn't know Kang was a female. It's a bit too big, right? Not at all. It's perfect, and I love it. Thanks for saying that. The child will be very happy. After finishing her share, the soldier stood up as another soldier stealthily walked away and traded positions with her while mumbling, "Oh, this smell. Damn it, yes. It's impossible to resist." Thinking that, Kang Arjun chuckled. That was when she received an international call from someone. Grade 4 agent, Kang Arjun speaking. It's me. It was Season. Kang Arjun happily greeted him. Is this concerning my return by any chance, sir? She asked with a tiny bit of sorrow in her voice. However, the words that soon came to her through the watch were somewhat strange. I am headed to the 17th branch right now. There is a mission. The door to the safe has to be opened within 5 minutes. How is the current situation looking? He asked with a normal tone of voice, but there was something off about the question. Safe was something that was being protected by the 17th branch. It was the biggest and the most powerful armory owned by Oscar Brzenk. So under what authority could Season open this? Despite feeling doubtful for a little while, Kang Arjun stayed faithful to her role. It is currently peaceful, sir. All right. Leave the area ahead of time. Yow'll be a nuisance. Leave the area, sir. Yeah. Let's meet at around ER-13. She thought about the tone of his voice and the hidden context. Kang Arjun had to rethink time after time whether her interpretation of the situation was correct or not. It was because his words were way too strange. Leave the area ahead of time. Yow'll be a nuisance. A strange feeling struck her mind. It can't be. There's no way. Despite thinking that, she had to move her feet and follow the command to leave the area. Anxiously, Kang Arjun touched the bracelet around her wrist. That can't be, even though Season is scary. He's not that type of person, was he? Sorry. I have a different mission, so it'll be on the way. That is okay. We will just have the rest of them eat together. The chicken was so nice. Thank you, Kang. She waved back with a forced smile on her face. It happened when she was waiting at the designated area. Kang Arjun's watch began to ring. Urgent news, danger level, R3 time, 7 days ago, 8:12 p.m. At Seatwoa Clark content, Oscar Brzenk, terrorist attack on the association. Casualties, 595 confirmed in total. At last, the restriction on information was lifted, revealing the association's conflict with Oscar Brzenk. For a second, Kang Arjun felt her breath coming to a stop. Chapter 359, Episode 101. Chicken Box 4. A heavy piece of lead dropped inside her heart. R3. This signified a semi-war. It meant the association had suffered damage and that they might retaliate by doing something. There was a video sent alongside the urgent message. Kang Arjun gulped with sweat falling down her cheeks. She carefully lifted her fingers. Even though she really did not want to click it, she was a soldier and there was no way around it. Click. The video started. Oscar Brzenk, enveloped in gold, was indiscriminately attacking the association. Her acquaintances were injured, lying down on the floor. Some of them were crying with amputated arms. This did not feel realistic in the slightest. Kang Arjun could not believe what was going on. What are you doing? Someone woke her up from her blankness. A man who had appeared out of nowhere was gazing at her. Season, your mission is over. Go to the warp station immediately and return to the association. Kang Arjun unknowingly shook her head. She then used a word which she had never used ever since she became a soldier affiliated with the 5th Command Room. Why? Season furrowed his brows. What kind of question is that? I'll wake up, hurry up and go. Using that warp station will be restricted in a few minutes. Slowly, she observed his outfit. Because of her rushed mind, she belatedly realized it, and looking at his clothes put a stop to her breath. He, who had always been wearing a suit, was for some reason wearing a military uniform and boots today. Kang Arjun froze. She stood there blankly, but her wrist suddenly felt itchy. The bracelet did not leave her sight. Season. By the time she came to herself, he was already gone. Season. In great shock, Kang Arjun began to run while pulling out all her mana. She wasn't too far away from the military base. Climbing over one mountain of sand, she looked at the 17th branch. Over the hill, she looked at the branch. For now, everything, including the watchtower, were looking fine. Walking in the midst of the darkening desert was a man with his back turned towards her. He appeared to be walking normally, but was so mysteriously fast that she could not dare catch up to him. Why are the sentinels not preventing him? Although it was terrible, that was still the doubt in her mind. With no other choice, Kang Arjun quickly gave Season a call. He stopped on the spot. What? Please wait one moment, Season. Can I? She organized her words. May I ask about the current operation? He didn't reply immediately. Kang Arjun felt the insane rate of her heartbeat. Did I not tell you to leave? His voice that soon entered her ears was a lot colder than usual. Feeling the chill numbing her fingertips, Kang Arjun endured the urge to let out a scream. She had to think of words that were the most suitable to the situation. I had been under the impression that the safe was the armory located at the 17th branch. And, and the mission of opening that, I could not really understand what it was. A mistake. Her emotions had gotten the best of her during her speech. Oi, her heart once again thumped as if about to burst. Did you not get the urgent message? I have received it, sir. Then go. Stop being a bother. The time they had spent together was only a month. It hadn't even been that long since they had opened their hearts. Although Kang Arjun was an affectionate person, she still knew that public matters had to be separated from the private ones. However, she just could not step back without even knowing the reason herself. Maybe it was because of the bracelet tickling her wrist. What if they try to stop you? If they stay faithful to their mission, what will you do, sir? Isn't that a possible outcome? Them being faithful to their mission. They appeared to have no idea about the urgent message yet either. and they won't even retaliate against you, Season, because of your position at the association. Kang Arjun, he called her name from the other side of the line. Her breath came to a stop. What are you trying to say? Could you please spare one moment if you have time? I don't. Oh, 1 moment will do. Just a bit of time. Haven't we been talking for almost 3 minutes already? A faint sigh was heard from the other side. A little bit, sir, please, just a tiny bit of time. Those people, they are all poor people living a hard life. They have to raise their whole families with this rare opportunity that finally came to them. T, they don't even have many people, so they have to work without any rest, even when they're sick. They have to stay alive. Every one of them are desperate. Vanessa gave birth to a daughter 2 days ago. She became a mother. Her first and second babies were stillborn, and she finally got her third. A healthy girl at 2 kilograms. And Kathu Kang Arjun was crying by the time she realized it. Remembering the times they spent together, how they shyly spoke about themselves, and the conversation she barely continued with them, she tried to persuade him. When the dam broke once, she could no longer control her tears. While she was explaining with a sob, he opened his mouth. What's your suggestion, then? If you give me a little bit of time, I will go persuade them. I will persuade them to open the doors of the safe. The executives should know about your name, sir. Please give me some time. Even a little bit, please. You have 10 minutes. Kang Arjun knew these 10 minutes was the only remaining time she had. He disappeared from the barren desert. Immediately, Kang Arjun wiped the tears off with her hands and started to sprint. Each of her strides scattered the dust beneath as she dashed across the desert. Before long, she was right in front of the base. She was now one of the suspicious people. The lookouts, the ones that had been eating the chicken, just then stopped her. Following the procedures, they carried out a formal conversation. Reveal your identity, reveal your business. Kang Arjun stopped her tears and shouted, I am the Grade 4 agent, Kang Arjun, wishing for a return to service. At last, after they confirmed her identity with the watch, one of the soldiers opened her mouth. Why are you crying, Kang? She asked with a voice dripping with concern. Kang Arjun did not even have the time to reply and started sprinting once again. Entering the camp, she looked for the commanders. Although the captain and the vice-captain weren't there, a few of the other commanders were on task. There were also people who Kang Arjun met and talked to every day. What is wrong, dispatcher? She had a rugged breath due to rushing all the way here. The soldiers who had been occupied with their task curiously asked her a question, with gazes that showed their affections for her hidden behind the curtains of formality. Kang Arjun bit her lips. She didn't know what to say, but she had to say it. A high executive is coming from the association. What? He is a Grade 5 agent, the chief advisor and my direct superior. The commanders looked at Kang Arjun with questioning gazes, and the second vice-captain even lowered his glasses with doubt in his eyes. Kang Arjun felt a lump in her throat. She wasn't confident in being able to persuade them at all. Please listen carefully to what I am saying. But even then, she had to. There were things in the world that just had to be done. He will try to open the safe. What? Ha! She could hear their clamorous voices. You have to open it before he attacks the 17th branch. There was moisture in Kang Arjun's voice, and they immediately knew she was telling the truth. Tilting their heads in confusion, looking at Kang Arjun with disgusted gazes and facing her with dumbfounded expressions. They each showed a different reaction. Please listen to me. You guys can survive. Please just let him open the safe. Listen, this woman, we don't have time. 10 minutes, no, we only have 7 minutes now. Guys, he is a very strong superhuman. Even if you try to stop him, he will still open the safe. What kind of nonsense is this, Kang? The second vice-captain shouted. In return, Kang Arjun began to weep from her uncontrollable emotions. Open the doors of the fortress. Otherwise, you might all die. Men, drag Kang out. Yes, sir. It was then. The watches of every soldier inside the command center rang. Kang Arjun, who had been yelling while being pulled out by someone, knew this was an opportunity. She had managed to take a glimpse at the message that was on the arm of the one who was dragging her outside. It was about the strife between Oscar Brzenk and the association, and a message telling them to be on the lookout for a possible attack of the association. Let me go. Kang Arjun shoved the soldiers that were dragging her arm. Her words would finally be persuasive, and everything would be over if she missed this opportunity. It's this. This is the problem. We have to do something. You have to open the door and make a path for our chief to access the safe. We can all survive then. We have to live, don't we? We can't die like this. Right. The silence continued. You might think I am weird for doing this all of a sudden, but I know how everyone treated me nicely this past month. We all have families, right? There are people waiting for us at home. We cannot die here, right? We have to survive. We all have to live on. She let out a blood-boiling scream. Kang Arjun believed it. They should have fully understood their situations now. Despite the urgency of the matter at hand, the message had managed to arrive in time. Her words should be persuasive enough, and there was still time left. So, however, the moment her eyes met with the commander's, Kang Arjun suddenly remembered something. What was the reason she, who could easily befriend anyone, had so much trouble getting close to them? The soldiers of this place put their due diligence in every task, and never cut corners no matter how simple their given orders were. Some would call that a proper soldier mentality, and that was what Kang Arjun thought as well. Maybe it's because they had been granted a new life from their desperate situations we are not leaving. The commander's words froze Kang Arjun on the spot. Who's coming? An executive of the association. And what? Why, you might die. Kang Arjun's words were in vain. We are soldiers. All their eyes had the same glitter, as if they had been printed by the same printer. Our job is to carry out our given commands. Are you done with your nonsense? I had a good impression, but today's fuss was extremely unpleased. The second vice captain's voice stretched out. Kang Arjun felt the world shaking. Something was crumbling inside her heart. The talking mouth came to a close. Kang Arjun felt a presence immediately filling the entirety of the command center, as well as the weight in the air provided by that presence. When she turned her quivering head, standing there was a very familiar man. He whispered, "Leave." As if time had stopped, with everyone else frozen stiff, Kang Arjun belatedly realized her role and turned her body. When she walked out of the command center, the doors closed by itself. Kang Arjun raised her eyes. Her dizzy gaze made the world foggy, as if she was wearing a cloudy pair of glasses. She mindlessly carried her feet. The unbelievable reality was driving her mind into a mess, and she walked on and on without an end. When she came to herself, she was at the main entrance. Kang Arjun, who had been walking with her eyes stuck on the ground, closed her eyes and lifted her gaze to look at the sky. She simply did not have the courage to face the reality. But when something loose slid down her wrist, Kang Arjun instinctively lowered her head and faced an unbelievable sight that made her feel like she was shot in the head. There was a chicken box, drenched in blood. Chapter 360, Episode 102, White Bird, 1. Balm recalled Yu Jitae's last sentence. No. He was saying he did not find her pretty. It was a lie. She could tell by looking at his eyes that he was still considering her pretty. Despite thinking that, he told a lie. It felt as if some poisonous substance was bubbling inside. An ominous feeling struck her, making her think that something was going terribly wrong. That was neither due to the eye of providence nor a green dragon's ability to discern the situation. It was solely based on her instinct as an existence. Baum called Jefferson and asked if something had happened at the association. The thing is, and she heard a shocking set of words, it was that Yu Jitae had massacred a group of soldiers from the Brzenk family. Unable to believe it, she personally returned to the association and headed to the 8th floor. There, Baum came across corpses of the Brzenk family soldiers that were yet to be removed. It was horrendous. Indescribably, so this was not Yu Jitae's way of doing things that Baum knew about. Even though it might be possible if the opponents were demons, the Brzenk family was undoubtedly an organization protecting humanity. And yet he had killed them all just because they were stopping him from reaching the 9th floor immediately after that. Baum dashed to the command center and looked for Yu Jitae. Heian, don't you? You know where the chief advisor had been to? Yu Jitae awkwardly shook her head in response to her question. That is restricted information. Please tell me. It's important. My apologies, miss. It is restricted personally by Chief Season. She should have asked. Baum thought to herself she should have asked when he was leaving. She should have asked a long time ago why and where he was going. She did not ask because of her trust. It was a naive decision. After coming back, he looked even more rushed and cornered. Although he was irritated at her, that did not hurt Baum as much. Getting angry was normal for anyone in a bad mood, and even she was the same. That was not the important part. Yu Jitae was the only one who had recently met Oscar Brzenk. It was when the Tower of Mages came crumbling down. back when the Black Dragon had attacked the entire world. They might have even met again after that. Yu Jitae's recent condition was far from good. His face, gesture, and everything weren't too different from before, but his manner of speech was oddly different, and most importantly, he gave off a different feeling. She could tell because of all the time they had spent together that something had happened to him. In fact, when Yu Jitae returned after Oscar Brzenk's attack at the association and pushed Balm out of his personal boundary, she felt her head being smacked by a hammer. She had experienced something similar before. In the distant past, within the hazy final memories, "I'm sorry, my dear girl." It was when her father left her. Her breath suddenly turned coarse. Pressing down on her heart, her breath abruptly left with a retch. Haru. Yu Jitae and other attendants ran up to Balm in astonishment, but she shook her hand and stopped them. Balm remembered the day her father left. The onion core was still being used fine by Yoram, and Yu Jitae was acting strange. It was coming. Something was flooding in. Like a tsunami, it would sweep through her and shake her by the core, ignoring her retaliation and struggle. The ominous feeling made her clench her lips, and the numbing coldness of her fingertips urged her to massage them. Balm could not do anything when her father left. And on another day, even when her precious younger sister had suddenly disappeared, Balm only realized it belatedly after hearing the news. Looking back, those days were filled with nothing but regret. I should have persuaded Mum back then. I shouldn't have said that to my sister. I should have been on my father's side a lot earlier. Why was I standing doing nothing like a fool instead of trying something? Balm's sin was that she was too small, young, and ignorant, but she was now different. After collecting her breath, Balm lifted her eyes and looked at Yu Jitae. "You won't tell me no matter what I say, is that correct?" Though she was surprised by Balm's gaze, Yu Jitae did not forget her role as a soldier. "Sorry. I cannot." As soon as she said that, Balm turned her feet, ignoring the flustered voices behind her. Haru. Soothsayer. Wherever Balm went, she was met with nervous soldiers saluting her from the side. Seeing that, Balm would relax her stiffened expression and return their salutes with a smile. She got used to it these past few days. Ever since she prevented a large incident with her prediction, the gazes she received inside the association changed dramatically. Before, they would glance at her as if they were looking at a flower, or peek at her due to her relationship with Season. It wasn't very pleasant. She was still a dragon, and yet everyone was treating her like some expensive piece of gem. But now it was different. It was when Balm was going through a garden. Someone in a wheelchair shouted out loud, "Haru, you are my hero." The people that were with him hastily gave her a respectful salute. The man's badge looked like a round dome. He belonged to the battalion operating the protective barrier. He was a soldier that came out alive from the sudden terrorist attack on the association. He married last week or something, and without her prediction, he would have died for sure. "You are everyone's hero. You saved everyone that would have died, and my family." Holding her hands, the man started to cry. Balm consoled him by saying it was fortunate that he wasn't greatly injured before carrying her feet again. Her title as a soothsayer of the association had proven its value, and she now had some level of power as a result of that. However, it was still far too insufficient. Balm was way too barehanded. She needed a tool. Arriving in front of a large gate, Balm stopped her feet. She knocked on the door as a sluggish voice resonated from inside. "Come in." Balm entered the room as the witch Valentine welcomed her in. Wearing the same revealing red gown, she smiled while smoking a cigar. "It is you, so. For what have you come looking for me? There is something I would like to ask you to do." "Something you want me to do, me?" "Yes. Have you not heard stories about me?" "I've heard plenty." "Listen, girl. I'm not some old lady of the town that listens to a random child's request. I need to know the recent actions of the chief advisor, Prophet Season." With an indifferent expression, Balm started selfishly talking about her own needs. Wearing a frown, and with a trail of smoke leaving her mouth, Valentine slowly licked her lower lips with her tongue. Prophet Season, how there was a message related to him that had come to her through the VVIP hotline a few minutes ago. I have also been reported about the thing that happened just then. "Girl, don't tell me you don't know what it is that you are asking me to do right now." "Yes, I definitely do know what I am saying. If you do, then off you go. Stop bothering me." The door of the office opened by itself as soon as she said that. Despite the gesture telling her to leave, Balm started talking again with an apathetic expression. "Something I want you to do is what I said. I'm not here to make a request. I'm here for a deal. A deal, the witch smiled. Letting out a deep fog from the cigar, she asked, "Do you really wish to go to such lengths to betray him? Honey, I don't want you to have such a narrow-minded idea about my words. What? This is not a betrayal. It is all for him." There seemed to be some kind of reason, thought the witch. But in any case, if the target that had to be deceived was that monstrous chief advisor, then even Valentine had to shoulder some risk. Even though he normally pretended otherwise, he was definitely a dangerous existence. Valentine even thought that he might be a new type of demon. What happened just then was something that could have simply happened at any time. A deal how she didn't think the girl in front of her was just here for some romantic prank. The girl did not appear like the type to do such a thing. A deal. However, I do not think you have anything with you that can satisfy me. What do you want? A cute and healthy boy. Seems like you know one thing or two, but I am no longer interested in that. A living flower is so pretty that I only want to watch over it, so there is nothing I really want. Even if there was, I wonder will you have that thing which I do not even have. Balm, who had been quietly listening to the witch's words, slowly opened her mouth. She knew why Valentine was called the witch. My life. She knew that the witch absorbed someone else's life to keep her youth and prolong her life. Ha! Valentine faintly gasped in response. Balm and the witch looked into each other's eyes, identifying one another. It was dumbfounding, but the witch apathetically continued breathing out smoke as Balm lifted the witch's wine glass from the table and started twirling it. "Honey, do you still think I'm here to mess around? I thought you were a quiet and gentle lady, but I guess it's quite the opposite. There is no other choice. People don't understand if I beat around the bush. They can only understand what they see. You're right. I was indeed looking down on you." Balm brought the alcohol to her lips. It was a severely strong alcohol that burned her mouth as soon as she rolled it around with her tongue. The taste, however, was not too bad. Immediately, the bottle of alcohol floated up by itself and poured the liquid inside to fill the glass. It was the witch's spell. Balm raised the glass and twirled it to mix the air into the alcohol. Your life does sound quite tempting, since you have a ton of very unusually clear and mysterious mana within you. Swirl, swirl. How much of my life should I give for a help in return? Balm asked while twirling her glass. 50 years, said the witch, putting a pause to the swirling liquid. I don't want to die before 40, though. In response to Balm's words, the witch lifted the corners of her red lips into a crescent. Don't make me laugh, girl. A kid shouldn't try to play with an adult. The tongue beneath her tall fangs lustfully scraped past her lower lips. I've long known that you're not a human. If you give 50 years of your remaining life to me, I will tell you everything you want. Otherwise, you can go away. Balm did not smile. It was within her expectations and still within her plan, but using only this much to control the witch however she wanted would be a difficult feat. How about 100 years? Therefore, Balm decided to make it more certain while she was at it. What? I'll give you 100 years of my life, but you need to help me twice. Valentine twitched her eyes. Hearing the sudden twofold jump in price, she started calculating the risk between helping once and helping twice. Earning that unprecedentedly clean mana of Balm, 100 years of her life, the witch opened her closed eyes. Okay. No, never mind. What? 100 years is too little. Actually, there are quite a lot of things that I need. Of course, I also have a lot of things to give. And that means there was an increasing sense of doubt in the witch's mind. To that, Balm added the finishing touch. 500 years. In that moment, the witch, despite having lived for a long time, could not help but be baffled. She suddenly wondered if this girl was out of her mind or something. There weren't many races that could put 500 years of their life on the table for a negotiation. It was of absurd value even to the witch, to the point that it gave rise to an intense amount of greed that she hadn't felt for over hundreds of years. In an instant, the hierarchy within the negotiation changed. The one with more things in their hands could shake them more, and it was always the more desperate one that was at the bottom. Only then did a smile appear on Balm's lips. Why is it too much? How impudent do you think you can stay alive after giving 500 years away? Dying today with both hands full is a better life than living perpetually with empty hands. At least that's what I think. Balm giggled. I'm kidding. I won't die soon, so it's okay. I have a unique constitution, you see. There was no way she would lie about something that would be revealed in just a few more minutes. Interesting is that something you can tell by seeing the future. That's something you don't need to know about. Valentine breathed out a mouthful of smoke alongside a deep sigh. She was pushing the greed away from her red eyes. The conditions are out of balance yet again. Girl, you already had this in mind when you came here, yes. You can tell. 500 years was definitely not a short period of time, even for a dragon. However, Baum still decided to give 500 years away. It's good that you're honest. Your sweet life is on the line, so I can't refuse the deal either, all right. So what do you want from me? Baum thought to herself in response. There were a lot of things that she had glossed over simply because of her trust. There were a lot of things that she had looked away from just because of her love. However, it reached a point where she could no longer disregard it. The child that was too young to do anything was no longer here. That child had died a long time ago. The baby dragon that had to discard everything for that one grand schemer. The child that therefore was too afraid of getting anything new, finally found something that she wanted to grasp after a long period of time. There are a lot of things that have to be unveiled. I want you to help me gather information, and I know you are the best at it. And what is it that you want to know? After whispering words of love to him at the end of the sweet vacation, Balm had always been telling herself something, everything, that she won't be as powerless anymore. Everything, I don't know that she won't lose her precious one ever again.